1 minute late. That's a lot better off than most times. So let's try and get the call anchored. There we are, dear lady. Now let's add on a few other people. Everything is prepared. I'm all vitamized and supplemented and have the throne of pillows all established. Everything actually went right for a change.
What is wrong with you, man?
Yes, I know. I must be sick. Uh,
No, I know. It's you know what it is. I called it because apparently everything that goes wrong, like I had everything go wrong. I've just been sick like all day.
oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh, and any symptoms you're willing to share?
Well, no, it's not like it's not like my normal I've been dealing with that stomach stuff, but like I noticed I was getting a headache and like the night before and thought I had maybe like a little fever. I wasn't sure, but and had that I've had a dry cough, for a few days. But I woke up like with that head, your headache. I just a sinus infection, I assume, just blowing my nose all the time. My whole left eye is like watering because the headache onto my neck. And honestly, just can't breathe out of the same nose. For some reason, how can you blow your nose 49 times in 1 hour and you still can't breathe out of it?
It's awful. I've been there.
Hello,
Yeah. Hi, Brendan. We're just calling you for
Douglas.
the opening hour if you want to come on.
Oh my God, I'm currently helping out some family.
Okay. Is everything
I'm
all
stuck in.
right?
Yeah, well, yeah, so far so good. But I'm at an Iranian shop right now, and it's
Cool.
like a language barrier.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you handled that. We love you dearly, and you have a
Yes.
blessed
All
night.
right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Many blessings.
Yes. Bye for now. And
Merci.
yes, that's Brendan Zogia with his family out there. They're of Levantine extraction. He doesn't seem to have hung up. Oh, he finally did. So, darling, in terms of your own things going on, I'm trying to bring on Amy Como, who says she's available. Let's see if she lives up to that. We'll see who else we can reach. But nobody is responding. It's just you and I this opening hour, so we can catch up. Of course, there's certain things that we have to keep to
Right. No.
ourselves.
I know that's the worst part, man.
Yes.
I need some good gossip, but I can't do it. Oh,
So, aside,
I should have said no because you didn't call and give me any more before the show.
I didn't have a chance. I was too busy getting
No.
all the.
I know you did get all your stuff ready. I'm
Yeah.
impressed. I can't do it.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, it's rare. It's a weird time. I'm feeling weird. It feels. Did you investigate that station recommended by Noreen Helpan? Did you find out anything about it?
Well, no, I didn't because remember how I was, why I was a little talkative, remember later than I normally am? Because yesterday, remember when I was trying to keep you on the phone
Yeah.
last night?
Oh yeah. How could I forget?
Yeah. So then when I got off, Ian West messaged me
Oh my
and
God.
had said, I told you about that call, that he had just was talking in the background. And so I'm I'm available to talk, and I was just like, but then the way he spells stuff is like, it's not great. Like I couldn't even understand what he was saying because he'll capitalize like two letters in a word, and they'll be random, and then he'll put two words together. So sometimes you like can't understand what he's saying. Like it could be two or three different things. So I had to be like, does that mean this or this? And like even like the Clemson thing, I was just like, that's what I asked him actually. That's why Clemson came up because I was like, your grammar you couldn't have even gotten to Clemson with that fucking grammar. And he was like, that's a good one. And that's anyway. But I ended up
Did you
calling
tell him
him for
about the joke with the meth heads all have the bicycle collection out front and the metal inside?
no, because I was already starting to feel bad. I realized last night, after that, like I started to get tired and then I was feeling bad. So I and I didn't have a chance. That's the point. I mean, I called him, or he actually ended up calling me. And after I made a joke on it, and then he called me and wanted to just go into the whole diatribe of, I don't know, one thing or another, flat Earth.
Whatever it is. Yeah.
The 70,000 islands, the 1985 map. And then I don't know what the fuck else. Like, I was trying to explain to him that, like, well, you're not explaining why the 1985 map would be correct, because you're saying there's 70,000 islands, and where he said, but yeah, in 7 continents that they've made. And I'm like, well, where? Okay, I said, okay, because I'm always, like I said, and I told him, I was like, just like Douglas says, I said, you researched it all the time. I said, and even a stuck clock gets something right once a day. Yeah. So
twice a day, actually. Twice a day for a mechanical clock. Yeah. If it's stuck on the same position twice a day, it'll be correct. Yes.
Well, if it's digital, it's once a day.
Yes.
So, and if it's digital with the seconds included on that digital, it's like very rare, is what I'm saying.
Yes. Like, with him, of course, I imagine him as a mechanical clock with all the springs sticking out.
Yeah, like those broken, what's that clock, the bird clock that comes out in Cuckoos, and the bird's just hanging there.
Yes. Except when he gets an erection, he uses that Viagra and that cocaine, and then it comes up. The canary comes up.
And I made the funniest joke last night to him. He was like, that was a good one, because he said something. He was like, I don't even understand how they feel this, or did I say it to you? I don't know. He's like, I understand how they feel this. Just micro whatever stuff, and I was like, what are you saying? Like, how do you feel it? And I was like, are you referring because people can't feel your penis when they're inside of you? Like, it was a little better than that, because I can't remember what he said, and it just came flying out. But even he had to admit it was good. But he then went into the 7 continents, is my point. And so I said, okay, Ian, can you please show me where you're getting this? Like, I know they found some islands, right? But you're saying 70,000, number one. That seems like a lot. I said, but granted, an island can be half the size of my living room. Like, it can be 300 square feet, like it can be they can consider an island, literally half the size of my room. So the 70,000, I wasn't quite as concerned about the number as him saying 7 continents that they found. And so I asked him to pull. He's like, oh, yeah, I can pull the article. So he pulls the article. He's screen sharing. And he shows me the article, or he sends it to me. And I look at it, and I'm going through it with it. And I'm like, okay, I see this article. And first of all, the article is just showing a random picture. It'd be like if I was talking about a Fiji, like the beach, right? But I don't know. I just talking about a beach, and I just took a picture of any random beach, right? Or talking about a downtown, and I just took a picture of any downtown. It wasn't showing these islands they found. It was just a random islands picture. Okay, first of all, but definitely either way was not showing continents. And that was the whole purpose. I was reading through the article, and I'm like, dude, where in this article? And he's reading it to me, and what this and this. And I'm like, okay, you it said that but it's not, but Japan's claiming them, but it's not going to, make Japan any larger, like something like that. And regardless, I was just like, my first question before we get sidetracked any further is, where in this article does it say they found 7 continents? That was my question. And he said, oh, well, it doesn't actually say that. He was like, but if you go back to that 1985 map, see, then you can see that is 7 continents there. Looks like 7 continents. And I'm like, okay, so this 1985 map that anyone could have drawn, I mean, I could go draw a map right now and hand it to you. How are you saying that is those? He said, well, what are the chances they find 70,000 islands, and then there was a map drawn with 7 continents? Those are I was like, so you just randomly decided that these 7 continents are each 10,000 islands each, even though they don't even look like it on the map that you're showing, and that this map is correct. And you have no documentation to prove any of this, other than they found some islands off Japan, and you're putting, you're just putting 2 random. It's like his fucking clock, man, the cuckoo clock. Like, he's just trying to glue it back together with fucking ice pops and screws from his garage. Like, I don't know. Maybe this will work. Maybe this will go. Why would a screw be in my garage near a clock if it wasn't meant to go into the broken clock inside? Like, he just randomly is putting facts together that I don't know. I mean, I guess if how many other old maps can we find that he could make sense of? We should probably send them all to him.
No.
I mean, do you know any more about that? Because I'm sure he showed you the map. I know y'all went through some of it last time.
And I'll admit, I downloaded the map because it's fun. It's a fun map. It's like, we all like mental little experiments. What you'd call like what would you call it? Just like a fantasy, just like a nice little.
Well, I mean, and I'm not saying that maybe the guy was completely like better than Nostradamus and knew this shit, maybe that's him. Maybe he was like the Ian West of his time, and drew this map. Which means one of two things. He may be right like a stuck clock, or this man was also on meth or crack at the time, probably in '85.
So just to put some things in perspective for our listeners so we don't further confuse them, it's 7,000 islands, just so people know. I'm sure he said 70.
He told me. Yeah. He said that because I said 7,000 islands. I said, so you're saying 1,000 per continent? He's like, no, it's 70,000. 70.
Oh.
70,000. And I remember that specifically because I was like, I'm not drunk. Did he say 70,000?
But by the way, just so people understand, the largest archipelago in the world is Indonesia. Indonesia has 71,000 islands. So Indonesia has that amount of islands and beyond. So Indonesia is like 71,000 islands plus. They haven't even named quite a number of their islands. So that's how large they are and how little explored Indonesia is. But the Philippines comes next, and it's about 17,100 islands plus.
Oh, and by the way, all this is in the article, and that's what's so funny. I didn't even catch this because I was too preoccupied with finding this. I just want to say he sent me the article, and I'm looking here. The title of the article even says Japan has discovered 7,000.
Thank you.
And this man said 70,000. And I remember it's because I repeated it. I said 7,000. He was like, no, 70,000. So he's got the article in front of him, and he's still saying 70,000. Anyway, I just had to say that.
Thank you. Yes, that's because he's got special powers, honey. You're forgetting the special Ian abilities to see things that you and I don't see.
Exactly. He's got the extra zero we're missing. He can see that zero that is hidden there.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
His clone helps him.
That's right. Yes, the one in Canada. Grimy Bear. Yes. Oh my God. So just so people know, the next biggest archipelago you have is the Philippines, as I said, and then after that comes Japan, and Japan has what until now was recognized as 7,000 islands. Now with the recount, what they have discovered is 7,000 more. So,
well, technically, it was 6,852, and now it is 14,125.
Thank you. Yes, honey. Yes. That's right. There. Yes.
Because I actually read articles and don't make up numbers. I'm like, yeah. And I also, the article he goes to say, he's going to prove to me that there are 7 continents. Yeah, there's nothing in here about a continent.
Well, there are 7 continents that are recognized by science.
7 new fucking continents.
New ones, he means. Yes, new ones.
7 new ones that are part of that stupid map, which I also have downloaded and I'm looking at.
Because it's fun.
It's
fun. It's cute.
Yeah, it's hilarious because it's like basically looking at us. There's this ice wall, which is what we would call, like the North Pole, South Pole. Apparently there's an ice wall throughout the entire world, right? And so the entire world has a circular ice wall that none of us can get past. But if we were to get past that, we would discover what in 1985 were called the number 1 is Gymnea. That would be one of the new continents. Number 2, I can't fucking see the word, it's too tiny. Number 3 would be Pitatia. And then number 4 would be fucking, if I know, Loris, Lazarus, Libris, the fuck. Maybe it's yours, Libris. Number 5 would be Timovi, and then atom spelled with a T, and then atin spelled with an E. So I don't know. We're going back to the Anunnaki there. And then what's really cool is if you can get outside that, there's another huge fucking ice wall. Then you can discover, which he apparently is not, he's only just going with those 7 new ones, because there's another one outside of there, which there are more. And there is Isis. That is a continent. His word is covering up another one, something Osiris maybe. Another one, the Isles of Anubis. And then the islands, tons of them, called the Talik, Anisha, and then the foremost Ultimia. These are all like, you know, the size of our continents. And then there's Lemuria and Atlantis. So those are outside not our first ice wall, but then our second ice wall. And then there's a little one in the middle of this ice wall called Porus. This is the second ice wall, not the one we could ever see. And then there's Odin. We've heard Odin before, right? Yes. And then it's funny how all these things come together. And then Bavaria something, you know, I mean, the names are boring. But then outside of that ice wall is another one called the Wall of Asgard. And that's a huge wall. And then something waste, because again, his words cover the fucking shit up. And then the frozen wall is to the right of that. And at the very top right of your 4 corners, like the top left is the walls of Asgard. Outside all these, the top right is the abyssal ocean.
Yeah, cool.
So
cool.
Yeah,
bottomless, just bottomless. Think of the horrible things that live there, that dwell there, just waiting.
I'm thinking that we brought them in, and one lives in Florida. Actually, a couple, Trump as well. I mean, you know, I was never like against like immigration and all that, wanting to build a wall, but maybe we do need to start looking at building walls, because these ice walls obviously aren't keeping the fuckers out.
Oh my God, it's delightful. So yes, honey, it's every day's an education for us. Oh my God, Amy's with us. Holy shit! I just noticed that now. I was too busy taking care of a bunch of stuff online. So Amy Como, I'm so glad you could join us, and of course, the two of you.
Yes. What continent do you come from, Amy?
Yes.
Would that be Odin, or are you more in the interior part of the after the second ice wall, like Isis?
Yes. Yeah.
Are you there?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you.
Okay. I was just talking to myself for a second.
Yeah, don't worry.
No, all this stuff is driving me crazy. I can't talk about freaking ice walls and maps and lands that don't exist. These people are sad. Like, all you have to do is take like 1/10 of what you've just discussed, and they can extrapolate it into something that's like fantastic and one of the best sci-fi movies for kids you could ever invent. But I just can't listen to it ever again. I'm just, nope, not doing it. No more flat Earth. Nope. Are
you sure? Because you don't want to swim.
Please.
Swim in the air, because I would like to swim in the solitaire ocean, but then again, the Arctic Ocean looks pretty cool. So,
I mean, you gotta.
I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared of the abyssal ocean. It's way too out there, dark and deep.
Yeah.
But I do have to say one more thing. I noticed one of the last continents that is out there past the second ice wall. I'm gonna have to let my son's best friend know that growing up, his name's Nehemiah, we call him Nemo.
Cool.
He actually has his own fucking continent. Like, I don't even have to worry about money anymore, man. All I gotta do is get this sucker. Like, we have our own continent.
Oh my God. So Amy, Amy showed me this wonderful, or wondrous, a very unusual series of of illustrations that were rather obsessive, with Benjamin Franklin as the major theme, doing all kinds of things, sports, bathing, everything but sitting on the toilet, though I'm sure she'll get to that at some point with everything else she shows him doing. So whatever her fixation with Ben Franklin is, she seems to have an interesting history. Went to Brazil with our lovely Amy Como, and maybe she'll share some of this story about this young lady who apparently feels that her grandfather might be Heinrich Himmler.
I don't like. I'd love for her to tell you the story because it was so long ago, and it's very vague, all that trip. And she was one of the people who first introduced me to the idea that Hitler was not actually killed in World War II, that he had come to South America. Like she, during our silent meditation during breakfast, had to tell everybody this.
During your silent meditation. That's
when you're all sitting there silently and she just kind of blurts this out. At the breakfast table, you say. I mean, that's even better. Just what's that?
Might have been a lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just before
it was so long ago. But I had explained to her that
what was that something you said beforehand? It was so what? It was so awkward, or what did you say it was?
The Ben Franklin stuff?
No. You were talking about at that breakfast or lunch. When
yeah. Well, she because she had kind of broached that subject about experimentation and kind of breeding farms.
Oh my God!
Right
before everybody starts eating. Yes.
Well. I mean, we'd been in this small group of like 13 for 2 weeks in Brazil, and it was a bunch of American women. And
what was
so
this?
She was pretty.
What was this? Were you all like detoxing, or was this like...
Kind of? We were getting a certification to teach integrative yoga therapy.
Okay.
With a couple. He's from Quebec and she's from Brazil, and they opened a yoga therapy training program.
Okay, and that's why she brought it up, because you're in Brazil, so she's kind of like saying, Hitler's here somewhere.
Well, and she thinks that Himmler,
yes,
like they don't know why her grandmother came to the U.S. pregnant and with lots of money.
Okay, cool.
So
why can't every woman have that privilege, that situation?
Oh yeah. Totally. Just get pregnant and then you'll have all this money and then you can travel to a foreign country, and just don't tell anybody who the father is, okay? And even if your grandchildren are like, hey, we look a lot like this old Nazi German guy, don't give it up. Don't tell the secret. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if her story's true, but she kind of, broke the ice for me to believe that you might be related to Hitler somehow also.
Yeah, so just because... Could you ever get in contact with her again?
Heck, I just sent you her stuff. She's making Ben Franklin's out of collage.
Oh, okay.
When I met her, she was doing silk painting.
Yes. Okay.
Which was
I'm
how
sharing
she
screen.
painted.
I'm sharing screen, so I'm going to go to the lovely Amy Como's page, and this is if you can see this, Brooke, because I know Amy's already seen it. So if you can see this, Brooke. This is rather, why?
She's from
It's what?
She's from Philadelphia.
Okay, so Ben...
This is her grandmother?
Himmler.
Who?
Himmler is her grandfather.
Himmler might be her grandfather, but...
No, but this is your grandmother?
No.
No.
Who is this? Whose page is this? Is what I'm asking.
It's this girl who went down to Brazil with her, and they were doing yoga, like a yoga course.
Okay, I thought you were saying it was all family doing that, so I missed that. This was just a random. I thought it was like your grandmother was saying. Okay, never mind.
But
no.
Yeah, go on. Go on.
Yeah. Blair Barber is her name. And there was graffiti that said Blair's Garage in Brazil when we got there. It was pretty funny.
Interesting.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, Blair Barber, and she is an artist. That's all she does. She, like I said, she was doing silk when she was in Brazil years ago.
Yes.
And she started these Ben Franklin things, and I wrote her back and I was telling her, Ben Franklin's in my heritage. Like it came up that
Is he
on my
really?
mom's side I share. Yeah.
Tell us about this.
No.
Ben Franklin, they also believe was like a serial killer.
Yes.
That's what I mentioned to her. And then she made all these collages for the Super Bowl, like one a day of Ben Franklin. Like, that's why they're all so kooky, I think, because I was like, Mary Shelley and
Ben it's like Ben it's not like he's attractive either, so it's a weird ass fetish. By the way, honeys, both of you, can you both see this? I mean, here we are. Just so you know, this is Heinrich Himmler, because Brooke has probably never seen or heard of this guy.
I just love it.
He looks just like he looks like Blair.
Okay.
Now, who's related to Heinrich Himmler? Who?
Blair, this artist.
The girl who did those Ben Franklin
So
paintings.
you're related to Ben Franklin that she's drawing odd photos of, like that no one would ever think to draw.
The only proof I have is the National Geographic DNA test. They say so, and therefore Abe Lincoln, Jesse James, and Ben Franklin were the only Americans that were linked in.
Wait a minute, to your family?
Through my mother's line, and they were all 20.
Is there a National Geographic DNA testing site?
There was. I don't think they have it anymore. They sent me an email and said I have to download it if I want to save it because they're ending the project.
Did you send your DNA in for that? Like, I know they have like meat,
Somebody gave it to me as a gift. Yeah, okay. They gave it to me as a gift. A statistician friend of mine was like, hey, take these DNA tests so that I have somebody to talk to about this with. And so I took 2 of them for her. And then they screwed up and sent me an extra one, which I gave to my friend. So we all had our tests read so that we could talk about what the results were. And they change all the time. That's what's so annoying about it, is it's like, they'll tell you, and then 2 weeks later,
they'll tell you this, and then 2 weeks later they'll tell you that. Maybe that's why they shut the site down.
Right?
But by the way, ladies, can you see this? This is Heinrich Himmler's acknowledged daughter. So this is Heinrich Himmler's acknowledged daughter. She grew up to be a very loyal Nazi and was maintaining the party connections long after the war. So she was definitely a honor to her father. And but she had always said how he was the best of fathers and this wonderful human being. Just so you know, he was obviously very academic. Surprisingly enough, he had no military experience and yet proved himself a capable military commander. So that's there we have that. Just very unusual, extremely talented individual who, of course, is propagandized against relentlessly and remorselessly, as they all are. So that gives people some perspective on this individual. As for and this actually may be his daughter years later. That might be her as she got much older and was like in her 60s, 70s. So Gudrun. So there we are, and a few more other pictures of her. So you're saying Blair looks something like this, I would presume, yeah?
I wouldn't say exactly like that, but she looks more like him.
More like him?
Yeah. No, his daughter has definitely different features, like in the mouth and the nose.
Yeah, his daughter actually looks attractive, yeah. At least when she's...
Very kind of pudgy, cute, but he has these cheeks, and his nose is more like hers.
Yeah, and he's
more
also
like
chinless. He's also pretty much chinless. He has almost no chin, so he's like, I wouldn't wish I wouldn't wish those looks on any woman.
Well, Blair was a pinup girl, a pinup artist for 2011, 2012. I don't know. She won some Philadelphia award for her pinup art.
Pinup art? But is
so
that,
she
posing herself, or
pinup models,
okay, but not herself.
Calendar girl.
Yeah, but she's
herself.
Oh, herself. Okay, so
Does she look like him? She must have got, like, he had high cheekbones. Maybe she got the better qualities of him.
Okay,
She's really pretty. I don't have any photos of her, but there's plenty. Like if you just look up Blair Barber, Blair, and then Barber is Barbour.
Okay,
She's on,
Barbour.
I think she's on Facebook still.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
But I signed up for an email, so I get every couple weeks I'll get an email from her.
Oh, wow. So, at any rate, so I'll maybe reach out to her and tell her I know you. I'm sure that will be a name to drop. There's no hostility.
Yeah, no, she might love to come on bandwidth. I mean, she probably has a lot to say. She's a little bit younger than me, not that much younger.
Okay.
Is she on Instagram? Does it say she's an artist, yacht chef, yogi, and magic enthusiast?
That sounds
That's
like her.
her.
Yeah. Holy shit. Well, what does she look like, honey?
Yeah, she's actually pretty.
Wow.
Told you.
Cool. Then I find it hard to square.
I think this is her because I think there's a picture of Ben Franklin on down here with sunglasses. I see a lot of other pictures that are similar like hers. Oh, she's got a cool I Love Lucy photo.
There you are.
And she's got a cool sea turtle thing. Man, I love sea turtles.
Oh.
I think that one's sold. Did you see her prices?
And you know what it says? Either posted that, it says Brooke Malley, which is so funny because that's the one I love.
That is weird. Yeah.
Yeah, like the one picture, like I click on the next picture of it and it says her, it's original. But the one that I click on with the Blair, the one of hers with the sea turtle, it says Brooke Malley, so this is love. And it's gorgeous. I would totally buy that if I fucking could.
Yeah, well, like Amy said, her prices are outrageous. She's selling that Ben Franklin crap for $800, $900 a shot. $900, really. I mean, that's almost.
Yeah, but this is like on a table.
Up your prices.
Yeah. What's that?
Up your prices.
Yeah.
Art isn't.
I guess you're right. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to make rent, and this chick is selling crap like that for.
Well, you won't even sell your stuff.
I know. We'll talk about that sometime, but it's just one of those things that. That being said, there's other things to do, perhaps with such skills.
Well, can you just make me a sea turtle one like she has this one if she's not going to sell it to me?
You'll have to show it to me. And we'll see.
How can I share? Can I share my screen right now and I'll show you?
Yeah, try sharing your screen, and then you can show us. Then you can.
I didn't know if you were still sharing yours.
Oh no, I'm not. By the way, when you start sharing your screen, it knocks the other shared off.
Oh, I didn't know. On my other one, it used to on our. Yeah. Maybe it wasn't Skype. My other work one.
So we see ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we were on Instagram.
And there's her with her son. Yes. And
okay.
Yeah.
So see, that's her.
That's her. Yep.
Holy shit.
She's really cute.
She does not look like Heinrich Himmler. At all. At all.
Okay. No. But look at this.
You have to take it up with her.
There's you can't see the I Love Lucy one because you can see the clip of it.
I see Grinch. I see I Love Lucy. It's right there with a nice big purple curl. Yes. There we are.
I thought it was cool. But look at this one.
Yeah, the turtle. Okay.
And look how it says Brooke Malley underneath it?
Yeah.
It's like it was meant for me.
Brooke Malley. Brooke Malley.
Okay, well, I'll take the last name, whatever. It just said Brooke and it's spelled correct.
Yes.
But that's like almost like it's like the size of a table you can make. God, it's gorgeous.
That's incredible. She's very talented. Thank God she does something else besides Ben Franklin. I was beginning to worry about her. I mean, it's so
she's very well supported. Her mom was always a really big supporter of her making art. So I think that's really important to a lot of success.
Okay.
Is it really does start with the people closest.
Are you still friends with her, Amy?
I really just got a hold of her because I saw that she was making these Ben Franklins, and I wanted to be like, didn't he chop up his slaves and reconnect them and try to bring them back to life with electricity?
But I thought you said y'all went on this retreat together, though.
Oh yeah, but it wasn't like we knew each other. Like these were just anybody interested in learning yoga for 2 weeks. Here you can get a certificate to teach. So a bunch of us just descended down in southern Brazil.
Well, I mean, it seems like this young lady might be a lot easier to deal with than someone like Marina Sarin.
Oh yeah, like she got back to me. She was
Did
just
she
like,
really?
you
Oh, for
know,
God's sakes! Well, then introduce us, honey. All you need to do is tell her that
Amy, how do you spell your name? Is that with an I-M? I can't remember. I'm not looking.
M. No, not AIM.
AMIE, honey.
I knew I had an I in it. That's what I was trying to think.
IE. Merci.
Yeah.
Amy told me
Here too.
Yeah,
it was free.
I think you should use her full name so she knows. I mean, there's a lot of Amy's, right? So Komu. I mean, spell it like it. Yeah, Komu.
Comeu.
MEAU. Yeah, as if it were pronounced Komu. No. It corrected it for you.
It
Goddamn
changes
spell check.
it.
Yeah,
I
spell
hate
check.
that.
I have bad luck with the Camus.
Now, yes, there we are.
Because the only time I've ever met a Camus was in 2020. Like I've told you guys, I think everybody on air. I don't think I've hidden this. Right when the shutdown was happening, came home in an argument with ex, about to be, and basically hit the parked car because there was parked suburban across the street. And so, yeah, anyway, and then he came out and was like, have you been drinking? And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, the 30 minutes I was waiting on you, I was drinking, and I had a couple beers before. He's like, well, I'm going to have to give you a DUI, or unless you're going to blow the breathalyzer. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure blowing a breathalyzer right now probably wouldn't be good since I've been in there drinking the last 30 minutes. So anyway, they dropped the DUI, but in the meantime, it was Officer Como that came.
That I did not hear, but
I never said his name, and never really, until I had to spell your name, I never put it together because and he actually wasn't bad. He was very nice to me. And I found out after the fact, I didn't know what to do because it was 2020 and then he shut down all the courts, right? And I did not know that that apparently the way it works now is if you have, like, especially like a DUI, if you were to call the officer that gave it to you before it hits to the solicitor, they, a lot of times, especially like if they don't have a reason not to, like, they'll reduce it. They can reduce it themselves, lower the ticket, just like when you go to your speeding case or whatever, right? They can drop it down without having to talk to the judge or whatever. And so, but I didn't know that. And I just waited in 2020, never heard anything. And then got the letter in 2021 or whatever that I needed to go to the traffic court for the ticket. And so then I reached out and called him, and he told me, and that's when I had to look up his name. How do you spell Como again? What the fuck? The ticket was about torn up. And so I remember typing it. But when I talked to him, he called me back and he said, the problem is it's out of my hands now. He was like, once it goes to the solicitor, he was like, then we have no more control over it. Like all we're done is turn our report. And then obviously if it goes to like where I have to testify or something to say anything, I would have to come to do that. He was like, but yeah, he's like, if you had called me back in, the first few months it happened, I could have looked at it and maybe done something. And I was like, well, great to know now. Thank you, Mr. Como.
Thanks for nothing, officer. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm putting, is this sold? Amy Como told me it was free. And you're looking to give it away.
I don't think that's a good way to start it, honey.
No, I probably shouldn't. Amy Como
did.
I'm just going to tell me about you.
So told me. Yeah, I don't think that sounds good either.
Tell me about your art.
Yes, about your art. Yes, there we are.
Yeah.
Much better. And art and love this. Sea turtle. Great. Yeah. And so everybody, I want to remind everybody, hit the upvotes. We get hit by lots of downvotes by the enemy as soon as we start transmission, which keeps us off searches. So the only way to get us back on searches is to provide us with as many upvotes as you can from as many IP addresses as you've got. So aside from that, these lovely young ladies are here with us in the opening hour. David Fitzsimons also says hello, as does Amor Fati. There's Blair Barbour.
I don't know, how is she doing that? I mean, obviously
she's under a aquarium that's they have aquariums where the tunnels, the aquariums are like you can walk through this tunnel area.
Yeah, but they made that one really cool, how the fish circle around, I guess just for those kind of pictures.
Yeah.
God. you need to be able to share pictures. We need to change your thing.
Yeah.
On your, you need to do this where you're sharing some of these pictures. I think it would be a lot more interactive and the audience would appreciate it.
Okay.
If like some of these pictures, when we talk about them, like for instance, that map,
Mhm.
if you would share them with the audience.
Yeah. Yeah.
And do you know that's very simple for you to do?
Wow. Well, I'll work with you to do that at some point. We'll do that.
Like if you just go into your channel
Uh-huh.
and then you go over to like videos.
Uh-huh.
But see, I don't have more than 1,000 subscribers.
Mhm.
I think I would assume you do.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's okay. The two of us can combine it. So look at you. Noah's mom got pulled out on stage at Harlem Globetrotters. What?
Yes, I did.
What was so how
This
how did
was
this happen?
So basically I took my son. This was right. Remember I told you his dad left on his like actual birthday, you know, for when he was turning, I guess, 11.
Yeah.
And so that was his next birthday. He was turning 12, and I like felt so bad because the divorce had just gone final or was going final. It was just been a bad year for him, and so I really wanted to do something special. So the Harlem Globetrotters were coming, and I not only bought tickets for him and I, but four or five of his friends from school. They're all 12-year-olds, and I bought like on the floor. We were second row on the floor. So we were like right there. So it's just, and I surprised him with it. And then we get there. So like, it was, you know, I paid literally like $100 and like $20, $30 per ticket.
Wow.
For like
Holy shit.
6, all of them. So it was a lot, but like I really wanted to do it for him. And so they were all excited anyway. But what this is, and I wouldn't have had it, but it was so sweet. I was only adult, like, you know, there, me and all these kids. But the lady next to me, she was so sweet when she realized what was happening. She recorded it with her cell phone. I never even spoken to her.
Wow.
And she told me and she sent it to me. But what happened was when the whole Harlem Globetrotters come out, you can see like people sitting over there. They're on the floor, like across that room.
Yeah.
And anyway, what happens is they did this little thing where they're doing a joke. And one of the Harlem Globetrotters kind of runs up and down like the 2 or 3 front rows right there where the seats are on the floor. And they act like they're like shaking hands, you know, or doing something funny. And they kind of get, you know, like all going, you know, and so the kids are all screaming and yelling and it's just kind of fun, chaotic. And you can, and the reason I'm saying that is because it has to be enough chaos that I'm not noticing the fact that then after the guy goes back out in the middle, like toward the audience, he holds up this bag and purse, and then he looks at me. He's like, "Am I missing this?" And it was my purse, and I was like, "Yeah." And so that's kind of, and then he's like, "Can you know come here?" and want me to come up, and I'm like, "No, no, no." And then you know he's like, "Come on," and then eventually like he comes and grabs my hand and makes me come up there. He's like, "If you want it back." And so they won't show me the purse or give it to me, and they keep playing these games, and that's what this is.
Okay.
You can't really hear it, but like I'm just standing there, and you can hear like my son back there screaming.
Yeah.
But they do some crazy stuff in it, and yeah, I could tell you a story more later, but it's kind of funny.
Well, that was
Like
wonderful.
he wants me to dance with him.
And they're enormous. They're huge.
Yeah, look how big.
Yes.
And he turns around to dance. He like makes you dance, and then he's acting like I'm the sexual one. Like, and I'm like, and then I think it's over. And he's like, "Come back."
Yeah.
But anyway, nobody else can see this, so it would be pointless to share it right now.
Understood. So that's adorable. So that's a wonderful experience. I'm glad that we were able to share what
Oh,
little
this
we
one
could.
you'll like even more, though.
Yes.
Hear it?
No, we can't hear it. But you're going through a car wash?
Yeah, you can see how sick I look because I felt really sick. And
Okay.
so this was back in like right in 2020, like I don't know, August or September. I don't fucking know, 20.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you could hear it. I'm like explaining to her. So what do I do with this?
The nose swab shit. Oh my god. And why would you take that if you're already sick?
I didn't know it was like I never had COVID and I was nervous and you had to do a drive-through. And I was like asking her all these questions like, well, is this going to hurt? And I don't know. And it's actually what I say is funnier. And I was like,
And so did it turn out you had COVID?
No, thank God. It just turned out I had the I don't know, cold or the flu or something. I didn't test for the flu, but anyway.
So did both?
Yeah, that's when.
Both of you ladies have never had COVID then?
No, I've
never had it.
Okay, you never had because you're isolated out in bumfuck nowhere. And,
I don't go nowhere. I don't go nowhere. I don't talk to people. I don't touch them. I certainly don't share any snot with them.
Well, if you were here with me today, you would be sharing snot because I've been blowing my nose all day.
You feeling like that because then like you have to like take yourself seriously and be like, I can't smoke anymore.
Yeah, I don't think I felt that serious.
No more smoking.
Yes.
That I hate it when I do that to myself. When I have to like get myself back on the rebound. Like no more of that.
Well, no, and I think, I've been sick for a while and, asking about COVID. I was actually that's what I was doing most of the day, again, was researching long-term COVID because I didn't have the injections. And, there's so much on that as far as, people seeing what the injections caused. Some people having obviously problems with that. And I was really watching a great thing that I actually am going to send to Doug and make him watch. Because he's made me watch enough stuff that it's very interesting by this doctor, but he had COVID, had long-term COVID and had the vaccines. But anyway, but the long-term COVID is really interesting, and I didn't believe in it until it happened to me. And I know that something with what's going on, just to me, it has to relate because, the GI issues just are so what a lot of people have had. I
will bring up that last April, I had a giant parasite removed from me.
Oh my God.
Like it was years. Like they did 4 stool tests. Uh-huh. And they said, and that was like when I first started getting sick, first started having trouble with my digestion, had really terrible periods, which I'd always had. And then I believed him. I was like, okay, so it's not parasites. 4 stool tests don't lie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then I started doing enemas on my own. And I'm like, wow, there's some parasites in there, even though they told me there weren't.
What were your symptoms?
I had really terrible digestion. I saw a naturopath. She was like,
but digestion, like
I
diarrhea.
could eat all day and nothing would give me energy. I couldn't do anything. Like I had no energy. I couldn't twists, teaching yoga, to do a twist was just the worst.
Yeah, but why were you giving enemas? Because if you had diarrhea.
No, I was doing the enemas because I thought I must have a freaking parasite.
And when you saw the parasites in your stool, what did they look like? Wriggling worms or what?
Yeah, the poops were moving. But they were little. So for 2 years, I was doing these enemas every 4 to 6 weeks. And then I just got to the point where I was like, you know what? I really need to get treated for this. Why is nobody listening to me?
Yeah.
So what kind of worm?
So you were medically gaslighted, but go on.
Over and over again. It's not even it's not one situation. It's every time I go to the doctor.
Right.
Well, what kind of parasite did you have is what I'm asking.
So I had a giant tapeworm. It might have been 3.
Yeah, a tapeworm. Yeah, you can definitely see that.
Yeah, it was once he gave me, it was the one that starts with a P. You can get it at the farm store. I took that one and he gave it to me. But it came as one. They had to order it from the pharmacy because it comes by weight. So they take your weight and then they treat you according to your weight. Mm-hmm. And then when I took it, I also took a bunch of magnesium, and the whole thing just ended up in the toilet. And I have been so grateful ever since.
Oh my God.
Tapeworms are as a matter of fact, I think I may have even gotten a tapeworm when I was a kid. I want to say that, or maybe it was a roundworm. It was roundworm because I had a little circle on my chest. It was from a cat. That's what it was.
I had two. There were those also. The roundworms and the tapeworm.
Yeah, the roundworm though is just on your skin. It's like a little rash and it's round. But I do know tapeworms. That was what I was telling you, that crazy hospital, and that man came out yelling. that crazy old man, and he was like, I told Douglas this. He was like, this is like this 70-year-old black man that had been like crackhead, and he like comes out of his room that morning, and he's like yells into everybody, I need the nurse, and this was when I was locked up in the crazy ward for the one night, and I told you there were real crazy people, and he wasn't even as crazy as most of them. He was just gross when he comes out saying this, and they was like, why? The nurse is all grumpy. Why do you need me? There's something moving in the toilet. What do you mean there's something in the toilet? It means I just took a shit and there's things moving. There's worms. They're all crawling in it. And I mean, this is breakfast time before I'm like I could ever eat there anyway, but it was just another, like, did he just tell, did I hear that correctly? Like, and he said multiple ones. So I don't know. Wasn't something you just wanted to announce in front of the whole world, but I've now shared it with everyone else so that mental image you've all got. Well, he also came out only wearing his underwear, by the way, because he was just ran out of the bathroom. It was also nice, right?
Thought to put those on.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It could have gotten any worse there after the guy that ran around trying to escape from the crazy side because there were stores, and then he somehow got through, and that's when they put on like, oh God, the guy running around with his shit in his hand trying to rubbing it in his own hair.
Oh Lord. I think that it's just a catch-all. The psych ward is just like people who need a lot of help. Nobody knows what's wrong with them. It's just a catch-all.
Well, it's all a fake thing. It's just like I said, the reason I went was because I was being drunk and disorderly outside in my yard. Same fucking probably week that I got the DUI. Like it went back to back because I was just going through hell and high water with the shutdown, and then having a bad relationship move in with me and my family that was already going to hell. Like we were already fighting, and she lived on a liter of vodka, and I would decided to turn to that to help me cope with it. So got in a fight, and then the officer's there, and I was like, well, fuck you. And he's like, well, you're going to jail for disorderly conduct. And I was like, oh no, I'm not, because I just gone to jail last week for this hitting this car across the street. So I was like thinking, I am not going back to that motherfucker. And he's like, I was like, you're not taking me back to jail. I'll fucking kill myself. And then he said, oh, are you saying you're suicidal? And then I thought for a minute, in a drunken, which you can call that thinking. And I went, yeah, I guess I am. And he's like, okay, then. He still put me in handcuffs, but instead of going to the jail, which was great, I ended up in the normal hospital, which was still fine. Till I found out they put the normal, like they put there's, at the hospital, they have scrubs, and they'll put you in green scrubs, apparently, or purple scrubs if you don't have, like, your clothes, I guess. You do the purple scrubs in Greenville. That just means they're sending you to a worse place, which is where I got sent. And, like, and I arrive at this place at, like, 2 or 3 fucking a.m. And I will say that about, like, my ex, even though we were fighting, she had sobered up by then. I had sobered up by then. And given the address where I was going, I said, this is what I'll go home. Get me, like, I was like, they were saying, she can have something to sleep. She can be there up to, they're going to do a 72-hour hold. It's like, oh my God. Well, it still didn't sound that, like, 72 hours sounded bad, but I was like, okay, like, had no idea what I was in for. And so she had gone home to get my shit. This will tell you how bad it was. I arrived, and I'm just, like, looking like, oh my God, like, I can't even believe they took me in. She said when she pulled up, and she's a nurse. She is an RN. She's an emergency room nurse. She pulled up to this place, and because I had 2 choices, and she had said, well, don't go to that one, because she had heard of that one, and she actually, her mother had been suicidal at one point in her life, so she knew, like, and don't go there. And the other one she'd never heard of, and so I'm just trusting her. She's out in the middle of fucking the country, like Traveler's Rest, so it's like 30-minute drive, 45, and so I'm like, okay, we pick this one. Or it was like a bad move, apparently, because she said she actually dropped on her way in carrying the stuff. She said she dropped her, and every time she told the story, she would cry. She said she would, and it made me cry just thinking. She's like, she just dropped to her knees and just, like, couldn't, because if you saw it and you see it at night, like, it was just like, imagine the oldest, worst, like, large-looking school building, like those old elementary, but, like, expanded and gates, and, like, real, and it's just horrible looking from the outside, like, dilapidated. You can imagine the inside. And
people are in there for years. They end up in there, and there's nobody to get them out.
Well, it's a catch-22, not in South Carolina anyway. So what reason I only, thank God, and I have to do the 72-hour. And then when I got in there, people were even telling me more depressing things. They're like, oh no, they'll probably hold you for a week at least. So-and-so's been here for a week. And, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like thinking, I cannot, like I had already made a thing, like a thing on my door. I told Douglas this, like on my window, because she had a window and I could see the road from my window that pulls up, and I didn't know exactly how road you got down. I could see the road that people would come in or out, like visitors or whatever. And I could see it down this hill in the grass. And I had marked my window. There was a curtain, and I had marked my window with like a picture, because we had paper, and like marked it with like all colors. Like when I would get the call, like I have marked my window. I was like, in my car is one of those glass breakers. So like if you go underwater, if you're in a wreck, you can punch your glass and it'll pop the glass, you know. I was like, you get that. I don't give a shit. I was like, and if you cannot get me out, if I have to spend another night here, bring me out. I said, I don't care if I have to, like at that point, I was literally thinking, like my mind, it was irrational, but I couldn't be rational in that place, because I was like, I can't do it. I cannot do this. And I to profit, I was like, I don't care to go on the fucking run. Like I guess I'd have left my kids and my dogs and just been on the run. Or I would have been like, send me to prison for a year, but don't send me back to this place for one night. But what she found is, she called, and luckily, because she was an RN, able to get my doctor on the phone, and my psychologist, who I never really got to meet, with my doctor, because they only come in, and I got taken on Saturday, so he'd come in. I actually spent 2 nights, because that night I came in, I didn't come in until like 4 a.m. So then I was there that day and then spent the next night. So I met him that Monday morning, and I ended up getting out. But the psych guy who had been there, who would meet like 3 times a day in these little group meetings or whatever, but he had an individual one with me twice. And the second one, you know, he told me, I don't know which one, but he was like, the one he told me I was getting out, and that he had pushed the doctor to let me out. He said, look, I know you don't need to be here. He was like, that's the problem. He's like, we sit in those groups. He's like, we all see who needs to be here. He was like, I've got one person right now. He's like, that I am fighting to keep in, because he obviously needs to be here. Probably the worm guy, who knows, but there are plenty of people that need to be there. But he said, but insurance won't pay anymore. And this guy, a lot of them are on Medicaid, you know, or Medicare, like free insurance, but they wouldn't pay. It was his last day. And he's like, he obviously needs to be here. He's like, but they're saying you got to cut and go. He said, where's the other one? He said, and he did tell me, I had to push the doctor, and your ex obviously helped, being an RN, and saying that she was taking, you know, custody of you as far as the shooting medically, and, you know, agreed that, you know, if there's anything, like I had a doctor, all that. So like there was no issue not to let me go. And he had pushed for it. He's like, but the reason that they're wanting to hold you is because your insurance, you have good insurance.
And
he's like,
juice
so
it. Yeah.
Shit. So like that's why they were telling me, like, even though South Carolina set a state minimum hold of 72, which I luckily didn't. And that was the other thing that helped me, was she pushed it to because of COVID, because COVID was starting, and they were saying if anybody, what they were going to do is, if anybody tested for COVID positive in there, then they were going to have to be locked. They were going to have to put a lockdown on it.
Right,
and there would be no way till you get out. And so that was the other thing she was pushing. She's like, she's got kids, you can't get her locked in there. So I got, you know, COVID kind of helped me get out of there probably as well. Thank
God, it was good for something. So honey,
yeah, that's
I have
the
to
only thing, right?
Yes.
Like halfway put me in there, but then halfway helped me get out, I guess.
So Amy, did you want to respond for that before I bring Peter on?
I feel like you've done a really great job exploring the ins and outs of how to get in and out of one of those places, what not to say to a cop when you're drunk.
Yes, never, ever,
No,
ever.
I think that's what we really need to emphasize, is that you don't want to get in there, and one way to stay out is to don't do stuff that's going to make your body hurt.
Yes.
I mean, here's the thing, and if you're going first of all, drinking is, and being drunk would not be the thing. But my other thing is, if you're like, I don't know if y'all are keeping up with the Murdoch trial, but just in general, if someone's about to arrest you and you know you're going to jail for first-degree murder forever, you know, you have no choice. That maybe say you're going to kill yourself, right? You know, I mean, maybe you want to be somewhere else before you go to prison forever. But if you're facing like a disorderly conduct, or for me, I mean, it was going to be, you know, a couple of hours in jail.
Yeah.
But for anything, I mean, fuck. I don't know
Yeah.
But in South Carolina, those are bad places.
Understood.
And
I love you both. We'll bring you both back on when Peter retreats into the gentle night.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. You do not let me know ahead of time exactly if you're going to need me or not. You do it the very last minute. And then when I am talking, God forbid, we go over a couple of minutes into Peter's time. But yet every time, whether it's me or Amy or anybody else you've asked to come back on, Peter can go 30 minutes, an hour or two over. And it's just disrespectful. And I don't know if it's you or Peter doing it.
No. I'll take full responsibility. We'll talk about it later. Love you dearly.
We've never discussed it on air before, and we've discussed it privately before, and there's never been a change.
Well, honey, we will talk about it, and I love you dearly. I'll end the call for now and restart it.
Okay, don't call me back tonight, and don't call me back again. And I get rushed off because he's now. Oh God, we're 1 minute late. We better go. God forbid. I'm sorry.
That's not how to
so
take
sorry.
it. That's not how to take
okay.
it. We'll speak later privately. I love you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Bye.
Bye, Amy.
Bye, Amy. I'm sorry I talked too much, and I'm sorry I got into that story.
Yes. Love you both. Bye. Okay, and okay, so with that, we start the call with Peter Moon. Okay, press the buttons there, and buttons have been pressed in a number of ways. There we are, dear Peter, and so glad to have you with us. By all means, take the stage.
Okay, well, welcome to those of you who tune in to listen to me at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard or time. We'll be moving to daylight time in, I think, a couple of weeks, if not next week.
Oh my
God. Be aware of that. I always preferred standard time myself. But,
thank you.
Yes, because daylight time has to do with us still being at war.
Yes.
With the Third Reich, yes. Legally at war with the Third Reich.
Yes.
The Allies signed peace with the army,
yes.
But not with the duly recognized, legally
elected government
of the Third Reich.
Yes.
That was elected by the German people.
Yes.
So that's why we're on daylight saving times. George Knight has, voluminously posted on this.
Yes.
And I put some mention of it in the book. So anyway, this is why we have daylight saving time. Yes. Originally had to do with keeping the lights off, keeping things dark.
Yeah.
To avoid bombs and that sort of thing.
Actually, the insanity of it was there was supposed to be, quote unquote, more daylight because people were getting up earlier, and beyond that, it was going to save them from having to turn on electric lights, as Peter Moon says. So that's where the darkness comes in, and just so many other stupid rationalizations that make no sense. And the few times that people said, "Come on, we got to stop this," then the government said, okay, and they made daylight savings 365 days a year, at which point people were getting up pitch black. I was going through busing as a young child at the time, and my parents were waiting, with myself and other children. Parents were with them because it was pitch black, and they're taking the children out to be stuffed on buses in the darkness, and all kinds of injuries and other things were going on that led them to finally shut that down. And now when they're saying let's stop it again, then they're saying, well, we can't go to standard time all year round. They never explained why. They said we can only go daylight savings all year round like we tried before, and that was a disaster. So the reason why they can't go back to standard time again is they'd have to declare peace with the Reich. So this is the horror. We're in a horror story, a never-ending nightmare. So turning it back to Peter on that note.
Oh yes, and as far as I heard just the last minute of our dear friend Brooke mentioning time. It should be pointed out, just so she's aware, really takes cognizance of the fact that I have a professional relationship with Douglas, yes. And we're engaged in a professional activity. So when he has me on a specific time, it's all about business.
Yes.
And speaking of business, we need to support Douglas.
Thank you.
So in a sense, I'm buying his time. And if you want to buy time from him, you're more than welcome to. I will recede and change my schedule. If you want to buy, I'm serious.
Let's not do that. Yeah, there's no need.
Well,
for
I will still be there. But if she wants to buy time, like I'm doing from you, it's fine. But Douglas doesn't have a advertising department, so to speak, or but any contributions to him are needed and respected.
Thank you.
So just to put that in context, we do have a professional relationship.
Yes.
We do have a friendship as well. Yes. But so anyway, I hope that this helps her understand, if not assuages the facts, and you can explain that to her if she's not listening.
I'll do my best.
But, yes. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to read the story, The White Bat, which is about 10 pages. There's a whole book called The White Bat, The Alchemy of Writing.
Yes.
But I'm going to read the entire story tonight.
And
because
his wife is on the cover, just so people know, an added selling point.
I don't think it sells the book at all. Because, I just don't think it does. If it did, be a lot more sales.
Yes.
But anyway, I forgot about that, actually. I'll have to remind her of that. I did remind her of something tonight. Yeah. So anyway, the first thing I'm going to address, though, which will parlay into this incredible dream I had of a white bat, which is just, it foretold my future. And this is in 1989, before I even got involved in time travel. And I will read from it and comment as I go through the story. Now, so you get the context, and this is also for the benefit of my friends going on the journey to Chocolate Bean Cave, the Galactic Dream workshop we're doing in August of this year. Now, but first I'm going to address this, one of my, call her, and I do believe it's a her. I was confused there for a while. But we'll call her Angel, because it's not her real name. She posed as Angel. But she's been listening. I hope she's listening tonight. And she was questioning me on certain things. She says, with all the time you allegedly spent with Preston, allegedly is an interesting word, because I did spend a lot of time with him, allegedly. I like that. It's cute. It's cute. I don't think she means it in a pejorative way, but okay. And I did spend I think there is some confusion here. Anyway, with all the time I allegedly spent with Preston, I would think you have many keys that would be helpful to unlocking a lot of programming that would help folks along. Montauk kids have many magical abilities and we're trained to use them. Can you imagine how this fucktarded place would benefit from those abilities when used for good and the benefit of all mankind? Sadly, the programming not only has us versus them, my dick is bigger than yours, and I'm the only one who knows whatever, just fill in the blank, facts. It also has a huge separation program designed to keep folks from uniting that prevents them and us from getting together and working together. These are important points that I can understand why somebody would think. Because the simple fact is, when they program kids together, their collective energies and gift sets and abilities ramp way up and they're unstoppable. The powers that be can't have that. Then they lose their grip. They prefer to keep folks on the hamster wheel of us versus them game. So how about using those program keys I'm sure you've learned and helping folks heal? It says, I made a comment that this is not where I go. And I kind of told her that. But I will explain why. And Douglas will certainly have some things to kick in on it, I'm sure. He says, you hung with Preston, didn't you? Preston was a programmer, amongst other things. Surely you gleaned something from him that would help. And whilst I'm asking, if he said the answer to this somewhere, I missed it. So kindly enlighten me. What did they program the kids to do exactly? Yeah, time travel, blah, blah, blah. The polite stuff, easier for the public to swallow than coming out with the horrible shit we all know exists. So many sleepers surely have a purpose, if not several. What is it? Now, I'm going to take this back to these kids having magical abilities, trained to use them, and that people could benefit from these abilities when used for good for the benefit of all mankind. Now, this parlays into my dream of the white bat. But first, I'll kick back to part of what stimulated my dream for the white bat. Dracula turning into a bat and then a white bat, and then into a whiter version, the antithesis of what we know as Dracula in the archetypal movie stuff. So anyway, I had read perhaps, I don't know, sometime around my last year of high school, I'd read Bram Stoker's Dracula. And I found it a very gripping book. And it took all of that, stuff I'd seen in the movies and kind of like put it into a new reference frame, because it was telling you this is what the movies are based upon. Not necessarily the truth, but what the movies are based upon. Because the book is I have a whole book here, and you can invite it to read this book, that says Dracula Invades England by Christina Arteni, Universitas Press. This is a Romanian friend of a friend who goes to explain how Bram Stoker was trying to vilify the heritage and nation of Romania through that book. And she goes into laborious detail. And she lectured on this via Skype at Atlanticron last year, and I was very disappointed because I didn't know about it. The whole lecture was in English. The only lecture other than the NASA people that was in English. Wow. And I would have listened to it had I known. Yeah. Because I often retreat to some part of the island during that because I just don't understand the Romanian. But anyway, so when I read that book of Bram Stoker, he's talking about all these incredible metaphysical powers that Dracula in the book had. And, he could climb up walls. He was like, he could command animals, insects. He just had tremendous influence. What would be similar, if not identical, to what L. Ron Hubbard described as OT abilities, operating fate and operating spirit abilities. Now, of course, Hubbard didn't give them in such a negative, wasn't trying to control rats and stuff like that and insects. Although I'm so sure people would be quick to say that's what he was doing. But no, it was much more, I guess what you'd say, colorful and enticing than what Bram Stoker offered. However, when I read that, I said, what if these powers could be used for good? And that really touched me deeply. I said, I know he had these powers. Now, power is power, I said. What if you use power for good? And when you put power in people's hands, they do funny things. Not to say everybody does. And of course, Joseph Matheny noticed this with the Meta Machine. He created this incredible synchronicity generator. And when people would find out about it or whatever, they get wildly possessive of it, because he had created a genius piece of software that had hardware. It was living in hardware. And he told me I was the only one that didn't act like that. Because I recognized it as his power. Yes. It wasn't my power. It was his genius. Right. Just like with the Vox Arca. I don't want to play with the Vox Arca. And the Vox Arca, for people who are new, is this incredible device that Douglas stole from the Defense Department. Yeah, theft. Yes. Real theft. And and of course it was billions of dollars put into it to, control you.
Yes.
And of course he stole it, which was a noble act, actually.
Thank you.
And that'll be part of the book we're writing, and it's part of many lectures he's given. But there's people who wanted to use Douglas's, and this would kill them if they used it. Yes. It's practically killed Douglas. Yes. So that's a whole nother. It's an occult device, and we're not going to go down there. But the whole idea is when people get exposed to power, they will do funny things with it, stupid things. It makes their head go crazy. It's sort of like you hear these stories of people who win the lottery and they end up spending all their money and then ending up in an addiction counseling amongst themselves,
Yeah. They don't know how to handle it.
Yeah. Being stupid. Why couldn't you just, some of these people win huge amounts of money, and athletes have the same problem.
Yes.
They get all this big contracts and then they end up going broke.
Sad.
Yeah. Sad and stupid because, there was this one guy, and this went back, his name was George Foster. He was a home run champion for Cincinnati. And then the Mets, I guess, took him as a free agent, signed him to this big contract for the time. And of course, his production, went way down. You get paid. And this happens with a lot of athletes. They can't produce at the level they were doing. You get paid and you're kind of done.
Yeah. And
he was like, they broke down, when he went broke, they broke down his expenses in the paper. And he was paying like over $20,000 a year for a limo service. Now, $20,000 doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, it's a lot to an average person, but like to somebody, he was probably only being paid $500,000 a year or something at the time, which is in the early 80s. Now, you figure almost half of that's going to be taxes, and he's not managing it well. So it's like, in all these expenses they were showing, but it's like, he had, he was acting like a rich person, and it's like he didn't know how to handle money. He later went completely broke and was applying for assistance to some fund they have in Major League Baseball to help people. And he's just an example of people who've even earned more money. That was a long time ago in the early 80s. Yes. But it happens routinely. And not with all of them, but in any case, wealth, power is something that people will use. Like, for example, my Qigong teacher, he taught his brother. His brother, I think, he taught him Qigong and the martial arts. And when his brother learned from him, he went out and proceeded to, beat up everybody who'd ever wronged him in his life.
Jesus.
And, he said, I didn't tell you to do that. And he says, like, when you give somebody power, and he was very particular about who he taught. Maybe that was one of the reasons why. Yeah. He says, if I teach you something, it's not my responsibility what you do with it, but you better not do wrong with it, because if you do, I will hunt you down. Yes. Now that was an implication that, after this life, you're still a student, yes. You're still answerable. You're accountable if you start misusing, what you learned. So he was very particular about who he taught and what he taught to whom. Although he'd also say that he'd put in a disclaimer, I'll teach you to be powerful, but if you misuse the power, that's on you. So I was impressed by this power, like saying, wow, what if one could use this for good? And that was kind of seeding this dream of the white bat. Okay, taking Dracula and transmuting that ability, that energy into something else. Now, what this lady is asking me about these Montauk kids having many magical abilities and were trained to use them, and how we could benefit if these kids who were sleepers could come alive and, massage humanity and pat them on the back. It's a very nice idea. Very nice idea. Yes. And then she's alluding to the fact that there's a separation program. People are bragging, my dick is bigger than yours and I'm the only one who knows. And this is, this does happen.
Yeah.
And many cases, people are the only one who knows, because they are the only one that knows the solution for that's in their mind, because it's in their mind. It's the way they see it. It's not necessarily true for the other person. And it's designed to prevent us from getting together and working together.
That's right.
And I remember Duncan Cameron asked me one time, he says, when is this thing all going to, get together where we're all together on the same page? We're all like, and like kind of, he had an idealistic form that, there's going to be a Montauk Project movie and people are going to be healing and this, and he's going to be paid and all this stuff. That was a pipe dream.
So
That's
sad.
not the way the universe works.
That's right.
And the way the universe would have worked for him is I offered to write a book with him and he wouldn't do it. He cogitated over it. He, hemmed and hawed. He finally, he said, he asked information, meaning his source of information. It would take him 11.24 years to do the book himself.
Yeah.
And it would be incoherent.
Yeah.
But what would have happened so you talk about working with, he's like the ultimate Montauk programmee. It's like, what would happen if I sit down with him like I do with you and stuff begins to sort out.
Right.
Stuff begins to sort out. But then what's going to happen? He's going to have visceral reaction. He's going to throw objects. He's going to, go apeshit crazy because he would do that.
Yeah.
And not with me, because I didn't work with him like that. I would not have worked with him in a therapeutic context, although it would have been therapeutic. I'm doing a job writing a story. There is a therapist role, but it's like I'm not, the therapy is incidental.
Yes.
And it's just something that he was incapable of and unwilling to. So that would have probably been a very healing act for the morphogenic grid entirely, because he was so tied to it.
Yeah.
But that's not something he was willing to do.
Tragic.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I'm hanging out with Preston. Well, I hung out with Preston in this respect, in two respects. First, I worked with him on the book, and he opened his doors to me. I got to see how he worked with Duncan and stuff like this to a certain extent. But say when Stuart Swerdlow came to town and he started getting involved with him, and there was a lot of interest in that. People were sitting outside of his door listening, waiting to hear the latest with Stuart. I didn't get involved in it because I was busy doing what I was doing. I wasn't like a junkie for this stuff. Right. When I did hear the story from Preston about Stuart Swerdlow going back to the time of Christ, I said, Preston, he lectured at it at Psychotronics. I said, that story, when I talked to him on the phone the next day, I said, that is like an A+ for a story, for creativity. He says, well, it's not my story, it's Stuart's. And it came out under regression. Now, there are all sorts of issues involved with Stuart Swerdlow, which is one of the, premier Montauk people. And there are issues with all of these people who were programmed, and they're not ready to come out of the woodwork and be friends with each other. Quite the contrary, in instances where people have tried to do therapy on each other, and they want to charge money for it. And it's like, okay, this is not going in the right direction.
Right.
And she's totally right. Sets themselves up to, I'm better than you are. I have the keys. Now, as far as keys to the programming, I was not involved in any of the deprogramming sessions. It wasn't, as what's that guy said, that idiot that did Mueller. It's not my purview. It's not my purview. It's not my purview. I separated myself from that because that's not what I do. I'm not deprogramming Montauk boys or Montauk girls for that matter. It's just not what I do. I'm a writer, and I have a mission as a writer. Now, did I learn a lot of inside stuff? Well, yes, but as far as codes for, helping these kids or releasing them, no, not per se. But I would also see it's very important. It says, how about those programming keys I'm sure you learned in helping folks? Well, I do have keys, very important keys, but they might not be what you want to hear, but they're the most important keys, because people will be dismissive of the keys.
Yeah.
Because if they weren't dismissive of the keys, first of all, they'd already figured them out or encountered them. And then once they employed them, it frees you from your preconceived prejudice, prejudging. So I'm prejudged all the time. And here is a case of an innocent prejudgment that I would know all this stuff that Preston knew. The first thing I would say, if Preston knew any keys, any real keys, he would have used them for his own benefit. And you see somebody who was a genius, incredible genius when it came to electromagnetics. He was also very used and abused himself. And he ended up living out his life in sort of destitute, sad way. He was not able to elongate his life. In fact, he was working on something. He was trying to invent a machine to, technology to prolong his life. Now, of course, this is the way he thought. He was mechanical. He was real good with machines. He was real good with technology. This is what he knows.
Yes.
But it would be much better to eat a good diet, just for starters.
Thank you.
101.
Yes.
It's like he was divorced from his own health and his own physical condition. And this is something we're all stuck with. It's the wound we come into this world with, the suffering, the wheel of samsara. In astrology, it's Chiron, the wounded healer. You have Chiron in your chart. You're born with a wound. And it's everybody has it. Now, it's how you deal with that wound. Right now, Chiron is in Aries. If you look where Aries is in your chart, you'll see what you're working on. And there's also where you were born. And so the wound is something that each individual has to work with one themselves. But of course, it starts, we're born into this world and we have to negotiate, our physical life. We have to eat food that's good for us. We have to negotiate our parents. Some parents are overprotective. Some parents aren't protective at all. Some parents are abusive. Some parents are okay. Some parents are good. Some parents are bad. It's all sort of potpourri of roulette where you go into. And this is part of your orientation. But where I can help people, and the real keys and the keys that I learned were from Montauk, but I want to point out to you because this person is just kind of new to us and new to me. My investigation of the Montauk Project, and you can read the silver anniversary of the Montauk Project, which has two investigations: the linear investigation, which is journalistic, facts, real circumstances, and an occult investigation, which deals with my experiences in synchronicity and all of the occult stuff that cropped up in investigating, trying to verify it. So I was using two separate investigations. The occult investigation was almost exclusively myself. When I did the book, I was amazed to see how much the journalistic investigation involved Preston Nichols. We were going out there all the time. And we documented that they were using radar out there in present time. It was influencing animals. It was tied to a company, Cardion Radar, which was purchased by Siemens. That was the company for the Third Reich. So there were very intriguing connections. And the operator of the radar was from Brookhaven Labs. And he tried to have us arrested. And there was eventually, with the journalistic investigation, Preston and Duncan were ticketed on Camp Hero for being on area that was forbidden but they really weren't on the area. There was a big trial. They tried to keep everybody out of the room.
Wow.
Preston won the trial. The judge was concerned because he used to walk on that area. So Camp Hero, as a result of that trial, eventually was opened up to the public because it was illegally kept from the public. Now, then as part of the occult investigation, and the journalistic investigation all came around the ownership of the property. They dovetailed to where I discovered there were ancient pyramids on that property. And I wrote a book, The Pyramids of Montauk. And so
these kind of like the Cahokia Mounds?
No.
Okay.
Not like the Cahokia Mounds at all.
Okay.
They're relatively small compared to that.
Okay.
They were, pyramids, I guess the librarian in East Hampton said, "Oh, sand dunes. They were not sand dunes.
Oh my God.
They were pyramids, and they used them for ceremony. They had underground. They were blown away, I think, in the 1938 hurricane, which was huge in Montauk and Long Island. So nobody knows much about them except they were in a book that I found, The History of Long Island. There was no explanation of them. But I did find out that the family name of the Montauks were the Pharaohs, and they were the royal tribe of Long Island. And so their name were Pharaohs. So, I became friends with the shaman of the Montauk Indians, Sharon Winona Redbird Jackson, and I'm still friends with her to this day. And she, after many years, introduced me to another shaman, called him the Medicine Man, Red Medicine, Artie Crippen. Now, Artie was key. He's actually half Chinese from his mother's side and half Native American, Montauk Indian and Shinnecock on his father's side. And when you're born a shaman, you're a shaman. It's not something you go and read a book in a New Age bookstore, how to be a shaman. These people are born into the tradition. They have a gift. And these were two of my best friends in the tribe. Other ones to mention are Louise Boyd and her daughter, Gail Eveningstar. Gail remembered the pyramids. But, Louise passed away long ago, and Gail has lost touch with her. But it was the shaman, Artie Crippen, the medicine man, who introduced me to Qigong and my teacher. And this was the greatest gift of my life. This is like, I wasn't resonating with all this mind control.
Right.
This took me to another level where I studied with his teacher. I studied with him for a year, did his stuff for a year. That sort of pre-qualified me to work with his teacher, Roosevelt Gainey. And there I began to accelerate with Qigong and breathing. Breathing is at a much higher rate. Now, somebody said to me, well, when you talk about Qigong, you're not talking about, and I give a lot of anecdotal stories when I talk about Qigong when I'm teaching it.
Yeah. But
this person was sort of saying, well, talking more about, I guess, filling your head with facts. And I had one time, at my teacher's request, gone to a seminar, a Qigong seminar he was giving at another teacher's place of business. And he asked me to come. And I said, I really don't have the money to come. I mean, and he says, no, don't worry about that. He says, just come in because I want you there. And he had me and a few of his other students there because he wanted us as chi props to put chi into the room.
Talk about being exploited.
Oh, wow. He wanted us there, but it was obvious. I figured this out afterwards. It wasn't exploitive. We're learning. I mean, you're learning in that sense. I mean, you're learning big time. It wasn't like I didn't get anything out of it.
Yes. But
all these other students from the other teacher were like, sitting there with their legs crossed, intellectualizing everything. And this is often done with Tai Chi people. They're intellectualizing the the process of the chi and how it flows. And they over intellectualize it. And there's no power in this. There's no power in the head like that. You have to breathe it and do it. And I explained to this person, I said, once you're breathing, then you can start to learn what you're supposed to learn. Like, you're not, it's kind of like if you're going to, make somebody, let's say we're going to teach them football and you don't do any physical training. You don't, you do weight training, you're sitting out there hitting those, pads and, fighting it out. Then you're ready to play football. Then you can learn some plays. But if you sit there and you're learning all the plays and you're getting all significant and you go out there against people who are conditioned, you're going to get, what's the point? You don't need it. You have to be strong, and fast or whatever it is so that you can execute. And this is why breathing and stretching and the various things and standing, the things you do in Qigong, it equips your mind to know what the hell you're talking about. It makes the body stronger, makes the mind stronger. So what happens with people who are programmed vis-a-vis the super soldier, they are, as this person says, in a fucktarded place.
And it's true. It's true.
It's true. And it's like they're not about to get out of that. Because in many cases you say, yeah, they know, they've seen all this stuff. They're experienced. They're victims. And as my teacher used to say, he says, well, I could do this for you and that for you. He says, but you don't pay me enough to do this. Just listen to what I say. Pay your $30 a class or whatever you're paying, and just do what I say. And, but I'm not going to sit there and, babysit you. And it's amazing how many students just, go their own way. Or somebody look at me, you actually do the exercises. Well, yes, of course I'm supposed to do the exercises. Wow, that's neat.
Well, these people expect it to be magic. Yeah.
Well, why are they going?
You do wonder. Yes.
Yeah, it's like they go and, okay. It's like, do we take this seriously? I noticed the whole thing with Scientology. I really did stuff. And I noticed what I did, it separated me from people. It's too esoteric to explain what's going on there. But some people are just kind of like, oh, I'm part of a group. We're getting together and working together, as she says. Getting together and working together. I had a very dear friend in Scientology. We used to play football together. And we reunited before he passed away, some years ago.
Thank goodness.
And my Mary Ann met him. I took him to the opera, and she referred to him as Mr. Saddy. He had sort of a sadness, in him. Wow. But he was a really nice guy and a really good counselor. And but he kind of told me is that he thought when he joined the church in L.A., he said, it's like this church is like a group. It's like, it's like he's joining an egregore of a brotherhood. And, well, certainly it's a brotherhood of people. He had, not that he was this myopic, but he had more in his heart was to have the friendliness of a church group and whatnot. And church groups can be very supportive to you in a career. If you belong to a church, you can liaise and network. And I know my sister experienced true hell through somebody in a church group. Yeah. True hell, which I won't go into.
It's easy to imagine.
Resulted in this guy, the guy who was pure hell, being murdered by his own son.
Ooh.
Justifiably murdered.
Ooh.
But nevertheless, in other words, but you can get very positive experiences by, networking with whether it be the church or the Kiwanis or whatever, if that's what my networking in business led to me meeting Preston Nichols, believe it or not. So it's like I went from business into the more of the metaphysical arenas of people I met through business, and I ended up with Preston Nichols. So I found where I was supposed to be. So in any case, groups are groups, but anyway, it's the sort of like getting together and working together has its limitations. I see that many of my colleagues from yesteryear, they still get together and hang out from Scientology, from the Sea Organization. I go, I don't understand this. I can't, even very dear friends, I can't identify with. I can, but it's like there's such separation because they went this path and they have their old friends from a cult. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
And some of these people I could relate to very well, just in terms of talking old times and stuff like that. But even this guy used to say, he says, he went to these groups and he'd say to one of his other friends, he'd say, we come to these groups every year and we tell the same stories, but we still come. The stories I would tell would upset some of these people.
No doubt.
Yeah. And so, but I wouldn't tell them anyway. It's like, I would be there withholding myself because some of my opinions wouldn't be, I guess, comfortable, if not downright unpopular. So, and that's because this whole thing of, getting together and working together, it has its limitations. It's a very good idea. It would be fun to get together with the 6 guys I played with in football and we beat the champions of Clearwater. Well, it's all a great memory, one of my best memories, but it's so long ago. It's like, okay, I'd rather meet with the guys I play football and do bowling with them, which I have not had time to do other than on my birthday. They were out there last night. I just don't have the time. But it's fun to be with them and see them. So with the codes is what I would teach people who are screwed up with programming. I would first and foremost teach them how to breathe, because breathe is spirit, it's life. Breath equals spirit equals life. And this is from Qigong. And when you get into the present, you can neutralize that programming. Also, to go into darkness twice a day. I have specific instructions on how to use the dark room, which is in my book, The White Bat, which I will be reading from tonight. That has some of my Qigong in it. Breathing is very important. It's the whole thing. It's the whole crux of everything. If you can't breathe, you're dead. The more you breathe. You can read translation of the Lord's Prayer and how it's all about breath. It's all about breath. So this is where I would begin now. Now, I'm not saying that for those people I'm not saying they shouldn't have regression therapy, abreaction therapy. That would also benefit them. But that's general. And I'm not a therapist or a counselor in a professional sense. And the thing is, there are professionals who deal with that. That's not what I'm doing for a profession. Could I help somebody? Yeah. But that's not what I'm doing. And of course, and this is the thing is, and you notice this in Scientology, Hubbard wasn't in the business of being a therapist himself. He was, but he created armies of therapists. And that is a big endeavor. And if you're getting real results and helping people, you can count on being torpedoed. Yes. And he was dealing with torpedoes. He had to deal with the torpedoes that were trying to go after him in his organization. He was dealing with his own minions who could mess up, you know, and dealing with instructing people and teaching them how to do it right and trying to get others to do that. Very huge endeavor, which I want no part of because it's a losing game for me. And yes. I'm doing whatever significant part. I won't say it's small. I won't say it's large. It's significant, at least for me. So helping folks heal. Yeah, I can help folks heal. But I would also tell you that folks are more resistant than desirous of healing. And if I go up and tell somebody something very specifically what will help them, their ego and their mind will push me away. It's energetic. I see it. It happens all the time. So I tend not to say anything. And sometimes I will. And so be it. Because people know. They know. They think they know. And their egos are huge. This is called emptying your cup. And people will go into elaborate discussions or research to prove something's wrong, to prove this is not right. So I hope I've answered your question, Angel. Yes. And then I will parlay this into this, you know, this whole idea of superpowers. Of this is kind of what interested me in well, the concept of, I guess, using powers for good, reading that book. Now, it would not be till 1989 that I would have this dream. I read that book in 1970. So here it is. It's 19 years later. I have a whole Scientology experience, blah, 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 blah. I'm now, at this point, comfortable in the suburbs with my wife. We have a good business. Things are going well. I'm on the verge of having a child, and we're not going to have a child unless we were doing well. We could have, but that's the way we chose it. And so that's a precursor. And then I had enough time to exercise my desire to be a writer. I always wanted to be a writer. And I said to myself, well, what if you're going to write something, it's got to be something people are interested. I said, there are so many books on Atlantis. People love to read about Atlantis. So I started writing a novel about Atlantis. And while I was writing that novel, my dream state activated, and I had a dream that I'm going to share with you now. It's chapter 1 of my book, The White Bat, The Alchemy of Writing. And this is the book. It's about 10 pages. This is not the book. This is the story that begins the book. Transylvania. Now, I'm writing this from the perspective of I've never been to Transylvania. I've read an article in the New York Times telling me that that Dracula, that Transylvania was in Romania, not in Hungary. And I thought it was in Hungary because it was once part of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire. Right. And my father had mentioned that. And he'd also mentioned when I was watching the Dracula movie that, oh, that's where we all come from, Transylvania. In other words, he knew that our heritage had been from that country. Yes. Not meaning our particular family, right, but basically everybody who was from the Southern Europe, right, Balkan Peninsula, Italian Peninsula. He knew this because his father was from that area, and that was what he knew. So anyway, Transylvania is an odd place to strangers. While suffering a bumpy ride on an unpaved road in an old car, I was stunned by the polished beauty of the woods. The dark greens were stimulating, yet very forbidding. In the background, the Carpathian Mountains were even more ominous. As I looked into the forest, it seemed to look back. I found this unsettling, to say the least, whereupon I began to miss the comfort of the quaint inn I had stayed at in the night before. Instinctively and immediately noticing my discomfort, the driver looked at me directly. Ah, you see the forest. It penetrates the soul, does it not? Like a lance piercing a shield. The trick is to take down the shield. Then there is nothing to pierce. He said nothing more and remained quiet. Already agitated, I was even more unnerved by his innate comprehension of my uneasiness. Although I am ashamed to admit it, I became afraid, jumping into a state of mind that was becoming increasingly paranoid. The fear in my mind began to play tricks on me. I began to think of the movie Dracula and how the coach driver was Dracula himself. I could not help but think if this was the case with the driver. Of course, this could not be. Although I did not discuss it with him, it was obvious to me that he was a gypsy. I knew for a fact that the driver had a regular tourist business and was well known at the hotel. Even so, we were headed towards Punari Citadel, the fortress that Vlad Tepes effectively used to keep out invaders. Who wouldn't have a tinge of fear at the thought of that and the legends that had been spawned over the centuries? I decided that I could not, however, let my paranoia run any further. Remembering what I had learned in psychology, I took stock of the fact that communication has a tendency to make fears dissipate. I decided to strike up some conversation with this dark-haired, dark-eyed gypsy. Tell me, do you come out here often with tourists? I asked. In the daytime, yes, he laughed, but not in the evening. It was now half an hour before dusk. Tell me, why do you really come here? He asked me. I began to ask myself the same question, but it was no time to turn back. It was not in my character to prove to myself that I was a chicken, particularly over what I knew was just a little mind-generated fear. I decided to answer the driver. I met an old man from your country when I was in New York. He told me I would discover things that I thought were impossible. The driver looked at me slightly suspiciously. What do you want to do with this discovery? He asked. I'm a writer, I replied. I like to discover things and write about them. Yes, I see, he said. As a writer, I consider that it's my first principle to break the truth and report it as I see it. It was my conviction that this led me to the pursuit of vampires and the grandiose legend erected around Dracula. Now here, I'm making a side comment here. Pursuing vampires, well, now I have Douglas Dietrich. I didn't expect that. I never expected to be meeting a real vampire. Douglas, for those of you who are familiar, is 1/4 vampire. There's a whole book, Vampirology, which is on Kindle and Amazon. And you can read that. That's a whole other subject we're not going to go into. But that it's his mother was half vampire, and this is a subspecies of human. It's not quite like the vampires you see on TV. There are some similarities, though. They need human blood to survive. Anyway, so it was my conviction that this led me to the pursuit of vampires and the grandiose legend erected around Dracula. Groundbreaking phenomena with UFOs, alien abductions, and clairvoyant mediums had already been established. But what of vampires? Too little scientific research had been done in this area. Many stories of medically imbalanced persons craving blood had been documented several times over. But were these people real vampires in the traditional sense? Was there something more sinister and supernatural behind these persons? I believe not, but I also did not know. Perhaps it was my destiny one evening when I went to a nightclub and met an older man who had emigrated from Romania to America. Taverns and bars are an excellent source of fodder for a writer, and this case proved to be no exception. He was a short man with white hair. I noticed right away that he was from a different land. When he spoke, I asked about his accent, and he revealed that he was Romanian. As I had always been a fan of the old Dracula movies, I could not help asking him about the legends of Transylvania and what he thought about them. I really did not know what to expect as an answer, but he looked at me very directly. A legend, he questioned. Yes, I suppose it is a legend. I found this perplexing. Please explain, I implored. What is a legend but a blend of facts and myth, he asked rhetorically. In my culture, the legends of vampires have abounded as long as anyone can remember. As your country is steeped in the tradition of freedom and capitalism, so is my country steeped in the tradition of spirits that thrive on the lifeblood of others. It runs deep in our blood. My people are an elemental people close to nature, uncomplicated by technology, a far cry from your world. I was personally fascinated by his different cultural views, and I knew right away that I wanted to know and understand more of his culture. I still did not take the vampire question too seriously, but I was definitely interested in what he had to say about vampires. Does the average person in Transylvania believe in vampires? I asked. I was incredulous. For those who know, it is taken for granted and generally not spoken about, he answered. But if they really believe in this sort of thing, doesn't the fear or excitement generate conversation? No, he replied. In the same way you have time after time many unsolved murders in the same areas of New York, you do not talk obsessively about them. In fact, reporters ceased to report certain routine murders as public outrages. In the same way, my people do not tread where they know they should not. They keep to themselves. And remember this, my friend, to speak of the vampire is to give credence to the vampire. It will also rankle his attention. Yes, I replied, but have you ever seen a vampire? I just got interrupted, and I got to share this with you. This is so bizarre. My dear friend Nicole, she's the one who took me on my first trip to Transylvania. She just Facebooked me. Or not Facebooked me, Skyped me. And she says, she sent me a picture yesterday. It says, girls out. It shows her, a Chinese girl, and another lady. And I said, the one on the right looks like a male, dressed sort of in a female sweater. Right. And it says, she was born as a male, but she's a girl now. I mean, you know, this is bizarre. I mean, I said, yeah, girls' night out. So this is in China. No, it's in Romania, excuse me. I think it's in Romania. Who the hell knows where it is? But it's funny. You know, she comes now here with the transgender issue, something I've never discussed with her. Wow. Anyway, it's just funny that she should write to. I mean, boing me. Yeah. And look at, as far as she looks like she's in Romania, and if she is, she's 7 hours ahead. Yeah. So, what the hell is she doing up? But anyway, or maybe she's back in China. So, in any case. So anyway, I said, he's saying, remember this, my friend, to speak of the vampire is to give credence to the vampire. It will also rankle his attention. Yes, I replied, but have you ever seen a vampire? Aha, he laughed. That is not unlike asking me if I have ever seen a naked woman. To answer your question, only when they wanted me to see them. Yes. But I have no proof for you myself. I only know what I sense. When I have sensed them, I have filled my thoughts with prayer. It is not something I want proof of. I was genuinely interested in his story, and I was curious if what he was saying could be substantiated, even from a cultural perspective. Do you know where I could perhaps find some proof? I asked. Oh, but there are many stories, both in print and by word of mouth, just like UFOs in your country. It took thousands of reported sightings before most people actually began to believe them. But they're there. Do you mean that if I were to go to Transylvania and check the legends and literature that I could find substantiation of what you say and possibly produce tangible evidence? I was now incredulous and felt I was holding a very live wire for a good story. I knew the feeling that I had a live wire, and this one was on the mark. Yes, he nodded. Now, keep in mind here, when I'm writing this, I'm talking about writing a story. That's the most important thing, is a story to a writer. Whether it's true or not is secondary to making a good story. Of course, you want it to be true, and that's the Montauk Project was a great story. Okay, so can it produce tangible evidence? Yes, he nodded. But I thought out loud, there are many rich legends of vampires in Transylvania, but I'm not talking about the different variations of Hollywood movies. I'm talking about indications and evidence suggesting there is truth behind the legends. And if these experiences are so prevalent, or at least mentioned from time to time, why have they not been pursued previously? It is not a comfortable subject, he replied. Besides, who would believe it? The people there don't care, and the people here won't buy it. Even if you make a headline story, it will tend to be forgotten with the next headline. But I tell you, I must go now. It has been nice talking to you. When the old man left, I thought about it and wrestled with the idea. I was confident that by traveling to Transylvania, I could come up with a plausible storyline, even if this man's data was bogus. A fictional format could work just as well. In a worst-case scenario, I could, quote, unquote, verify that there was no evidence whatsoever of vampires. Somehow, I doubted this would be the case. I figured that there would be at least a watered-down version to report. There was always the old historical Count Dracula to rehash as well. Little did I know how unusual things would turn out to be. And one thing I did indeed learn, the more I thought about all this, the more I believed that there was something out there to reconcile with. In my estimation, the legend had some teeth and I wanted some answers. As I reflected upon the events and circumstances that had drawn me to this foreign and very remote land, the driver continued on through the woods through Ponari Citadel, the fortress in the mountain that had been built by the prisoners of Count Dracula and whom he later impaled. Some say that the spirit of Count Dracula is rumored to dwell at Ponari Citadel. While the driver was slow and curious to avoid the bumps, rocks, and holes in the road, I began to sense the emotional devastation and trauma that had taken place in this region so many centuries ago. The only other time I had felt like this was on a battlefield from the Civil War. Whatever the truth of the legends, it was a historical fact that thousands upon thousands of soldiers had died here, many of them being impaled. This was enough horror in itself. I did not need vampires. The driver eventually parked his car. For a price, I had arranged for him to camp with me at some point near the base of the final ascent to the Citadel. It would be a half-hour uphill walk to finally reach it. Before long, the final twinkle of dusk had receded, and brilliant stars towered in the black sky. Twinkles, I thought out loud to myself, nothing this but twinkles. That's a phrase from Aleister Crowley's comment at Montauk when he's looking at the stars. The gypsy made a fire and set up camp. We were not too far away from the castle, but not too close either. We ate dried beef and drank a garlic tea, which he said would help prevent attacks from evil spirits. As we sat and ate, I began to feel a bit of comfort. The fire warmed me. My comfort, however, was rather short-lived. Once again, the gypsy looked at me very directly. This in itself got my nerves rattling again. His eyes were quite piercing. If you go to the fortress at night, you will go alone. This shocked me, even though what he said had already been clearly stated by him at the outset of our journey. His confirmation of our agreement was nevertheless more than I wanted to hear. On another level, I felt lucky that I was at least able to camp close enough so that I could make a midnight ascent to the Citadel. The pictures of the Citadel I had seen had shown it to be forbidding and in disrepair. For some reason, however, it did not strike the terror in me that walking up through the steep mountain forest did. Even though the gypsy had shocked me with his comment, I still had plenty of reserve and felt that I could break through my current discomfort into a state of mind that was more brave and challenging. I decided to make a jaunt for it and just get the experience over with. Rising to a standing position, I spoke to the gypsy. Excuse me now, please. I'm going to get my flashlight and walk towards the Citadel. No sooner had I announced my intentions than the gypsy stood up and grabbed my arm in restraint. Wait, my friend. You are much safer in the waning hours of the night. By that time, the hungry spirits will have fed themselves and hunger not for your blood. Wait. I'm not sure whether I was responding to his insistence or his logic, but I heeded his advice. We had some more tea and he entertained me with stories before we slept. Later in the evening, I set my alarm on my digital watch for 4 a.m. and tried to get to sleep. Keeping my eyes shut very tight, I blocked out my fears as much as I could. I was soon asleep. Waking to the sound of light beeps emanating from my digital watch, I let all 20 beeps run their course rather than shutting it off. The sound of civilized noise comforted me somewhat. I was also half-heartedly hoping it would wake the gypsy. At least he was still there and had not gone off to shapeshift into a fabulous monster. Wanting to get this over with as fast as possible, I grabbed my coat and flashlight and began to walk as fast as I reasonably could up the path to the Citadel. The walk was arduous and seemed as if it was never going to end. The forest had a wild feel to it, and I definitely found it intimidating. Eventually, I could see the bright rays of the moon shining on the castle. Although the Citadel had a vacant and haunted look to it, it did not strike the terror in me that the wild forest did. By the way, I wouldn't recommend anybody walking in the night out there. This is when the animals come out.
Yes.
You know, in case anybody gets any ideas. Eventually, I could see the bright rays of the moon shining on the castle. Although the Citadel had a vacant and haunted look to it, it did not strike the terror in me that the wild forest did. Feeling safety in the light, I walked towards it. Finally, upon reaching Ponari Citadel, I had turned around to notice that my path back to the camp was not at all clear in the dark. A bothersome worry, I contemplated remaining under the moonlight, protected from the wind by the castle wall until daybreak. Then I could easily find my way home to the camp. It was quite clear that I might get lost if I tried to find my way back in the dark. Before I could make any further conclusions or plans, I was suddenly struck by fear when I heard a wolf begin to howl in the distance. As soon as I recovered from the shock, another wolf, this one much too close for comfort, howled in return. My fear was now turning into terror. Trying to secure my own safety, I jumped and struggled to climb up a promenade that circled the castle walls. These were some ancient steps, but they had long since crumbled. As far as wild animals were concerned, I felt a lot safer from this vantage point. To hell with vampires, I thought. The wild is plain scary enough. At this point, I reached a mental calm in what psychologists like to call abnormal perception. I was no longer afraid. I felt incredibly light. I had studied where a high volume of terror can do one of two things. It can shock a person into a permanent or temporary catatonia, or it can knock a person into a state of altered or superconsciousness. This was how I felt. I then heard a small army of bats fly inward to the citadel. Instead of being afraid, I could feel their rhythm. I tried to follow their path, but they were quick and there were too many corridors. I walked until I heard noises. They were not the kind of noises one would normally hear, but they were the noises of what were similar to the size and breaths of a living human being. The sounds were very subtle and almost inaudible. First, I heard the sounds of what would be like normal inhalation and exhalation. Then the sounds sounded a trifle sensitive and sensuous in nature. Again, I could feel their rhythm. It was not unpleasant. I followed the sounds, trying to find their source. Finding the sounds emanating from a small opening in the citadel, I climbed through and used the flashlight to negotiate some thin corridors. Pursuing these sounds, and before I was too taken in by these sounds, I began to realize that what I was hearing were actually the sounds of seduction. As soon as I thought about this, it occurred to me that these sounds were possibly meant to seduce me into the fold of vampires. Perhaps my increased mental acumen was part of the same trap. Then it dawned on me. I had tapped into the psychic energy of the vampire by osmosis. I had always been fascinated by the extreme supernatural ability and affected elegance of Dracula in the vampire stories. I always thought that he would be a very grand and powerful character if he would rid himself of his evil agenda. It was now up to me to keep myself from being seduced into this nest of evil. Intuitively, I felt that the energy I was getting from him was opening up my own closed doors of perception. No sooner had I completed the above thought than I came to an open balcony that overlooked a palace drawing room. Down below was a small throng of female vampires writhing in expectation, hoping to be fulfilled. It reminded me of the feeding frenzy of sharks, only it was much more subdued and intangible. On the whole, the vampires were beautiful and not the motley savage creatures I had seen in some horror movies. All had a transparent, ghost-like quality. Some were more sharply defined than others. They all writhed in expectation of fulfillment. I then thought about the wisdom that the gypsy had shared with me. "Go in the morning," he said. "That way they will be fed." He was right as far as I could see. None of them appeared to be hungry for blood, at least for the moment. For all I could tell, I had gone unnoticed. They were all preoccupied with their own ritual. At this point, a huge bat flew into the room. I could tell without a second thought that it was Count Dracula himself. He transformed into human shape and kept the broad wings of his cape extended. The frenetic writhing of the females now began to pick up pitch. They began to swim in the air and around him like ghosts. They appeared much more vaporized and swam under him, around him, through his legs. He stood still. His eyes and his body radiated strong energy. It appeared to be energy that they lived off of. Shrieking sounds of euphoria replaced the panting of desire. It was no longer a mystery to me. I was watching an orgy of spirits surrounding a core of very live energy. I did notice at the outskirts of the radiant orb that some of the apparitions were being blocked out, creating a slight turbulence. Then one of the spirits on the outside appeared to splice off from the orb. It came straight towards me. Now, by the way, what I've just described, if I would have described it better, according to what I saw in the dream, it was very much in the context of the plasma-like field of a time reactor, this orgy of spirits. And this is something we're going to talk about. It's very portentous to the time reactor itself. It was no longer a mystery to me. I was watching an orgy of spirits surrounding a core of very live energy. I did notice at the outskirts of the radiant orb that some of the apparitions were being blocked out, creating a slight turbulence. Then one of the spirits on the outside appeared to splice off from the orb. It came straight towards me. As it came closer, its definitions became clearer and much more female. I was now being confronted by a most enticing female apparition. Before I could think or resist, I was overcome by a magnetic force that concentrated on me. Black hair, red lips, and an almost white face. Suspending herself before me, she stood in a gown of gossamer, thrusting it open to reveal pearl white breasts, pining with desire. I could now feel a pulsating energy enveloping me. But instead of physical contact, the apparition moved towards me like a soft magnet. Feeling sensual urgings, there was no opportunity to respond to them. The apparition began to move through me, very slowly but convincingly. As she reached midway through me, I began to feel a climaxing sensation, only this was a climaxing sensation of the spirit, not the body. We both began to shake, and almost just as suddenly she passed through my body, and it was over. That presages Paula in my life.
Yes.
Because, and I just went up and told her before the transmission, I said, you know, I never went to Romania. I've been there several times before I met her. Met many young women and was friends, very close friends with not only young women, but other women. Never was I in a romantic, what do you call it? Courtship phase or anything like that, because it's not what I was there for. I don't like long distance romances, you know.
Of course.
I mean, because
well, they're practical, yes.
Yeah, it's not pragmatic. But so be it. So this was never, you know, and this the whole relationship with her kind of like hit me from center field, not left field, not right field, but center field is boom. So that this was presaging my involvement with somebody from that area. So I had not lost an ounce of my own consciousness, but I was surprised by what had happened. I looked behind me and saw the apparition soar into the sky. It turned into a bat and flew back through the balcony and back to the spectacle below. As she reached the swirling mass, it began to disperse. Everyone was now calmer, and the magnetism was dying down. Dracula, however, looked up in my direction. He did not look like he was happy. So when this spirit that had penetrated my aura flew up high, came back down into the egregore of the swirling mass, all of a sudden, Dracula was aware, because I now took one of his brides. Perhaps I had violated his territory, or perhaps he had read the mind of the apparition and knew where I was. I did not know, but I quickly ran off the balcony, through the corridors, and outside again. Moving quickly down the promenade, it did not take me long to part from the citadel altogether. Realizing that I could make a fast downhill run back to the camp with the gypsy, I quickly headed in the direction of the forest. Before I could enter, however, I saw the same giant bat that I knew was Dracula. It was waiting for me at the exact point where the forest started, as if he knew my plan of escape. To my good fortune, and before I could think about being afraid, I noticed that it was now daybreak. I felt strong and could hear the screeching of bats flying into the citadel. The giant bat then transformed into a wolf and began to run back towards the castle. I ran after it at full pace. As soon as I could see that it could clearly outrun me and was starting to speed up, I dived, reaching for its hooves. As I grabbed both hooves, they began to disintegrate in my very hands. The wolf had transformed into a purely white bat that began to hover over my prone body. As I began to rise, the white bat transformed once more, only this time into the shape of a man. I could not believe what I was seeing. It was clearly the same character I had identified as Dracula minutes before, only this time he was dressed in a brilliant white suit and cape. As I stood there stupefied, he looked elegant and bowed gracefully. "Good morning." "What has happened?" I asked. "Why are you now dressed in white?" He laughed and said, "I always dress in white." "Who are you?" I asked. "I am Dracula, only I'm white." "Why do you wear white?" I asked. He says, "I am white Dracula." "You're not the Count then?" "Oh, yes, but not the same Dracula you think of. I am the white force within." I was still confused. Apparently he could see that, and he continued. "You may have been surprised, no doubt, to find spirits haunting this citadel, Many people were killed here, but tonight you have witnessed something that few will either have the chance or nerve to see. You have come out with your life, and this makes you unique. So, I stammered, you have no design to kill me. Of course not, he laughed. I am a white force. I'm good, and I congratulate you on last night. But many people visit here and come back alive, I responded. Yes, but they do not enter the realm where they can see me. This requires an ability that all men possess, but do not utilize. It is rare. You are teaching me that Dracula is not evil, I asked. I mean to say that Dracula is more than a dark force. I am the white faction, and I promote good and limit evil, not unlike a guardian angel. Many of the souls who died here linger waiting for reconciliation. They were all killed brutally, but it was not an accident that they had this experience. It was in return for something they themselves had done. Karma, I asked. Yes, he nodded. The dark version of who I am savagely killed them, but it was not me. I'm here to help them reconcile their fate and to correct their ill-conceived behavior. But why have we not heard of you before, I asked. Because I did not exist until this very moment, he said. Where did you come from? He says, I'm a reflection of your soul. If you did not make the trip, however, you would never have seen me. I was a bit confused. Setting out looking to prove whether or not vampires existed, I came out with an experience that was completely different. Do you think, he continued, that if Dracula was all black and truly a king of the vampires, that he would not have consumed the entire earth and created vast colonies of vampires? I never looked at it that way, I replied. I wasn't even too sure that vampires existed before tonight, but I'd always wondered why they could never take over the entire world. Checks and balances, my friend, he laughed. Even the dark and white forces must bow to the will of Mother Nature, for she is supreme. Upon completing his sentence, he extended his cape, changed back into a white bat, and flew off. I made my way into the camp in the early days of dawn, the early daylight of dawn. As I walked, I thought about what I might write about. As far as what I had experienced thus far, there was no scientific proof I could bring back with me. It did not matter to me, however, for I had experienced something far greater. I had walked into a forbidden territory that virtually no one was allowed to see. That was at least why my so-called guardian angel was trying to tell me. That was at least what my so-called guardian angel was trying to tell me. This gave me a new authority. But I also realized it was an authority that most people would not recognize. Somehow and in some way, I would have to reconcile what had happened and choose the best possible method by which to write about it. When I was most of the way down the mountain from the citadel, I looked at my digital watch and saw that it was 5:45 a.m. As it had been a short night on sleep and I was a little tired, I wanted to get as much sleep as possible before the gypsy was going to wake up. When I reached the campsite, I immediately got inside of my sleeping bag and quickly fell asleep. I soon woke up to the pleasant aroma of bacon cooking in a frying pan. Twisting my neck, I saw the gypsy making breakfast. It was sunny and a beautiful morning. I looked at my watch to find out the time, but it was not on my wrist. Beginning to scavenge, I looked in my bag and looked around the area, but could not find it. When the gypsy noticed me, he left his frying pan and approached. Looking for this, he said, smiling as he lifted my watch out of his pocket. Yes, I said. Why do you have my watch? As soon as you went to bed last night, I took it from your wrist after you fell sound asleep. You are my responsibility on this adventure, and I did not deem it wise for you to travel alone at night. I was confused. Having just looked at my watch before I went to sleep, what he said made no sense. He could not have removed my watch last night. Did you dream? He asked. His question confused me even more. What was he saying, and why was he saying it? I wanted to know how my watch had ended up in his pocket. Then it came to me as I began to wake up a little more. Wait, I said. I just had an incredible experience. I was headed down the mountain and was looking at my watch. What time is it now? 8:30, he replied. If you took off my watch last night, not this morning, then I must have had some incredible dream. That is what I hoped would happen, said the gypsy. The tea we drank last night is particularly good for dreaming. My mind was now working quickly as I reconciled my current situation from what I had supposedly been dreaming the night before. It all seemed so real. In any event, it did not matter whether it was real or not. I knew that I had an experience that I could write about. My story was not only a unique one, but was far more important than I had hoped to experience. It did not matter whether it was fiction or nonfiction. So you have survived the night, the gypsy said, laughing. I didn't only survive it, I emerged from it, I replied. As we ate breakfast, I told him my story, and his eyes darted, revealing a sharp interest in what I said. It was clear to me that my experience was equally unique and strange from his perspective. The more I talked, the more I felt a feeling of mutual respect generating from him. The way he responded to me, I began to feel that I was one of very few people who could walk on his ground with authority. After we finished breakfast, I went to roll up my sleeping bag and gather my belongings. It was time to think about how I would put down my experience on paper. The end.
Wow. Thank you.
Now, that dream is, and I reread it last night, and I said, I should read this on the air because I'm also reading it for my newsletter.
Right.
And where it's important here is, now, I'll also state to those who heard this for the first time, is that when I went to Transylvania in 2013, the trip on which I met Paula, before I met her, it was the morning time, we're at the Cotizo Hotel, and I'm talking to a bunch of Romanians and my guide, and I'm explaining, maybe it's not just Romanians, maybe some of the people in the group I'm with. And I said that I was working on this book called The White Bat, and was telling them about my dream of the white bat. And my guide, Vasily, got very excited. He says, there's a little girl that saw the white bat. The little girl wasn't that little, it was his girlfriend. She's young, actress, I think from Bucharest, and Lavinia. And he says, she saw this white bat in Mashandi's cave. And I said, Mashandi has a cave? Now, Mashandi is the blue goddess who appears in Transylvania Moonlight. Oh, she has a cave named after her? I didn't know this. And he says, yeah, she saw this cave. And it turns out, by bizarre coincidence, the person she was in the cave with, Mihai, I knew. It's not like I know everybody in Transylvania by any means. Mihai is the husband of Lenutz, who I met on my very first trip to Sarmazijatuza. And she's sitting alone in the circle. You're not allowed to go in the circle anymore.
Huh.
And I saw her in there, and I walked over there by myself. I was by myself. Nicole and my friend Christina, they were, sort of sunning themselves on a rock or something. Well, it wasn't really a rock, but I was up by myself. I went and she didn't speak English, but I was able to convince or to get across to her who I was and what I was doing, and she started crying. She recognized what I was doing, and we became like really good friends. And then her husband, she'd come with her husband, and we took a hike, the five of us, because Nicole would translate. So we got to know each other much better. They ended up driving us back to the town. And so Mihai, this is years later. This is like 4 years later. And I'd met Mihai and his wife, Lenutz, up at the Sphinx, I think, in 2010. We met up at the Sphinx, which is, long, far away, not even in the same, what do you call it, county. So anyway, she's with Mihai. She's with Mihai. That was weird. And she saw this white bat. So I said, wow, this is August 10th. It's the biorhythm. And then I got to know Lavinia a little bit. And then I would run into Lavinia and Vasily again. I think it was 2018 or 19 rather, when I went to Sarmazijatuza. Maybe it was 18. I went to Sarmazijatuza, and I was right as I'm entering, they're coming out. It was bizarre. These things don't happen. And I've tried to renew contact with her yesterday. So hopefully she'll write back to me on Facebook. So anyway, that white bat. So she saw the white bat. Then after, as I was getting to know Paula on Facebook, she told me what blurted out of her mouth was that Mashandi appears every May 23rd to 26th in Mashandi's cave, and the white bat is her mascot. Now that prompted me to go visit Paula for the first time. I met her, but now I wanted to go to this cave. I was not going there to meet Paula. Well, I was going there to meet Paula, but I was more interested in the white bat in Mashandi's cave. And Paula was the vehicle that sort of, so this was part of an egregore. Paula was part of an egregore. She was part of that dream. She would become my lover, my wife. She would entice me to come to Transylvania in May, where I would have even though we weren't married, that was our honeymoon. This is where we liaised. This is, that was, what would you say? And now I didn't go to Mashandi's cave because her stepmother explained to me, it's like, first of all, it's an 8-hour hike. It takes all day to get there. You have to get special permission to get in. She could arrange that, she said, but it's a long hike. And the worst part of all, it's muddy in May. It's not a good time to go. And I said, you know what? Just forget it. Forget it. And she was happy that I did forget it, not because she wasn't willing to help me, but because I think she saw that, I didn't need to go. Now, she showed me on her computer in her office these white bats. And she can't reproduce the picture, but she said, this is a species of bats in Transylvania. And she says, they're not known to zoology. It's a species of white bat. Because if you look up white bat, you'll see the Honduran white bat. Well, these are different white bats. So anyway, then when I went to Choclavina Cave last summer, and I was, this was the cave that David Anderson said was so important, that where they had mineral sediment, hydroxylelestadite, that was evidence of a time reactor discharge.
Yeah.
This is more in the scientific reference frame. Well, I got into that cave, and it was arranged for me by one of my dear friends, and he couldn't make the trip because he got COVID. So the man who owns the camp, he got the permission transferred to him. And I'm sure, I don't know if Garamond, he must have been in that cave before. I don't know. Maybe it was his first time in that cave, but whatever. We were let in. They had to go down to the local town, and they had to bring somebody to let us in because that cave is locked. It's a man-made cave. It has a steel bar, which didn't used to be there. And then it has a steel door. When you go through about, 100 yards to into this man-made cave, you get to the steel door and you got to gingerly fit in. And then you're in a cave and you walk through, and there's certain places where excavations have been done. But before we went in, it was a biologist who came to let us in. And because he was, of course, what does a biologist do? He studies fauna and flora. And I asked him very astute questions about DNA or whatever. He says, that's not my department. Not breaking down DNA, but just general biology. But I asked him about white bats, if there were any white beasts. He says, oh, there's several white bats in the cave. And that surprised me. And he said, I said, but are they as different species? He says, no, they're albino. Some are part albino. So he said they were albino. Now, I don't know if he's correct, or if what my stepmother said is correct, or if maybe
both.
There's shades of gray or truth in between. I have no judgment. But nevertheless, there's white bats in that cave. And this is the special cave of David Anderson. It's not his cave. And I was there with his wife. I mean, it's like, wow. I also had a dream of David Anderson having a wife in 2010. He didn't have a wife then. He'd had a wife in his pre-time travel life when he was in the Air Force.
Right.
And she divorced him when he left the Air Force because she wanted a man in uniform.
Wow. Talk about a fetish.
And he realized she didn't love him. She loved the man in the uniform.
Wow.
So anyway, I had a dream that, his wife approached me on, or she came in. No, she didn't approach me. She came into a hotel. She's walking across this mezzanine, goes into a sort of restaurant type area. And I said to this guy, I'm looking for David Anderson. He goes, oh, that's his wife. And then he identified himself by a name. I'm not going to say the name. And then I later found out from David, I told him about the dream. And he says, yeah, we have a guy by that name who works in the time research. I picked up on the guy's name.
Well,
We'll call it Solomon because it was very similar to Solomon. And I go, wow. He goes, I'm Solomon. He goes, yeah, my name's Solomon. Oh, that's his wife. And he knew about David. And then I had a meeting with David, or I was sitting at a table with David. And then David called me, right thereafter and says, I'd like to have a meeting with you.
yes.
And that turned into, well, I said, a face-to-face meeting. He says, this is the last time I've seen him in person. It was 2010. And I said, he's coming this weekend. I said, this weekend, I'm going to be out at Montauk giving a talk with the medicine man. You're welcome to come. I can, won't cost you anything except getting out there. He says, yeah, I would like that. He says, is it all right if I make a presentation? I said, oh, by all means. And, I have so many friends and stuff. It was hard to get, we had a paid audience coming, and that all went fine. But I invited certain other people from Montauk that I knew. But trying to get people to come that were invited as guests, they weren't even going to have to pay because it was like pulling teeth to get them to see this.
Wow. Did they all think it was going to be too technical for them to understand?
No, not at all. They got their stuff. What disappointed me the most was my teacher. I invited him to come, my Qigong teacher. He had the best reason. His one of his students who I knew was having his first fight, his first UFC style fight. It wasn't in a ring, I don't think, but it was a fight. His first, and he wanted to be there to support his student. So he wanted to go, but he had to support his student. And so anyway, and of course, the medicine man was there. The medicine man's presence I cannot dismiss in gating in David. And it was very funny. The only reason I was meeting with my friend Doria, a psychic in New Jersey, on 30th of January, 30th, 31st of January, 2010. Last time I saw her too. We're still friends, but last time I saw her in person, and I was debating the pros and cons of doing this event because I don't know. And finally I decided, we got to bring the medicine man back to Montauk. He said that's worth the event itself. And at that point with her, I decided. She also feels she's related to him because she shares the name Anderson in her family tree. And I just gonna have the event. We're gonna do it because the medicine man's coming. And then I didn't know David was gonna come. That was in January. The event was in April. So that was a precursor. This whole dream is laying out like saying, I'm not involved in time travel yet. Now, I was writing about Atlantis. Now, we can make a good argument that all of this technology beneath the Sphinx and all this stuff is from the civilization of Atlantis. Montauk is an island, Atlantean island, by certain sources, tradition. So here I was writing about Atlantis, but my subconscious was taking me deeper. My subconscious was telling me, okay, you've got this orb of vampires that has got a consciousness, but it's mimicking the time reactor. Part of that slices off and gives you a sexual experience that becomes like your wife in the future.
Yeah. And,
hovering around is this egregore, which contains, dark and light. And then David Anderson, comes into my life and actually takes me to Romania. In fact, he meets me in person right after he returns from Romania in 1999. Mm-hmm. And then he decides, I want to have this foundation, charitable foundation, which I'm now a part of, World Genesis Foundation. And it's, by the way, it's a nonprofit and nobody takes salaries. Wow. We all volunteer our time and money. We don't leech from the, whatever funds are collected. Yeah. We don't do that. And anyway, so wow. And then I have this whole life in Romania. Yeah. And so then it leads to him telling me there's this cave where it's the most important area on the planet with regards to the phenomena of time travel. And he says, not all the information has been released on it yet. And that's still true to this day. I end up going there, entering the cave after many tries of going there. I think it was my fourth or fifth journey there. You see, if I went there in 2014, mm-hmm. 2016, 2018, 2019. This would have been my fifth trip last year. So 5 trips. On the fourth trip, I got into the wet cave, which was a more spectacular experience than the dry cave. But the dry cave was where the goods were. I wrote a whole report, detailed scientific report, to be able to penetrate this cave. And I got in. I didn't even ask. The trip was arranged for me without my asking. Of course, he knew I wanted to go, my friend, but I was invited in, which is the tradition of the Solomonari, the indigenous spirits of Transylvania, who initiate you once into the inner earth and transform you. So this is a long, slow transformation. Now, many people are impatient to experience, for me to deliver Radu's next book or more news from David Anderson. But I would tell you that in Qigong, slow is good. Patience, slow. Slow is good. The tortoise and the hare. So I've been doing this for so long and I have so many things going on, including I'll call it the joy of day-to-day life rather than the pressures. Yeah. It's better to think that way.
Yes.
And the joy of petting my biofacsimilagre dolls and saying, good morning, and start singing some, zippity doodah at them or something,
Yes.
So it's like slowness, long, slow, like the long, slow burn of the solid fuel rocket. It takes a long time. Of course, I would like to see it happen as quickly as anybody else. That's a human desire. But when we get back to what's really going on, this dream is very rich. And to reread it last night, I realized the connection to Paula. I realized the connection to dark forces, that it's like I'm walking on forbidden territory. And even this dream says I've been in an area where nobody has been before. Well, of course, many people have been in the areas I've been in, physically walked them. But, to the best of my knowledge, there's been nobody who's certainly an outsider who walked in and had such a, I guess what you'd say, deep process here. Yes. Because I've introduced many Romanians to these areas who knew nothing about them or didn't know about them until I mentioned it. Most of them know about Sarmasejutuza. Many of them have not been there. But it's like, and I noticed a pattern in myself. I went into Scientology and went into many forbidden zones, areas you could not get into even if you were a high-ranking Scientologist. And these had to do with the proprietary realm of L. Ron Hubbard. Right. So I got to, and I didn't really, it kind of went with the territory for me. And this was even applicable to Sea Org members. I got this exposure to so much of what you might call the forbidden private area. And, walked away from that completely unscathed with knowledge, with experience. It's like hard to explain. That was very good. And then with Qigong, subject I'm certainly not done with, but it's like I was able to access a very skilled and gifted teacher that other people could not access, and many of his students could not access because he would tune them out, or they didn't know they were tuned out.
Right.
And so I was very honored and gifted, as well with the medicine of the Montauk shamans. I've been allowed to go into some pretty rarefied areas, and then in Romania, wow, this has been like, and of course, I think some of the most interesting areas around Choklavina Cave in my dreams had to do with the throne energies associated with the Ark of the Covenant. Those energies representative of that in the form of what they call the aura flame that comes out of the ground. It very much is in alignment with those energies. And and of course, when you get into such energies, it becomes, first off, that energy, like if you consider the Ark of the Covenant, that stuff was lethal to touch. Yes. You couldn't just go in. It's like, it's like radiation.
Yes.
It's not the best analogy, but it's like you don't go in there and bathe in it.
Right.
It's like you have to be careful. You have to be respectful. And where we're going this summer is to catalyze our dreams, our individual dreams and our dreams for humanity. So part of my dream is penetrating, I guess, what you call the time barrier. Yes. Not that I had great aspirations to do this, but because of the way things have evolved in my life, David has presented this, what you'd say, candy, saying, wow, yes, and the time is not long before you'll be able to see some of this stuff. Wouldn't that be something to report on? And reporting on it is fantastic and it's great. Even if I have a grade, on a scale of 1 to 10, if I have an experience that's a 3, it would be very newsworthy.
Yeah.
Whereas 10, when, you're traveling in time and, going back to, see Douglas's mom get the sperm from Hitler, or
that would be a bit voyeuristic, yes.
Something,
Yeah.
Whatever, something where you actually go back and see something. It'd be pretty weird. That might be a 10. But
yes.
even a 3, and what I think what David said, I one time asked him in an interview, I said, what's the most funniest thing you've ever seen in your research, amusing thing? And I was not asking for this type of answer. I wanted to say something. I wanted him to say something just funny. And he said is that when he exposed people to the time reactor, when they saw the time reactor for the first time and they actually saw it in action. Now, I assume this would mean seeing time slow down or speed up or just seeing it, not necessarily be in the field. He said the response was often laughter. Laughter in reference to seeing that this universe wasn't the way they thought it was. Seeing that the universe is like a big joke. He didn't use the word joke, but it's not what you think. They laugh because you see that reality is all a contrivance, and you kind of experience that. So, that might be a 3 experience if I actually saw it. And he said some people would just kind of like not notice it if they were in the time reactor, be be inside of it. Some people would feel a profound difference. Some might, nothing happened. Nothing happened. So, to report on it myself might be like a 3, something that simple. But that would be sort of a apex of my journey, let alone my writing career. Then if we take Radu Sinamar, he has offered us the candy of this base beneath the Romanian Sphinx, with other bases in Egypt and Tibet and Baghdad and stuff, and this whole secret world of the inner earth, cities beneath the inner earth, attuning one's vibrational frequency to interacting with the beings down there. What's the access to this and whatnot? Also with the proposition that I might meet this incredible alchemist, a friend of his. And this is a journey that is just, wow. So that's another piece of candy that was laid out to me, 13 years ago or 12 years ago. And these are they're almost like obligatory goals. These are things that have been presented to me as, okay, here's the horizon. And this big date of August 12th or August 10th to 14th, where we're doing this dream workshop, Neptune is very well aspected. Neptune is the god of dreams. And Neptune is very well aspected to manifest changes, profound changes, transmutative changes that are tied to the earth, that will connect the earth to the spirit. So I'd like to think David will show up on this trip. I don't think he will, if pragmatic, unless something changes his mind. Well, I decided at the last minute that I really should be here. I don't think that's going to happen, because I'd like his wife to come with me, and I don't even know that she can make it. And even if she can make it, doesn't mean he's going to be there. Not at all. It's possible. It's possible. I'm rooting for it, but I'm not even counting on it. Now, and then of course Radu, he's not even delivering he's overdue with his last book for 2 years. So it's like, okay, well, maybe something will come alive with him or one of the characters in his book during that time period. But then I realized what is more expectant to me is this character, Mashandi, the blue goddess, the Tantrika, who Radu meets in Tibet. And he's transported there, courtesy his alchemical friend, Eleanor, who sets up the arrangements, and his mentor's mentor, the Tibetan Lama Ripa Sundi, also known as Dr. Zen. He effects the space translation from Transylvania via the employment of a Yidam, who's a character who regulates the atmosphere so that they can breathe and be comfortable and warm. And he visits the cave of Mashande, who gives him the secret parchment, which is the subject of the 4th book in the series, The Secret Parchment. And she is a blue goddess who reappears she's so beautiful and so blue and so just exudes such a incredible presence. He's very sad to leave her, but then she appears again to him at the end of the book in Transylvania. And when they're going there to meet her, they run into about 30 kids who are there. They were contacted in their dreams to come to this area. They kind of all meet each other, and when Radu and his company come, they kind of tell them what they're there for. And they bring them and they go to this place and they see Mishandi comes out of this cave. It's not the same cave that my friend Lavinia saw the white bat in. It's a different cave, or comes out of the mountain. And she manifests probably more in an etheric form there. And I think when Radu is sort of watching her, he's kind of in a trance himself, kind of like when I was in the book. And
right.
When he wakes up, the kids are all gone. They came, saw her, they did what they did, and his friends are just waiting for him to come out of the trance, and they take him back, I guess, back to Bucharest. And so I think I've had some personal insights into this, and this is like might be an experience with Mishandi or her energies, because when I went into the cave, into Chaklavina Cave, the wet cave, 2 years ago, I had a dream where I was with a couple of, I'll call them girls rather than ladies.
Were they those scouts?
Because of their youth.
Yeah, were those Girl Scouts?
They weren't. They might have even been adults, but they were young. You know, they're youngish. You know, they weren't older. And we were sitting there, and we were going to meet the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth, and they said they were worried about the protocol. But the protocol, you know, were we dressed right? Did we have to do? And somebody said the protocol's been waived. And then the Queen appeared before me, sort of in a cross-legged position, where her vagina was very prominent, like kind of pushed out, like she's like putting this vagina right in front of me. And of course, keep in mind, she's not very attractive. She's an old lady, okay? She's an old lady, and she's dressed in not royal garb, well, sort of royal. It wasn't like robes and stuff, but it was more official than it certainly wasn't sexual. But nevertheless, the vagina represents the cave. It's symbolic here. And it was not a sexual overture in any way. And she says, so the protocol's been waived. And she says, and then I was being escorted into the Queen's chamber. And where I was being escorted looked more like 10 Downing Street or someplace like that, or Westminster Abbey or something. It was more like 10 Downing Street, it looked like, that sort of atmosphere, which is, you know, the home of the Prime Minister or whatever.
Yes, that's right.
So anyway, but what I realized when I came home, Queen's Chamber, I realized it's the Queen's Chamber of the Great Pyramid, symbolic of the Queen's Chamber of the Great Pyramid, which is the opening of the heart, And the opening of the heart in the Queen's Chamber, where you go first, then opens up to the King's Chamber, which is the mind or pineal. So this was my experience. So in the context of, you know, the Queen also represents Queen Elizabeth. The name Elizabeth represents John Dee and all of that magic and all of that stuff, which was all tied to everything. So I would say that whatever I'm going to experience, it might be something from a completely new quarter. But to realize how this original dream I had in 1989, which is 44 years ago, had such a strong imprint. Yeah. And then it also says, as one of the sidebars, is that this dream I was interested in vampires and the reality of vampires, and now I have, you know, I'm working with Douglas Dietrich, and I, you know, helped him put together a whole book, which needs to be redone to make it more clear and expository, but nevertheless, it's a book worth reading because you'll read there about the true history of, the subspecies of vampire that was discovered with the courtesy, I'm going to say courtesy, with the experience of the Russians.
Yes, thank you.
And that Douglas was exposed to in his own research.
That's right.
At the Presidio.
That's right.
So that's, about 2 hours of Peter Moon. First thing I would ask you, do you have any comments, elucidations on any of this?
Oh, I think it speaks for itself. I mean, you did beautifully, and it's wonderful. I do want you to know that in the chat room, we have the lovely lady with us, the dear Kiva Saimova. And Kiva Saimova says, Nicole and I still communicate a lot. So feel free.
Kiva is incredible. I didn't know she was listening. Kiva actually came to Romania, and she participated in Atlanticron and wrote a beautiful song about Atlanticron.
Oh, wonderful.
In fact, she performed it, but it was performed the next year. It was done very well. Different style than Kiva did it. Kiva does toning. And she does toning, and it's, she actually taught one of my friends, Maya, the one I saw travel in time.
Yeah.
She taught her how to tone. And no, Kiva's incredible. I wish she could come back.
Yeah.
In fact, Kiva, if you're listening, I'll make, the trip is full, but I'll make special dispensation for you to come if you want to come.
Wonderful.
But that involves, transporting yourself there and all that. And to come back to Atlanticron if you want to come there too, because, but anyway, it's very, very nice to hear of her, because she knows the magic of sound. Oh boy, I mean, she could maybe share. I don't know. She hears about the Vox Arca, man. That's sound too. I don't know. These disciplines don't necessarily cross.
Yes.
That's grimoire. Her toning is, but see, I'm working on my newsletter right now, and I was just going into. In fact, this is very relevant. You prompted me here.
Yes.
It has to do with the concept of an egregore. An egregore is an aggregate of energy. So this time reactor, in fact, this is good for me to mention this. I'm dreaming of this like orgiastic movement of spirits that are the brides of Dracula, and they're moving in a etheric, white sort of flowing rotational sphere, which is exactly what the time reactor is, a self-containing field that's rotating. It's rotating, and it rotates. Its rotation is such that it manifests as what's called a closed time-like curve, and it actually rotates out of this dimension. It's into another. It's explained in my time travel education website, timetraveleducation.com. The 7 free videos, if you sign up for them, you can see how this works. But basically, now, when I was at Romania last summer, I'm sitting down, just get there, my first night probably, with my old friend Ovidio, who's a psychiatrist and a science fiction writer. And he buys me this grapefruit beer. It's non-alcoholic.
Oh, wow.
It's German beer. It's made out of grapefruit. It tastes like beer. It's non-alcoholic. He buys me one in, celebration of our old friendship. And he's beginning to talk to me about a science fiction story that he wrote. And it has to do with the plasma field becoming conscious. At that point, I stopped him. And I started explaining to him that David Anderson's time reactor is a plasma or plasma-like field. So this rotating sphere is it's like, wow. So I said, oh God, it's conscious? This is incredible. Because I said, what if David Anderson's time reactor field is conscious? And then I start penetrating him for more information. And he starts to tell the story. And then all of a sudden his English just goes to shit. And he always apologizes for his English. His English isn't bad. I don't have a problem. He has more of a problem with it than I do. And but his English goes to shit, and he just can't say what he's trying to say. It's like what I was bringing up was bringing up some big issue. Finally, he excused himself, said he'd be back, never came back.
Oh my God.
Didn't see him for days. Then I heard he was sick in his tent.
Oh, Jesus.
Then I finally saw him, I think on the last day. He was sitting by where everybody's leaving. I went, oh God, and he told me, it's like, we'll have one hell of a conversation probably next time. Yeah, so I was really concerned about him a few years earlier because he had gotten very involved with a patient. He became so involved with the patient, he took her on as a girlfriend, as a boyfriend.
Oh,
and
okay.
My other friend who was a psychiatrist did not, he said, this is not good. This is not good. Because it was like,
That's right.
it was like, it's almost like he needed to be there for her. And this time I said, how did that work? He said, it worked out good. The whole thing worked out good, he said.
Oh,
they're no longer together, but I guess he got her through whatever she needed to go through.
Yeah.
It's never a good idea when the therapist gets involved with a patient.
That's right.
But somehow it worked out. It was like, he was not, it just like, I didn't envy him. I met the woman, but I just didn't envy the whole situation. It's grueling, but it worked out. Yeah. So he's an incredibly nice man and incredibly personable. And I look forward to hopefully seeing him next summer. It's so fun to see these people. You haven't seen them in years, and some of them, and it's like, wow, you've known them for like, now it's been like 15 years. This will be 15 years I've known some of these people.
Yeah.
And when you see them every summer on an island. And one of my great rushes, it must have been the 4th year I was there or something, and I'm the only one on the island at this time who is not Romanian.
Wow.
And I've just gotten there and I'm hearing all these people chattering in Romanian and I don't understand a word of it. And it's like, what in the hell am I doing here? Just like I was talking about being in San Francisco. What the hell am I doing? Well, people speak English in San Francisco, and I'm
you
familiar
still wonder
with
that, yeah.
yeah, but it's like it's a place I know and am familiar with, but it feels like I'm on a foreign planet.
Yes.
Well, Romania, it's like, even though I've been there like 3 times before, I go, what the hell am I doing here? And I have a familiarity. I have familiarity where I do feel at home there. I'm not, but still, I'm saying, wow, this is so different. It's a different experience. And of course, I'm not the only American who's ever had different experiences like that in a foreign country. I've talked to friends of mine, like my friend Marianne, who got stuck in France with mononucleosis and began to learn the language immediately.
Oh, she had to.
She did. And my favorite story of hers was, I think she was in a bank or something, and the French people were treating these other French people in the bank, these older couple, like shit. Which I guess the French are good at.
Yes, they are infamous.
And even though they were French, and she just starts like giving them shit in French. She just like defended these people.
Oh wow.
And just blah 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 blah. So that's how she learned French. I met another woman, who kind of went through the same ritual in Greece. She ended up, learning Greek in similar circumstances. So, but nevertheless, it's like I'm penetrating an area that most people aren't going to be inclined to do it. But then it gets deeper. It's not just Romania. It goes into the sacred aspects of Romania and some of the sacred aspects of Romania. And these have to be respected and honored. And, so one has to be extremely humble. And now to get back to the plasma, and my friend Ovidio, he's talking about this plasma having consciousness. Now, I've looked up things with this. I don't think the idea is maybe as new as I thought it was, but regardless of that, what if we can talk about robots having consciousness or machines, as we talk about in Japan, and we can debate the level of consciousness, but then we go into a plasma. Now, I can say something about a plasma with relations to Qigong. There are 5 levels to Qigong. There are, of course, the physical realm, and this is what we start with the body. And above that are perceptual or emotional principles and laws, emotional and perceptual. Above that are the mental realm. Like a teacher would say to me, well, his mind is, his mind is his problem.
Interesting.
He's not connecting with the mind, or she's not connecting with the mind. So, when you read more esoteric aspects of Qigong, you'll see that it's all about the mind. So much of what is done is in the mind, but you cannot ignore the physical aspect. It cannot all be done through ignorance or not regarding the body. And so it's body, emotions, perceptions, feeling, the famous line from the Bruce Lee movie, emotional content involves the emotions, perceptions, the mind. But above the mind is the vital vapors, So the vital vapors are, the highest plane, and this equates to spirit. This is why you'll have ghosts or spirits appearing like gossamer or ghost-like vapor. So when we move into the realm of plasma, I would also say that, I sort of elicited out of David that the gas reagent that he puts to activate the time reactor, the plasma field, is with he says it's a gas. And I said to him, is it a noble gas? And he says, no comment. That tells me it is.
Yeah.
Because it would make sense. Why are they called noble gases? And what I learned from one of my favorite people, I just met him last year in Shasta, John Shin. John Shin is a doctor of chemistry. And he is also a musician. He has, I think, a garage full of crystals. I want to go there sometime. We might be able to do that together, Douglas. Not on this trip necessarily, because he'll probably be in Shasta, but arranged by appointment to go to his garage full of crystals.
Sounds great.
But he's an incredible musician. He's over in what's the name? It's where my friend lived, Pleasanton, across the bay. Uh-huh. But I met him, and he told me he was not a professor. He had a PhD in chemistry. He told me that when he said that, I asked him about the noble gases, and he says they're very harmonious. The noble gases are very harmonious. They're very stable. So that would make sense, because if you have a stable gas, it's not going to dissipate like air in a balloon,
Right.
I mean, if you can imagine having all that air in a balloon, and you pop the balloon, and all that gas, instead of flying out with like it flies out of a balloon, it just stays still. There you have something to work with. So that tells you that the noble gases are something to work with. They don't have a horrible amount of pragmatic use, except maybe in the case of neon, in those contexts.
Yes.
But Preston had once given me an incredible detailed lecture about noble gases and time travel. And he did it in front of my friend Maya, the girl I saw travel in time. It was the 3 of us. And when I went back to him with the tape recorder, tried to get him to reproduce it, he didn't remember a word of it.
Wow.
And that's who Preston was. He was a channel. for stuff. And and that's kind of what prompted me to ask David about the noble gas. So this tells us that a noble gas, my experience, my dream and experience tells us that a noble gas is going to be a step up in consciousness as regards elementals. Now we have to remember that elements is element, is the mind of God. El is the first mind. This is the element, the first mind. So on the one hand, it's shocking to say a plasma field can have a consciousness. What a sci-fi idea. On the other hand, it's kind of natural. It's kind of natural saying, okay, well, what's this mind telling us? And then if this plasma field that in the dream is an egregore and splices off a female entity that penetrates my field, representative of me having a relationship with a beautiful woman, because we can't deny that Paul is,
Yes.
beautiful.
That's right.
And, she might deny it or dismissive of it.
Well, I
but,
think her on the cover is a selling point for the white bat myself, but go on.
Well, to you it would be.
Yes.
To you it would be. There's a whole story behind that, how that happened. But it was very tough, but it worked. She looks good as Mashandi. She plays, she's done in blue. And it was very nice of her to pose for that and to go out of her way to do that for me. And I didn't even know her that well.
Wow.
I mean, I'd only met her once. So it was very sweet of her. But I should remind her of that.
Yes.
In the morning time. But anyway, so this idea of plasma having consciousness or an egregore. So the egregore in the dream is basically saying, wow, you've penetrated this secret area of Dracula's fortress, and there's this orgiastic frenzy going on of female energy, but they're all kind of like getting vibed off of this main man who's Dracula. And somebody who interviewed him made this awful distortion that I wanted to have an orgy of Dracula's brides or something. This was a horrible distortion.
Yes, that was the blind bard who thought that, John, I think his name was. Anyhow, so yes, that was his own fantasy about you, really. He was really projecting.
Yeah. So anyway, this was a dream. And anyway, and what was more penetrating to me than the sexual experience was or whatever it was this abject fear, getting the hell out of his place, I wasn't trying to, in fact, I wasn't messing with his women. She was messing with me, if anybody was messing with anybody.
Yes.
And I now have to relate another experience that kind of mimics this. When I was sleeping in Bucharest one night, near the city center, which is the old part of town, in a hotel, and I had this dream where Lady Gaga came to me, and Lady Gaga wanted to have sex with me, and then her security guard came and confronts me. I said, look, I'm not doing anything. She came to me. I didn't come to her. Now, it's funny the way dreams appear, because I found out that night while I was having that dream, Lady Gaga was giving a concert down the street. I did not know that. Yeah. At the time, I didn't even know she was in town. And she's giving a concert, and she throws up.
Oh, my God.
On the stage. She gets sick during the concert.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if she finished it or not, but she heaved up maybe 3 times. It was pretty bad.
Oh my God.
So she's like, now, of course, being that we're both from New York in this strange place, it's not unusual that I might dream of her. You know, she's a reference to where I live. And then we're both American. And then she comes to me because she operates on a very negative vibe. She's very talented. She's very abused. Very talented, very abused, and very, I guess what you'd say, what's the word? Troubled.
Yes.
Despite her outrageous success. Anyway, the security guard is my guardian angel. My security guard, not hers.
Yes.
It looked like her security guard.
Interesting.
But it was my security guard in my dream. And so that's like this sort of the negative side of the dream. It mimics that. You know, energy's coming after you.
Yeah.
So anyway, now the fact that energy field, plasma-like field in the dream, it mimics the time reactor. Now there's another aspect to this, that when David first went to Romania, he visited Bran Castle, which they call Dracula's Castle. It's not Dracula's Castle. They even now are claiming that he stayed there. There's no historical reference to Dracula at all. It's a concoction. It's in the beautiful city of Bran. Bran's a beautiful city. No, why do I say Bran? Brasov. I'm getting
Right.
Brasov. It's near Brasov. It's not Bran. Bran is the name of the castle, and it's not his castle, but it's created that way because Brasov is right on the border of Transylvania. This way they can say, oh, it's in Transylvania, which tells you right away it's not him.
Yes.
Because he was from Wallachia. So anyway, it's just bullshit. Now, they invented or brought in a lot of historical stuff about him. And Stuart Swerdlow even told me before I got involved in Romania, he said that they have rituals in the basement of that castle. Negative stuff. And Stuart knows about things like that. He does. Mm-hmm. Weird stuff that goes on. So whatever. I mean, I can't speak for it, but I people don't come out of that place clean. And I don't recommend people go. But in any case, David went there on his first trip. And he was very surprised to see a picture on the staircase somewhere that looked just like him when he was young in this life. And I was mentioning it to his wife last year, and she said, oh, yeah, I know. I said, do you know because he told you? No, she says, I saw it myself.
Wow.
She was there, too. She saw it herself. She says, yeah, it looks just like him. That's the only reason I'd like to go to the castle, to see that picture. He thought it was weird. So maybe there's something else to this all. But maybe there's some genetic heritage going on here. Right. But whether that's the case, it implies that the plasma field has a consciousness. I'm getting this first suggested by my psychiatrist friend who's writing in a story, and then the bizarre mental cogitation he has in trying to tell the story, translate it into English or whatever. And science fiction is his bag, he's a writer. So, it tells me that whatever was going in my dream in 1989 was an egregore, was a consciousness that was stirring, that I was connecting to by the process of writing. The dream connects you to the past, the present, and the future. It's a integration of opposites. It's an integration of all sorts of things, and integrated into my, future experience in Romania, And right now I'm saying, wow. And this dream is what is forerunning this whole dream workshop at Choclavina, and the fact that they have white bats in the cave, it's fantastic. It's my dream is, I guess, being pumped up with steroids, so to speak.
Ah, yes.
So more to be explained. I'm still dissecting it in my newsletter. But back to what I was saying about Kiva, is that an egregore, and of course an egregore is where we get the word aggregate. It's a bunch of energies, entities, anything you can imagine that feeds some purpose. Egregore is almost always, if not exclusively, used in the context of occult magic. And this is not really proper, because egregore is very much tied. It's the root of the English word aggregate, but it's also, you see it in the name Gregory, egregore, Gregory. My best friend, who passed away a couple years ago, was Gregorio. It's the Italian, Gregorio. But that's egregore. Now, Pope Gregory the First is the Gregorian chants are named after Pope Gregory.
Yes.
He was he really put the Catholic Church on the map in the heart of the Roman people. He was, he was like the curator of Rome. He came from a wealthy family. He kind of had all the connections, and he kind of made the the church take off in a way. Even I think John Calvin praised him. Anyway, but the name Gregory means to be watchful. Gregoros is Greek. Gregorios, to be watchful, which is different than gregarious, but it's to be watchful. He is awake. So this is relates to the observer. So the Gregorian chants are cadences that you hear in church or choirs, but they're very powerful. And there's a whole branch of, I don't know if Kiva knows about this. I'm not really that genned in on it, but Gregorian chants are very powerful.
Yes.
For healing. I mean, it's almost as complex as the meridian system in Chinese traditional medicine. Now, so when you think of, just to give an example of an egregore, it's a combination of thoughts, programs, concepts, memes, spells, curses, blessings, prayers, anything you might imagine that operates with a certain awareness or watchfulness and agendas. While the body of Christ, acknowledged in the church, is an egregore, peace be with you, peace be with you, so is the agenda of a coven of witches, the energy invoked in a satanic mass, or the conspiracy theories surrounding Q, JFK, or whatever. Bohemian Grove, these are all an egregore. Bohemian Grove is an egregore of elite people who seek to control the world. But as part of that egregore, or a sub-egregore, which makes part of a bigger egregore, is the conspiracy theories around it. So there's all sorts of egregores in the world. The Temple of Set.
Yes.
What we're talking about, the Artilect has a whole egregore attached to it, and we're part of it because we talk about it.
Yes.
And if we talk about it, it'll grow. So when you do the chanting, and people don't connect an egregore with Gregorian chants, but those Gregorian chants create a whole aggregate of energy that is basically designed to clear a space. And the breath clears a space, just as you breathe. When you're in a circumstance that's trying and you breathe, it gives you an authority to be in the space. So when in trouble, breathe. When nervous, breathe. When you're in trouble. But a Gregorian chant is sort of this gets into sound. And here is where we move into the realm of grimoire and the arcane techniques of Michael Aquino, who used these for the dark side.
Yes.
Nevertheless, Egregore is this is what magic is all about. So, I'm sitting here trying to figure out the mystery of my own life.
Yes.
In reference to all of my work. This is a culmination for me. This is a apex, a climax. And it's getting more intriguing as I move step towards August, which is now less than 6 months away. And very happy. We're going to have some discussions on this when I'm in Romania with my friends and whatnot. It's going to be very interesting. But what I was going to say was that we're now moving into the realm of the Vox Arca and toning, chanting, vis-a-vis the conscious of the plasma. Yeah. It can influence the consciousness. Douglas, what do you have to say about this?
Well, other than what we've already said about it and what you've said, it's such a vast topic that I'm left kind of speechless. We're just,
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. But all of this will actually transmute into the work I'm doing with you.
Yes.
Because the Vox Arca, wow, this is penetrating the realms where thou shalt not speak of.
Yes.
Because you can't speak of it, because the Vox Arca, if you speak with it, it'll basically fry you.
Yes.
Fry you.
Yes.
And then when Douglas does do the diagnostics on it and puts it on to a certain degree, he gets apocalyptic visions.
Yes.
And the apocalypse refers to the end of time. And the end of the time is, of course, foreboding. However, when you look at the concept of time travel, the closed time-like curve, you begin to sort of get a scientific orientation, if not actuality, of the concept of Alpha and Omega, as stated in the New Testament. I am Alpha and I am Omega. I am the beginning and the end.
Yes.
And while the apocalypse is foreboding, there's supposed to be a comfort in Christ, theoretically, and just like there is in Shambhala, you get you kind of have the beginning and the end, and that is a whole egregore in itself. But the fact of the matter is, we're out here in Woundville, here in the Vale of Tears, the samsara of suffering. So it's like we're out here suffering. And I don't mean to imply that I'm suffering unduly, because I'm not. But in a human life, it's like, there are always elements where you're struggling.
Yes.
But I think every time you pay a bill or spend money for something, you can kind of feel, okay, this is your energy going to somebody. I expend this energy. Okay. This is costing me so much energy. It's like, it's work, toil. Toil is, in a sense, suffering, because you work to get this or whatever.
Yes.
And then there are those delightful people who don't work at all. And they steal, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm not talking about somebody who's retired or somebody who's debilitated. I'm talking about people that, steal. I'm talking about people I don't know how bad it is that they're talking on the Long Island News about people stealing cars from car washes.
Jeez.
So this means you need a security guard at the car wash because, your car is vulnerable to car wash.
Yeah.
And then I read some story, I think in Michigan, some high school soccer star, nice guy, picked up a couple of freezing kids who were much younger than him and, it stopped him from freezing and they shot him to death.
Jesus. Holy shit.
So it's like, there's a shooting almost every day on Yahoo News. I see it more on Yahoo than I do on the news. I don't watch the news that much. But it's like, we're getting to the point where, shootings are ho-hum commonplace, just as long as it's not you or your friends. And yeah, we're living in strange times for sure.
Yes. And I'm glad that you're cynical enough to survive them. Thank God you're not so naive as to pick up strange kids freezing on the side of the road.
But I mean, there's a lot of humanity in what the guy did.
Yes.
But he didn't. I mean, it's like you think you're helping somebody.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've done that before. Like say, when Preston called me down to meet with him on something very secret, which I honored and respected his secrecy. I don't even remember what it was. I mean, it was at the time, there were things that were very sensitive.
Yeah.
And I'm coming home from his house where you get on to what's called let me remember, the Southern State Parkway. Sort of ends Heckscher Park, not far from his house. And I get on there and you go under this bridge. Right after the bridge is this car. This guy's hailing for help. And I just go right on by. So I'm not going to help this guy. This looks like a setup.
Yeah.
Definitely felt like a setup. There's no way I'm going to stop this guy. He can get help from the next person. But it looks so suspicious. And then, yes, you have to be, I guess what you say, very discerning.
Yes. With
people you help. In fact, there was a story somebody once relayed up on the Apollo, the ship L. Ron Hubbard was with, and he was on the bridge, and there was a beacon. This was in the Mediterranean. Yeah. It was an SOS beacon shining, saying, help, 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 help.
Right.
And somebody recognized it and said, sir, they need help over there. We should go help them. And he says, no. He says, this is an old trick.
Yeah.
He says that they'll put a beacon, an SOS beacon. They're right behind rocks. You'll go to save them, and you're going to crash on the rocks.
Yes.
And then they'll pillage your ship.
That's right.
It's an old trick. So, he was very versed in the ways of nautical life.
Thank God.
And yes, it's, heard the term street smart. Well, that's being sea smart.
Same thing.
Yes. So yes, discernment goes a long ways. But yes, I have a very exciting trip to look forward to, and but to get back to what I was saying about the apocalypse, the apocalypse it actually means the uncovering of the goddess, and calypso, apo means uncovering of, away from. Calypse is in calypso, the goddess Calypso. And Calypso is etymologically tied to the goddess Kali, the goddess of time, Kali, and ipso, by way of in Greece, by fact of Kali, Calypso. This is time. And of course, Kala are cycles of time, the Kalas. Yeah. And that's where we get the word calendar. So it's like time is a big ornate labyrinth, especially when you consider multi-dimensions of time. And the end of time would be the surmounting of time, or the surpassing of time, the alpha and the omega, where you get to the end of time. And you're no longer on the wheel of time, which it is called the wheel of time. So it's very interesting to think of David Anderson and his time machine in the context of an apocalyptic station, just like Radu's outposts are stations of Shambhala. They're gateways to the inner earth. And we can certainly say that my experiences were David, who brought me to, the home of Zalmoxes, the god who initiates people in the inner earth. My experiences there have led me to the inner earth. And I'll also remind people of what's written on the tomb of Christian Rosenkreuz, the so-called founder and icon of Rosicrucianism, also featured on Aleister Crowley's card art, which is tarot card art, which is what he used instead of alchemy. He called the alchemy card art. It says to say it's a Latin. It's written in Latin, but what it translates in English to visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone. Now, the hidden stone is the stone that, the philosopher's stone, which means you can turn base metals into gold. Visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification. Rectification refers obviously to making something right, making something correct, refining it, cultivating it and refining it, which is what you do with alchemy. By visiting the interior of the earth, you can achieve the process of alchemy, which is to turn base metals into stone. So this is, what you'd say this consciousness or this egregore is all leading to. It's leading to a hopeful conclusion in my own adventure, which gets transcribed into my own writing. And Douglas Dietrich's a big part of this.
Thank you.
Big part of it, maybe perhaps more publicly than privately for me. And when I say publicly, I mean, to do with my career, because this involves society and geopolitics and all the nonsense that people can't properly interpret. But regardless of that, it's like if we're all on a journey, and let's say we're all going to get back to home base, and there's this sort of egregore that says, when we die, before we incarnate, we know what's going to happen, and we make these decisions to do such and such. We make these agreements. And then when we die, we see these agreements, we see what we did, and we decide whether we're going to go back, what we're going to do, so on and so forth. There's all this sort of arched wisdom that people think about and subscribe to in varying degrees. But at some point, when we talk about the end of time, there's this idea that we're going to, death will be out of that loop. And when we go back into that loop, or will we go back into that loop permanently? There's all sorts of existential and theological speculations and decisions one can make about such. But in the context of my own life and work, it's like, wow, this is like pointing to this apex of experience where I'll be able to have an experience that will be authentic and genuine that I can convey to other people in such that it will, at the very least, give them inspiration. And at the very most, facilitate that aspiration. Yes. That would be probably one of my goals, in addition to experiencing myself. When we extrapolate on this and consider the world of Douglas Dietrich, we're talking about all of these experiences with not only base metals, but which the factors that make them base and debase them. People like Michael Aquino, yes. And others of his ilk that he's had to deal with and overcome. And then, of course, because it's like when we give the world the Roswell deception, this talks about some of the most base and negative intentions being executed upon the society. Now, what we want to do with those is we want to recognize them so we can turn this place into a better world. Yes. Instead, people choose to ignore them and they go watch Ancient Aliens. Good God, true, Yeah, it's like, because this is what's presented for them. And it's like a pig will eat anything that's put before him. Yes. And they'll suck it up. Yes. And this is unfortunately what we have. And we have, the media, which goes out of its way to ignore and censor the best and most relevant parts of what I have to offer. As if, and basically create a show that's pure crap. Yes. Pure crap. It's pure crap. And people look at, well, that's not the start. Well, and they get away with it because that's what they do. Yes. They've got a long history of creating pure crap. They once had a movie about the Philadelphia experiment on some cable. It was absolute crap. They had the Eldridge crashing into a building. I think a skyscraper. It might have been the Twin Towers. I don't know. It was pretty crappy. Just like, and then they like to brag about bankable screenwriters. And some screenwriters are very good and very bankable. But plenty of them are just an abomination. I actually was given copy for a screenwriter that was working on Montauk, and it was abominable.
Oh my God.
It was abominable because they started distorting things. And so, well, this is what they do. This is what they do. See, they're putting words and they're putting no. Well, you can do words without, stating things that are blatantly accurate. It's like, it's like changing in the context of changing the New Testament to where, Jesus's mother was somebody else or something, wasn't Mary. His mother was a whore, something like this. It's like, okay, well, we need creative license here. No, you're telling the story wrong. And like they think they have some skill, right, to take words and put them in people's mouth. This is creative writing. And they did this with the movie, the miniseries on Jack Parsons, Strange Angel. They changed the history of the life story of Jack Parsons because they wanted to give the writers creativity, creative license. Actually, the stories were pretty good, but they could have. But you're totally compromising the truth. you're bastardizing the truth. So why don't you just tell the story and, you know, make Jack Parsons John Carter or something, you know? It's just stupid. It's just stupid. I mean, I can understand that you can't represent the truth in a 10-hour drama series. Then again, you can at least pay homage to it. It's not that hard.
Seems to be for them.
Oh, I don't know. It's just like, it's just crazy. So one other subject we should address 15 minutes before go time.
Yes.
You had shared with me a grisly report,
Yes.
a very grisly report of a, let's see, I have it somewhere. It's not pleasant.
No.
The purpose of sharing that was obviously to bring attention to it, which it's good that attention be brought to it. But it's so grisly. If this is about satanic abuse and somebody coming forward, I forget his name. I'm trying to find it.
Jesse.
But,
Jesse was the individual's
yeah.
name.
What did you, now, as I say, I warned you in the email,
Yeah.
too much grisly enough stuff can really polarize the audience.
That's right.
So this is like a revelation of a lot of negative stuff. And when you're dealing with this stuff, you also have to consider the prospect of cascading memories and confusion on the part of the person willing, ready, and able to give testimony.
Yeah.
What did you? Are you going to do a arc of narrative on this?
Oh God, no. It's as you said. It's just. I don't think people really need to hear all that. It would just be just a dive into a sewer of negativity that, as you said, the important thing is simply we're aware of such things. I think it's enough that people know the parameters, the outlines, you know, the general outlines. But definitely I wanted you to see it, and I think it's quite relevant. We congratulate Ian West, who does a lot of searches, and of course he's with all the trawling that he does, spending 23 hours a day online, he's bound to recover some things of relevance. And this, I feel, was one of them. So it was, it was just a, it was hard to take.
What I will say about it, it has to do with an underground base beneath Chicago, underneath the Cathedral of St. Peter, located in Rockford, Illinois. Crimes against children and humanity, satanic ritual abuse, involves law enforcement, Rush Hospital, underground breeder programs, labs, DARPA, CERN, HARP, Department of Defense, International Society for Study of Trauma and Dissociation. Now, it's very grisly. It involves all sorts of prominent people, some passed on, some not. Does include Oliver Stone on there.
Yes. Yes.
Does and Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel is somebody who's deeply involved with. He's the ambassador of Japan. So it's just brutal stuff going on, and.
But you always knew Rahm Emanuel was a piece of shit. How did you know that? I mean, you seem to be.
Well, he was deeply involved with the Obama administration.
Okay.
And he always seemed to say the wrong things, as does Chuck Schumer, the senator of New York, always saying the wrong things, especially if it's an issue that involves anything conspiratorial or the potential. And of course, then Rahm Emanuel went on to Chicago, where he just, he made a lot of, I think, notoriety with, being a sanctuary city and just running things into the ground, as I recall. But that's, he wasn't successfully hiding his fangs. But
excellent point.
Yeah. I as they say, this stuff goes on and on and on about negative stuff, being done. And I once actually thought of going to a convention in Connecticut on SRA, satanic ritual abuse. I was tempted to go there. I forget. I had a specific reason, but I said, you know what? It's not a good idea for a number of reasons. But because then you get sucked into that.
Yeah, you made the right choice. That's what it does. It sucks people in. And how should I say it? It's just one of these things that I'm glad we brought it up. It's definitely something that identified many people that we had long known to be quite corrupt, and this is part of the problem. And I think that Peter Moon and I both agree on this. The problem is it names people that people still want to admire, and therefore to even say, for instance, allude to this particular document in the book would simply be enough to turn people away and cause
I would refer to it in the book, but I'm saying even talking about it on
anywhere
air.
Yeah.
Kathy O'Brien, she mentions, I thought the most interesting thing about Kathy O'Brien, she mentions Dick Cheney before Dick Cheney is even a household word.
Yeah.
And
That's right.
He seemed to be the main bad guy.
That's right.
In her book. And so I thought that was really funny. But my favorite was Ronald Reagan with the jelly beans. She talked about having each jelly bean was a different color. And if you pulled out a color of a jelly bean, it was a different program.
Yeah.
Well, Kathy, this means that you've, you can't just service me today. It's got to be George and it's got to be Dick.
Yeah, just disgusting. It's and I find her completely believable. So it is what it is.
Well, even if she's 1/10 believable, it's significant.
Yes.
1/10 credible, but I'm not suggesting she's only 1/10 credible. She is a survivor who abused survivor who survived.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think I'm about out of content for tonight. I mean, I'll stick around.
Wonderful. I mean, believe me, I think that you did more than your fair share. You did yeoman work. So I'm certainly happy that you were able to drop by at all with everything that's been going on lately. We've all been so busy, and we've got these killer storms going around. I hope that the weather has been good to you.
It snowed in L.A., which is just outrageous.
Yes.
It's just like it just does not snow there, and well, wow, like 6 feet of snow. I don't know. That's not in L.A. proper, but in L.A. County, Ventura County. Yeah. It's and they don't know how to deal with snow in L.A.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't at all. And certainly we didn't know how to deal with the weather here in San Francisco either. The wind and the rain has been horrific. And all I can say is that I only hope the weather's all right when I've got to go in for a CAT scan for my sinuses on Tuesday. So that'll be the 28th of this month. I am happy to say that thanks to the help of so many people, Peter Moon included, as well as Brooke Gibson, Sammy Romero, Dennis Marshall. We've gotten quite a bit of money towards the rent, and we just need another $100 to make it work. Hopefully, our dear friend T. Tank Berry might drop by, but certainly anyone who's willing to contribute, if you don't put yourself out, by all means, go ahead and contribute, and that will help towards the rent and carrying me through that dry spell before my Social Security disability insurance deposits on the 3rd of the month. So just been a tremendous response from incredible people that have long time been supporters, and of course among them Peter Moon himself. So I definitely want everyone to understand that this is a man who cares about me, and we do have this incredible professional and personal relationship, and I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in what we are going to go on to accomplish. And we're happy that all of you join us at times like this to work with us, by being here. As a matter of fact, let me check into the live stream, and we've had more people speaking. Amor Fadi says, please speak more on the Vox Arca. Trillion Phoenix responded, it's a device that allows the human voice to orate the unspeakable names. So Trillion Phoenix is very familiar with this. He says, like a voice box that allows humans to talking to, say, an insect, as I understand it. And then Joe Tai said, Master Moon, we should write a book titled, well, he's talking about, of course, the Communist Russian Asian Party. He calls them crap. He would like an exposition, like an exposition on the Sino-Slavic synaxis, essentially. He says he'd rather have that replace the Chinese Communist Party and Winnie the Pooh. He's referring to Xi Jinping, of course. And so that's what's going on in the chat room.
He might have a better orientation to write that than myself.
Yes.
I'm serious, because he knows more about it.
Yeah, and I agree. And I want to thank everyone for their upvotes as well. If I've missed anybody's names in giving credit towards the funding and the fundraising, I'll certainly try and give you credit. Holly Kaditis Kiefer, of course, I mentioned before, who had sent $100. So I had to use that right away. So anybody who's chipped in, believe me, I haven't forgotten you intentionally. I'll try and give you your credit.
But Douglas, I'm glad to hear that Brooke, sent you something. But you know what? One thing, it's possible. I mean, I just thought of this now.
Yes.
You could sell blocks of time. People come on and say, I'm serious. I'm serious. Because we have interest in the show, and people do have things to share, and they could make their contribution concomitant with a diatribe. If they want to give a diatribe, they may not. Some people don't. But if you want to hear, it's if you had people come on and want to say what they want to say. Yes. Somebody was spouting off on one of your posts about what were they saying? They listened to your discussion with Christina Joanne Hart.
Yes.
And what was he saying? He was saying something that agree with.
It's Brian, who's probably listening. Actually, he's probably not, because he's probably listening to the interview with Christine Joanna Hart. So I just kind of let him go on about that. He's asking when did Jews settle in Japan right now, and so I just kind of ignored.
It wasn't about Jews in Japan. It was about something else.
Oh, it was heading in that direction, though. We're dealing with somebody who's kind of trafficking in the usual Judeophobia, really. So what he was saying.
I don't remember it being about Judaic stuff at all.
It goes there. It goes there.
Well,
Here's what he said, though. He said, I'm listening now to your chat with Christine Joanna Hart. As informative, brilliant, and entertaining as you are, and there are some things I just cannot go along with. I know for a fact that Alexander Dugin loved his daughter.
That was it. Yeah.
Very much. Yes.
He loves his daughter very much.
Yes.
And of course that is like, how does he know that? Because he does it every day, and he wants you to think that. And why would somebody make a spectacle of telling you how much they loved their daughter?
That is
more suspect than you're getting up there and crying, "Oh, I love my daughter."
Yes.
Well, of course, any ordinary man would love their daughter. What is the reason for convincing everybody that you love your daughter?
Thank you. When he says he eulogizes her every day, to me that sounds so fake, so phony, so just there's several different words you could use to describe this, but it's obviously he's putting up a front. And then he says the people responsible for her murder were attempting to kill him and are connected to Ukraine. That's the official party line of the Russians. Yes. Then he says, I know that Putin has no animosity towards the Ukrainian people, but the Ukrainians absolutely hate Putin and Russians. Of course, and how he knows all this is based, of course, he says they drank the Western Kool-Aid. But of course, and I've heard it from their own mouths.
Well, of course, people believe all sorts of things because they do. But he sounds like an incredibly naive.
He's like someone else we know who we will not name who drank the Russian Kool-Aid. That's what happened. He drank the Russian bleach. Yes. The point is that when people come at me with this sort of thing, it's obvious. It's kind of like I had John Miranda on a few months back. Yeah, around Christmas. I had him on Christmas. That's what I confronted him with. I said, John, for in case you don't remember, Peter, John Miranda was a guy who used to appear on my
I remember who he was. I remember him very well.
Yeah. So John Miranda, he's like, and do you remember the story? I mean, his story, basically in a nutshell.
Well, you've related to me, re-related to it. I mean, you go ahead.
Yeah, it's basically what happened was he was someone who was adopted as a child, and basically he was an orphan, but he's pretty much convinced, and I see no reason to doubt him, really. I don't feel that this is an indulgence. He probably, it sounds probable enough, let's just put it that way. So but he feels he's the child of Clint Eastwood. And so he was adopted.
I didn't know that, but that's okay.
Yeah, he was adopted out really young. And so this wealthy family adopted him, and they were into adopting a rainbow coalition of children. So they adopted one that was Latin American, one that was Native American, all this stuff. And so their picture of the family is actually one of these photographs that they put in the Statue of Liberty as an example of an immigrant family, like an ideal, some kind of American ideal. So, he's got that to his background. And then, so here's this guy raised in a wealthy family. He joins the Navy, becomes a Olympic level swimmer, actually represents the United States Navy, or rather the United States, in the Olympics, because the Navy gave him special dispensation to participate. And so he was doing all this stuff with the Navy that was just sports oriented. And then what happened was, somewhere along the line, fairly recently, he began reading a lot of stuff online and really lost himself. He went to Europe around the time he was involved with Revolution Radio. He went to Europe and he met this young Georgian refugee. Now, for people, that's the nation, Georgia, not the state. And so this young lady's family, she's a refugee because the Russians had invaded Georgia, and they had massacred her family. So the Russians murdered her family. She's running into Europe. She meets this American. She hopes to marry him and move to America. Then he marries her and won't move to America. Now, by that time, she gives birth to twin boys for him. And then he tells her, honey, I want to stay in Europe to help Vladimir Putin conquer Europe. He said, the Russians are the only hope for humanity to save us from the degenerate West. And he can't understand why she divorced him. And, so he's like stranded in Europe. He wound up killing some Turkish guy, getting arrested. Then I have no idea why he's not deported, but he's was camping out in the wilderness in Sweden. He's still in Sweden. And he, when he was on my show, I said to him, now, and I was, as kind as possible, but I said, look at you, you're alone on Christmas Eve. It's not like me coming back to do the show from the estate. I said, you're all alone. What has your allegiance to Putin brought you any rewards? I mean, it's not like Putin ever even knows you exist. All these sacrifices you're making for him. What's wrong with these people? And so it's like so then you've got this guy Brian James, when he's going on, he says the real enemies of Ukraine are their own government, who massacres their own citizens. I mean, at this point, okay, that's outrageous. That's just outrageous. He says, and they're the same ethnicity as the Bolsheviks who genocided them 100 years ago. At this point, this is where the Judeophobia comes in. He's talking about Zelensky. Zelensky is Jewish. He's ethnically Jewish. So, I mean, basically, he's going back to the Commissars, who were overwhelmingly ethnically Jewish. And basically, so what he's claiming is that Zelensky's really killing all these people and the Russians are just trying to save them. So this is like, at this point, we're in La La Land. These men are in a different world. And they're in Putin's world. There's no other word for it. It's like Putin has got these people, and they keep going back to this religiosity. Brian James keeps going back to it. He says, their religion is almost identical. I can go into any of their churches and follow the liturgy. And then when you had John Miranda here, he was talking about, the great Russian Christian revival. And I said, dude, there's no great Russian Christian revival. The churches are empty. Dude, there's nobody going to church in Russia. They're godless. The church, the only people going there are the elite, just to show off on camera that they're part of the elite. You've got their I forget what they call him, to my eternal embarrassment. But basically, the man who runs the Russian Orthodox Church, he's, I think of the Exarchate, but that's over there in Constantinople. This guy who is Krill, and Krill's the name of the top church man in Russia. He goes around wearing Rolex watches and shit. So, I mean, these are like people who are like, the church is now just an instrument of the state. It's completely divested of any spiritual meaning. So they're just part of the war effort. They're just there to say God's on Putin's side. So when we, so this is what we're contending with, and it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating that there are people out there who are like this, and but they're the majority of people who are on the net. Unfortunately, these are the people who are on the net all the time, and that's the problem. Even Ian West, he kind of reflects that. Now, to his credit, when I pointed out to both him and John Miranda, who were both on that same call that Christmas night, and I pointed out to them that, I'd been to Russia. I had met Alexander Dugin at the time I was working for Michael Aquino, and that he's the one who helped very shortly thereafter to bring Putin into power. And they're just as satanic as America. I pointed out America's satanic state, which is exemplified in that document, which Peter Moon brought up, and Jesse's document, we'll call it, and in which Jesse is testifying abuse by all of these people from Aquino to Oliver Stone et alie, as they say, meaning and others. And when you have somebody like Ian who can retrieve something like that, along with so much junk, and he comes away from all his trawling on the internet with this kind of pro-Russian perspective, then even he, to his credit, when I said, you realize they're as satanic as we are, he said he agreed. So Ian West could accept that. John Miranda could not. John Miranda went into denial, and so this is, it's sad, and again, I think that we will not go into it, of course, but we've both had friends. Peter Moon and I have both had friends that we've lost because they stand by Putin, and they stand by Putin hell or high water. But this is, again, this was a long time coming, and it started with leftist academia. Understand that the American apocalypse was the Vietnam War, and at that time, the Russians pretty much overthrew academic America. And during that time, you had people trying to dodge the draft, and they were allowed to dodge it if they were brought into schools as teachers, because teachers were evading the draft. So a lot of these older professors brought in younger and younger men to fill all these teaching roles, and that's what destroyed the American educational system, because a bunch of American draft dodgers started teaching in schools. I remember we had one of them, who was trying to. This was a class Beaver and I were in, and this white trash piece of shit who is this draft dodger was trying to teach us about astrology, not astronomy. Astrology. Nothing against astrology, as both Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson and Amy Como, they'll all attest there. It has its place, but it's not a curricula in school that will get you employed. So
Yeah, it seems quite mad to be even bringing it up in school in that context. What for? Unless you're going to become a professional astrologer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And this is like, we're talking about, this is like middle school. This is middle school. And so when it came to
you teach that if you want to get fired.
Thank you. Or at least that's what one would presume. Of course, like I said, the educational system had gone to shit. But, a lot of these people were because they were so leftist, they were the people who kept emphasizing, oh, it's the Russians who won World War II. It's the Russians who sacrificed everything to defeat fascism. This stuff got pounded into kids' heads. Now, when the old saying was during my father's day that aside from so many other sayings they had, like better dead than red, or the East is red and the West is ready, there were statements like if we don't defeat them on the Mekong, we'll be fighting them on the Mississippi. That's what happened. And what happened was we lost. I mean, we lost on the Mekong and we lost on the Mississippi. So this leftist revolution took over where it counted in the academia, and programmed people with this Russian myth to the point where, as I said, now they're trying to claim the Russians are the ones who beat the Japanese, which, of course, anybody who wants the reality behind that, just read the Roswell deception as to what really happened. But when it comes to this Russian fixation, the horrible irony is that the Russians, who were once these communists financing the left, and these radical, extraordinarily violent and dangerous communist cell groups like the Symbionese Liberation Army, like the Weathermen, people who literally would try to attack schools because they felt that would be liberating the students from American indoctrination, people who were just basically out to truly overthrow the United States. Now, of course, the politics have just stood on their head. Now the Russians are appealing to homophobic, racist evangelicals and neo-Nazis, and these are the radicalized right that are. It's the white male supremacists that are all reading this stuff online and buying into Putin's Kool-Aid. So there you go. It's I'll go a bit into it in monologue, but definitely Peter knows the score, and it's a tragic irony. I mean, things have stood on their head, and our world is upside down. Whereas before the Russians were supporting the left, now they're supporting the right, and it is what it is, a horror story.
Okay, well, with that, I'll say goodnight, and I'll look forward to seeing you on Wednesday.
Yes, sir. And of course, if you do wake up early, go ahead and join us. If not, no worries. I'll be calling you soon, keeping up with you. And thanks to you and everyone else who has helped me make the rent, and still could use some more help because, the rent's not made yet. And just a little more to go. And my thanks to Peter for making that possible and doing what he's done to make it, make other people contribute. And God bless you, sir. Have a great night.
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Yes. Blessed night for now. Okay, so that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. So we'll reach out to some people, see if anybody responds. And let's take a look about this. Okay. Now, my quality sound should be pretty bad until I get a call started. And everybody's going through a lot these days, so I'm not quite sure who will come on. So let's send that out there, just kind of probe. And with that, I'll start calling people Let's take a look at Michelle Carmela Saldana, see if she's responsive. I told her earlier that I'd try and give her a call since she said she was available while I was on with Peter. And let's look up Michelle, shall we? Okay, there she is, Michelle Saldana. And let's do a little bit.
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Okay. So
Please leave a message after the tone.
Okay.
When you have finished,
That's all right. We'll give her another call in another moment. We're going to let's give Amy Como a try just in case she happens to still be up. And she says she's out in the middle of nowhere. You may not even connect. Yeah, it's not connecting. It looks like. Let's see what else is going on here. Brian James might want to come on. Oh, Lori Sugai says, "Hey Doug, darling, Sean Blum wants to have you on his show again." So then she says, "Please contact him with sugar on top. The sugar is from me. Kiss, kiss." Okay. Mwah. Love you, honey. This is Lori Sugai, wonderful human being, and yeah, we really adore you, darling. Oh, someone's calling. There we are, my lovely Michelle Carmela Saldana. How are we, honey?
Hi, how are you?
Well, much the better for speaking with you, I assure you. So, bear with me. I'll see if there's anyone else we can bring on. Otherwise, we're going to count on you to hold the majority of the discussion. Just kind of talk with me and get everybody to know you a bit better. And I want to know how you're feeling these days, how you're doing, what's going on with you other than you know, the normal challenges, of course, which you're always welcome to speak about and you know, get started. Let people know a little bit about yourself, your website, where they can find you online, and that you're open to communicating with people, of course. The human rights advocacy that you've been a part of, the fact that you're we were just speaking about satanic ritual abuse, the fact that you're a survivor and an advocate for such victims, and doing your best to make certain they get treatment, recognition. You've dealt with human trafficking. You've obviously dealt with the mob. I mean, I got a post notification for the first time in forever from your brother the other day, whose Facebook timeline is the man on the bench, yes?
Did you?
Yes.
Wow.
It wasn't like a personal communication. It was just like a notification of something he put up.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, but
Oh, yes.
first time in forever I got something from
Oh,
him.
he's doing really well. He's doing fantastic. He's taken on the mob in his own way, buying the mob out before they make a bid on something, and he's there in cash before they can even finish the transaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow.
So he's undermining their authority in the area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really proud of him for that.
I can imagine. And so let's push
Creating
that.
jobs.
Yeah.
He's creating jobs. Helping to keep the economy boosted.
Yeah.
With legal operations.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying that well, some of them are still vices, like gambling became legal, but he puts limits. He's not allowing anybody to harm themselves or putting themselves into situations that's going to wreak havoc on their families.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's everything in moderation and putting balance, and you know, it's more about creating jobs and stimulating the economy and getting tourism and causing the area to thrive in what otherwise would be just factories, and we're actually not far from the from the Ohio train wreck.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
No,
Him or
I-
you? Not you.
I
You're in Los Angeles, right?
well, I'm in Los Angeles, but it's my hometown. So he's a few hours away. He's probably about 4 to 6 hours away, maybe closer to 6 hours away. But I have relatives that are so it's just a few miles from Youngstown, and Youngstown is a border town on Ohio and Pennsylvania. So, and I have family in Greenville. So Greenville is a border town of Ohio also. It's a college town. So I've been checking with them to see how they're affected, and if they have been, they haven't been too much affected, but it's going to affect it's going to affect the drinking. It's affecting the drinking water. It's affecting the morale because of the surrounding areas, not just not just the palace. What is? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries,
I'm having
honey.
a brain.
No
It's
worries.
North Palestine, isn't it? How you say the town?
Oh,
How you-
you mean the town in Ohio where the train crashed?
Yeah, North Palestine, is it called?
It's I forget, but I do know one
Yeah,
thing. I know that we're
but
go on, honey.
the trade is going to be affected for a long while. It's along the lines of when 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant exploded. It affected people within the tri-state. And this is going to also not just the tri-state, but Ohio and Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, Virginia. And then just think about the food that grows. People are, for a good decade or more, people aren't going to be able to trust the food. They're not going to be able to trust the water. What's this going to do to the economy for agriculture, for farming, for
God, yes.
trade, for
By the way, I want you to continue talking about this. I want to introduce you to Ian West. He will speak with you about it. I'll be back in a few minutes because after Peter Moon
Okay.
takes off, I always refresh myself when possible. But I
okay.
do want you both to know something. The United States is averaging one chemical accident every 48 hours, every 2 days. It's outrageous. You had the Ohio governor, Mike DeWine, who was lamenting that the toll taken on the residents of East Palestine, that's the town.
East
It's
Palestine, yeah.
so outrageously apropos that I bleached it out of my mind because I just find it like the Palestinians, no matter where they are, get fucked. But after
I
that,
had that thought too.
yeah, it
But
was like,
what's every 48 hours?
yeah, that's right. He was claiming no other community should have to go through this, but such accidents are happening with striking regularity. If you take a
But
look,
do you remember
yeah,
when I was helping get the word out about the 2 young men long before Greta Thunberg was talking about the environment? There was these 2 young men that are of Azteca descent, that they were out of Colorado, and they spoke at the UN, and then they had several lawsuits against corporations, and they were so effective with one of the lawsuits, and they still had a string more to go, that their reservation out in Colorado, the water became contaminated. And people in the area were reluctant to say that it was connected, and I said, it's okay, I'll save it for you, and I'll put it on the air that it is, if I have your permission. And they were like, well, go ahead. And they orchestrated water supply. All the water was being funneled all the way from Mexico we were getting water from. I was helping to coordinate clean water efforts, drinking water. We had tanks of water trucks. We had water truck caravans coming in to provide people with clean drinking water, as well as bottled water, and then ways that they could keep clean because the water was contaminated. And we got the EPA out on it. But I didn't realize it was one every 48 hours. I try to keep on top of those things. But, well, you know what? You know, it sounds so conspiracy theory when we say, oh, look at the 2030 agenda. But there's too much. I did an article several years back about the overpopulation of the world, and my main argument was the clock, the birth and death clock. And when you compare the birth and death clock, it's really hard. And then all the areas of the world that are not inhabited, but they still are inhabitable, or they can be inhabited even though they're not, in relation to the areas that are inhabited. It's that people prefer coastal, prefer cities, yet there's so many rural areas that are wide open spaces. So if people went back to more wide open spaces, they wouldn't feel so crowded and it wouldn't feel so claustrophobic. But it's just how we tend to be. We're very much like ants in an ant farm in some ways. And so if people went ahead and changed habits, they wouldn't feel so smushed together. But then also it's the way we are very much herded by marketing, unfortunately, with these designer cities.
Yeah.
And when I was up north in Northern California, I saw some of these designer cities being developed. And I did some research and found out how, as the one lady on the one video said, they're designed down to the brown shoe of how many people in that community are going to buy that brown patent leather shoe.
Right.
And
by the way, honey,
I mean, it is so marketing driven.
Right. Honey, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good.
Okay.
You have to understand, I have to ask that constantly because I have a broken microphone and we can't afford to fix it. So,
right.
Yeah. So I want.
The mouse on my computer just died, so now I downloaded it onto my phone.
Okay. So I wanted to introduce you to Ian West so that I could take a short break to refresh myself. Okay. But I want both of you to continue talking. Ian West, let's test your audio here. Ian, say hi.
Hi, everybody.
Wonderful. We're so glad to have you. So I want you to meet Michelle Carmela Saldana. She's a wonderful young lady who was born in Taiwan, like I was, and she's had a past that was involved with satanic ritual abuse, human trafficking. She's a victims' rights advocate, and she's been through the ringer, dealing with multiple health issues. And she's talking right now about the chemical train spill, which I'm sure you could speak to her at length upon, as well as about cloning, tunnels, and various other phenomena that both of you are probably familiar with in different ways. So I think the two of you will have a wonderful conversation for a few minutes while I'm gone. I'll be gone for about 10, 15 minutes at the absolute most, but I'll be right back. And Ian, maybe you could introduce yourself to this young lady while Ian is our resident conspiracy
weirdo.
theorist.
Yeah, there you go.
and he spends a lot of time online. He's very online, but he's done some remarkable things. He works with celebrities, and by that I mean he does a lot of stage work. I mean, so why don't you share some of that? I'm gonna go mute. Both of you, I think, have got this, and I want to thank you both so much. It wouldn't be possible without you for me to even survive. So let me just go mute. But I'll be back soon, and you two have got the stage.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah.
Hi, Ian.
Hey, Miss Aldana. Go ahead and finish your what you're talking about. I was listening.
Oh, all I was saying was how driven by corporations we are with from where we live to what we eat to how we're governed. And but I had finished the thought by the time that you came on.
Oh, that's cool.
Sorry.
No, you're cool. You're cool.
So the floor is yours, really.
That's cool. Did you have any thoughts on this whole chemical release thing with the trains and all that?
Well, I was saying how it's going to affect the area. I grew up in that area, so
You're kidding.
I mean the town will pull together. They don't take BS.
No, seriously,
I-
you grew up
I-
in Palestine right there?
No, I grew up. I lived in Greenville for a little
Okay.
while, which is pretty close by, and then in northwest Pennsylvania, which isn't all that far either. It's less than a day's driving distance.
Okay.
It's just a few hours driving distance. If a person was a short truck driver, they could drive from my hometown to East Palestine and back, be home by dinner.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of all this. I don't have all the details and everything else put together about on it, but I'm hearing that this Palestine spot was a huge child trafficking hub.
Oh, it is. The whole area is. It's years ago I made a map of several of the rings within the area, and local to nationwide to international. So but yeah, it very, very much is, because there's truck stops and there's a lot of it is hidden. A lot of it's always been hidden, but it's part of the currency there.
No, that's amazing. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's to the point where but you know what? I gotta say something. I've traveled the country. It's rural life. I gotta tell you, there's not too many rural towns that I've been in the United States that I couldn't say that Mayberry doesn't show her underskirts if you ask her, because yeah, every place has their underbelly.
I agree. Yeah, totally. But I've been trying to make sense of all this because we got hit down here in Kissimmee with another little chemical explosion thing. It was this huge factory, and I'm having problems like linking it all, and I've been working on this for like 2 weeks now.
In what way?
I'm trying to figure out what the commonality is, what all these chemical explosions, what they all have in common. That's the problem I'm having.
Well, from some of the reports that I've listened to, said that it was antiquated brakes, and antiquated technology. Do you remember the train movie Unstoppable?
No, I've never seen it.
Oh, so
No,
there's
sorry.
Unstoppable with Chris Helmsley, I think his name is, and Denzel Washington, about this train that goes rogue because there's two train workers, employees that are careless with the tracks and the switches, and so this one train ends up just going full speed. That was filmed in my grandmother's hometown area.
Ah.
It was made to look like different parts of Pennsylvania. I feel like Philadelphia or some, I don't know, some area other than her area. But I got to thinking about that with this, and I also got to thinking about a number of things, just like, hey, corporations don't care. They care about bottom line. They don't care about people.
Agreed. Yeah.
You know, so if anything, that for me, that's the main common denominator is, you know, they care more about their. But you would think that the bottom line you think it would be more beneficial to them to do things right the first time than to allow these accidents to happen, so-called accidents to happen. I don't call them accidents. They're negligence. It's just outright negligence and arrogance and apathy.
No, good call. Good call. But yeah, man, I've been going through all these accidents, like the one that happened in Louisiana, the one that happened in Miami, the one that happened in Kissimmee, and I can't find what those locations all have in common. You know what I'm saying?
People, families, children.
But places that did get hit have that in common too. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I mean, places that did not get hit. I mean, places that do not have that also got hit.
No, the places that like every place has a family and children and all that. That's you can find that anywhere. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to find like what specific detail that all of these.
Have you also taken into consideration trade routes?
No, I have not. No,
Because
I have not.
I hate the term human trafficking, but because I like the old terms better, but all that follows on trade routes.
What's the old terms? I just got back. What you said? Do you like the old terms better for human trafficking?
Oh,
what were they?
Yeah, slavery. You know,
Right.
selling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slavery. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Just outright slavery.
Yeah, human slavery, chattel slavery.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. But by the way, just so people know, because I'm already gotten some questions in the email about it, when people are saying, "Oh, you know about these accidents happening," and I said, "Look, it's basically your Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, tracks chemical accidents in the United States, and it shows that accidental releases, be they through train derailments, truck crashes, pipeline ruptures, or industrial plant leaks and spills, are happening consistently across the country. In fact, they tabulate these incidents as occurring on average every 2 days." So
I saw an incredible news source. I think it was either John Stewart, or I'll have to look it up, but 12 so far. We've had 12 major accidents along the lines of East Palestine, and when but also there's been a couple people, including Buttigieg, who has said that this is such a regular occurrence that people shouldn't even be shocked at all. But we're shocked because, well, we didn't know this. Now, I didn't know. You know, Douglas, as long as we've known each other, how I try to stay on top of things, and when something's I could trace just about everything back to child slavery in some sort, like I just did for Ian just now, about the common denominator, about the trade routes for these things happening. The thing is, I did not know that it was one every 48 hours.
Yeah.
I knew it was pretty prolific, way more than even 12, but I didn't know that it was one every 48 hours. That's
right.
Honey, beyond ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's appalling. Ian, perhaps you could provide some perspective on this. I'm sure that, by the way, I don't say this sarcastically at all. I'm sure you probably feel this is part of some kind of program to do something. There must be some intent behind it, like either.
I can't figure it out, Doug. I can't fucking figure it out. I've beaten myself up over the last 2 weeks over this, ever since the Idaho thing or Ohio thing.
I have thoughts, but I'm going to have to save them until Wednesday.
Honey, are you sure you don't want to share some of them now?
Well, yeah, because it's the time of night that it is, and I'm in the house.
I see.
Around my roommates, but it has very much. I could think of the 80s and the 90s where it has stuff to do with the unions and the steel workers and trade agreements and trade agreements and trade routes and some other things that I could think of. If that's, I'm sorry, gentlemen, to be like that, but I want to be
vague.
Oh, you're cool. You're cool.
I want to be respectful of my friends too that I live with.
I understand.
Understood.
Do me a favor, Ian, and impress this young lady with a little bit you know about slavery. Maybe you can introduce the topic of cloning, and she might have a response to that as well. I mean, you've had some pretty bizarre experiences, honey. I mean, with your permission, I might share some of them, but I would only do so with your permission.
Yes, feel free to comment if you want to, even now, because I won't be able to until Wednesday.
How about the time that there were some people who had two severed heads that they made talk to each other in front of you?
Yeah, that was really horrific. And then the other day I saw a video about psychiatry, the history of psychiatry, and they did that same experiment but with monkeys, and I was so surprised that it didn't trigger me. Which I watched that video. I thought I was so surprised. I was so proud of myself to be able to watch that video
without breaking down.
Yeah, I thoroughly expected to go to dark places, but I didn't.
Okay. I appreciate that as well. Well, Ian, with what she saw, do you have any idea how they might have made that happen?
You got me. Yeah, that's. I'm not qualified to speak on that, to be honest.
Could you describe more about it? Could you describe more about it, honey?
I can't right at this minute, but you know what, Douglas? Yeah. There's so far you've had a number of interviews with me, and there's been topics that I haven't been able to talk about. But you know what?
You want.
On Wednesday, now that I have Skype on my phone, on Wednesday around 5, I will make sure that I'm available. I'll go somewhere where I can talk, and we'll fill in these gaps, because I've been feeling kind of
honey?
I don't know what the word is, but I feel bad not filling in or commenting on these topics that I normally would. Plus, I feel like I'm doing a disservice to the listeners that are trying to get you, the ones that have heard me before but haven't heard me in a long time, and then those who are just getting to know me. Mm-hmm. So, and then also to yourself, who has been trying to help me lately. So on Wednesday, we're going to rectify that.
Okay, wonderful. in the meantime, here with Ian, have you had an opportunity to introduce yourself to our lovely lady, Michelle Carmela Saldana? Tell her a little bit about yourself, what you do, how you got to be where you're at.
Oh yeah, me and Michelle have talked before. She's a absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Yes. And,
but
Yeah,
since you brought up about the trains and shit, I'm checking out this nursery here in Kissimmee. I'm trying to get the exact address, and I'm going to see if there's a train track that rolls through here or by here in any way. And if there is a train, something that goes through here, that's just going to back you up even more. Like, you know, that could be the common linking factor to all these chemical explosions. Because with the chemical explosion in Miami last week, wouldn't you know it? It's right by a fucking train station. Like, what are the odds, you know?
yeah.
look for trains and ports.
Yeah. I'm trying to get the address of this nursery in Kissimmee, and that I can go to Google Maps and see if there is a train track by it by any chance. So you guys go ahead and talk. Give me a minute, and I'll get back to you.
He had to say that just as I went mute. Honey, there are certainly some other things you must be willing to talk about. Something comfortable. You know, you were.
Yeah, I had a really great conversation with a friend of mine from Skid Row yesterday that I would like to plug her if I could. She's
Sure.
trying to get me to go back down to Skid Row. There's parts of it. There's times
I'm
where
not
I
quite
feel
sure if
like
she's a friend, if she's trying to get you to go back to Skid Row.
she knows me. She knows me. She knows that I still keep in touch with what's going on down there. But I know what you're saying. But it turns out that my jurisdiction is the one that still gets filmed the most, and you know, when you see all those tents and the gangs and everything, that's my jurisdiction, and my jurisdiction's being neglected. So I kind of feel guilty about that too. But anyway, so her name is Angela Harper. She's known as Big Mama Skid Row. Big shout out to her. So usually she puts on a Easter, big Easter gala for Skid Row, but this year she's not going to, for lack of funds, and also she's just had a lot of loss lately in her own life, but she's out there every day. She's in her 60s. She's also has a walker, but she was sharing with me some of the things that were going on down there, and just how the other day she saved somebody that he had 2 fresh gun wounds, bullet wounds that the doctor took out the one bullet, but did not stitch him up. And then it turned out that he still had another bullet in him, and she was able to help him through that. We were talking about some of the projects. Well, you know, I asked her things that she needed, and she's like, first aid kits because of all that she was explaining to me. And I don't know if you remember or not, Douglas, that the one young lady I was helping, she had just gotten a job, just got housing, and her daughter needed an emergency surgery and had a stoma in a bag, and they sent her home right after her surgery, did not even make arrangements for aftercare, gave her the most scant directions on how to take care of the stoma and the bag. And the mom was like, what am I supposed to do? How am I going to go to work? I said, I've done care nursing. So I went and they almost got evicted for having me in their apartment. But I stayed there on the down low, helping for 2 weeks until the daughter was healed enough and knew and rested enough to take care of her stoma by herself. I mean, these are things that are needed down on Skid Row that just don't get talked about. And just so many other layers, like the demographics. Everybody thinks it's just drug addicts. It's not. There's working poor. There's people who are so sick and elderly that they belong in nursing homes, but they're never going to get into a nursing home. There's people from around the world that come and visit, or they vacation, they visit family, they visit their kids in college. There's college students who stay in shelters because the money for their tuition that would go to an apartment, they save it to pay off their debt faster, or they give it to their family. Hello?
Yeah. Oh, we're here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm here.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. It was so quiet. There's just so many demographics. And so she and I were talking about the stories that we want to cover from the citizens' point of view, because there's so many outsiders that go and with their car cam and film the area, or there's YouTubers that they'll quote unquote interview people, but the way they do it is so judgmental. Or just the fact that there's churches and organizations that come in, they'll feed people, they think they're feeding and clothing people and giving them, and that gives them the right to take videos or pictures of these people that are down there. But what they don't know is the clothes stay in the gutter, contribute to pollution. The food gets wasted, contributes to pollution. And just because you're feeding somebody or clothing somebody does not give you the right to take their picture without their permission. In the transaction of taking a plate of food equals permission of a photo is not, that's not right. That's just not, that can't, it's not even moral or ethical, just not right. It's bad enough the shelters do that, but they do that for a reason, because they help capture criminals and rapists and kidnappers and stuff. There's a protocol for the shelters. But as far as out on the street and organizations coming, pulling up their cars, vans, and whatnot on the street doing this, no. There's no justification in that. I've been doing this. I've been working down on Skid Row on and off since 2000. So, but you won't find any pictures of me doing it, and you won't find any pictures of anybody that with anybody that I've helped, because it's not necessary.
Yeah.
It's just not necessary. And then there's ideas of people, churches from 45 minutes away, an hour away, they make food, they stay out in traffic in the hot sun. They have no idea that the food that they're bringing down is poisoning people. There's been mass poisonings, food poisonings down in Skid Row that have cost people their health, their life, their jobs.
Whoa! Let's be careful here. Is these mass poisonings? What
Because of food poisoning, of people meeting well.
Okay, so they're
Just
bringing like
people meeting well.
Expired food or rejected food from restaurants and the like.
Food that was made earlier in the day, but then gets set out in the hot car as somebody's in traffic, and they're traveling 45 minutes to a couple hours away in the hot sun, and they have mayonnaise or some other food that's easily spoiled.
Got it.
But they feel good about it all. They feel so good. They leave. They don't know what damage they did.
But by the way, this is similar to people who throw food out of their car by the side of the road for animals, and this draws animals out into traffic and they get killed. So yeah, please don't do that.
Yeah,
Well,
not to equate people with animals, but yes, it does do that damage.
let me
Yeah,
interject here for
so
a second.
Yeah, please.
So what you said about the train tracks and these chemical explosions, there's a train track literally 2,000 feet away from this place that blew up in Kissimmee.
well, thank you for that verification. I love that. Real-time verification.
Like, seriously, I'm looking at it right now. They're calling it the old Tampa Highway. And I bet you there's a maglev system that goes underneath it.
Yep, I've been trained well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You did good.
Yeah.
You did good.
Yeah.
And so, honey,
But-
when we hear that sound, you're on a respirator? What is that?
Oh no, that's just me moving. I mean, me breathing. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have any aid to breathe, like.
No, I should do a breathing treatment, but I don't always know when I need one.
Okay. So
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. No worries. No worries.
No. So anyway, I had a really good meeting with Angela yesterday about covering those topics and how we want to educate people in being more thoughtful in their doing and their giving and empowering them everywhere they are in whatever community that they are in on what they could do to help, and then also to show the other side of Skid Row from the volunteers' point of views. You know, those of us, the long term volunteers, as well as citizens who are willing to give their story. And just the different ways that Skid Row is a community. It has different demographics. My area is different than the area that Angela has. And each has a different approach that it needs to be taken in meeting the needs of the people. Of course, some of the needs are similar, but the approach and how to break the ice is sometimes different and whatnot. So these are just different things. It goes along the lines with Once Upon a Eden and Rearranging Hell's premise.
Have you told people about that website yet, this transmission? You might bring up the situation with that again, as we always have new listeners.
OnceuponaEden.org is my website. Rearranging Hell or We Are Rearranging Hell, those websites are not up yet. But you could go to OnceuponaEden.org and learn more about what we're doing.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, and also
it is under edit. It is under construction and edit, but so it's messy, but I still have information up.
Yeah, and how are things going with your health? Catch us up on any health developments.
I have some doctor appointments coming up pretty soon. I'm getting discouraged about this surgery that I need. I need the surgery, but it's so convoluted about getting a hospital to give a date, and working out the general anesthesia test, coordinating that, and I just don't know how to approach it. My doctor, the surgeon that wants to do the surgery, he still wants to do the surgery. He still believes that despite the risks involved for himself legally, he's like, if we could work it out with your doctors at UC Irving to get the testing, then I think it's worth your while, so you could have good quality of life. And I agree with him on that. It's just, it's such a red tape, convoluted mess, and it's been like that for more than a year now. And that I've been trying to get the surgery.
Oh my God.
And
It
yeah,
reminds me so much of Amanda Yute's situation. Do you remember her?
yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah, incredible. Your memory is excellent.
I haven't talked to her in a long while, but I do remember she went through a lot for her health.
Yes, yes. So what you're going through reminds me of that. And and
And then I have to go. My primary doctor doesn't think there's anything wrong with me, even though I have all these tests to prove. And then to find out that even with the general anesthesia test, if UC Irving approves me, it says it helps me find a anesthesia that I'm not allergic to. The primary doctor is still has to sign off on it.
Oh my fucking God, y'all.
yes, what did you find?
That fucking nursery place that caught fire here in Kissimmee. The train tracks fucking dead end right in their fucking backyard.
Wow.
I am dead fucking serious. If you go to that Nursery Supplies Incorporated, look in their backyard. The train tracks just dead end. Like, there's no further going south on it. That could be like, okay, let's get off the Coods and Woods, but, and across the street, there's like a black hole on the other side of the yard, but there's no tracks leading to it.
I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not. Yeah.
Here, I'll screenshot this and send it to y'all.
And so thank you. And so, honey, in terms of your, how have you been sleeping? Have you been sleeping well?
I sleep intermittently. Yeah, because of the breathing and the so my sleeping is intermittently. I do get like 8 hours of sleep, but it's mostly napping or in the day, or there's a certain period of time where I sleep. I'm able to breathe better than the rest of the time of the day, so I sleep then. But yeah, that's the main thing, is getting the surgery for my sinuses, because I have polyps and tumors in my sinuses, and so they really need to operate on that. The other surgeries, I don't think I'm going to risk. There's several surgeries that I'm supposed to have that I need, but I'm not going to risk that. I think for my nasal, that's the most important one, and it's been hard enough wrestling with that. The one other surgery I was approved for was even given a day at a time for, but the anesthesiologist, he would not give me the information about the anesthesia, and it just, his attitude was, everybody gets scared about surgery. You're just feeling a little anxious and paranoid. I'm like, no, you have to give this information to my doctor at UC Irving. And he's like, what are you talking about? You're a patient at UC Irving. Everybody gets anxious. So I just called that surgery off altogether because I didn't have peace. And if the anesthesiologist wasn't going to take me seriously, there was no point in that.
Yeah. And
that's for that one was for a hernia. And I found exercises one could do for a hernia. So, but the one for my nasals, my sinuses, that has to get rectified.
Okay, I can understand that. And
Yeah.
can you see these images that were just shared by Ian? Like your opinion?
Yeah.
I don't know how to access them from my.
You're kidding.
I'm on the phone.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
Normally you
Yeah,
gotta hit the
but I
chat
will
window,
check.
but-
I will check them out though.
Okay. And now, by the way, are Ian and yourself friends on Facebook? He could send you these in your
Yep.
messages. So
Yep.
send it to her in her message box. She can access it from her message box.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
Yes.
Okay,
I know
can
how to do
real
that.
quick.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Troy Bellamy reminded myself that you are likely on your CPAP. Yes?
No, I don't have a CPAP.
Okay.
I'm not bad. They said I'm not bad enough for a CPAP, but I do have a portable nebulizer that I do a breathing treatment sometimes before bed.
Because
Um,
I'm so used to Brooke vaping at this point that the sound seems similar sometimes. Maybe it's just.
Oh God, don't even get me started on that. Jesus Christ.
Now I take it you're not vaping, honey. I was just curious.
No. Although I used to call my nebulizer my hookah because it has a very similar. That mouthpiece is very similar.
Yes, yes. So wonderful.
Oh, yep, I see it.
Okay.
Do you see how the train tracks just end right there in the backyard?
Yep. Well, the town I lived in, Greenville, Pennsylvania, was a train manufacturing town for a long time when it was at its booming phase. They manufactured train cars in that area.
Well, apparently these tracks here are
Look at that! How
secret
it just
or
stops.
something.
Stops
That's
right
what I'm
there.
saying. You see that shit?
Yep.
Pretty outrageous then. What do you make of it, honey?
Sorry, I'm gonna have to keep it till Wednesday.
Okay.
That's fine. We can wait. We can wait.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna log off, gentlemen.
Are you sure?
So yeah.
How are you feeling?
If you could hear me breathing and it sounds like a CPAP, I better.
No.
I better.
Your energy sounds good. You sound
Yeah, my
good.
energy's. Yeah, but I better take care of my breathing, or else pretty soon my energy won't be all that great. So.
Okay.
Understood.
Okay. Well,
All
love you
right.
dearly,
Well,
honey. And
thank you.
I'll be calling you at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, okay?
Okay, and I will be available. Apologize for not being available the last several times, but thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. We really appreciate your joining us. And you take care, honey. We are all fans of yours, all right?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me back.
Yes.
Thank you.
And really great work, Ian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. If I could. Yeah, this is a secret trade track too. This is not listed as like the main line that goes off Old Tampa Highway down here. So.
Well, collaboration in real time.
that's great.
The audience got to witness it.
Yes.
Oh, good
This is
job,
what
Gumshoe.
This is what I'm hoping for, more and more of this. And I'll save that comment for Wednesday too. But this kind of thing to happen, real collaboration to happen, so other chaotic instances don't happen. All right, thank you very much, guys, and have a good night.
Yes.
Good night, Miss Aldona. Get some rest, okay?
Okay, and Ian, you can call me
Uh-huh.
Michelle. You can call me Michelle or Carmela. I call you Ian after all. So
Okay.
thank you very much for calling me Miss Saldana and being so
right.
respectful. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right, girl. You have a good night.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Bye.
Wonderful. Thank you. And that
Okay.
was great, honey. So and,
Okay.
bye for now. And
Bye.
yeah. Good night. And
Good night.
yeah, and so you know how to hang up, right?
Yeah, and I'm about to do that. Good night.
Yes.
Good night.
See, you're reluctant. You're reluctant to go. Yes, and so thanks so much, Ian. You did so well, and I appreciate that profoundly. By all means, take the stage for a bit. Tell us a bit about what's going on with things that you found out, or feel that you found out, or did you hear the opening hour? Brooke and I were discussing your map. Not your
Oh,
map.
no. I totally missed that. Damn. No, I totally missed that.
You can hear it on the replay. It's just an hour, but
Okay.
it opens with Brooke and I going over the map, and I having fun with it. Yeah, aside from all of that, you can tell people any further developments in that area, what you might feel is going on, or take it away.
Nothing. No. I set up little Google like alerts for, the mention of the 7,000 islands or Japan. Nothing's popped up since.
I believe
But,
it. Yes, they'll scrub that shit. Go on.
Yeah, well, they are apparently, but. Yeah. What's blowing my mind about what you said in the trains and all this shit is like I was listening to more of those Jessie interviews, and she was talking like all these like rich families and shit that like pimp their kids out and stuff. Like they they prostitute them out, then they do the what's it called, the human hunting parties as like their big finale. Then they take the corpses, press them into diamonds. And whatever the ashes don't get converted into diamonds, then they sell them to this food factory that is literally a couple of blocks north from where this plant factory in fucking Kissimmee got set on fire.
Oh.
Like it's literally, the place is right north of it. Mm-hmm. And it's called let me zoom out a bit. I mean there's a shitload of food places by this. But where the fuck did it go? Not ViStar. Where the fuck is the name of this? Well, we'll come back to it. Oh, Cargill. Mm-hmm. Cargill. They said that they sell the ashes to this Cargill place, and here it is. 3 buildings north of where this fucking fire was in Kissimmee.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And so yes, a lot going on, and it seems to be connected. So what else comes to mind? I mean, by the way, how's the weather over there in Florida?
It's been good. It's actually been real nice. My sister said it was like hailing or something in LA.
Oh, it's awful. It's frigid here in right now. It's just so cold in San Francisco. It's been so cold. You wouldn't believe. I couldn't believe they held the Black Joy Parade yesterday. I mean, it was like hail and rain and shit. And yet in Oakland, right across the bay from me, they were like still held the parade. It's incredible. They weren't going to let the weather stop them.
No, they paid for those permits. San Francisco's not going to give that money back.
Yeah. Good point. It's Oakland, but same thing. Yeah. And so
a point more.
Yeah.
Oakland's not going to give that money back.
Yeah, that's right. So there they go. Yeah. And your point's well taken. I guess they feel kind of obligated at that point. And so aside from the nightmare of that, one thing that people can do if people prefer not to send money towards my rent, you can always send a care package with another electric blanket, queen size. Just so people know, the Sunbeam seems to be the one that is the only real functional one out there that doesn't break within weeks. So Sunbeam 12-hour queen size electric blanket that I can have as a backup, because if this shit dies on me overnight, I die. This is what I've been dealing with. Anyhow, just a nightmare situation that pisses me off is that I've got this Jap trash piece of shit doctor who won't sign off on the PG&E bill. He basically PG&E is trying to help me. They're a felonious company. For those of you who don't know, all of you know corporations are people too, that they have the legal rights of individuals and are considered essentially immortal persons. And in California, our biggest utility is Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E. Now, it was decided in court that they're directly responsible for the death of about 100 people at the very least, at a minimum. That they're responsible for the deaths of essentially hundreds of people. So they can't put them in jail. So they're a paroled felon, and they're still in business. And but they're trying to be helpful with me, and offered me a form where tell the doctor signs off on it that I have no heat in my home and that I need the electricity on all the time whenever I'm at home to keep the electric blankets going, because I can't use space heaters because they blow the circuits out. Then the doctor, they'll give me a discount on the bill. But the doctor refuses to sign off on it, just like he refuses to sign off on my seeing a chiropractor, because they're all indoctrinated against chiropractors. So I'm dealing with a double fucked up Jap trash piece of shit. So I got to get a new doctor soon. So there you go. Just crap like that is frustrating. Aside from all of that, so how about you had you must have had a lot of guests over at your home the past few weeks, like always. A lot of people visit you. Any stories to share?
Oh yeah. We're working on this new. We're trying to pull. Do you remember a few years ago, whenever these power meters, they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna go all digital and all this shit. They would, like, back in the days, they would send somebody out to your house and they would write down the power meter reading and then you get the bill for it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, they went all digital, and now what they're doing is, I only know about Orlando and not other power companies, but right now all these power companies are billing their customers $33 a month to rent the goddamn meters.
So
how the fuck are we supposed? It's like, if you want electricity, you have to pay to bill yourself. It's fucking crazy. And now what we're figuring out is that these smart meters are like connecting to our computers and smart devices and all this shit, and they're siphoning data, like what's the word I'm looking for? Not like pictures and photos, but like oh god, what's the word I'm looking for? Like statistical data, like time, dates, all this shit. And they're throttling all this info into Sun Microsystems based out of Sanford, Florida. And OUC is making even more money off of the top. So OUC is basically charging us to spy on ourselves. Basically, that's what it is.
Wow.
So we're trying to fucking, get the background on where the meters came from, who paid for the meters, which company got them paid to be installed, how the hell they're getting away with charging their customers $33 a month to fucking bill themselves and spy on themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's amazing what we do. Yeah.
I mean, whoever devised this plan was a goddamn genius. I mean, serious.
I'm not quite sure if he was a genius so much as that maybe we're all just stupid. So do me a favor. I just finished this Coke. I'm going to rinse my mouth out as I usually do. Oh, Sammy Romero is here with us, and wonderful. So glad you could join us, Sammy. Can the two of you gentlemen hold a civil discussion while I'm gone for a few minutes, or how many minutes do we have with you, Sammy?
No, I can at least do when you come back.
Because I'll be back in just a few minutes. It's just gonna take me a minute. I'll go mute. It'll take me a minute to do what I'm gonna do. I'll be back. But the two of you gentlemen could talk a little bit about these chemical spills or something kind of neutral, and right? I can count on you guys to do that.
Sammy, have any has any happened in your neighborhood, or?
It's fucking honestly, snowing. To him, that's a chemical spill, right?
We're having a massive flood here in SoCal. I'm sure Carmelo probably brought it up. It's too bad I missed her. I was going to say hi to her because she's pretty much a legacy guest for Doug's platform.
That's right. And
I wanted to ask
Scorpion babies in the background.
Yes. Babe, I'm doing daddy duties. I remember I remember her talking about her. I don't know if she has the ability to for fire starters to set fires or something. I remember she did a story about that. Maybe that was another story, but I always remember that about her, that she mentioned that. I'm like, oh my God. And then I remember her encounter with by the way, I'm sorry, let me get on mute real quick and then I'll come back on.
Sure, and do us a favor, and dear Ian, take the stage for several minutes. There must be something you can talk about that'll hold the stage for a good 3 minutes till I get back. 5 minutes.
Yeah. I got some Jesse Saboter clips I can pull up.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Now I'll wait till you start playing them before I leave.
Okay, cool. Yeah, here, because I got to do the other. What did you think of that testimony I sent you? Did you like it?
You mentioned
it was very impressive. I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
I mean, I was
Peter Moon.
My jaw dropped.
Yeah, I sent it to Peter Moon, and Peter Moon was impressed as well. He's yes, you did well.
Cool.
Right,
I'm shocked that
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes.
Here, 1 second.
Yeah. So our man Ian is setting up the ability to play this
clips.
Yeah, these clips. When he starts, then I'll take off for a few minutes and then be back.
Cool. Yeah, you got a good 4 minutes on this first clip coming up.
Okay, good.
So what I gotta do is I gotta go to mute real quick, and then we can play it. Let me go rewind here, and let me get to the mute here.
Yes.
And here.
Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, we're not hearing anything. You're both on mute.
What's going on in this epicenter in this area? So Jesse, we have the Great Lakes up there. Okay. We know you brought that up before, and I just heard you say a second ago you were talking about these deep underground military bases. Jesse, are there deep underground military bases in these Great Lakes under the water?
Yes.
Wow. Many?
I know for sure of 2.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Congressman Jim Jordan, representing the 4th Congressional District of Ohio. Please listen carefully to the following options. If you are a resident of the 4th Congressional District of Ohio and know your zip code, please press 1. If you're not a resident of the 4th Congressional District of Ohio and would like to leave a comment, please press 2. For all other business, please press 3. For more information about Congressman Jordan, or to request a tour of the Capitol, or a flight flown over the Capitol, please visit us on our website at jordan.house.
Thank you for calling.
Sorry about that, y'all. We got a little delay, and here he is. A shower zoom right here.
Dabble in it a little bit. And then he doesn't want others to think that this is good or this is something that you should be doing. So he kind of just stays taboo on that subject. He doesn't want to talk about that. He tries to give glory to God and tell the bad side of the situation, because he says it's all deception, and that is what it is, and that's what we see going on in the world today. And I know Jesse can vouch for that as well, because she grew up in that situation. And so, Jesse, before we get going into what we're going to talk about today, which is going to be mostly what's going on in current happenings, I know you've had a long week this week. I know there's been a lot of crazy things, attacks and all these things. And I know that I just want everybody out there to understand and to know. Jesse is so kind, and she was the first one, to just say, don't say nothing, my mom used to give the greatest advice, which was when something would happen, and I'm the kind of guy that I can't stand injustice. I don't like it. I want justice to prevail, because I want the truth to always come out. And my mom used to give me this advice all the time, and it's the greatest advice, which is let it play out, because once it plays out, all the truths end up being revealed, and you don't have to stick up for yourself. I mean, God's going to stick up for the righteous, and the Bible says that every lie will be revealed. I mean, there's nothing secret in the book of Luke. It says there's nothing secret that's not going to be made manifest, neither anything hidden that will not be made known and come abroad. So that's all we have to do, folks, is trust in God and just let him be the one to reveal the truths. Jesse, now that I'm so long-winded here, tell us about your course coming up in March.
Yeah, I'm really excited. So I encourage people, you can get tickets. They're now available on kingdomlivingwithjesse.com. And the tour is called The Rise of the Righteous. And it's really, the Lord's bringing us to a new place of authority as we learn to really rule and reign with him. And in the course, I focus on, that topic. What does it mean to rule and reign with him? What do we have the authority over? And, in Zechariah 3, he says that if you will walk in my ways, then I will give you charge over my house and over my courts. And we often think of those things as very futuristic, once we get to heaven, but that's not what the Lord intends. His word says his kingdom is here, that it's now, that it's within us. So, it's something that we have to take very seriously. And we've had the church do us a huge disservice. The majority of us have no idea, how to manage or run or, have authority or charge over God's house or his courts, so.
Now, if you guys, sorry about that. If you guys didn't catch all this, back in the 1826, the Rothschilds bought the Vatican Bank. And all these churches have had this underground fucked up societies operating underneath them. And they're always set up in a triangle shape by their properties. So there'll be like 3 churches in a triangle shape, and that area has all these Satanists operating underneath it.
Okay. Thank you for that. No, I'm not quite sure I buy that, but hey, you got it out there. It's one of those things. I noticed that she's taken a very religious turn. So Jessie, I guess that's how she gets through her life. And Michelle Carmela Saldana has also kind of got her own kind of religiosity as well going. So this is how many victims cope, is by finding themselves within a kind of safe space with faith. And so that's appreciated, and that's to counter so much of the corruption that they've seen in much more established churches. So yes, and we do know that much crime and corruption happens in many churches. Yes, not just the Roman Church of the West, but also many churches of many denominations. So all of that being said, yeah, and as I've said before, America and many other parts of the world are seething with Satanists. So all that being said, yeah, great work, Ian. Thank you. And Sammy, you with us? So let's see if he's finished tending to Scorpio baby. He's welcome to join us anytime. And yeah, I'll take a look at opening up this image here sent by Ian. This seems to be an aerial view of train tracks, New Gore Steel, Birmingham, and so let me see, Nursery Supplies Incorporated.
Yeah, that's that nursery supply spot. That's the one that was caught on fire here in Kissimmee.
Okay.
And they're claiming it's a big chemical attack because it was a plastics factory.
Oh.
But what's ironic is there's train tracks in the fucking backyard of it. So it's too coincidental that Saldana is saying that that the where was it, Idaho or Ohio or whatever, the chemical spill up there with the train could be linked to this place too.
I mean, when you've got it happening so often, yeah, it's something's going on. There seems to be a campaign or sabotage, or it's our incompetence is so incredible, which unfortunately is also easy for me to believe. The incompetence of so many of these people. I don't think there's any real, even a modicum of professionalism in many of these kinds of situations these days. So that being said,
what's even scarier about this is that on the regular hand drawn maps that are on Google,
yeah,
these tracks don't show up on this hand drawn map. They're not there. Like they don't even say there's a train track that goes back here. But I had to go on satellite view to actually find them and verify that these are train tracks. So why the fuck are they hiding train tracks on maps? What's up with that?
Hey.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And
hey
Sammy's
guys,
back with us. So everything stable with Scorpio, baby? Yes.
For now, I'm sure. Yes. No. By the way, I just wanted to get back to where I was.
Yes.
With Mrs. Saldana is no, she has an incredible story. Yeah. I do remember her as one of your regulars, along with Amanda Ute. Hopefully, they can come back and just rehash some of the incredible stories, because I think your new listeners would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. I had a few exchanges with Amanda Ute on her birthday, which wasn't too long ago. She seems to be just pretty much her and the kids, and she's kind of like tried to just keep her life just there because of the horror experiences she had with they attempted to kill her. And I'm sure Sammy remembers that part of the story. That was a big part of her story, and how she got the injury that required the surgery, and that's how Michelle Carmela Saldana knew about her. So yeah, she's kind of retreating, but she's still out there, and she seems to be all right. I just want people to know that. Michelle, we're bringing back with us because, of course, the poor dear has cancer, and we all keep her in our thoughts and prayers that she lasts far longer. The doctors are just taking it, months at a time. So let's hope she lasts much longer beyond that. And aside from that, what else does that bring to mind? All of those people. Oh yes, you know what, Sammy? After Michelle Carmela Saldana was talking about the latent or inborn talent of pyrokinetics, the ability to start fires. And then later on, I think Sammy may have heard this. I certainly heard it from somebody, that Penny Bradley started claiming that, right?
Oh, I don't know about Penny Bradley. I just know that I don't know about Penny Bradley. She said she was some type of a pilot.
Yes. She claimed anything. She claimed everything and anything. Yes.
Oh, no, I didn't know about that about her, but I do remember Carmela Saldana bringing this up. Yeah, which obviously it's very interesting because I also remember she mentioned she lived in Armani. So all these little details that she brought up in her story. She has an incredible story. Obviously, her background with organized crime and so on and so forth is also something very interesting, because, like anybody, like any American, we love crime stories. We love quote unquote the mystique and pretty anything to do with criminality. And like anybody, I mean, hell, we elected a president who.
Well, pretty much every president we elect is a criminal. Yes.
Hey, wait a minute. These are white Protestant men you're talking about. Atrocities with colors don't count. Anyways, no. I'm just no, she's like I said, she's one of your legacy guests that I'm glad at least she has time to, at least share some of her experiences and her new ones. Yes. But I think that's also speaks to your platform, how far back it goes. I think you pioneered a lot of this. Well, really, you're the only one.
Thank you. Who
really has a legacy with this information that should be known, but it's not, because it's ugly. Anything that's conflicting to our paradigm, we don't really want to listen to, even with with child abuse and all so on and so forth. That's not really a subject I like to talk about, because me being a father, it's I don't know what I'll do, and I pray to God that that never happens, but God forbid. But what I'm trying to say is these subjects are very they can cut, especially with this history that the United States does have. One of the ones that I remember is the U.S. involvement with the Spanish Revolution. I did not know this. This is, and so on and so forth. And there's a lot of stuff that you relayed that
that it cuts really deep in the sense of the United States been mercenaries for a long time. Give me 1 second, and then I'll come back.
Yeah, take your time. When we look forward to his coming back, and then I'll speak a little bit to some of these topics. In the meantime, Ian, what else aside from the island thing that you were looking into? There was there was the tunnels, of course, with something recently, right? You were doing some other work there. Oh yeah, did you hear me the other night? It was when I went into monologue. I covered a bit about cloning when George Knight and yourself were both on simultaneously. Then I started talking about cloning a bit. So yeah, you were there. Yeah. Did I remind you of anything, or did you? Were you?
Well, I got to correct you on something.
Sure.
Correct you on something.
Sure.
When you said that there was like one of these forms of cloning and stuff.
Yeah.
There's actually two more. There's two more kinds of clonings, and they're called Mark II or MK2, but it's pronounced Mark II to get past these internet sensors. And then there's straight up hybrid cloning.
Okay.
And that's where they just have these machines that make your body, and they just transfer your consciousness into it. And I think that's the kind they were doing down here in Orlando at Lockheed Martin.
Okay. So this is I'm
just talking about from what I've seen personally from going down there and checking them out. Like, I couldn't tell what the machines were, but
okay.
But they are on auction. You can go to governmentplanet.com and you can bid on these cloning machines right now if you've got $350,000 laying around. But I'm surprised the Chinese aren't buying them all
up. They may need them soon. I mean, the population's crashing. But all of that being said, okay, so this is where it gets controversial, and this is what I will try to explain to our listeners, is that what this is often like, say, for instance, Judith Ager, who used to be on this show with me once in a while. She used to watch different talk shows, and there was this one black woman whose name I do not remember, who was a talk show hostess. Was not Oprah Winfrey, so it was one of the.
Was it Wendy?
We might have been Wendy. Yeah.
There's only two black ones, so it had to be.
So what's her full name? Wendy what?
Wendy Williams.
Wendy Williams.
Yeah.
So she's kind of like the light-skinned black with the kind of blondish hair, right? Kind of does blondish.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
That's her.
Yes. So Wendy Williams has explained before, because Lena Shea, or Lena Crane, was a big fan of Wendy Williams, and felt that I had understood Wendy Williams was explaining that she had certain neurological issues. So there was at one point where she experienced something like, I guess, spasms on the show, and so Judith Ager heard all of this internet gossip that she just readily accepted, that Wendy Williams was a clone and was glitching, and that they essentially, someone had to go on stage and kind of like correct her, meaning that somebody probably went up and propped her up for a few minutes so she wouldn't fall down while she was spasming because of her baseline neurological issues that she's dealing with. So so a lot of people believe in clones, and beyond that, there's like rappers. I can't remember which black rapper started saying, "Oh, I have a clone." You might remember who this was. It was some black rapper.
Yeah. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of rappers that claim to be from Clonaid.
Okay.
There's a whole handful. I don't remember their names off the top of my head, but I could pull them up real quick.
Okay, yeah, and so there was this one black guy who was saying, "Oh yeah, I have a clone." I don't understand why this is becoming like a thing in that community. But
well, I could revel on it, but it just made me look racist. So.
Well, I mean, feel free. I mean, we're broaching the topic. We may as well. I mean, what's your impression of what's happening here?
Well, I think that I think that the deep state is trying to pull out these rappers and all this stuff as like a second source of income, to keep these black projects going, or black ops projects going.
To be disambiguated from the ethnic term black, or black being used as an ethnic term. You're talking black budget, yes?
Yeah, black budget, yeah.
So,
that was close.
yeah. So that being said, what I will say about this is that this is where the controversy comes in. Basically, my understanding of where the technology is with cloning is that we do not have the capacity to download necessarily a person's memories and personalities into a cloned body that would be the same age, because you would have to basically you would have to accelerate the aging of the clone, which would be the clone is basically an identical twin. It's an identical twin of the person who's being cloned, but it's going to have to go through the whole process of aging, just like any child, just like any infant, baby, child arc of growth. And so unless they can accelerate that process by leaps and bounds and have the clone grow, almost, within a very much more compressed period of time, and I can't imagine how they would do that without causing enormous physiological and medical problems, then you would download the memory into some entity, this clonic entity that would be then suddenly identified as yourself, or have you. I mean, but it's like, I mean, do you honestly believe they have that capacity? I mean, that's pretty advanced.
Well, yeah, because they're selling all the equipment on government world auctions. They are. And somebody from Disney's been bidding on these things and buying them up real quick.
Okay. Well, that would almost make sense. I mean, they got a lot of kids they're trying to clone, right? Disney is basically the dirty old man's channel where dirty old men go to watch young girls dance, right? I mean, that's...
Basically, you're correct.
That's Disney Channel. So, aside from that, I still think it's, let's just put it this way, controversial. That's the way I'll express my skepticism concerning that. But hey, it doesn't mean I'm right. Maybe they've gotten that far and they can, get something your age and download your memories into it. By the way, let me see what else comes to mind with that. Troy Bellamy says he lives in Manatee County, not far from Kissimmee. That's a horrible name, Kissimmee.
that's where the plant explosion was. A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and he says small towns in Florida have rail tracks in or near neighborhoods that carry citrus and phosphate. We had a huge explosion at a plant 3 weeks ago. Yes, there we are. So that's pretty incredible. I'm glad he survived. And so let me take a look at our call here, see if Sammy's coming back. If Sammy comes back, we'll talk a little bit more, and then there we are. Yeah, so there we are. So when you brought all that stuff up, it reminded me, of course, of just the several things, just the legacy guests and, what these various people have been through. Certainly, one of the things that I do feel needs to be expressed, just for my own sake and to educate our listeners, is that there is this kind of, I think, a need for certain psychological types or certain people who are neurotic or pathological to try and emulate other people. Like, I'm certain what had happened was that Penny Bradley had probably heard Michelle Carmela Saldana talk about her pyrokinetics, and then she felt the need to say, oh, I can do that too. That's what I think that evolved from, and I think that's pretty common, and it's pretty pathetic, but that's what I think was going on there. But aside from all of that, Sammy, what else comes to mind with the weather that we're having? And again, have you seen the snow personally? Because, up here in San Francisco, without what you've provided me in terms of that weighted blanket, honestly, I'd be dead without it. So thank God for that. Tell us if you've been able to get to work safely. Yeah.
well, I can't completely take the whole credit. It's mainly on my partner.
Most certainly.
So she's very thoughtful. But as far as the weather here, I love the rain, but too much of a good thing. And the city and our infrastructure obviously shows. Oh, more like the lack of it.
Better, yeah.
Yeah, the I-5 was completely flooded. There was a Porsche that was floating, which is hilarious.
It is.
It's hilarious, right? So there's a Porsche 911, which is $100,000 car, reduced to a hunk of metal, right?
Oh God.
But I think at the same time, this is kind of, to me, it's telling us that our climate is being affected, and it's going to continue. I just hope that it's not to the point where we're going to reevaluate as far as being in the city, because we're not used to this type of rain. But it did hail here, and in some parts, and actually the Hollywood sign actually got snow. The Hollywood sign got snow, and this is just a sign of the times. I think people are enjoying it, but if it continues like this, then I think we're gonna have to get worried, because we're just not used to these type of weathers, and I don't think people want to get used to, especially how much the cost of living here in California is, especially in Southern California. People are gonna, people like the cachet of going out, and it's Christmas and it's 78 outside or 85.
Yeah.
As weird as that sounds, people are already used to this type of weather. So, I think, but for the most part, I think it's a blessing. It really is a blessing in disguise. Even with the flooding, I think it does help cleanse the city of our pollution, of human waste, obviously, but our pollution in general. So it is a godsend. But most people, did not show up to work the last couple of days because of this. A lot of people stayed home.
Oh my God.
And that also, the city has to pivot as far as, well, how bad is this going to affect our economy? Because, and I'm not talking about professionals, I'm talking about the working poor. A lot of street vendors. Los Angeles is known for, the taco capital of the world. This is the best tacos here, unless you go south of the border, right?
Yes.
Our neighbors. Yeah. But these street vendors get affected, and if I'm going to bring up the street vendors, I have to bring up the sex workers. Yeah. No, I mean, this is all interconnected.
Yes.
Because as much as people want to shame these professionals, the reality is someone's employing them. They have customers, and this ecosystem of the city gets affected. And I've noticed the street vendors took a hit with this weather, and I'm sure people are going to adjust, because they always do. People that are in need to put food on the table are going to adjust. If they have to row a boat to sell their tacos, they're going to, and they'll still be damn good. But at the same time, people can only do so much, and like anything, there is going to be loss. But other than that, I mean, it's just, I'm glad we're having this weather. We actually are having winter. The last couple of years has been bone dry, so I think it's as good. But at the same time, people, a lot of times people get stuck in wanting to know the unknown, and when someone like you comes along and turns over the log, and they see the roaches and all the nasty things, they want you to cover the log, and oh well, I don't want to know that. But
yeah,
it's
your point is so well taken, and it's so important. And at the same time, this is the horror of the situation, the extreme. Obviously, as you said, Americans are fascinated with criminality. It's obviously crime stories are a big part of the American literary tradition, our reporting tradition, our journalism. It's and at the same time, you have all these Americans saying, "I want to know." I want to know, and but they really don't want to know. That's the horror of it, because there's also these delusions that they cherish that they're trying to maintain, but the delusions are perverse. They usually, the reason that I am so repulsive to Americans is because what I expose incriminates their military, and it damns their military. And Americans love their military. No matter how many wars their military loses, they think of their military as a bunch of winners.
Well,
Yeah.
look, you have to pump the brakes a little bit. Let me pump the brakes on you, because you're saying too much truth, but you also have to understand this is coming from a Chinese, Japanese, cross-dressing vampire.
Yes.
You know, is borderline homeless, but he uses his brain. But it's not that. It's also the presentation, in a sense of who's it coming from. I'll give you an example. I was watching Unsolved Mysteries, from the 90s, that cheesy show with, it has the best music, the eerie music, and, these guys walking in the trench coat and there's fog in the background.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't fit that bill, you don't, because the people don't understand is you're a product of this abuse. You're a product of this environment. You dance with the devil himself. So it's one of those things where you're not going to get this old white man in the trench coat telling you these mysteries. For example, of all things, this episode that I was watching brought up the Golden State Killer.
Yes.
In the 90s, this guy was known as the East Side Killer in Sacramento. And they had to edit this episode to talk about his capture, but they don't talk about his background, about how he became the Golden State Killer, how he became part of the little league of serial killers that the lineup like Kino talked about.
Yes,
they don't talk about his background, where he witnessed his sister being gang raped by these officers in Germany. Yes. About his father going to Korea and fathering the mixed children, the exact same mixed children that his brother and sister were, yes. down to their names. And to this day, they don't really know what happened to his father. Where's his tombstone? Is he still really dead? It's one of those things where things get lost in these facts. And they don't really get lost, is they just don't want to talk about this history, because with really this particular case with the Golden State Killer, because it hits too home. This guy was in law enforcement.
Thank you.
He was in law enforcement. He was a WAP, quote unquote, a white Anglo, Protestant male, you can say, and this doesn't fit the bill because, well, he's in law enforcement. He's honorable and
yeah.
He used to check up on his victims, and gang. And one of the interesting enough, when I was watching, his Unsolved Mysteries, one of his crimes, he tied up the husband and he put plates on them, and he said, "If I hear these plates moving, I'm gonna kill your wife and I'm gonna kill your children. As long as I don't hear these plates." He had him tied up, hogtied, while he was, raping his wife. Yeah. He put plates on this man.
Disgusting.
And this man had to hold still. But if that was me, well, guess what? Then we're all going to die then.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry. We're all going to die. If I have to bite your face off, well, then I'm going to make you work for it.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I appreciate you saying that. Yeah.
Well, this is the pathological, but this also talks about the abuse. Where did he get these thoughts? Where he must have witnessed this.
Yes. How did he know to do something like that? He's almost trained.
Elaborate, Doug. This monkey see, monkey do, right? I mean, you can break it down. Hell, I'm gonna surprise if Aquino shared pictures with you. I mean, goddamn.
Absolutely. Just so everybody understands. Oh, go on. Yeah.
Well, the reason why this is the thing about the history that you talk about, when he got captured in 2018, I mean, you broke it down how you knew best. But when I was watching this episode and I saw him with this method, I'm like, God damn it, this guy, he had to learn it.
Yeah.
This ability of psychological abuse, and also checking in with his victims, decades later, and saying, hey, we played together. Remember me?
Yeah. Yes.
And he hang up the phone and, go back to his quote unquote regular life. But it's the pathology of this, and it's almost a discipline to this, which is also very, very interesting in the sense that even with him being what he is, there's still discipline to how he did things, in a sense of, as long as I can still instill the fear in this person, I can hear the fear in this person, he would get off just by still instilling this fear. I mean, please, Doug, elaborate. I'm sure things are coming to mind to you. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Well, you remind me of a lot of things. First off, the Unsolved Mysteries series, which was on forever. I'm certain that what we're seeing now might be a different narrator, but in the old days, it was Robert Stack. So Robert Stack was the man who played basically, he played the ultimate FBI agent, Elliot Ness. He used to play Elliot Ness back in the days as the gangsters and the bootleggers, and Elliot Ness was the big name in the gangbusters era. And so when he was portrayed by Robert Stack developed this reputation as this extremely stiff, dignified comportment of authority, and so that's why they chose him for Unsolved Mysteries. Later on, they tried to introduce a young lady by his side to bring in some more viewers, maybe younger viewers, but in the end, it was just also corny and hokey. Nevertheless, it bears watching because they had a lot of important cases that they talked about that nobody else would. So my father and I watched it all the time. And by the way, Mothman also came up. One of our, I don't know whether that's Sammy or Ian that had just said that. But yeah, I'm sure they talked about, yeah.
Mothman. Yeah, they talked about Mothman, which, I wanted to ask you about that, but obviously that's probably for some other time. But yeah, it was yeah, he also, they brought up these subjects, and I think sometimes when they threw in Mothman, I think it was to kind of soften the bullshit that not bullshit, but you know what I mean. It's just
you think it might have been to almost lighten up the gravity, probably the way they presented it, probably it was, but Mothman, of course, is a very real topic in the sense that it's a subject that has been butchered a lot, just like many other paranormal topics. But I actually spoke of it in the past concerning my mother's own experiences with the Nyaga and the kind of the underworld that they described. And when it came to Sammy asked me before if my mother had ever drank of the Nyaga milk, as they call it, which is kind of a very psychedelic or hallucinogenic secretion, kind of like a toxin, but it's not toxic in any conventional sense, but it gives people visions of the future, prescience, and too much of that, of course, will drive a person mad because we don't want to see our future. We really don't. It's always best to live in the moment rather than know your ultimate fate or what fate could befall you. So when it came to what she had learned, it gave her insight into what in the West they call Mothman, and that was something I'll go into in the near future. I mean, certainly of all things, our man T. Tank Berry, and I'll get back to Robert Stack and the Golden State Killer, but our man T. Tank Berry, who's been very helpful in the past, I spoke to him yesterday, and he was asking me about the underworld, and I described to him something that you may or may not have heard me say before. I certainly have talked before about Bao Chauga, and Bao Chauga is written about in by Alphonse Surtout. And Surtout was this French author who lived between about 1834 and 1904, and he wrote this book about Algeria, basically Algerian traditions. And he spoke of this Christian kingdom, or almost an empire in the Sahara, and they had diverted a lot of the water supply into the earth, where they could move and relocate themselves to avoid the Islamic conquest. And for those of you who don't believe this, just think of what Libya did with their artificial river system they created under Muammar Gaddafi. These things are technically possible. They unfortunately wound up being essentially chattel for the ghouls beneath the Sahara. But I've mentioned that. But then he brought up other aspects, like is anything in Unterland, or the underworld, the subterranean world, is any of it contactable in a friendly sense, peaceable, something that we could communicate with? And I said, really, the only potential diplomatic gestures that to be had might be with the Reich in exile, but everything else is pretty much hostile. It's a hostile environment. And one of the things I remembered that I don't believe I brought up before, so this might be a first for people hearing it, was the chupacabra. And the chupacabra, as people have seen them, the chupacabra that has mostly been seen in Pan America has been this kind of, they call it goat sucker. That's been a name that's been given to it. And people have speculated that these might be rabid dogs with mange. But there's animals that are being essentially exsanguinated, meaning they're being drained of their blood. Sometimes their organs are liquefied and sucked out. So when it comes to these creatures, they're obviously active. Their damage is being done. When people have claimed they've encountered them, there tends to be a coherency in the description. So the way they describe them is kind of like these almost like skinless, kind of rabbit-like, but much more elongated nose, or like an anteater, kind of like a anteater kind of creature. And then they describe it as basically like a pufferfish, in the sense that buoyancy is gained when it kind of inflates itself. Then you get this porcupine effect with the spikes, like a pufferfish, and then it seems to float. So these are how people have described it. It's been very frightening to them. Glowing eyes, which would make sense for a subterranean creature. And but what they're seeing is, like, imagine an ant colony. If you imagine an ant colony, and every once in a while one of the ants wanders very far off and it doesn't know what to do, and it's just out there, and then you run across it and you don't know where it can find the trail again, or how to bring it back to its colony, so you go your own way, or you kill it. But this is what these chupacabra are. They're strays. They're strays from the colony, the hive. So one of the documents I was dealing with at the Presidio dealt with a basically a strike on their own mining system in Chile. In Chile, there was a mine shaft that basically suddenly experienced the horror of swarms of these chupacabra just coming out of it. And they were just all buzzing and hovering, like you're talking about, like, extraordinarily large mosquitoes. And they're basically a kind of semi-mammalian mosquito type creature, like an anteater that simply sucks out the organs of other creatures, but they operate as a hive, a colony, a swarm. And so what happened was the miners, of course, had been attacked, and they called in the Chilean Air Force, and the Chilean Air Force napalmed the entire area, just setting these things on fire. And then they bombed the mine shafts to close them permanently, to seal them permanently. So with that kind of horror underground, I mean, you can imagine, people say stupid things like, if there's really these caverns, why don't we all know about them? Or why don't we go down there? I mean, well, you should know why just by that example alone, but there's so much else.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Doug, really, what you're starting to say is, look, asshole, worry about the Golden State Killers because there's more out there. These actually creatures are actually probably more respectable in a sense of this is who they are.
Yes.
I think the Golden State Killer, or more like them, i.e., Iraqi veterans from
Thank you.
war from last year, because they're gonna pop up. We'd probably be worried about them more because I mean, it's just what it is. The cycle continues, and the next coming conflicts. It's unless we do something about it, we create these serial killers like the Golden State Killer.
That's the point to be made. Thank you. So understand that when it came to Joseph James D'Angelo, which was the Golden State Killer's name, you're talking about this guy was a police officer. He served in the United States Navy during the Vietnam War. He was finally identified probably around July of 2018. At that point, he was 72 years old, and he was identified as the serial rapist who had terrorized California forever. And they brought him in for 12 counts of murder just in multiple counties across the state. He was arrested at home. And they had finally linked DNA from a decades-old crime scene to him using an online genealogical database. And so basically he had sexually assaulted, murdered. He had at least murdered scores of people. He sexually assaulted probably a few hundred over his lifetime at least. And so basically all this started when he watched two men rape his younger sister on an Air Force base in Germany. But these were Americans. These were American officers who forced him to watch while they took his sister Constance to an abandoned warehouse and raped her in front of him. Now, he was about 9 or 10 years old at the time. His sister was 7. So then what happened was that he had 3 siblings. They grew up in this household where the father was, of course, physically abusive, assaulting the mother all the time. And she also abused the children. In turn, she would take it out on the children. You know, shit rolls downhill, and the further down it rolls, the bigger it gets, and it picks up rocks along the way. So then, of course, he joined the Air Force, just like the Air Force men who raped his sister, because he figured that's where the action was at. And that was, well, his dad was in the Air Force, actually. His dad was in the Air Force, and that's how he witnessed that. And then, so he joined the Navy, is what I mean to say. His dad was in the Air Force. That's why they had the Air Force base in Germany, where he watched his sister get raped. And then what happened was, I think it was the National Personnel Record Center, which managed the military records for veterans. They said the files for both the father and the son, Joseph Sr. of the Air Force and Joseph Jr., who had been in the Navy, they just said the files don't exist. You know, it's just like Douglas Dietrich's files don't exist. You know, it's just like whoever's files they want to disappear, they'll just say, oh, yeah, well, they don't exist. Basically, what the creepy part about this, as if all this isn't distressing enough, was that Joseph D'Angelo Sr. ended up in South Korea, where he retired. And just like Sammy said, he had another set of kids that were given the same names as the first 3 children, only these were all hybrid, half white, half Asian, Amerasian kids, Rebecca, Joseph Jr., and Constance. Then you had this son of a bitch go into the Navy, and Joseph D'Angelo Jr. became a police officer after that. And he worked at several different police departments in California. He finally got fired for shoplifting a can of dog repellent and a hammer from a drugstore. So, I mean, you know, you're talking about somebody who just thought he could get away with anything. And so it's just total impunity. And obviously, these various people, Aquino did speak of them. And yes, and he did say they were trained. And so these are people who are conditioned, they're trained, and these are the monsters that we produce from our military. So this is the part that people don't want to hear. But It's like maybe if Robert Stack were saying this and pointing this out, that your military's fucked up and is producing these pathological serial killers just for the sake of keeping you all terrorized, because they feel that's the way to keep the public down, is to keep them in a constant state of psychological siege. The mind war that Aquino was talking about, that needs to be waged nonstop, 24/7, 365 days a year. Then maybe he would have a kind of more intelligent response than I get. But
Right.
it's hard to believe. It's like one of these things where it's the only one of the reasons that I'm trying not to even bother with appearing normal is I think that the message is so heinous to the public, because it's let's put it this way. There was one author, it wasn't me, I can't take the credit for this. He was clever enough where he said, if I were to write a history about the American military and their relationship with the public, I would call it something like Psychotic Chainsaw Serial Killers and the Woman That Loved Them. I mean, that was the kind of relationship the public has with the U.S. military. You're talking about, they think these are the good guys, that these are the winners, that and it's just the opposite is true. These people are your enemy. These people are killing Americans every day with these veterans, and they get away literally with murder. And they'll say, oh, they got PTSD, and oh, these people just need love, and it's crap, it's bullshit. And if the first thing we've got to do is get rid of all these veterans benefits. If they truly have disabilities, they can file for it just like any normal person with disabilities files for it. Why do we need to give them a separate benefits community of bureaucrats that services them alone, along with the interest-free loans, everything else they get? I mean, this is the reason we're all broke is because of them. They take everything.
Doug,
Yeah, go on.
Doug, interesting enough that bringing all this up, and all these veterans that are going to start to be triggered, people have to realize, if they ever seen the documentary, The Dark Side of Eldora, these quote unquote soldiers that are eating the brains of these natives from Afghanistan or Iraq,
just young boys all over the world, wherever
these veterans quote unquote are walking around in public now.
Yes.
I mean, it's been about 10 years now. Yeah. So it makes a lot of sense in a sense of the cycle of what Doug talks about. And the Dark Side of Eldora, this is a mafia where they put this soldier in this metal box to sear his skin because he wouldn't partake in these atrocities. And like you said, it's like someone snapped their fingers and this guy dropped dead. But, obviously it's horrible for this soldier that went through this, but you also think about it that these serial killers are now in this public now. So it's a meat grinder, this revolving circle now that we really have to think about nowadays, where I love I love cryptozoology and Bigfoot and all what you talk about this, but really these predators are now out there now. And as much as Mothman is ugly and scary, no, we created these monsters now that you're right, we quote unquote honor and respect, but in part what they are is just more new serial killers. But go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. I mean, well, that pretty much says it all. It's people really need to take their lesson there and understand that these are not the good guys, and we've got to get America to divorce from its pathological love affair for their U.S. military, and understand that, like I said, the only way to rehabilitate the situation is to start a draft, and that way you get regular people instead of this so-called professional cult. and that way no one can claim that they're special and you wouldn't know, you're not a veteran. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I understand that asshole was a veteran of World War II. It's not like any war was better than the other war, and even though we had a massive draft going on in World War II, along with a third of people volunteering, as I said, the majority of people who volunteered were people who served in Vietnam. So when we go through all of this, it just takes massive rehabilitation, but certainly the more the common man participates in military experience, at least is forced to go through it through a draft, then the less people are able to fob off excuses and rationalizations for their behavior. Holy shit. Let me try and call somebody to discuss what's going on here. Our man Sammy says he'll be right back. Okay. Let me try and find out what's going on. Okay. Now, testing audio. I'm presuming honey, what happened?
Hello? I thought I was answering Sammy. I just tried to answer Sammy. He just called me.
What happened? You said that you almost got killed now with 3 cops just leaving. What's going on?
It's just a very bad night. Like, I mean, it's a normal night. It's supposed to be normal. I don't know how long a detail to go into it. It just was going to the gas station and to get some coconut water and of some vape and juice, and took the trash out. My son took the trash out, and I happened to notice that a car was just nothing, just a stupid car. I live on a cul-de-sac, 10 houses. Okay, just to give y'all a visual image. I'm on the corner. It's dark. I just am throwing trash away. Notice the car goes by really slow. And a car I recognized, no fucking big deal. And then I walk the trash out. I'm walking back in. I notice the end of the cul-de-sac, short cul-de-sac, there's a car. Basically, it's just sitting there. And because you can see, because it's dark and it's lights, and I thought it was kind of odd, no big deal. So I come on back in, and I was getting ready to leave, and I look out the glass, and then I see on the window from the door, I could see the car go back down the street right after, a minute after I came in. So obviously it wasn't going anywhere. Maybe it dropped somebody off, but then I knew it couldn't have, because it took a right. In my neighborhood, when you enter it, it's one big circle. Yeah. So if you were just going to leave if you were leaving from my street, you would just take a left, and that's how you would go. Or you could go through the whole neighborhood in the circle and take a right. So obviously, and again, this only plays into it to let you know that this car, obviously, for whatever reason,
was casing the neighborhood.
It was obviously casing a neighborhood. And I mean, it was casing me, but it was like, okay, maybe during the day you're out looking at houses, and maybe there was a house for sale in the neighborhood. Obviously, there's not any, but yes, it was casing. Maybe it took a wrong turn on my cul-de-sac. But I thought it was odd, it was just casing, but. Again, I come back on in, and I did think this because I thought, obviously with stuff that just with us being on errands and things that have happened. And then, I have exes, and an old friend that, so that I just thought, okay, well, I thought, is it somebody I know? But again, no big real deal, but I was leaving anyway. So I thought, it'll be interesting to see. Because if I leave right now, I was coming in to get the keys. This is a circle. So if they were going to somebody else's house, right? Yeah. I won't see them because they won't be at the exit. You have to exit the same fucking place. Or we'll probably meet right there. Didn't matter, because guess what? I came in the house and I had other stuff to do. To get my dog up really fast with my son. Ended up talking to him for a minute. So at that point, by the time I left and my daughter pulls up, it's been about now an extra 3 minutes since that car had 2 minutes maybe since that car pulled off. So it definitely had left my neighborhood. But it was intuition. Something that's the only way I can describe it. I went to leave, and where I would have just pulled out of my neighborhood, something told me, was just like intuition, it just didn't feel right. I said, I'm gonna go ahead and circle my neighborhood, do the circle, right? From the opposite way, because I said, either the car was casing and I just won't see it anywhere. It was a brand new, one of those really dark gray, I thought it actually was a BMW, but I found out later it was a Honda. It was brand new, that really dark gray. It's like the newer grays. And anyway, I just knew I would either see the car at somebody's house, which meant it wasn't casing, which would be fine. Or I would just know, it was a casing car, and obviously I would have missed it. So I was going to circle and take a minute to circle my neighborhood, but I didn't get four houses past where I would exit. And here comes this car toward me, and it's that car. Oh, and what's odd about that is this: it didn't just leave the neighborhood. It also didn't go anywhere. Which then made me a lot more curious at this point, because it was almost like the only reason to case like that, because what happened was when they passed back by, that was the other thing. When they passed back by and they slowed at my house and they stopped, they saw me stick my head out because I had the glass door, and I opened it and looked out because when they didn't stop, when they just sat there, the thing, I wanted to see if I could see who it was. So I just kind of stuck my head out. So they would have seen me stick my head out my front door just enough to kind of look and peer, like if I, was looking at their tag number. Again, that was just intuition. But apparently then maybe seeing me do that, the only thing that would have made sense then is this car then went, instead of circling, they had either circled the neighborhood twice, maybe, after seeing me. Or they had gone somewhere in the cul-de-sac, because that's all we are, is there's another cul-de-sac, and then you have to go around and exit. And it's very short. I mean, you would exit the entire neighborhood in 60 seconds or less from where I was, where they had seen me, even going slow. So they had stopped somewhere, or he or she, I had no idea. I couldn't see in the car at this point. This car had stopped. And to me, the only reason to do that, or one of the reasons to do that, would be if you thought I was going to leave, because I look like I'm standing at the glass at that point and sticking my head out, if I was going to just leave, because they would know you're going to have to meet at that exit point. Like, you would have to meet a car at that exit point. So if they were not wanting to be seen or meet at that exit point, then they would have stopped somewhere else, like pulled in a driveway, or either just stopped at the very end of our old... I don't know. It was just, curiosity kills the fucking cat, right? None of it made sense. But again, not a really big deal, other than it's just somebody that I know, somebody sends for me. So when they passed me at this point, I didn't continue to circle the neighborhood. I just turned in one of the neighbors' driveways, and after they were gone on by, and backed out and followed them out of my neighborhood. Them, they, she, he, and we were going the same direction, and I was taking a right to go to the gas station, and I was actually called Sammy. As a matter of fact, he called me, and I'm on the phone with him. And to be honest, I was just going to take that right out of habit. So, if there's only a car behind you and you're at a little red light, you can veer to the right. So I had veered off just out of habit. Like, I'm going to go right. This car, when it stops, it sits there for a minute, and it sees me veering right, because I'm really talking to Sammy and not paying attention, that like I'm making the obvious I'm going to go right. And it's like when they saw me do that, they went on. It's like then they sat there a minute and they went on straight. Well, then it hits me. This is like a car really trying to avoid me. So that's when it really hit me. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go straight for a second. So I went on straight. And the next thing I knew, they took the immediate left, the next left they could, into a neighborhood. And long story short, in that neighborhood, I followed, it's a very short neighborhood, kind of like mine, the cul-de-sacs. I ended up in the cul-de-sac with them, and they stopped, and I did not want to get near them. So I had slowed down until they would move, and then I just veered it kind of past them and came back out. And I tried to get out of the neighborhood, but then they literally they did it. They went on straight and then U-turned it around me and came speeding up behind me. And so that made me nervous. Pulled in a driveway that had lights on in a car, and I even angled my lights because I didn't know at this point is I'm not gonna get caught with some crazy ass trying to shoot me. I know the fuck this is. So I angled my headlights toward this house. Its lights were on its front porch. I knew there was a truck there, and if I had to, I'd lay on the horn or back up. And I'm talking still to Sammy, just listening to him say something, and then I hear yelling, and I rolled down the window, and I rolled down the window to hear what was being yelled when I finally heard it. And it was a female, and she says, "The fuck are you?" And there was just cussing is all I could hear, and started fucking following me. And I just said, I'm not following. I said, I'm not following you. I just saw you ride by my house twice, and you just left my neighborhood.
Yeah.
What? She said, I said, what are you doing? And she just was cussing and said, the fucking goddamn business of it is yours. Are you the fucking police? She said, let me tell you right fucking now, if I had my fucking gun, I would have a cap in your ass, in your head. And I'm like, and you know me, like, I'm the old me, like, fuck you, bitch. Like, I'd be the type to get out of the fucking car. Like, like, she looked crazy. And then that's when I realized, like, I don't know you. That's good, at least for me, or I don't think I know you.
Yes.
But now I've just been threatened to be killed by some crazy ass, right?
Yes.
So it's gone from a level of, just worry, kind of curiosity to, okay, I just rolled the window back up at this point, and waited, and she continued to, I don't know, say something. I was just waiting to see if she's going to drive off, or I'm going to need to lay on the horn.
Was she blonde, brunette?
Just got she was blonde, looked blondish. It's as good as I can get. She had blondish hair. Not that old, not that young. Maybe a little younger than me. But I couldn't really, like, it was so quick, man, because when she's saying that, and she's dark and she's angled back at me, and I'm trying to look around my seat, so couldn't get a good look at, like, so I said, like, I couldn't be 100% sure that I didn't know her, but 99% sure I didn't know her. I didn't know her well. It wasn't anybody that I really knew closely at all, for sure. So I didn't know her, but it was such a quick thing. And I rolled the window up, and she did go on. I waited a minute. She had to stop at the stop sign because we're only a block away from it. But at that point, I knew I wanted her tag number, because here's what then thought as I'm backing up. Like, I want her the fuck gone. But then it hit me. Wait a minute. So, and this bitch knows where I live.
Yeah. She didn't look like this, did she? I was just wondering if it might be Lena. I just put Lena's picture in the chat there. I mean, she's certainly one of the cultists. So I was just wondering, she didn't happen to look like this individual, did she?
I mean, the face could have very well been hers. The hair, that's what I was going to say. The hair looked like either like her color, like that gray, like what I call like a cross between the blondish, brownish, grayish. Like, it's not like mine. Right. So it had like a little bit darker, but so the hair color would be similar, maybe a little bit lighter. I don't know. The face, like, from a side angle view, I couldn't tell you for sure. I couldn't. It could be her, but it could just not be her. I don't fucking know. Okay.
So go on.
So it was just weird.
It was very alarming and very.
It got worse. Well, it got worse because so it's gone from intrigue, like, okay, this is someone I know, right? Like, this is very weird, but not weird more. I'm just, curiosity and to know if somebody I know or somebody sending, get tag number for my own sake in case I see the car again. That was the only reason I went on straight, if they're acting weird. And then now she's threatened to kill me, but she knows where I live.
Right.
So now I want the tag number to call. And that's when I said, Sammy, I've got to go. He and I were discussing, something you and I were talking about. We were on this early. He was just talking. I was kind of listening half, but I was dealing with this because I didn't think it was even serious that I had even muted him when I heard somebody yelling because I knew he was talking and I didn't want to. At this point, I didn't want to interrupt him. I'm just thinking, what's going on? And then that's when she's threatening to shoot me and kill me for like what? Were you riding by my house, Tice? And then for me just going straight and like what? Anyway, so obviously crazy, but she was in a brand new car. Like it wasn't like she was in some beat up druggy car. Like I would think like this is some crazy meth head, but obviously acting crazy as fuck. Right. And people do that when they get angry. Maybe she thought I was following her. Oh, she's driving through my neighborhood. She's casing someone. Okay.
Yes.
She's mad. Maybe she's not casing me. Maybe she's mad that she got called. She thinks so. That's what she was like. Are you the fucking police? You fucking, I don't know why, but she was angry. But I pull up enough to get her tag number. I told Sammy, I got to go hang out. So she's at the stop sign. I'm coming up behind her, and I'm calling 911. I don't have a pen. And then she takes a right. I had to take a right too outside the back of my neighborhood. Anyway, I get up to her at the red light. And I'm on the phone with 911 at that point, and she leans her head out and yells something. I rolled down the window enough, and she said, "Are you fucking following me?" Which, to be honest, at that point I actually was. But either way, I would have gone that direction because number one, it's headed to my house. Okay, number two, it's headed to the gas station I originally just wanted to fucking go to. You stupid bitch. But what I said was, "I'm not following you. I'm calling the police. You just threatened to kill me." And
oh god, that must have set her off. Go on.
Is what I yelled, and she said, "Well, you can follow me." Well, actually, what she said was, she didn't say, "Are you following me?" I messed that up. She yelled out when I rolled in my window. What I heard was, "You can follow me to my fucking house, bitch, and then I will fucking put a bullet in you then." And a bullet or a cap. I don't remember which one she said at that point.
Same thing. It means the same thing. Yeah.
Right. I knew what it meant. Exactly. So now I've been threatened to be killed twice. And that's when I said, "I'm not following you. I'm calling the police because you have threatened to kill me." And obviously she's making sure I'm making sure she's not getting out of her car. I'm getting the tag number. And 911's answering. I'm saying at that time, like that's why I'm not even talking to her anymore. And then she's finally going. I'm like, because 911 answered as she's saying this or as I'm repeating that. And I said, "I have someone who has threatened to kill me, and their tag number is," and I say it, whatever it is, because I don't want to I give it to them, right? And then she goes on straight, and I go on straight because first of all, that's toward my house. Actually, if I want to just go to the gas station, I would take a left at that light. But now I need to make sure she's not in my fucking house. So the 911's going, "Okay, do they have a gun on you?" And I'm like, "No, they don't have a gun on me. Where are they?" I'm like, "They are." Yeah,
you'd appreciate they get there before she does have a gun.
Yeah,
on you.
I'm like, "No, they don't have a gun on me. I'm still breathing. Thank you." No. Well, are they following you? And I'm like, "No, they're in front of me now." And I'm like, and I. Given them the basic, they threatened to kill me, and I said, I give them a basic story, and they're like, "But are you safe?" So then they're just trying to say, "Are you safe now? Are you in danger?" So they're not following you. They have a gun on you. You don't see a weapon near you. And I said, "They said, well, then we need to transfer you to desk unit."
Oh, fuck that.
Well, I didn't know what that meant. And so I'm just kind of following down this road, staying a good distance behind. This is where my neighborhood is. Now we're passing my neighborhood, and I hear then a hold music. And then it's going to, "Please stay on the line. The next sergeant that is available will take your, your complaint, blah, blah, blah." I even hear this something about white collar crimes and blah, blah, blah. So I realize they've transferred me now to white collar, I'm going to a desk sergeant at the local county. This is no longer a 911 call, right? Which again, fine, except for because all I want is this tag number mainly reported at this point, because she's now past my neighborhood. And she's going to take a left on the next cut through that can get to Pelham Road, which is our first 4-lane now highway, which is where QT and McDonald's and anything else would be on Walmart. She's going to cut through there, which is a normal cut through. I would cut through as well. And I didn't really want to cut down that and follow her any further. Then I realized I don't have the tag number, and I've been transferred from 911, and chances, unless I ever get a copy of this recording, of them ever getting it or anything being done about this, I need to know who this person is in case they come to my house and kill me or my kids or my animals. So I decide to go ahead and take the left. I stay far back. Thank God, finally, after 45 seconds, a desk person pulls up. I'm trying to get through this as fast as I can. He gets on the phone. I said, and as she's at the light, and I stayed back. I see her stop. I didn't want to get close. And I tell the guy as soon as he answered, I said, listen to me. I said, I'm about to get close enough to a car that I do not have the tag number for. You cannot write it down. I need you to take this because I do not want to get this close again. And then so the light's red. I'm getting closer. And then she starts to go enough. And I get close enough. And I'm reading it to him. And I said, da-da-da. And I remember going X, because I said X-ray, the last two. I can't remember the first letter, but I was like X is in X-ray. I was like, Y is in yellow. And then it was like 822. Or something, and I said it twice. I was like, I was close enough where I could get it, and he repeated it back, and he had it, and I said, okay, and I'm like, so this car, he had no idea because I was young. I'm like, they basically were into my neighborhood. I said, but basically, she is threatened to now shoot me twice or cap me. He said, well, is she like following me? I was like, no, I turned behind her. I wanted to get you the tag number, so because she knows where I live, and I want that on record. And he's saying, okay, well, where is she now? And then I'm like, well, she's in the right lane on Pelham. I'm gonna let. I'm like, well, fucking A. She's now starts going 2 miles a fucking hour, and I was staying back behind her. She was doing like 35 or whatever, 40. Like I was doing like 25. So I'm staying way back there. I didn't want to get near her. I want to turn the fuck off, but there's nowhere to turn off there anyway. You can't. There's nowhere. Look it out. So it's black. She starts doing 2 miles an hour. At this point, what can I fucking do? Like, she's then stopping. I'm like, what do I? And then I said, dude, the cop's like, he's like, don't. I said, I'm just gonna fly past her at this point. So I'm just gonna fly past her. Figured that's it. She thinks I'm following her. I'll fly past her. If she thinks I'm following her, it'll be done. So left lane. I fly the fuck past her. Just gunned my car. And what does the stupid bitch do? She fucking guns it and tries to ride beside me up this road. And there's just no fucking other cars out there. Like, none. And it's that time of night on a Sunday night in the South in that area. Like, there's just nobody around. It's not like traffic where it can avoid it. She's trying to stay right fucking beside me. And when I was going to pass her, she had a light on, but it wasn't like an overhead light. It looked like to me like one of those little like tiny flashlights. I don't fucking know at this point. I'm like, what, she got like a fucking gun in there with a little light on it?
It could be a gun with the, the laser.
Yes, that's what I was
pointer.
thinking.
Yes.
Especially, that's why I wanted to fly past her. But then when she's trying to get up beside me, I can't speed and look to the right, but I know there's a fucking little light over there. I don't need to look to see it. So I'm just trying to I'm determined to stay in front of her. So then I'm telling the cop at this point is saying, okay, I can't, you're going to need to hang up and call 911. And I'm flying. And then I'm like, I called 911. That's who you are. And then she fucking jerks over behind me. I said, wait a minute, she's got behind me. He's like, you need to then come to, if you can't get over, you need to come to, do you know where Greenville, the detention center is? Can you get to? I said, yes, I know where it is. And he was like, and then she jerks over into the median to go like around me, try to come up beside me in the median. And then I tell him that, and then he's like, you need to call 911 though. There's nothing else. I can't do anything from here to send other cops to you. Like, that's my problem. They transfer you to the desk. I can't. And he was like, I said, wait a minute. And I was just like, do not hang up this fucking phone.
Yeah.
And I because I was just like, I knew what would happen. Like, he hung up. Like, I wasn't starting this story over again. I was like, don't hang up. I said, you told me to try to come there. I said, I am almost to 8. You asked me, I'm almost to 85. Like, I knew there's a major interstate, like, less than a mile away, a half a mile away from where I was. Yeah. She had slowed. He said, where is she now? I said, I got back in the right lane. She's about 4 car lengths back. I'm staying up. I said, I'm hitting green lights. I said, give me a second. I said, because if she jumps on 85, she had no reason to get on that interstate, right? Mm-hmm. I knew that if she was from that side of town, there would be no reason at that time for her to jump on the interstate. So I stayed in the right lane. She stayed in the left lane. You got to be in the right lane to get on the interstate. Hit light. Just stay on with me. Because if I get on the interstate, that's my way downtown anyway. That's the way I would have to get to that's how I'm going to go to Greenville County Detention Center, right? Which is what he's told me to do, if nothing else. But I'm not going to be able to stop. So I knew I could it would come, the interstate would take me straight there. 385 runs into the detention center. So I said, let me get on the interstate first and see what happens if she's going to jump. So I'm in the right lane. I fly down into that exit ramp. You just cut off 85. And I look, she was in that left lane. I'm like, okay, I think she didn't come. I'm looking at the background. I'm like, she didn't come. I think I'm good. I'm like, okay, and he's like starting to come. And then I'm like, before I could even say she didn't come, I'm thinking she didn't come. Comes fucking car barreling down the fucking damn exit ramp. She had jumped over in the fucking lap. She comes down it, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's her? That's like, I'm trying to talk myself out of it. Maybe there's another car I missed somewhere that's flying. And then I'm like, no, it's fucking her. She's flying up, and I had gotten in the middle at this, like, it already jumped over from the right to the middle lane of the interstate. In the middle, and she comes flying up, not only flying and caught up with me, but then is trying to fly and be beside me again.
Right.
To the right, be beside me. And then I am literally, like, at this point trying to tell him and also be like, I can't let this bitch be beside me. And now I've got some traffic, not a lot, but also having to watch out for other cars and kick my ass up into 90 fucking miles an hour, right? Yeah. She was trying to fucking do it because he's like, you need to hang up. I was like, he's like, you have to hang up. He said, where are you? I said, you're headed 85 South. I said, yes, I'm headed 85 South to the 385 exit. He said, I want you to hang up and call 911. I am hanging up and calling 911 first so that they will know. I need you to do that now. Fine. Like, just call disconnected. I fucking, in the meantime, calling 911 and dealing with this bitch. I fucking see the 385 exit that's to the right because it's the next exit. She's in my right lane. Thank fucking God, her stupid ass jumps over behind me because she wants to then come out either behind me or on my left side. I don't fucking know. Because I was scared to get over there. I was going to have to, like, either jump in front of her or slam on brakes. She came around that way, and I was able to jump over to the exit that gets me to 385 that would take me straight to the detention center after 5 minutes. But so I jump over there, and I don't know if she didn't have fucking time, I'm assuming, because at that point you can't just jump. You're gonna fucking slam into a wall if you jump too late. Right. So I jump over. I have 911 answers the phone. Apparently they had gotten word in some form, although I was like, I'm on 385. I assume you have a fucking call. I was like, I just got on. He's like, 385 had the detention. I was like, yes. I was like, but she did not make it over. She's not behind me on 385. I am sure she's not behind me. And then this guy's just like, well, where do you want to pull over and meet officer? I was like, what? And my heart's fucking racing now. It's like,
I can imagine.
You think I'm talking about it? Like, I thought I was getting shot. Why? So he's like, you need to calm down. Where do you want to meet an officer?
And I'm like, they say that.
And I'm like, and he's like, what is your name? And I'm like, my name is Brooke.
That's the last thing on earth that matters at the moment. Yeah, go on.
Right. And then he's like, all right, well, and I said, she's not behind me. She's not behind me anymore. Like, and I'm just trying to take my breath. Like, I'm talking to my fucking self. He's like, I don't need to know any of the story. I just need to know where you need to pull over. We need to figure out where you are, where you're going to pull over to meet an officer. I'm like, I didn't even know I'm meeting an officer. What are you like? I said, you're yelling at me. Like, what do you mean? Where am I meeting an officer? What do you want? Well, we just need to know you need to meet an officer. You need to pull over somewhere. So we need to know where you plan to do that at. And at this point, I'm like getting back off the next exit, which is Haywood Road, so I can head back toward my house. And I said, I'm just getting off the Haywood Road exit. I said, I don't know where you want me to meet an officer. I said, I'm going to my house. And he said, well, why do you want to meet at your house? Why would you want to meet at your house? I said, well, I don't know. Maybe because I'm not that far away from it. And this person happens to know where I live and both of my children are there. And this stupid cop goes, well, if both of your children are there, then why would you want to risk meeting there? And I said, because they're there and she knows where I live.
Yes.
And then this is how an asshole of cop this is. So I just said that, which made sense. So he decided to reframe me another way. Well, then if that's the case, then who is at home taking care of your children?
Yeah, of course. Blame the victim. Of course.
Exactly. And I said, excuse me? I said, they're 17 and 22. No one's taking care of them. Well, then why would you want to be there then if they don't need to be taken care of?
He's going in circles. So he's
just not wanting. He's thinking that he doesn't want to drive to my house, which to be honest, my house isn't any much further than anywhere else you're going to meet me. Like, to be at this point, like I'm about 8 minutes away from my fucking house. So shut the fuck up is what I should say. But I'm assuming that's why he's doing that. I don't know. He just was going.
He's just trying to waste as much time as possible, hoping that you'll just hang up in frustration and leave him alone. That's what he's trying to do.
Whatever the fuck it was, he was just like, "We're going to meet him," and he was like, "Exactly." And I said, "At my house," and he's like, "Well, why would you want to risk him there?" And because now he knows they're 17 and 22, like. Well, they can take care of themselves. I'm like, I don't know, because someone that just threatened to kill me with a gun twice knows where I live. I'm pretty sure if someone's coming to a gun to my house, I want to be there with my children, regardless of their age.
Yes. And did that any sense sink into his head at that point, or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So then he just went, "What is your address?" And then I tell him, and he's like, "I'm sorry, can you say that slower?" And I just took a deep breath and I said, "Yes." Even though I'm the one that's just been threatened to shot, you would think that you would understand why. Number one, I talk fast anyway. But when I am that, like, again, like now, like I'm just, like, it was scary. I mean, because I wasn't expecting all that, obviously. So I'm trying to come down off this. And he's like, what? I'm like, "Yes, sir. Let me." And then I was a little smart. I was like, "It is 2. And then spelled it for him very slow. And then he had it. And then he was like, "How far away are you?" And I'm like, "I am probably about 8 minutes," which, to be honest, with the speed I was going to go, it was going to be about 6 because I wanted a cigarette at this point. And I was going for vape. I was like, "Fucking get a cigarette." Like, I'm just fucking going through so it was new. I was going to. So I fucking flying down Pelham Road, and not flying like 80, but like I'm doing 55. I fucking hit to that QT where I originally wanted to fucking go in, and I called Sammy, because that's who I had spoken with, because he had just called me like right before I was leaving. And I didn't answer because I saw that car and I was getting my son's stuff together and I was going to leave, like I said. So I had called him back, and that was right in the middle. And I said, "I got to go." I call 911. So I thought I should call Sammy back and let him know I'm alive and okay.
Sammy's with us now. Sammy, by all means, just let's test your audio. Let's make certain that we can hear you. Let's hope he's communicable. Sammy.
Well, he tried to call me right when you called me, but I don't know if he had hung up, because I tried to answer him and then you called.
Well, he's on mute right now, so he's I don't know, maybe he's taking care of Scorpio. Oh, there we are. So Sammy,
hey,
do me a favor and help hold the stage for a few minutes while I get this wanker out of my eye. I'll be right back, okay? Thank you. It's excruciating. It's driving me mad.
What is a wanker in your? Why don't you quit letting guys put wankers in your eye?
I'll explain when I get back, honey. I have distichiasis, which is a double row of eyelashes like Elizabeth Taylor had. It makes your eyes look very pretty, but you're constantly getting eyelashes in your eyes, and it's excruciating. So
I've just never heard that term, but I think actually you said that on one other occasion, maybe, and I didn't understand what it meant.
Oh yeah. But by all means, Sammy, do respond. and that way you can.
I mean,
have-
it was just a long story. I'm sure.
No,
y'all don't
no,
wanna hear the
no.
rest
It's
of it.
important. I want to be back and go over some of the police procedure and what they did when they got to your home. I want to hear more about that. So go ahead and go into it. Sammy should be with us, and you know, and Ian's been very, very respectful. Ian hasn't made fun of any of this. I'm very proud of him. He's been very respectful towards the fact that
Thank you, Anne. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that you've been through a stressful situation. Now, if only one of these fuckers would talk, so I could have them kind of, you know.
Sorry, I was tending to my child. Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, Sammy, take care of my little Scorpio baby.
Yeah, I'm glad you're okay, Brooke. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it was crazy. So what got what got weirder was, if it couldn't have gotten any weirder than that, was when I pull up to the QT, which y'all don't have QTs there. It's just a big gas station. It's a big chain gas station, kind of like Wawa, I see in Florida. Right. So they're very well lit, very large, very nice gas station for gas station. So very safe. And again, there was really nobody there. You know, I pull in on the side that, you know, really always pull in the main side, park, and there's no cars. There was one at the front, and there was no cars at the side where I park and go in. And I run in, and that's when I called you and was kind of really talking fast, kind of still am, just kind of let you know I was okay. And you said, yeah, just call me back. I was waiting in line. There was 2 people in front of me, and just trying to play it out. The cops, I knew were going to come into my house, and the weird thing is I leave right after I just barely told you that, and how you know, you could tell I really was just, you know, talking like kind of like I am now, probably a little faster than that. Just my heart was racing, you know, because it didn't expect that. But the weirdest thing was, I get in my car, I put it in reverse, and I immediately dial my son, because I said the police are going to either be there right before I get there and or be pulling up right after. I needed to have blue lights, and I knew my daughter was there too with her boyfriend, but I wanted my son to know what was going on. And so as I back out, and he's answering the phone, and I just kind of, as I'm taking the turn to the left, as you enter, you take a little turn into the left to pull out on the road, and then to go up a hill, and then the little comes down the little hill. And I realized I had to kind of wait, because a car comes down the hill and it parks in the very end spot. And I don't really pay attention to that car, because I am calling my son and he's saying hello. And as I'm past the car after it had parked and I'm going up the hill, I just it hit me. It was just like, I wasn't paying attention to the car. And then it hits me as I'm saying, hey to him. I'm like, hey buddy, listen, I need to tell you. And then I just he heard me say, fucking A, is that fucking car? And I look in my rear view mirror, and I'm like, it looks just fucking like it. And it's sitting there, and it's this dark gray car. And there's no way that this car, I got away from it on the interstate to another interstate, and then came back a back way. So this car not been following me. I'm like, no, it can't be. I'm just losing my mind. It must just look like it. But my son hears me saying, fuck, like, I gotta go. I'll call you back. I think it's a fucking car, because I knew I needed to see its tag number to know if I was just losing my mind. So I needed to back up just a little. So I just reversed my car, like just a little, just where I could get like out just enough to see if I could make out a letter or two. And sure the fuck enough, I remembered that I saw, and I was like, X. And then I was like, I remember it saying X-ray yellow, you know, and I remember the numbers now, but as soon as I saw that XY, and then I could see it, I was like, oh shit. And I just, as that moment, like, I'm taking a picture of it just to prove, like, I just stick my hand, take a picture of it. The phone is ringing, and it is a number I don't know, and I knew immediately what it was going to be, because it was local. And I answer, and it was a fucking police officer saying, it was a female police officer at this point. And she said, yes, we're at your house. Where are you? How far away are you? And I said, I am like 3 minutes away. I'm at the QT, and the car is here. The car that has been following, the car that threatened to kill you, and you're with them. And I was like, I came here to get cigarettes. Yes, they're here. Well, when are you going to be then they're just yelling at me. Well, when are you going to be at your house? And I'm like, I can be there in 3 minutes. I didn't know what you want me to do. They just pulled up here. And she's like, if that's the car that's been following, you need to get away from them. Come to your house. And I'm like, okay. So they're, but they're fussing at me. And that's, I guess, what he was going to ask too. Like, the cops were not the greatest of very beginning. I mean, they were fine by the end of it, but, there was not like the greatest rapport when I first got here. So that's kind of how it went down. And I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, sign the report. Like, I mean, I don't know.
I'm glad you're safe. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's what's most important. Honestly, I actually thought this might have been affiliated with your former relationship. I just, for some reason, that's what I thought. But either that, obviously, you're a person of interest to whoever this person is, or maybe you aggravated them to the point where now you are,
Well, what it was is it was, I could have aggravated them. The person obviously, like, just like Douglas said, they were stalking someone in the neighborhood. Like, it was just obvious that it was obvious. Like, that was not, it wasn't a ride around, let's look at houses type of Saturday afternoon. And we don't even have any houses for sale in our neighborhood anyway, but it wasn't like a let's ride around and, just look at neighborhoods type thing. Right. So, and the way they were doing it, definitely seemed like they were looking for somebody on my street, right. But, because there's no reason to turn down my street, even in my neighborhood, because there's like 10 houses. Right. So, right. It seemed a little off, right? Could have been me. But so to be honest, when the way they did it, the first part of me was just curiosity, because it was more, I wanted to see, is this a person I know? Right. Mm-hmm. Because two things, it was a brand new car. You could tell it was like the newest, it was brand new. Yeah, so it could have been go ahead.
I said new model. Yes, go on.
Yeah, so I could have been, I was like, I can't see in the car. Is it someone that I actually know in a new car, like casing me? Is this, or is someone, that someone else with someone that I don't, is it someone I know? And, or, someone that's been sent after, for some reason, it just, something felt off.
Occultists, yes.
Yeah, so something that I just wanted to know, wanted at least the tag number fell off in case, we've had a few break-ins in this neighborhood before as far as car break-ins. I didn't really think it was that, but I was just curious enough to get close enough to get the tag number. That was all I really wanted to do at that point. Once I realized, that it was too curious to not. And when they decided to go straight, and I was talking to Sammy and then realized, oh, you know what, I should probably get this tag number. That's all it was. But then once they did, the whole U-turn, and then she stops and then threatening to kill me. Well, then at that point, it's gone from, well, I don't recognize who you are, but I definitely now know you know who you know where I live.
Yeah. Right.
So this now needs to be reported. And then to go from that to then you're trying to get beside me, you're trying to ride beside me on, at 60 miles an hour on a 4-lane road that speed limit is 45. I can't get away from you. Then you jump over when I get on the interstate and you're trying to get up at, I'm getting up to almost 90 miles an hour to get away from you. Right. Yeah. And then only get away once I'm able to get on 385. I'm assuming because you can't. And then I don't know if you heard that last part, but when the cops finally agree to meet me at my house, or when I won't tell them anywhere else to, with their stupid ass, I decided to pull in. I pull in the gas station because that's where I was really headed, and definitely needed at that point. I was like, I want a fucking cigarette at that point. But my point, I was telling Sammy, I don't know if you heard that. I come out, there was no cars on the side that I park in. These are large gas stations, very well lit. The chains, the quick trip chains, and so when I pull in, there's no one there. When I come out, there's no other car there. I get in and I want to call my son to let him know, hey, I'm on my way. I'm like 3 minutes away. Something happened. You're going to see blue lights. It's nothing. Everything's okay. Didn't want him freaking out, thinking either, Mom's in trouble because remember we talked about my 2020 experience. Mom hitting the car in the neighborhood across the street. Or getting in the fight with my ex, like that. I've had cops in my house twice. It was in 2020, all in March of 2020. But I did not, I didn't want my kids seeing blue lights and going back to that horrible time, and thinking I had done anything. So just wanted to prepare them on why blue lights, or that a mom was dead or hurt if they got there first. So I'm calling to say this, and still heart racing because was not felt good all day, not expecting this.
Right.
And then as soon as I'm dialing, if you didn't hear that, I'm pulling out of the parking lot, and I had to kind of wait because this car is coming down the hill pulling in, and it pulls in the very first spot, kind of where I been parked, a couple parks down, and I just kind of passed the car. I don't want to pay any attention to it because I'm paying attention to calling my son.
Mm-hmm.
And then as it hits me, as after I passed it, I look in my rear view mirror, and my son just heard me say, "Fucking A, is that fucking car?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh my fuck!" And I was like, "Is that fucking car?" And I was just like, he said, I said, "I gotta go. No, I gotta call you. I gotta go. I'll call you right back." And I hung up. And he said his thought was, "Oh shit, mom's hit a car or something. She's ran into a car." And not like drink, but he just knows, like, I've had like fender benders plenty of times in my life where I've rear-ended somebody or usually backed up into somebody like in a parking lot or something. So I'm sure he thought, "Oh God, just had that car, got back in that car," or something like that. He just said, "I just heard call, like, oh shit, car." So he thought I'd backed into a car, hit a car, I guess. And I said, "I'll call you back." So he knew I wasn't hurt. And he was like then freaking out because he saw blue lights right after that. And he's like, "Oh shit, is mom okay?" But no. So I turn and I literally see this car and I can't. I'm like, "You're crazy, bro. There's no way it's that car. There's not possible. It could not have followed me because it couldn't have gotten on 385. I knew it on 385. So then it couldn't have been. And I knew nothing was coming down Pelham because Pelham was black the whole way. There was nothing behind me because I kept looking, because I kept thinking I'm probably going to get pulled over for speeding because I'm hurrying down Pelham, but it's fine. I mean, I've been calling the cops all day. They pulled me over speeding. They go on. I mean, the last hour. Yeah. So, no, they didn't follow me. But for some reason, I don't know if they were riding around looking for my car or it was just happenstance. That car, I backed up just enough down the hill, like just barely where I could look my window out. And I remembered the Y and the two of the number. I mean, the two of the letters. I was like, "Oh shit, X-ray yellow." I was like, "That's that car." And so right as that, and then the phone rings. Like I'm sitting there, like I have just identified it. I put my car in drive. What do I do now? The officer calls. I still recognize, the area code. It was local. Yes. Where are you? We are at your house. Are you? How far away are you? And I said, "Well, I am 3 minutes away at the QT, but that car that was following me, all this, it's here. Do you not want me to wait here?" She's like, "You're saying the car is at the QT? The car that it's threatened to kill you?" I said, "Yes." She said, "No, we do not want you to stay there. You need to get away from that."
Well, that's common sense.
And I was like, "Okay, yeah, fine. I just was letting you know that they're here." And it just anyway, it probably made sense to them for me to get away. But at the same time, for me, I was like, "Well, fuck, y'all asked where to meet me. I guess I should have told you to meet me here because that way you can just talk to them right there." But because I didn't know they were leaving. But anyway, I couldn't really make sense of anything. My brain was spinning, and I just said, "Yeah, I'm just letting you know the car just showed up here. But yes, I'm 3 minutes away, So I talked to her the whole and then at 30 seconds later, she was like, how far away are you now?" And I'm like, about 2 minutes, 2.5. I'm like, "I'm at the light turning on Devinger." I was like, "I'm turning in my neighborhood now." And so then I knew where this was headed because she's being rude. And I literally, as I round the corner, because I had not got hold of my son, I was like, "They're not fucking blue lights." I said, "If y'all have blue lights on," and then I saw one. And I said, Can you cut the blue lights off?" And she already had hung up the phone as soon as she saw me. So she didn't acknowledge that or just ignored it. And so there's a male, and he walks in my car as I'm turning in my driveway. And he said, okay, just go ahead and shut the car off. I said, wait a minute, I got to straighten it up. The way you pull in my driveway, if my daughter's car's there, you have to pull in. And I always straighten. That's what I do every time, because my right tire will go in the grass a little. And, but you don't, it's a very small driveway. And so he literally just tells me, no, just to cut the car off. And I said, I had already put it in reverse to straighten it up. Just have it. Like, that's what I do. I said, and I'm going to straighten my car up. And he goes, no, you need to cut it off. And I said, my tires are in my grass and it's going to kill it. I'm straightening my car up. I had already knew how this was going to go. He was being rude. So I straightened the fucking car up. He wasn't mean to, but he didn't. He wanted me to cut it off. And I knew exactly why at this point. I already knew it way fucking there. I was like, my heart's coming through my chest. You guys already know me, like how I talk, like when I'm fucking like this is completely sober other than complete adrenaline. This is complete adrenaline. But I had it with them, complete fucking adrenaline. No fucking alcohol in my body. Do you know what I do have? Prior fucking DUI, my fucking record. And do you know what else I have? The calls to 2 Broadwell Way for the prior DUI, and also for the call we mentioned same week or week later in 2020 when disorderly conduct, and I was like, oh, I'll just kill myself then. You know. So when they got that, like they pulled the address, and I know how this stuff works. They give them the name and they give them the prior incidents, right? Yes. So they're thinking, oh, this is probably just a crazy drunk bitch. We've been here before. Right. So I knew how this was gonna go down. And I was right. I mean, like, that's exactly how I was treated. And because he wanted me, I cut the car, so I straightened my car, and then he wanted me, I cut the car off. I said, you know, what do you want? He's like, well, take a few breaths, calm down first. And I said, okay. I said, I need to call my son inside, because I said, can you cut the blue lights off? We can cut the blue lights are for your protection, ma'am. The blue lights are on for your protection. I said, because you're calling all the neighbors out here. I said, and let's be honest, I've had you guys out here before. I said, and it hasn't always been for the best thing that I've done. I said, so I really don't need them thinking I've done something else. Because I was calling it out before he did. And he said, well, they're for your protection, ma'am. They're for your protection in case someone else. I was like, okay, well, I need to call my son inside because he doesn't know what's going on, and I need to let him know. And he said, okay, well, first I want you to do some slow breathing. You know what he was doing? He was giving me I said, I already know Qigong.
He's doing a Peter Moon.
Yes. It's like, I need you to take some slow, deep breaths. And so I didn't tell him I already know Qigong, but it was funny when he said it. I just calmed down because I knew he had already said it. I was like, okay. So I put my little hands together, and I just did a little yoga fucking pose to show him that I was trying really hard. And did like 3 of those. He's like, okay, you can call your son. Thank you, sir. So I call Noah, and as I letting Noah know just real quick, hey, yeah, no, wasn't like, he didn't even ask me. I was like, look, just had somebody follow me. Can't give you the whole thing. Everything's okay. All right. Like, because as I'm saying that, my lovely nosy daughter decides to show up outside, and not actually because she was nosy. It was actually Noah had apparently ran to her room because he saw the blue lights and freaked out because he had heard me say, "Oh shit, car!" and then he saw blue lights. So I have no idea what he was thinking. He really didn't either. He said at that point he didn't know what had happened, but he freaked out and just went to tell Lola. And so she comes outside as I'm on the phone, and I said the officer was like trying to kind of stuff her back in, like, I'm not sure if she's talking to her brother, like he didn't want her out there, and then she's not gonna take no for it. She's looking at me like, you know, she's half lawyer anyway, like she wasn't sure. She knows me. I mean, she wasn't sure if, hell, it'd been a couple weeks ago, I might have had a few drinks, right, and run to the QT. The difference on that is, had I been drinking, my ass would not have called the cops on the bench. She would have been gone. I'd have been like, oh, I would like to have called the cops on you, but I can't because they might pull me over. But that's one of the great things about being sober now. No problem calling the cops. And,
there you go.
No problem.
There's benefits.
Yeah, there's definite benefits. And I knew it. I was like, give me a breathalyzer any day of the week you want. And that's one of the first things he asked me. So one time he's like, so, okay. So have you had anything to drink today?
Today.
First fucking thing out of his mouth. And then I was like, no. He's like, so are you on any medications? Are you taking any medications today? And I was like, and he said, or do you have any alcohol or medications in the car? Any drugs? And no. And then I already said no to the medications. And I was like, well, actually I did have medication. I was like, I had Tylenol, Losartan, I believe, my blood pressure medication, and then 2 Advil, and then 2 more Tylenol. And then he's like, so, and there's no alcohol or drugs or guns or knives or anything like assault, guns, knives, or something else. But bombs. This is what he fucking asked me. Guns, knives, or fucking bombs. Because I remember when he said that, like bomb or grenade, I almost like stopped because me, and then I remember how people don't get my jokes like you tell me, and it was good that I didn't, but I almost flew out because when he went, I was like, no. When I heard bombs, I almost went, oh, bomb. Oh yeah, I do. But I realized it's a cop. And by the time that got out, the joke, I would have already I would have been shot, and he'd have had probable cause because I went, oh yeah, there is a bomb.
Yes.
But
good thing you. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Thank
yeah,
God.
But I was just like, you know what? I'm not the alcohol, drugs. No, I do ride around with a couple bombs in the back of it, grenades. And so then he's like, no. So I was like, I need to smoke a cigarette though. Like I do. And so my daughter was out there, and I don't have a lighter. Do you have a lighter? Because I'm gonna need a lighter, or you're gonna go to the house. He's like, can you go and get her a lighter? So I was like, yeah. So she got me the lighter. She comes back out. That bitch, she was so hating me. Lola said, you're lucky. I got her to like you. She said, I got her to like me because I heard Lola did. But she hated me. That guy had calmed down with me because then she had taken over. This huge, big Asian. I've never seen an Asian woman that fat and big. Like, I don't know. She was Asian, definitely in the face, right? But she was like hardcore, and I won't even say butch. She might not have been butch, it was thick. It wasn't like just fat. It was just thick, like, right? Like, so a butch body. I won't say that her face was but it was just thick, big, extra 100 pounds, but spread thickly throughout, and angry as shit at me. Because she, even though the officer had determined that I obviously was not drinking or impaired, or at least agreed with me enough to let me get out and smoke a cigarette, and he had nicened up, as what I will say. She had not. And she kept asking the same ridiculous, stupid questions over and fucking over. Like, it's like, if you watch one of those people and they're interrogating a murder witness, yes, and you're trying to stump them in their little lie. Yes. So she keeps trying to reframe. Well, wait a minute. So you're saying this. Well, then what did they do this? And do this? And I'm like, I just told you that. And by the way, do you want to let me answer the question, or do you just want to continue to re-ask the same one in a different way? And then she goes, well, let me ask you this. What do you want us to do for you? What can we, what? And I said, I don't know. What would you want somebody to do for you? And that's him. And she said, I'm asking you, what can we do for you? And my daughter says, I think she just wants to feel safe. I said, that's a good answer right there.
Yeah, it's a good place
And because my daughter had already interrupted. Well, my daughter got interrupted one time, or at least answered, because she said, well, they said at one point, it's the reason we're asking, because he said, are you saying, like, he said, you haven't taken anything today, you haven't, not drinking. He said, because you just seem very, he said, I understood you. He said, but you just seem very like you're talking very fast and you're very, very like jittery. And I said, let me tell you something. I said, I am an Aries moon. And I look at both of them and I said, I know neither one of you probably know what that is or any relevance to you. I said, but anyone that knows me, and my daughter goes, this is really just how she is when anything gets like this. I said, anyone that knows me, I said, knows that this is how it is when I get upset. Like it's how I am. I said, I was just talking to my mother, as a matter of fact, yesterday, and we were joking about the fact that I talk so fast for a Southerner that when I was younger, my children, my friends, parents, none of them could understand what I said. I said at 12. I said, and so to be honest with you, no, I am on nothing. As a matter of fact, I am sick today. And do you know what? I am prescribed 20 milligrams of Adderall a day. And I have actually not had it today. I said, and he goes, that's when he goes, well, do you think that could be what's causing you to act nervous? And I said, no, I do not. I think it's the fact that I thought I was going to get my head blown off twice and was going 90 miles an hour down the highway.
Yes.
So then she's like, and then that was, and she's like, well, what do you want us to do for you? And then that's when she repeated that twice. And I said, well, she started, well, I guess she just wants to feel safe. And I said, yes, I would just like to feel safe. I don't care if there's charges pressed. I would just like to know either who this is, if I need to know their name, make sure they're not coming back to my house. That's all. And she said, well, can we get let's see a copy of your driver's license. And I was like, do you have that? And I was like, yeah, I do. And why would I give it to you right now? Like, you just asked me one question and now you're turning around to, well, and the guy was like, well, we need to, we have to know who you are if we're going to file the report. We have to prove who you are. I was like, no, I have no problem with that. It's just, I've continually been treated like I am the at fault here when I'm the one that called you. And he's like, oh, well, no, we don't mean it that way. And so, it got lighter from then on. Apparently, the girl was at the QT they found. I don't know if the guy was in the car because that's the other thing I forgot to tell you. When I backed up, I couldn't tell, but I thought it looked like two heads moving then. And so, again, wasn't going to get close enough, so I never found out if there were one or two. But, she was telling a story that I followed her. And that was where that lady was trying to get it right because they had a cop with her. And then I followed her. And she was trying to catch me at first. And I said, did I follow her? Yes. After she did this and this, I followed her into the next neighborhood. I've already told you the story that you keep interrupting me, not wanting to hear, just like I'm sure everyone online has already hung up, not wanting to hear it. But there's no other way, bitch, I can get it through to you without telling you that I had to follow her into this neighborhood because it was curiosity. I wanted to know why was she in my neighborhood? Yes, that was just, I didn't know that she was going to turn around, do a Yui, threaten to kill me, then it's going to have to call you, and everything else that happened. So if she says I followed her, that would be correct. I pulled out of my neighborhood as I normally would. I decided to go straight and pull into the next neighborhood that was on the left because that's where she turned. And I wanted to know if I knew this person, if they were stalking me or really me. It was curious. The rest is history. She's like, well, I just think it was a misunderstanding. I was like, well, yeah. Do you think it might have been a misunderstanding? Maybe she could just not threaten to kill people?
Yes. Seriously.
And she was like, yeah, well, some people say stuff when they get upset. And I was like, oh, honey, I know.
That's such bullshit.
I know.
Is such fucking
but
bullshit.
what I told her was I didn't say it out. I said, I understand that. If I had been calmer and been myself more ready to, I would have said, honey, I know, I can call somebody live on the show right now that'll tell you if anybody can tell people off and say things when they're upset, it's Brooke. She's not doing it right now. Consider yourself lucky. And if she can control herself, that bitch should have been able to control herself. But if she can't control herself, she doesn't have a gun to back her shit up. What if I was the crazy bitch with the gun? She shouldn't have been fucking doing 80 miles an hour, trying to keep up with me. When I went past her, trying to get away from her, trying to get back on me, trying to ride beside me, and then jumping on an interstate, trying to do 90 to ride beside me. I said, that's maybe where you should follow your, whatever
Yes.
job.
Yes.
But I said, at the end of the day, all I want is to know. He said, well, we've told her that's what we have explained to her, and that she doesn't. And the other cop had gotten there. Another cop came in too, and he's like, yes, we're making sure she's explained that, and that she has basically no reason to be near your home or really in this neighborhood at all. He said, we can't technically keep her out of the neighborhood, but we've explained to her that unless she has good reason to be here, she shouldn't be here. So, I mean, that's all I got. They never gave me her name. They had me sign a statement. Just a report that basically gave me a case number. And I think that cop was being nice at the end. He was definitely being nice. And he did keep saying this because I think he knew I probably wanted her name since she knows where I live. And I think I should have a right to it at least. Because he kept saying, if you have any questions on this, this isn't our squad number and this is your reference. This is your case number. He's like, obviously if there are any things that we needed to call you on, like obviously if there were charges that they needed to call, they would, that reference number. He said, but if you have any questions on it at all, feel free to call in and this is your reference number. So, I may call in and try to get her name. I mean, just so I know it. I think that would probably be smart.
Yes.
But that's it. I'm sorry it took so long. I'm sorry if probably everyone hung up for that. But I don't know.
Well, you have been through something upsetting, and I'm happy to give you a chance to vent and cathart and express yourself. I mean,
I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Like, because I was like, man, I'm not going to be able to sleep like at all. I'm going to have to take like 5 fucking sleeping pills to get my heart to stop beating. Well, not stop beating. I mean, just slow down. I don't want to stop.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
But I swear to God, like, I have not taken Adderall. I have not taken. I actually did take half of the 20 milligram. I took a Tafton at like freaking 9 o'clock this morning when I had that cold feeling so bad, because I thought, well, maybe like that'll get like me at least up to do something. But like, no, I was completely like tired and no alcohol, just ready to go to bed. But was like, was not smoking cigarettes, or I thought any more cigarettes. Obviously feeling sick. I don't not want them. But I didn't have any vape juice. I was like, well, I'll just run and get vape juice. And I wanted a coconut water. And I really was craving a coconut water because I love coconut water. And I still never got my fucking coconut water.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
And then ended up with cigarettes because by that point I was like, fuck the vape shit, man. I'm a fucking cigarette now. And so yeah, the bitch fucking cost me fucking no coconut water plus a cigarette.
So are the gas stations in your area open 24 hours a day?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
I know. I don't know how you live with no big gas stations like Wawa or whatever.
It's pretty incredible. It's bizarre.
Did Ian hang out? Poor Ian had to listen to all that. He hang out.
Let's take a look. It looks like he's still there, but he went on mute. He's just. I thought he was just being deeply respectful. Originally, we had Michelle Carmela Saldana on, and because I was so used to you vaping, and I was hearing these sucking sounds from her, Troy Bellamy in the chat thought she was on CPAP, and and I could understand why. I thought she was on something like a breathing respirator or something, but she was saying it's just her breathing. So then she felt, oh well, maybe if my breathing sounds that way, maybe I should take a rest. And so and then right after her, Sammy came on. We talked a bit, and then you wrote what you did in the message, and I had to bring you on. I couldn't, otherwise I would not have been able to have.
I'm sorry it was so long. I apologize.
Oh no, honey, I'm fine with that, honey. You needed to get all that out there. I think this is important because first off, I want people to publicly understand that anyone who's affiliated with me has every right to be cautious about their security. And the best defense is to get these stories out there, because if indeed it is affiliated with the cult, then the point is to just let it be known to the public this is happening, and then that is one of the best ways to discourage it or deter it.
And that is honestly, while you're saying that, I'll just let you know, that was the other thing that went through my mind when I decided to go straight.
Yes.
Was it hit me because I'm talking, like Sammy is talking, and I'm not, because I could have gotten that tag number if I really thought it through while I was back at that light, just doing the automatic right, like not even really thinking I'm following them because I'm really happy to Sammy. And then it hits me like, this person is where I live. This could be an ex. This could be, you know, I have a friend that we had kind of a falling out, like, you know, 6 months, a year ago with her and her ex-husband or her husband, boyfriend, whatever. And I caught her riding by my house once or twice, you know, oddly. And then, you know, or then that's what hit me is remember how I told you about the phone stuff privately that had gone on, and we had discussed that. And so I thought, what, you know, with all of that combined, someone I know, or then the phone stuff, I was like, I need this tag number because just if something happens in the future. So that's what made me just go straight and follow them into the neighborhood. Just wanted the tag number, and it went from there on. But, you know, I did get the tag number. I didn't get shot. So I guess in the end, it ended up okay. But, you know, if it was someone, like, I mean, I think the right thing to do is to get the information if you can safely. And that's all I was trying to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You did the right thing. And it's very suspect. As you said, what's so suspect about it is that someone is so reckless when they've got a brand new car. You know, someone with a brand new car would, you would think, would want to take care of it, not put it at risk.
I didn't even think of that, but you're absolutely correct because that, yeah, it's a brand. I mean, it was obvious because I even thought, is this going to have a dealer tag on it when I looked down my door the first time because it just looked so brand new. And it was brand new car, you know, within 6 months old, I would say at most. But yeah, brand new car. So to drive it, especially the way they were, and then swerve into the median, and that actually scares me too, because I thought, well, maybe they're drinking, maybe they're drunk, but they then got them at the gas station, and she's saying the story. So even if it was just her at the gas station, because I couldn't really tell, like, I'm like, does she live close to here and pick somebody up? But then when me and my son, because I did take 3 pictures of the car because I wanted the tag number. And actually, I'm now thinking it was just her in the car because the way the headrests were, me and my son zoomed in. And I think I was looking from through it, that it looked like the headrest looked like a second person in the car. But I think it was probably just her the whole time. Well, if she was drinking or drunk, they would have gotten her for DUI. They would have let me know, well, we're taking her in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that makes her driving
like
even more frightening, is because it means she's just intrinsically crazy. She's intrinsically...
Yeah, she went into the median in a 4-lane road. She went into the median to try to get around me because I was on that left lane. And then the way she did the interstate, she had to swing. I don't know how she had to come up actually the way you would do that. Like, she had to actually...
Yeah,
I know she did,
definitely.
It was reckless, and then just doing 90 miles an hour trying to get beside me on the highway. Yeah, like it was all reckless. So yeah, I didn't even think that through yet. But like she obviously wasn't drunk because he didn't take her to jail, and she's driving a car like that, a new car at that.
Yes. Yes. No, it's quite sinister, and you know, I'll try and find some other pictures of Lena Crane to just show you and then maybe we'd be able to, you know, get a better feel as to whether or not that might have been her. But you know, for some reason I'm having problems finding them. You know, understandably, I've kind of purged her out of my mind, but she's still, this photo she had sent me in the past and in these files, and I'm looking for them, but you know, well,
I'm thinking I should legally, after, you know, tomorrow, obviously, and calm down. I think with the paperwork I have and the case number, you know, she legally has my address. So she has my name. There has to be a legal way, you would have to call a lawyer to get that case report that would have her name on it as well. She has my address and name. I should be able to have a name or an address for her as well, I would think, legally. Like, the report should have her name on it, right? Because they had to take her name in because it's the same report number. So that report is going to be filed somewhere, which will have her name on it.
Yes, yes, and as a matter of fact, yeah, by all means, pursue that. That's important, and or at least it would might be her name. It might be an alias, but nevertheless, you
Well,
have
it gives
something.
me something
Yeah.
something to go on. They had to take a license from her, you know, whether she's a friend of someone that I know, or you know, something online like we've discussed, or it, you know, it's a nobody, but at least then I know the name and maybe even an address where if something in the future happens, you know, I know what I'm dealing with, or who I'm dealing with, or, you know, did they have a reason to even be in this area at all?
Yeah.
You know,
No, definitely. Well, you know, this picture is just horrible. It doesn't help any, but it's only interesting in the sense that that was her when she was younger, and she's as tall as I am, which means she's about 5'11", and that means whoever she's temple massaging there is a fucking giantess.
are you sharing the screen again? Because I don't see it.
Oh, it's in the chat box. It's in the chat box.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah.
Now that looks more like the person I fucking saw.
Interesting.
Well, the hair, because the hair was more like that length.
Yeah. Okay.
Like it was definitely not like, at least what I saw.
Yeah.
Like the hair was more shoulder length hair.
Okay.
Definitely not like down your butt hair, you know. Now, like I said, it was so quick it could have been a little longer than shoulder. It was definitely not like butch cut, like a boy cut. But it was definitely like, it didn't seem like it was like on that other picture, it showed it down to her ass, and I didn't get the feeling that I didn't see any hair hanging way down past her arm or out the window, or you know. But again, it was such a quick second, because when she said, you know, I'm obviously passing her on the road, I couldn't look over at her because I didn't want to see if she had a gun pointed at me. I'm flying past the bitch. I'm determined her not to get up on me. Yeah. You know, so I only got that one brief look at her, which was the smart thing, I think, for me to do. There's like, first of all, looking at somebody, especially on the highway doing 90 miles an hour, like, I don't have time to look at your ass. I don't have time to look at you. And I'm not going to let you get up on me in this car. I don't care how brand new. And I did good, actually, too, because she's in a new Honda. I'm assuming Accord, but I can't be sure. Was 4 doors. I would not, and that could have been a rental car. Actually, now you saying that, you know, it's new.
It would explain why she doesn't give a shit about it. It would explain why she gives no shit about it whatsoever. She's driving as if she doesn't care. So that's
well, and I'm surprised that, I mean, I have a Nissan Murano, which it does great in speed, but my car's older than that car. And I'm like determined. Once I realized she was trying to stay beside me on that. I don't know. You know, I've always said I wanted to do NASCAR. I always kidded that, or I would tell Sammy that I was like, do dream car. I was like, man, I always wish women had gone back into NASCAR.
Doing it tonight, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have no fear. I have no fear in that regard. So once like their fear, like adrenaline took over, like the bitch is not getting beside me if at all. If this car, am I going to do it? It's doing it. And I think that's where she got nervous. I don't know, like she tried to pull back behind and go in the left side of me. Like, I don't know why, but then I don't know. It makes no sense. Yeah. And I don't understand why she couldn't actually keep up her pass. I think it might have been because she was trying to stay beside, and maybe she was afraid she'd get too far in front. But she never passed me. She was trying to stay beside me. And then I would zoom past, and then that's when she tried to come up on the other side of me. So, and you know, that also made me think, well, is there somebody else in the car? I mean, fuck, I don't know. I'm not looking. There's somebody else in the car. Are you trying to take an aim? I don't fucking know.
You know,
but,
what's interesting about that is that there might have been, let's just put it this way, with all of the supernatural elements that I've dealt with all my life, in a sense, whether there was someone else in the car or not, probably there wasn't physically, but in a sense there might have been, just in the sense of a presence that these cultists carry with them that is kind of accompanies them. So there's that feeling that other people get where they think they see someone around them that's not there. but in a sense they are there. So don't overdwell on that or overthink that, but it's just one of those things where I don't think that there was anyone physically with her, because they would have joined in on the bullshit. They would have joined in on the bullshit because
right.
And since they didn't, then it's more like it's just more like that invisible presence of the demons that possess her. She's not, if she's not on drugs and she's not drunk, there's this almost diabolic influence there because of the recklessness of the driving, the morbid.
And it's so weird that you're saying that, because now you know how when things happen so fast.
Yeah.
So that car when it was pulling in, that was one reason I didn't notice the car, because I'm dialing my son, and it was like I didn't look in the car to see two people, like that I can look back and say I saw two people in that car. Right. But as it passes me, it's like I felt like I saw two people in that car.
Yes.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so then when I rear view and I'm looking in the pictures, like, you know, like not looking at the pictures, but like when I'm rear viewing trying to get the tag, or just like I'm staring in the car, and it's like, it's almost like I'm like, are there two people in that car? And I'm like, I think there are. But then, like, I really have a reason. Like, I think it's moving on the left. There's something moving on the left.
Yes.
But then, like, when I zoom in, I have 3 pictures, and me and my son are looking at it, and I'm like, does that look like a person? And I'm like, I don't know. I think that, I think that's just the headrest. But like, I had it, like, at that moment, in that, like, if you had asked me in that very moment right before the cop called me, and even when she did, I would have told you 99% sure that there were two people in that car.
That's right.
Even though I had never seen two people, obviously, the entire time all this was going on.
Yes.
But then when I had time to sit there for a second, and when just sitting with myself, looking at that car, like, I just got this feeling of two. And I don't know why, but that makes sense to me, like something.
Thank you. It's definitely a part of this entire phenomenon. So the more I listen to this, the more I'm convinced that this is something that you need to follow up on. Just see what you can do to get the individual's name via the records, and you should have every right to do that. And follow up on it, and of course keep us updated. Obviously this is public now, and this is the way it should be, because this is the only way to really maintain a safety level, is to let it be known to the public that this sort of thing is going on. And then that makes it harder for if it is involving the cults, then it makes it harder for them to do what they're doing. And obviously so far their attempts to cajole you haven't paid off, so then they resort to terrorism. It could be something that's just random, but that doesn't make any sense. No one randomly behaves like that. No one randomly is in either a rental or a brand new car and drives like the devil when they're not.
And my neighborhood is so like I thought
it's so
about, like,
innocuous. Your neighborhood does not rate. Your neighborhood does not.
I mean,
rate.
There's not a single person, and I mean, like, I'm like the only. There's one other mother in this whole neighborhood that's single, and she actually lives like right across from me, and she's like not even single because her ex-husband, like, they're like best friends, and like she's been single 10 years. She's 10 years older than me. She's like in her like almost 60, right? Yeah. And like boring life, and like there's no single there, like what I'm saying is nobody chasing her. Like, I don't know what that would be. Yeah. And then I'm not saying people would be chasing me, but I'm just saying, like, everyone else in this neighborhood is either like, especially like my street that they went down, like the people down there are
There's
old.
No one she'd be visiting. There's no one she'd be visiting.
Yeah, they're like two couples in their 70s on the left, then a black couple.
In other words,
house.
She simply does not belong in the neighborhood. It's a residential
There was
neighborhood.
nothing. There was I can't think of one house in this neighborhood. Like, we have 3 of the houses. One's a preacher, and this isn't on my street. This is on the next street. Like, he's a preacher and his wife, and they're like from Bob Jones preachers, missionaries, and both of their kids live here. And the other 2 houses, they're Bob Jones, like, basic missionary. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are the kind of people we have in this neighborhood. Yeah. Not saying that makes them better to me. That makes them worse in some aspects.
No, but the point is, they're not going to have, young girls who are party types.
Right, writing back, stalking, and then doing that, like, that would not be the right. So I'm not saying it was definitely for me, but the more I think of it, I'm like, you're down my street, everyone's split. Then when you see me, and I just happened to come out, it was almost like God sent me out, because I would have just left and maybe not have run into that. But I happened to tell my son, dude, do you have any trash in your room? Like, here, just let me. He's like, I'll get it later. And I said, no, I want tonight. And then I gave him a bag. I said, just get it out. I said, no, you have some cups in there. And I gave him the bag. And he's like, I'll just take it out, Mom. Just, if you're going to ask me, I'll get it. And I was like, no, I want to go ahead and just give it to me and let me do it. And I'm not normally like that. Normally I'd make him. I'm like, get your trash out and you take it out. Right. But it was like, all that kind of randomly occurred. Yes. They're like, no, you'll forget. And I'm like, plus you're already in your underwear. Like, just give it, just let me do it. And, it was all weird. And then, like I said, and then me coming back in, even thinking I might meet this at the beginning of the neighborhood, because I had that weird feeling that I actually wanted to see if they were just circling the neighborhood, which again, I normally like, it's not like, I've seen cars that didn't necessarily belong in the neighborhood, but never am like, I'm just going to leave to see. But I was already leaving. So I thought, well, it would be interesting to see. But then I took too long. It took too long for me to get out, so I wouldn't have seen them. Right. But then something, and if I had just taken that ride out, I also would have just missed them. But something made me be like, oh, it's too long, but something made me want to ride the
Judith
circle.
Egregores would call that a God shot. She said that was a real God shot there.
Yes, exactly.
So here's another image of her. So I don't know if that looks like anything like the face. If you, it's in the chat box. I mean, well, the text box here in Skype. So I don't know if that looks anything similar to what you saw. It's more of a straight on face for that individual.
Yeah.
And
here's the thing. I want to say that it could definitely be her, but then, because it definitely could, there's nothing about this face that it wasn't her, but it was so fast. And again, my glimpse was from a angle of rear side. So like, I'm looking at her, not from even face on, but from like, she's in front of me and then leaning back, her face kind of toward my car, from, a car length away, and then a yard, half the driveway that I'm in. So I don't want to put and say it was her, because I don't want to be looking for something that it's not. But obviously,
no, it would make sense that she would have a rental, because she's currently basically living up in Vermont. So it would be, that's, but
this person would have no reason to find me or want to see me.
The cultists just attack anybody who's an affiliate of mine. Like with, say for instance, with, we mentioned her earlier today, not when you were here, but Amanda Ute. Amanda Ute basically years ago came up and said, I want to sponsor Douglas Dietrich, to the Aquino affiliate, the fat bitch who was jacking off, just humping herself over the Max Spears, dying alive with the Norcan pumping through his system. When she was affiliated with myself, then it was at a conference. And so this Amanda Ute came and said, I want to sponsor Douglas Dietrich. And she was saying, oh, no, don't sponsor him. Sponsor the sleazy detective, Opperman, Ed Opperman. And so that's a whole different story. But then, so she started sponsoring Ed Opperman for a little bit. And then, but at any rate, while she was like trying to drive home with her kids, and the dog, big dog they had named Kronk. I mean, what do you call, those big Dalmatians almost? I mean, what are those?
Rottweiler?
Yeah, no, it's more like a. Do you remember the comic strip Marmaduke?
The King Corso?
Yeah, Marmaduke. Do you remember Marmaduke, the comic character?
But you're not talking. You're sure it's not a cane corso?
I'm too unfamiliar. I'm not a.
Oh no, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the
Doberman Pinschers, they call them.
No, well, Doberman pinschers are black. Those are the scary dogs.
Yeah, that's what she had, was a big black dog named Kronk, but he was like enormous, you know. So
yeah, but I'm thinking that you're talking about, what is that giant dog, the Great Dane?
yeah, Marmaduke, Great Danes. Yeah, Great Danes. I think that's what it was, a big black Great Dane that might have been half wolf or some shit. You know, there was some hybrid like that. Those hybrids are possible, right? I think. So it was like,
yeah, like I'll
yeah,
like I'll send you 2 pictures of a Great Dane. I'm pretty sure that's what you're thinking of,
Yeah,
because Great
yeah.
Danes are huge.
Yeah.
They're usually
it's
they're
a
not
Great
guard
Dane.
dogs, but if they're trained to be mean, they can be very mean. But they're giant either way.
Yeah. So it's a Great Dane that I think had a combination, maybe some wolf blood in it or something. I don't think she was making that up. I think those combinations are possible.
There are some. I mean, there are some wolf dogs. I don't know if they're usually mixed with Great Danes. But,
Yeah, no, that would be rare. That would be rare. So I'm looking at the photo now. Yeah, Great Dane. It's like that. Yeah, big black. That's what it was. So, so she had that, and it miraculously, for whatever reason, that other than another god shot, basically it chewed through the safety belt that was restraining her young daughter. And that's what saved her daughter's life, actually, was the dog chewed through the safety belt. And so anyhow, while they were driving home, then they got boxed in by 2 identical trucks, same make, same model, same paint job, 2 white trucks that boxed her in and then rolled her off the side of a cliff, essentially, on her way home, because she lives in upstate Oregon, up in Oregon. So she was down in California for the conference where I was speaking, then was driving home to Oregon. And so they rolled her down the cliff. And that's when, basically the car rolled over several times and she landed on her head and basically wound up with her stomach pushed up into her diaphragm. And both her children were completely safe and unscathed. Basically, this is because the dog had chewed through the safety belt of the young girl, that she was safe and unscathed. And with the boy, it was something else. But anyhow, they didn't get hurt by the car compressing the way the mother did. So I spent the next several years feeling responsible for her and in campaigning for her to get the operation she needed to get her stomach out of her diaphragm.
Who was this again?
Amanda Ute. Yeah, and she was very public about this. I'm not sharing anything, intimate that she wanted to hide.
Right.
I mean, we were all public about this because I was campaigning to get her surgery performed. And so had people write in the insurance company, which was refusing to cover it until finally it got covered. So I effectively saved that woman's life. And then so it was during that time, simply because of her affiliation with me, not only did they try to kill her, but then she wound up being a target of that Steve Outrim, the same Steve Outrim, the multimillionaire who was targeting myself. He was threatening her constantly. And the other person they were threatening was, of all people, Brandon Young. So Brandon Young, by the way, both their cars that they were in were like, when the police and the government security forces like FBI or CIA or NSA and, definitely just different police units, they oftentimes put their vehicles up for auction. You know this. And so both of their cars were those kinds of cars, formerly some kind of security car or van that had got...
Wait a minute, Brandon's car was?
Yeah,
or
Brandon's
the person that hit
and
them?
Amanda's. Both of them. That's the kind of cars they had. Were some kind of former security type car that was purchased off an auction. So
that's odd.
Yeah, so these cars had like hidden compartments in them for guns and shit. So, but in Brandon Young's case, Brandon Young had basically been trying to contact me. Of course, got to Lori and Ann Fenton first. Fat lady humping off Norcan victim. And yeah, then fat lady was like fobbing him off, calling him a gay stalker and shit. And this is the Brandon Young you and I both know. And then Brandon Young...
Yeah, the teacher, right?
Yeah, the educator, yeah. Mr. Viking. And so he basically... was then contacted by Peter Levenda. Now, that's a name you probably have never heard, but Peter Levenda is infamous. Peter Levenda is a cultist that was, he wrote the Simon Necronomicon. He wrote that under the pseudonym called Simon. And the Necronomicon is Latin for the Book of Dead Names. And so people call it the Simonomicon, and they call the people who use that book for occult rituals, they call them Simontologists. And so this fucker was apparently, well, not apparently, he put it in print. In one of his books, he was claiming that Brandon Young's family members were affiliated with the JFK assassination. So Brandon Young started confronting him with a series of letters like, why are you slandering my family, and whatnot. And then the guy said, why don't you meet me up in New York? And Brandon said no, he knew better. But then after this exchange in which Peter Levenda admitted that he was working with Michael Aquino, then Brandon Young got into his van and got onto the road, and then realized.
Wait a minute, why would he do that if he knew he was working with Aquino?
He wasn't trying to rendezvous with him. He told him no. He was just.
I thought you said after he said he was working with Aquino that he decided to then go meet him.
Oh God, no. He said no, even more so. And then he just happened to, after that, get into his car to go home, basically, to wherever he was at. That makes sense. Whatever cyber cafe or whatever he was exchanging emails with this guy in. And then he, got into his van, was on his way home, and got onto the interstate and realized he had no more control over his car. He basically suddenly realized nothing was working. None of the controls were working, and the steering wheel was working, but the brakes certainly weren't. It began to veer in many directions, and so the most he could do was to try and prevent himself from hurting other people, so he basically drove himself off the road. So when he drove himself off the road, he wound up again, just like Amanda Yu, the car tumbled. And because these things don't have NASCAR roll cages, he wound up with a brain injury that put him in a coma for a week, which is a long time to be in a coma. Now, when he awoke from his coma, the forensic investigators were there, and they told him, you have no idea how lucky you are. Your car not only had all the wires cut, but it had a wired bomb. They told him, they said your car had a wired bomb that was set to go off with an inferno explosion of flame, so you would die burning alive. Whoever tried to kill you wanted you to die in the most painful possible way. They wanted you to burn alive, and the bomb didn't go off, so their backup mechanism to kill you was the wires were simply cut to your brakes and the various steering mechanisms that maintained the equilibrium of the car. And so he basically survived a 1-2 punch assassination attempt. And this was like fucking 10 years ago. It was like, again, it had to do with me because he was trying to contact me, and that's when suddenly Levenda was contacting him, and he was confronting Levenda about, slandering his family in print.
Why did they think he was part of the JFK assassination, or his family?
Oh, not him, but his family. It was just Levenda is like an agent of confusion. He was directly affiliated with Aquino, and what happened was Brandon's family was involved with some occult shit, and he was basically raised in a highly suspect environment as well. So because he had this old elite.
Am I the only person that you've ever associated with that has not been like me and Sammy Romero?
Well, Amanda, it wasn't so much her background. It was her husband's background that was all fucked up. He was like affiliated with all this satanic shit. And that was ultimately, why I had to perform like I said, I've only conducted 3 real spells in my life, real high effort, meaningful spells. And one of them was to basically kill her father-in-law, who was going to take the kids from her. And that was just a kind of balance that had to be struck for.
But I thought you had to promise another life to do that.
No, I promised another life when I extended my mother's life.
Yeah, that one. That's the one it was.
Yeah, and
but you didn't have to promise another life to kill somebody?
Yeah, I had to promise another life to kill somebody, which I ultimately did 10 years later by the spell.
No. I know for your mom, but I'm saying, how did you do the spell to kill the guy without having to promise another life?
Oh, because it was a balance for my mother's life being extended. That's how that worked.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the guy you killed for your mother.
Yeah. 10 years later. You don't need to do it right away. You just
right.
Do it
but so he was bad. So you didn't. Well, that's why. Okay. Now
yes. He was.
I thought you were saying you did the ritual for your mom. You killed somebody else, and then you killed this guy.
Oh no.
But you didn't have to give a life for him, because I'm like, well, I have a few people I like you to kill. So I don't have to give a life.
Yes. No. It was at the time that I was extending my mother's life. I had to promise another life would eventually be taken within 10 years, and in 10 years' time, essentially.
Well, this is like the deals with the crossroads demons and all those spills like that.
This is different from that. It's different from that. Those kind of crossroads deals that you're talking about, they're eternal. They're like you're kind of stuck in a limbo at that point. You don't want to do that. One of the guys who did that was that magician named Dynamo or something like that. He called himself Dynamo the Magician. That guy, he's one of the guys who did that. And that's like, you can tell by just the shit that guy does.
I've heard of a lot of people that believe like certain musicians did that, or like
certain musicians did do that. Yes, there was this one black guy was infamous for that. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, that's the one I heard. Or maybe you said black guy. I mean, obviously there's more than one black guy.
Well, let's all we need to do is look him up. I mean, he's easy enough to look up. It's all you need to do is jazz musician.
Yes, I believe he was jazz.
Yeah, crossroads deal. Okay, and just add that extra Z there. Okay, jazz musician, crossroads, Robert Johnson. It's Robert Johnson was who that was.
Yeah, I must have watched something on that. I don't even know his name, but
yes.
I remember that's like one of the first times I had heard about it.
Yeah. Well, my father claimed to have met him because, see, the real legend behind Robert Johnson is that he never died. He's still on the run from the devil. See, that's the problem with those deals. Now, there's no greater hell than that. You just don't die. You're just constantly on the run.
Oh, see, now I was thinking maybe that the crossroads deal could also be this, that like maybe you make a crossroads deal like, I'm going to be famous in this life, but you're going to have to deal with the devil for every other next life you come into. So maybe you made a deal with a crossroads devil in a past life, and now every other time you're like, what did I do to deserve you, Brooke?
Yeah, that's easy enough to imagine. Yeah, I mean, that's there's a certain logic to that. At any rate, so now you've got the idea behind Amanda Yu and Brandon Young, and so these things happen, and actually they were far less prepared than you. You're far more prepared than they were for what happened to them. So just for one.
Well, I'm even preparing more now because I'm going to get that name. You're making me wonder to I was planning, and what was so weird is my goal actually for the last 2 days was to clean out the garage, because it was, it got really cold and Friday or whatever. And anyway, I couldn't get it done. And then I had to deal with the dog yesterday with my mom, and all that. And so today I woke up like it's warmer, and I'm going to be able to get the garage cleaned out because I want to start parking it. Well, I wanted to clean out anyway. And then my long-term goal was to start parking in it again. Because I have a 2-car garage. But then today I just woke up, feeling sick, like I told you, like sinus, head cold, whatever. Yeah. And I've tried to actually see it as a positive, because since they gave me that medication, for my stomach, the the stuff they're trying to fix me with.
Yeah, the Ian West pills.
Yeah. So I was actually gonna ask Ian about this, but I got to thinking, like, right now I feel a lot better, but I don't know, that could just be the adrenaline. But I don't obviously know my stomach's better, but my head. But I got to thinking, a lot of times, it said that medication has side effects of aching, like my neck was aching, it said headaches, and my head was hurting. But then I had a lot of congestion. I've had this dry coughing, like throat stuff. And, I've had heart palpitations the entire time, but I never really mentioned it because I have high blood pressure. The entire time that this is going on, just as my stomach got worse, like every morning I would wake up, and this was like, not like, I know I've said I've taken the Adderall. I started taking Adderall again because I had gotten sick, and I even had them down it from 30 milligrams a day to 20 milligrams,
Right.
So like, and I mean, I've taken back before when I would first took Adderall. I mean, I had taken like 3 times that. They would prescribe me 330s a day, and I went back on it only because I was so sick that I knew it would give me some energy and be able to focus. And even that went down on. So my point to that is, like, I wake up every morning and my heart, like, literally is just racing. And so that's another side effect of long-term COVID, which they don't know what causes. And my stomach issues are all related to long-term COVID. And again, they're saying ivermectin, and I looked up today, ivermectin and doxycycline are one of the things that, even though it's not pushed, like everywhere, you have to really look for it. Their studies in like almost every other country except the US, even though US will put on their in NIH thing, if you look heavily, deeply, they'll recommend ivermectin for COVID and things like this. They do, it's on there, but it's deep embedded. But there are other countries that have reported like 90% like cure rate or 90% prevention rates with like these same things like ivermectin and doxy. And so I got to thinking, what if me getting sicker, like in my head, as far as like it's what if it's actually killing stuff in me, like some, does that make sense? Like getting the cold, like feeling like I had a cold could also be the fact. And I know that sounds probably kind of crazy, but I'm like, what if it's pushing out some of whatever virus is left in me? Because they're saying that's what COVID does, is it latches into different areas of your body. And like that it will stay there and hide. And so like that was the other thing I didn't tell you. Like, I know I've had the cough and like you'll think it's the baby, but like I never coughed before. But that was the other thing. I've noticed I blow my nose like 2 or 3 times a day, like every day. Like I have a cold almost, but I never really feel like I have a cold. But I've been doing that for like 6 months. And I just thought, this is just so odd. And it's gotten a little worse. Like, so all of this together, and I'm like, maybe the ivermectin and doxy are actually helping. Like maybe they're actually killing something like the virus where it's pushing it out of me.
We can only hope. Yeah, I hope so. And it's not unreasonable. I would like to think that the symptoms are symptomatic of purging for your system.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like purging it out of you is maybe what it was doing. And I went too deep with that. But
no, you were fine. I just want you to know that at least, unlike some long haulers, like my dear friend Keith Call is the man's name, and Keith Call is an individual who's one of the few individuals I know who is like saintly. I mean, truly like saintly. I mean, this guy's like Dudley Do-Right. And this poor guy, he caught COVID and lost his sense of taste and smell probably. And he's never gotten them back. He's tried all the different things that they say, you need to do. Other guys. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry if you heard that. I was just the dog bark, so I was opening the door. And
no worries. And so make sure, of course, you secure your door.
Yeah, that's what I was checking to see what was outside, make sure nothing was outside. And
yes. And such being said, there was that Veterans Administration Federale, Gary States. He also had a very long-term bout with COVID, in which he lost his taste and had to get it back by trying one of the radical eat the whole onion and pound the back of your head while you're chewing on a raw onion shit. And that worked for him, but it didn't work for poor Keith. So it's
Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't hear you for a second. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no worries. I was just talking about how some people were dealing with the long-term loss of taste that COVID brought. They had this stupid, one of the things they told people to do was, chew into a raw onion while you knock yourself on the back of the head simultaneously. And, they were doing stuff like that. Both these poor guys trying to get their taste and smell back. For Gary States, the Veterans Administration Federale, it worked, but for Keith Call, it didn't. Just be glad it's not like that. I'd hate to lose my sense of taste or smell. You still have those, right? Yes?
Yeah, I have realized that my sense of taste, apparently, and I had no idea I had really done this until recently, and didn't contribute to COVID. I just assumed it was overall. But no, it's changed. It changed. And so I'm assuming that probably has something to do with all of this. Yeah. Like last night or the night before, I made homemade ranch dressing all the time, like the Hidden Valley. And everybody, was like, even my mom would be like, oh my God, I love it when you make the dressing. Just homemade ranch dressing, if you like ranch dressing. Just one of the things that I always liked. And I made it and I was like, this is I haven't made it in forever. And I was like, no, this does not taste good to me at all. No. And I've had other things like that. I used to live at Starbucks and drink a particular drink, and I can't, which is great that I don't like it anymore because it's full of sugar.
Thank you.
Yeah, but there's some things that have been great like that. But I think I lost certain taste for certain things. Yeah. But what I did learn, one thing interesting about COVID, and I think this is why it affects people differently long term, and this is for anybody that's experienced or has friends or family, if anybody's still listening, and I'm sure Ian could attest to this, but probably because I know he's done a lot of research on it. But from what I understand, so COVID, it attacks your ACE2 receptors. Okay. So that's where it latches on, and where you have ACE2 receptors are in your epithelial lining, which is in your lungs, around your heart, and then in your intestines, and your stomach and your small intestines. And so those are them. And then obviously you can have it, in the nose, and you have epithelial lining there, and other places. But that's how, it goes in, and that's usually where it attaches. And so that's why the biggest problems obviously are in usually the lungs, because the lungs, when we breathe it in through the nose and the epithelial lining, it will go into the lungs, which was where the main problems were first going. But that's why you would lose taste, because the epithelial lining there, it affected that. Obviously that they've also proven it can cross through the blood-brain barrier. Now they're looking at that because it is getting in, because other ways it crosses over into that. And I don't understand that exactly, but I'm assuming there's ACE2 receptors there as well. So it can go anywhere. And what they've proven, and so however, when I got COVID, I told you did not think I had it. I took my son because he had the normal, I forgot to pick your little ass up. I did not. He had the normal congestion, some loss of taste, sore throat, coughing, dry cough, and all of it, and the fever. So took him in because it was running pretty rampant then. He had been around somebody that had it, so took him in. And I'm just sitting there I just don't feel the best. And I've been feeling nauseous for a couple of days. And so I said, is there any way you can take my temperature if you have a fever? And then I did. And I was like, well, go ahead and just test me for COVID as well, since I'm here. It was just at the urgent care. And they did. And they came back and they're like, oh yeah, you're positive. And I was like, are you sure? I even made them do a second test, because I just was like, there's no way. I just feel nauseous. I've been this way. And no, I was positive. And I just suspected to get sicker then, right? I would just get like everybody else, and it would go into my lungs, especially with me being a smoker and vaping, and was still drinking some then. There was just no way my lungs weren't going to be affected. I was like, I'm gonna be fucked, right? I'm not gonna be able to breathe for a while or something, or feel like I can't. Never, and with hypertension, never had any issue except nausea, and so I couldn't. I just went with it. Didn't even get headaches.
That's so insidious. It's like an insidious form of long COVID. That's understated.
Well, right, but right. So that's why now, when people, like, when I say that about, and when listen to Ian about, definitely, like like what he said, because I realized at a certain point, even though I'd had COVID, like before the real like small intestine thing started, where it wasn't just nausea, but it was either nausea, malabsorption, everything either going straight through me or coming up 9 times out of 10 was one or the other, which I never experienced that in my life ever, and it just getting worse. And then, so those things, I then was able to like, well, wait a minute, long-term COVID, and then let's go back 6 months, 4 months. That's when you had COVID, and then 4 to 6 months later, now these things, and now everything's gotten worse, and like all these new symptoms are appearing. And so what I found out was twofold. I found this out when I had COVID, because I finally researched it. I was like, how do I have COVID and not having the symptoms? And then apparently everybody thought that COVID was that way, but no, there were several doctors that explained it to me and was like, YouTube is great for certain things. And it definitely went through how certain people, and they didn't understand why at the time, but will actually get COVID in their GI tract and never have symptoms anywhere but their GI tract.
Yes.
They said that normally it does, like most people, it does go to the lungs, but for some people it attaches instead to their GI. Yeah. And that's where it starts replicating and producing. And they said, so now that's what makes me think it's like where its main hiding place, and where instead of my main being loss of taste or just like people being forgetful, right?
Yes.
I have obviously lost energy, but I think mine's because it's somewhere lodged deep in I think it moved from my probably upper GI to my lower GI and intended to enlarge in that epithelium. And that's where it hides. And and that's trying to figure out a way to get rid of it, because as we know, a virus itself, we don't have a killer for virus, right? Your body's supposed to kill it. So that's where the ivermectin and these things like that come in, trying to figure out if it's technically a virus, but is it, Ian, if he's here, he made a great point one time to me that, they say virus, but there's such a small thin line really between virus and some of these, what they call, like she was saying earlier, like a tapeworm, like those are large worms
here to our listeners, Brooke is referring to Amy Como in the opening hour, referring to her turds moving. Yes, that was that was unsettling. Yes.
Right. Yeah. And so that's they're still called in the same, what is the word I'm looking for? Is Ian even here, or did he go to bed?
God knows. It's God knows. It's Ian, are you there? It would be interesting if he responded. I think he would have responded by now with the things we were saying. I'll tell you something. When he came on earlier, when he first came on, and I started into the Japanese islands thing, he said 7,000 islands. So it's as if he changes his numbers depending on who the audience is.
Probably because he reread it, and I wanted to ask him about that, like, because I know I didn't. I know I repeated that to him, so he can sit there and say I'm wrong, but I remember him saying that it was 700,000. But maybe he was just tired and didn't mean to say.
Or on certain, shall we say, elements that might have.
Yeah, so if he wants to say he didn't say it, I'm fine with that. That's not a big argument, but obviously 7,000 was at the top of the page he sent me. But I remember thinking, okay, 700,000, like that's even more than I can imagine. But I was more intrigued with the 7 continents in the map. But either way. Yes. Yeah, but like, so what do we call those? We always say it's either a virus, a bacteria, or a Parasite.
Parasite.
Right.
That's his like main obsession. That's his. Like...
Well, what the reason, and that's why I was hoping he was here to explain at least some of that, because he did put some context to it for me. But with parasites and virus, because if you actually look at what they're saying in so many of these countries, the reason ivermectin is working, the reason the doctors are coming out. Ivermectin is used to treat parasites, okay? Yes. And small parasites, like I guess there is some overlap there with a virus and a parasite. Like, and when you say a parasite, like not like the tapeworm, you can see, but as far as the damage they do, and again, I'm not a doctor, I don't understand it exactly, but there has to be some overlap with the way ivermectin has been proven. And I mean, now I have countless documents that are like some, like I said, at NIH and other countries around the world that are doing these studies with ivermectin. Ivermectin treats, parasites in the way it does. So they're trying to understand why, exactly what's causing the ivermectin. They're saying, well, it can kind of help with the cytokines and have an anti-inflammatory response and things like that. But however it's doing, whether it's a virus or a small parasite, I mean, a virus and a small parasite, if you actually look at them, a small parasite meaning microscopic, right? Like we're not talking about worms that grow into things you can see. We're talking about, like those amoebas that get into your brain if you go in water and they, you never see the amoeba, but it can kill you, right? Yeah. Like not much difference than a virus. If it's self-replicating and it's microscopic, I mean, you call it a virus or a parasite, a self-replicating thing that is microscopic is not good to have. It's like, Joe or John, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you call him Joe or John, he's still an asshole rapist. Yes.
Oh, no, I get it.
It doesn't matter if you call him Ian West or Frank Black, he's still just asleep on the phone and good for nothing. Like the one time he could have been used and, been there for me, he's not even there. I put him to sleep with my story. So.
We're trying to taunt him out of whatever he's wherever he's trapped in.
He's just mad because I wouldn't watch his stupid stuff he sent me last night. Like, after I hung out, like he sends me like some stupid, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's stupid because I didn't watch it. Maybe it was great, but most likely not because I wasn't still following some things. And so I sent him a song. It was like a 20-second clip of this song that I thought it's become very popular, and it's a remake. It's like this group. I think they're actually out of Sweden. Like you wouldn't know. I think Sweden, but you wouldn't know that because their natural language is not English. Because I looked them up. It was so good. I wanted to hear the rest of their music, but everything else is not in English. Okay. But they remade that song, and I can't talk and do two things at the same time. I'm like a man now. I sent it to him, and it's called, you would know this song. Well, I don't know. You're a little bit older than me. Tom's Diner. You remember Tom's Diner?
No.
Oh my God. Y'all
I
have vaguely, to listen to this.
Vaguely, yes.
Oh my God. They I would have put a link to it in the chat because they are so freaking awesome. What happens is it's just, like I said, a 20-second short of them doing it, but the guy starts it and he just sounds really good to be able to do this. And you think that's a good cover. And then this lead singer that they start with doing it, you just have to watch him. He grins. Because he even grins because the next guy comes on. He knows how good this next guy is. He does the second part of the little thing. And he looks like this sweet white guy. He's a white Swedish guy, right? What you hear come out of his voice is like this deep, black jazz voice. Like you are just not expecting it, but it is so beautiful. And again, 20 seconds. I've taken 4 times as long to tell that in a boring way. This was, you could listen to 20 seconds of the song and just be like, that's good. That's awesome. That's good. That's all it was 20 seconds. And my reply back from fucking Ian West, who just sent me, we should have this guy on the show. Dick Cheney murder 46 children. DARPA CIA child trafficking. This is what he sends me, right? I just try to keep it light. I just sent him Tom's Diner cover, and I put, listen to this short cover. The first guy is good, but watch him in the second one. And he put that, and again, this is how he spells everything. Remember I told you, like, that. THA lowercase, then capital, and a capital T. Like, he throws in a capital T at the end of that. Like, I'd always. And
like
then,
he's a bot. He spells like he's a bot. Yes.
Yes. Or he's bi with his letters. Like, I don't know. Like, which sexuality comes out with which letter? I don't know. I guess the rest of it was because then he just put is terrible. That is terrible. I don't even know how you, like, even if you didn't like the music, like, I respect the people. But I'm like, yeah, but you keep sending me Dick Cheney murdered 46 children. We should have this guy on our show. Then the next one was, of course, another BitChute ad. Bug Jobs 90s, and then a Laura Loomer, a drunken Jew, horny Jew.
Oh my God. Is that what it said? It said that?
Yeah. And my reply to that was, after he sent me that, I replied, never mind, sorry. Because, like, he sent me those three things back to back after, I said, because I put, whatever, that guy has the voice of a beautiful black jazz musician, and I was totally not expecting that to come out of him. And then he sends me,
It's you know, what's interesting is that he has this one guy who kind of calls him out.
And then a satanic calendar, by the way. I said he sent Laura Loomer, a drunken Jew, capitalized Jew. I put never mind, sorry, period, like meaning sorry for fucking interacting.
Yes.
And then he sent a satanic calendar I have not opened, docs. I don't know what that's for. So I actually replied back because I thought this would just stop him from sending shit. I replied back again with another, like, the same thing, Tom's Diner cover. Like, that's just all I'm sending. So then he replies back with another thing that's a guy standing for 2 minutes and 44 seconds. It looks like he's talking in a room about normal, like, everything he always sends. You know, a guy who's going to tell you how they just took 40 million kids from under Siberia. But there's a 5-minute voice. You remember how Deanna Fraser does the voice things, you know? Well, there's a 5-minute voice thing he puts with it. So it's almost like he was recording it with his phone or his... Because I pushed play to see, did he say something? No, this is another man talking for 5 minutes. I'm assuming he just recorded that off his computer. And so I gave up. I sent him a dog picture, and at least that stopped him.
I'm surprised you didn't send him a picture of dog shit.
No, it's like, oh my God. I was trying to be funny about it. Like, I was like, it was a little dog fight, but it was two dogs fighting.
I'm sure he just doesn't get it. And so we haven't managed to lure him out. So he must have crashed. It's bizarre. He's
been out of drugs for a while.
He's been what? Out of his drugs for a while?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think he's trying to do less because he's been spending too much money.
Yes, well, I wish him the best of luck with that. And so that being said, darling, it's definitely been wonderful. How about this? You've been so wonderful, and I want you to.
Yeah, I'm sorry for taking over.
No, honey. It was. You have no idea. I want you to know that when something like this happens, we have to do this. It's the best defense. It's the best defense because it's these cockroaches operate in the dark, and the only way to get rid of them is to burn them alive under the sunlight under a magnifying glass. And that really just has them wriggling with their legs up in the air as they curl in on themselves, and smoking, while they begin to crisp. That's the best thing to do to these utter wretched people. So it's after a while they aren't even so much people as they are just empty shells. They behave like what Richard Shaver had a term that Richard Shaver was, of course, this author who was a paranoid schizophrenic, among other things, but he was extraordinarily popular during his time, which was a fairly short period of time in the 1940s, 50s, I think. And so then at that point, he was talking about Dero. That was the term he used, D-E-R-O. I was talking with T-Tank Barry, who's often in the chat, and says he'll come over.
Oh, by the way, has no one must not be doing bad just because of me? Because am I looking at the wrong thing? But I haven't seen a chat message except the one I just put in since your call, back after Peter.
Oh, thank you for that. That's you're talking about the one you put in with the YouTube shorts, right?
Yeah, that's just the little song. But I'm saying, is anyone else message?
Yeah. No. I mean, what you entered now just went under Troy Bellamy's last comment, but a lot of times
I can't see. I can't see any of that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can show you on the chat room.
Why would I not be able to see any of those messages?
I don't know. I'll screen share with you right now. Just so you know that until a few moments ago, this thing changes. So until a few moments ago, we were holding pretty high, but it just goes back up and down again. So don't even pay attention to that. That's simply an annoyance. But with this, I mean, can you see Troy Bellamy here? He was entering.
No.
I'm doing screen share, and Amor Fadi just said hello, Brooke. Do you see that?
Oh, well, I haven't gone to screen share. I'm going to call now and go to call.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, why don't I have like that's so fucking weird, man. I mean, I'm on the same page as you, and I have none of that fucking shit.
Oh, I don't know why. It's you should. I mean, you're a moderator, even. You're a moderator.
I know. Look at this. I'm just sharing the broadcast with you so you can see I'm not fucking crazy. So I go YouTube, right? There we are. Can even hit fucking play. Here we go.
Yeah.
Why would I not be able to see it? Okay. So let's go. I go to live chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I just got a more font. The first thing I've gotten back is a more is hello, Brooke, and then Douglas Dietrich. I just got your message, but nothing before. Can I see that?
Yeah, sometimes it just works like that. It's like, or it doesn't work. It's a dysfunctional system. I mean,
maybe it's because it doesn't show anything until after you in the live chat.
After the upload. Sometimes it doesn't show anything till after the upload.
Amor said hola y I can't say it right. Is it hola y buenos? God, I'm making a fool of myself. Buenas noches, Hermosa Dame del Sur. What is the Hermosa?
I don't speak Espanol.
It says hola. I'm pretty sure, Amor. It means hello and good night.
Buenas noches, yeah. Buenas noches, hermosa.
Hello.
I think that's a respectful term for a female, right? Hermosa, dama. Yeah, dama is like Dame del Sur, I think. Yeah.
I don't know. Amor's going to tell me. I hope. I'm trying. It's a beautiful. It sounds so beautiful, and that's why I hated butchering it.
Demor's famous pizza.
Is there a famous pizza called that?
I don't. It's just that's what they call themselves. Their little, pizzeria. The little.
No, that's like me saying we have like a QT here, and you didn't know what that gas station was. I've never heard of a Dama pizza place.
There are so many pizza places that it does. Yeah, it's not even funny. Then he says, beautiful.
Oh, it's like Formosa in Portuguese. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Aw.
Yes.
Thank you, Amor.
Yeah.
Am I saying Amor right?
Amor is what I call him. Amor. You know, I mean, I might be saying it wrong, but I think it's he's Mexican. He's Mexican. But I think of it as almost an Arabic name, Fadi, you know, as opposed to, whatever he is.
Well, wait a minute. Why did you say? How do you? I know amor means love. So why do you say he's Mexican, or he told you he's Mexican?
Oh God, he's Mexican because he's always asking about Mexico, and he lives in Mexico. He's in Mexico.
Well, I want to live in Mexico, and I wouldn't be Mexican just because I live there. So,
but he actually cares about the place. He speaks about it as if he's.
I would care about it too. I mean, there's certain places in Mexico I would not want to live, obviously, because of the crime rate. Well, just crime rates. I mean, I also don't want to live in San Francisco.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I can barely. I don't call this living at all. I'm subsisting. I'm subsisting in San Francisco. But let's just put it this way. He has this almost patriotic sense of, what do you think about the future of Mexico? It has such great potential. So he.
What were we just talking about? How, like, I told you that guy was talking about how basically Mexico, basically they're going to take over. They're going to be the takeover for China. As far as because what was he saying? He was saying basically that the Chinese have invested so much in their labor that they were more focused on memorization. So they didn't really, even though they were developing so much as far as trying to develop skilled workers, they were really just focused on memorization in the way that they wanted their workers to do things. They didn't develop skill and labor in the correct ways, and that Mexico is so much better at that now. And then also because of the way China did their birth rate, as far as the one-child policy and everyone aging, that now the skill is in Mexico now. The skilled labor's there, and they have less cost. And where you used to think, okay, China is the cheapest, that's why all these countries went to China, and now Mexico is becoming a third of what China's now going to becoming because of all these factors going against China, and Xi didn't want to hear any of this. That's why no one will tell Xi, kind of like Putin, even worse than Putin, because they say he doesn't want to hear the truth. He doesn't, you don't even know if he wants to hear anything. He just might kill you just because you told him good news if he's brain.
That's true. No, I understand. By the way, Amor Fadi says more, so take a look at what he says in the chat to you. So there we are.
Okay, is it good?
Yeah, of course. So
Hermosa equals beautiful. Dama del Sur is lady of the south. Oh, beautiful lady of the south. Amor fati means love of fate. Oh, I love that in Latin. Yes, nearshoring in Mexico instead of offshoring to China. Yes, and so that's what exactly. So it was the man I had brought up earlier. I wanted you to look as well, Douglas. That right. I don't know if you ever remember.
I took his name down. I got it in my notes too.
Yes, and you still have it. Yes. Yeah, you still looked him up. But he was basically saying that, and he says, he has people that come out against him all the time. I don't want to hear all this, but because he wasn't giving the best, that America is going to be in the best spots either. Coming, the whole world's got some stuff coming, and basically this crash was always going to come as far as what he was concerned, as far as the way the numbers were, and and obviously you would remember and do it better, which is why I would like you to research him and somebody says, because you would be able to give a much better detailed in it. But just basically that overall, though, America, and I think he named one other country, we're the only ones that really, in North America itself, between Canada, America, and Mexico, we can self-sustain because we don't have to import so much that other countries do. And that, a lot of our exports, we can be self-reliant for the most part, comparatively. I mean, will things change? Yes.
but not to the extent where other countries like China, for instance, are going to be like really, in a different, a completely different state based on just what they need to import, like just to feed their people. Like you're talking about like starving to death, like because just the amount of people they need to feed and what they would need to import that's not going to be importable. With the way he describes those things, like we can keep together. One thing I did find interesting that he was talking about, though, he said, I hate to break it to everyone, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but, with everything else that we're facing shortages of because of, basically the war, obviously Ukraine and Russia and different things, is steel. Did you realize that?
That's one of the things that I didn't realize in particular. So enlighten me. Go ahead.
He was saying that basically steel is one of the things that in the U.S. that we can't produce. It was like one of the things that would hurt us. And he said it's basically because we are like the number one. Basically, what in the U.S. what we do is we remake our steel. Like what am I trying to say? Again.
Kind of like, I guess we kind of refurbish it or something.
Yes, like cold rolled steel. So like, basically he was saying that the pig iron is the only way to actually make fresh steel, which is like basically what you have to cut it into certain ways. So I think we can cold roll it. I believe, or it's hot or cold rolled. And again, those are things like I don't take notes on this bullshit. So I always expect that you would know more, but obviously you haven't looked into it. But it said like the supply of iron ore, Ukraine was the 6th largest global supplier on that. Like I was just trying to look some stuff up on just facts on that to see if I could get my brain working. But
well, I think that all this is important. Yeah, I mean, I definitely appreciate your bringing it up to me and to our listeners.
Because we have to have our steel for automobiles and just basically to build so many things, and so not being able to have like whether it's roof wall panels that are coated with things like that. Said aluminum costs reached an all-time high in May of 2022, but the global deficit in aluminum is estimated at 700,000 metric tons, and it may remain approximately 30% higher in historical levels. Zinc. So, I mean, I don't know, just different things like that. But I thought it was interesting that was one of the things that, apparently is set to, affect us more. So still supplies and demand will continue to be volatile due to the Ukraine. But you know what? What I want to ask you on it was, what the fuck did they mean pig steel? Like, does anyone know that? Like it's pig iron.
I used to back in the old days. I'd have to look it up now. I mean, Jesus, there was a time that, certain things I used to know. I really did.
So that was what he was saying. That we can't produce pig iron.
Crude iron. It's basically crude iron. It's kind of like an intermediate product in production of steel. So it's like. It is what it is. Whatever it is, it's he's saying that we can't produce much of it, so we're kind of like going to have a steel shortage. Essentially, is his main point, right? That's
pretty much. Like we will take. We're one of the biggest things. Like we can take it and make it pretty or do something like to it, but we can't produce more of it. So basically the steel that we already have, like we can take it, I guess, and remelt and turn it into things, is what he was saying. But we can't. That would be one of the things, like as far as building and all the things you would use that for. That would be one of the main things that we in North America, I don't believe
have the capability to continue to produce. And I don't know why this was also important, but I mean, I think what he was looking at in general is the fact that we may be shutting down a lot of the global supply chains that we've become so accustomed to. And, that was kind of what I would think, would love for you to research for maybe a future broadcast to see what you think on that.
I mean, sure. I mean, I could, but it's one of these things. Let me take a look right now at American steel situation.
Well, no, I didn't mean steel in general. I mean the fact that, like he was talking about that, like, for instance, Mexico becoming,
Right.
like the new China as far as, and not just China in general, but like as far as we keeping
yeah,
it in
I've
North
gone into that in the
America.
past. I went into that back in the Judith Agert days, to the point where she was saying, "Oh wow, you almost make me consider investing in Mexico or even visiting there." So I mean,
What did she mean? Oh my God, has she not been to Cancun? It's gorgeous. And
she
Cozumel.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think I never got the impression she had been. It's understand that.
I know, but you said it. She said it like she wouldn't ever want to visit Mexico, and like Mexico's got such beautiful cities. Like, what is that one on the other coast that I want to go to? So like,
Cabo San Lucas.
Yes. Oh, that whole area seems beautiful. I haven't been there though.
But by the way, I understand what you're saying too about this guy. Not to investigate steel in particular, but just the geopolitics of what he's talking about. So like
exactly.
So I did go into. I've gone into Mexico in the past in terms of the subject of how it's going to. What I do want people to understand is that the majority of nations in the world are probably going to suffer a kind of balkanization. The majority, not all nations, but the majority of nations are going to suffer a kind of balkanization where.
What do you mean by what? I don't even know that word. I'm too southern and stupid redneck for that word.
Don't ever talk like that.
I know I'm joking, but I mean, it is a word I didn't grow up with, and I don't have the context for. Vulcanization, does that mean basically like not being globalized as far as kind of coming internally?
It means that you're going to see a lot of smaller nations break off from bigger nations. A lot of nations are going to break up into smaller states. Some of them won't break up as, I'm not saying that they'll all break up severely into like micro statelets, but that they'll, basically have certain regional developments where these regions will essentially become separate nation states. They'll probably be affiliated economically, but not necessarily politically. So that's definitely something that I think is just a kind of wave of the immediate future that we're going to see. It's just going to, say, for instance, Russia will eventually be defeated, and then you're going to see it break into smaller states. It's just a large colonial empire is what it is, and it's got all kinds of ethnic minorities in it that want their independence. So something like that could easily happen here in its own way. One of these days I'll start showing you maps of that I've been doing, and that brings us to the
great, like Ian West's 85 map. Did you draw that one?
No, not like that. No, that's cute. Yes, that's. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say? Did I know what? Did I know that one?
No, I said, did you draw that map as well?
Oh yes, that's cute. Yeah, actually, I showed you one of the maps I had drawn once. Of course, you were in a different frame.
No, I did some of the maps. I remember you sending me that map. You also showed me those cool maps. No, that was not the maps. Remember that history timeline that I love so much?
Yes,
it was like
chronographs. They're called chronographs. Yes, I love those, and those are the basis.
Yeah, I like that as well.
Yes, and those are the basis for my teaching the Blood Boys. I mean, I have to earn my keep, and I got to do a little tutoring. Of course, my son's husband brings in other tutors to do serious stuff like math and physics and chemistry or stuff. But I do the history, and so I use those as the primary basis for my history teaching.
Let me also do the sex ed classes.
Yeah. I cut. At any rate, moving right along. Yes.
All you need to do is pull your laptop up and be like, all right, here goes.
Yeah. So you had asked about the illustration, so I do want to talk a little bit about that, and we'll talk about it openly and to the public. So I do want the public to understand that this is a sensitive issue with me for a number of reasons, because it's one of these issues before I even came out as a public informant that people would attack me on. And it's just, there's an intrinsic pathological skepticism in people, and it's combined with a complete ignorance of anything and everything. And the horror, the absolute horror of particularly the American mindset, maybe even the Western mindset at this point in history, but definitely American, is that there's this need to look as if you know everything. There's this need on the part of so many people to be cynical and streetwise, and to and the way that they do that is to presume that everybody is trying to get something over on them. That everybody is, that anybody who comes up offering anything is somehow trying to get over on. And yet these same people fall sucker to people like that Tate asshole, that will feed you a line of shit, and then they all wind up giving them everything they got to join his Hustlers University and shit. But this was the horror story I'll get into. I'll get into that aspect of the horror story of art and illustration. The first thing that I need to educate everybody about is that a difference began to be made in art between illustration and what people used to consider art, which would be things like basically paintings of faces and people. You can look at classical museums and you take a look at the art as existed back in the days of, say, for instance, Da Vinci and Michelangelo. And oh, that's Ian. Ian has rejoined us, honey. Do you see this?
No, I did that.
Oh, you did that. Why did you do that?
I don't know. I was trying to see because I wanted to. My mute button has not been working all night, so I thought it was a way I had to set. Like I wanted to mute when the dog was barking.
Okay.
It won't mute, and so I thought, well, it says change scene, and I was like, well, what does that mean?
That's so cute. That's what Ian was doing. That's why I thought it was Ian. Ian did that the time that I called him up just to test my video camera and make sure that it was working. And so he was like all coming up with that stuff, and it was so weird because my head was appearing on that background.
Well,
so
that's what I was saying. It's so stupid. Why does it not put them on the background if it's going to change the view? Like I thought it was going to show us all on the little bar stool. Anyway, this is stupid to take you off with something important, but I didn't think you would even notice it. I just hit change background. No, that was me. Anyway, go back. Anyway, yeah, go. I'm sorry. That was
no worries. By the way, our man Amor Fati, your admirer, he says, yes, I am Mexican, and I do currently live in Mexico, although I did live in California for many years, which was a part of Mexico a long time ago. And he says, do you see future balkanization, meaning splitting into smaller states, in Mexico, Latin America? Or what if there was a Latin American Union, like the European Union? So there are people, I'll get back to the art, but there are people who are trying to present that prospectus, but nobody's very optimistic about it. I do believe of necessity that there will be certain regional developments in Latin America that will become essentially powerhouses, like the Pacific Alliance, which is basically a trade union that does include Mexico, along with all of the Pacific Coast South American nations. And something like that has much more staying potential. And, I project it will ultimately form a kind of empire with those states that stay whole. I do think Mexico will balkanize. But that doesn't mean things are going to turn out bad. Those parts that are the center of Mexico is the cultural hearth of Mexico. And the center of Mexico is going to be doing quite well. But I'll go into that again in the future. But as for the art, so what happened was historically there began to be a difference between what they called art and what was considered illustration. So back in the old days, you'd see things like people's faces, things that were clearly distinctively people or angels or God, whatever the Michelangelo or Da Vinci or these people were painting in the West. But then you had this abstraction that became identified with art. And this was actually a product of the Cold War, and the CIA began to fund this abstract art movement. It's all true. I'm not making this up. This isn't conspiracy theory. The CIA began to fund this identification of art with that which you couldn't make sense of. In other words, that way the elite could, as capitalists, spend all kinds of money on essentially crap that they could say, oh, I read into it this, I read into it that. And if you don't read anything into it, you just see a bunch of shapes. That's because you're an ignorant piece of shit, and you're just not sophisticated like us elites. I mean, this is what they did to promote capitalism, and they thought that this was a effective anti-communist tool. Believe it or not, this is part of the insanity of American decadence. So after a while, art museums stopped showing things like illustrations that showed people's faces or horses or nature or something that you would recognize. They became abstracted. And so art became identified with abstraction. That which was concrete and identifiable became considered lowbrow. So this is just so people understand why you don't see illustrations in art galleries in the sense that you used to. Most of what you see in art galleries tends to be abstract. You'll see some concretized kinds of illustrations, but they're rare. They're rarer. They're not as common as the abstract. So when it comes to that factor,
you're saying, like, unless it's something old like the Mona Lisa or something like that.
Well, those are in museums. Those are in museums, and that's that you don't usually see things like that in art galleries where they're selling them. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but I mean, well, God, I'm in South Carolina, and I'm not putting South Carolina down for itself at all, because we do have, an art gallery, several small art galleries,
Yeah, but these are like where people can buy paintings and stuff, right? As opposed to museums. You mean art galleries like they're for sale as opposed to like museums?
Yeah,
right?
but they're all very small.
Yeah.
And usually it's like individual or a few different individuals.
Yeah.
And I guess you're right. Like, sometimes they'll just be metal, artworks, like abstract that way.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them will be like maybe a beach scene or something like that.
Yeah.
Like we will have scenes of like South Carolina history. I've seen those for sale in some of the local ones, but I guess you're right. Like most of it is a lot of abstract art in different ways, whether it's abstract through painting or drawing, or even just people putting abstract woodwork and metal together.
It got so bad in New York City and places like San Francisco that they would have to warn the janitors not to clean after hours because the janitors would throw half the art away.
Yeah, thinking it was trash, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, because basically that's what it is. Yes. Such being said, that's just so people understand this is a disambiguation between professional illustration and art, which is considered highbrow. Just as an example of that, there are two schools in San Francisco. One of them is the San Francisco Art Institute, and the other is the San Francisco Academy of Art. Now, the San Francisco Academy of Art is what I won a scholarship to. And the San Francisco Art Institute is much more prestigious. But the San Francisco Art Institute is where wealthy people send dilettantes to, just spoiled brats to And these people go there and they have a great view of the bay and the city, and they participate in creative craft art projects, and they spend thousands of dollars, and God knows whatever comes of that, but it's accredited. Whereas the San Francisco Academy of Art it's indescribable. It's something like a combination of a real estate scam and some kind of cash cow where they're fleecing student loans.
Well, I think a lot of schools are like that, unfortunately.
Yeah, but the San Francisco Academy of Art takes it to a whole new level. This is like orders of magnitude above anything you may have encountered. It's like San Francisco Academy of Art ultimately lost its accreditation. It lost its accreditation for a period of years, and they finally had to get it back through bribery, I presume. But what they do is they buy buildings all over San Francisco and purchase them and sell them. This has nothing to do with my illustration or my art, but it's just an interesting little side note here because I did go there. And they just like make money off of buying and selling real estate in San Francisco. It's really what they do. So they open up like, San Francisco Academy of Art, like branches everywhere, then close them and open up new ones. So they're doing some kind of shell game. And but when you go there, it's like you're paying thousands and thousands of dollars if you don't have a scholarship like I won for a year. And, and get this, it's like only 12%, 12 to 14%, if that, of their students ever graduate. So it's just, but
I don't even know how they could. It seems like there should be like a certain percentage and they would not be able to even get like any kind of funding. Yeah,
thank you. But that's why I said there's something, they bribe people or something. It's some kind of horrible scam. But what they're supposed to teach you, and they do have instructors, is professional different things like these days it's like computer graphics. My 3D graphics modeler was one of the few people who graduated from there. There's another poor guy I know who's half deaf, and poor guy, he's very short, wonderful human being. And he was one of the few who graduated from there. I didn't graduate from there. I had the scholarship for 1 year, was studying there for 1 year, but it was part of my professional training in illustration. And I trained in the old school illustration. Where I got most of my training from was John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology. So with John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology, that used to be an old, hardcore Irish neighborhood in the San Francisco Mission District. And basically, as a vocational school, the entire intent is that you do not go to college. The entire intent of a vocational school, which is a high school level education in trade, is that you get employed right after you graduate or the school has failed. In other words, they teach you a trade. The idea is to get you employed. That's the whole point. If you go on to like a community college like I did, they failed in their job, which in my case they did. But and they failed with everyone. They failed with everyone. But in the old days, they had a fairly successful track record. But that was when it was this Irish community. When it became a Latin barrio, then John O'Connell Vocational Institute became basically gang territory. So you had all these shops, like the electronics shop, the aerodynamics shop, where they're teaching people to fix aircraft engines and whatnot. All of these things degenerated into prison shops where the local kids were tattooing each other, using the equipment to tattoo each other and shit. They called it San Quentin Prep. And so...
Oh my God.
Yeah. So... And it was just a joke. At that point that I attended, it was just a joke. So I originally started in electronics, but transferred out after about a year because these were like old Navy engineers who were teaching us about vacuum tubes. And they were saying,
many tattoos did you transfer out with?
Oh God, none, believe it or not. Well, you know why? Because I couldn't be accepted into any of the Latin gangs. They're exclusive. And it was almost exclusively a Latin American school, and was almost exclusively boys, because they're all learning a trade, right? Quote unquote.
Right.
Yeah, none of them got hired graduating from John O'Connell. No student that ever graduated from John O'Connell got hired. I remember one surrealistic fucking experience I had where I got into a cab when my mother was still alive, along maybe my dad was dead at that point, but my mom was still alive, and so I got into the cab with her, and this little Vietnamese or Cambodian guy who's driving the cab, and I brought, somehow the subject of John O'Connell came up, and he said, "Oh, I graduated at John O'Connell," and he apparently had the same instructor I did in electronics, this asshole named Seidler or Snyder. And he said, "Oh, my teacher was Snyder." And I said, I went to John O'Connell, and there was only like 2 Asians there. It was just me and maybe one other guy. Maybe there were 3. I never saw you. And it could have been like a different year he was there or something. But he was like saying he had the same teacher. And it was like, yeah, he was recommending me and giving me these good recommendations. And, and I said, "Yeah, look where it got you. You're driving a cab." And it was just crazy. He was like talking about it like it was a positive experience. But anyhow,
right.
Yeah, just weird shit. But anyhow, my point is,
did you believe him?
It's hard to tell. I think it's almost like a parallel universe experience or something. It didn't make any sense. But I'm sure he's telling the truth as he experienced it, but it still didn't make any sense. Why would he lie? But it doesn't make any sense. But at any rate,
all perspective, I guess.
Yeah, but they eventually tore the school down and rebuilt a new one on another part of San Francisco. But the school that I was in was definitely, it was just a shithole. But the one department that semi-functioned was commercial illustration. So when I got into commercial illustration, I was trained in the old ways of professional illustration. Now, I have to be emphatic about this because people have no idea what that is. It was back in the old days, it's like, say for instance, the old engineers used to have those drawing boards. Remember the old slanted drawing boards? And they would have the old blueprint paper that they would draw blueprints on. They would actually draw it by hand, and they would use these T-squares. They had the T-squares they would use. So we're talking about that would be the equipment I was working with. And the way to illustrate professionally, just so people understand it, what does an illustrator produce? Drawings. So what's your most common employment that you would be working for? In those days, it'd be like
comics?
Yes, comics. And also, remember TV Guide? Remember the old TV Guides? You'd be illustrating celebrities for the cover of TV Guide. Most of those would not be photographs. They'd be illustrations.
Oh, were they? I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was true. Yeah, most of them wouldn't be photographs. They'd be illustrations. And, different magazines that would hire you for that, like nature magazines, like Field and Stream. It's all drawings of fish, paintings of fish and shit, depending on what your specialty is. Now, most people, you begin to specialize. So there are people who are better at illustrating cars. Like a good example is Sid Mead. Sid Mead is a famous man. He's a friend of mine on Facebook, or was. He's dead, of course. Poor bastard. But his name was SYD first name, and last name was MEAD. If you ever look him up, you'll see this futuristic illustrations. And he did some beautiful illustrations, but most of the time he was forced by his profession to draw fucking cars. So he spent most of his career drawing concept cars, which he didn't even want to do. It's just because that's what paid. So he spent all his... Yeah. So he wound up, like my 3D graphics modeler, he makes money now working for Toyota, doing their car models. So when it comes to, what I learned to do, what I began to specialize in was that which brought the money in immediately. I had to bring money in immediately because our family was so poor. So I learned to illustrate pornography, and I was good at it because I was into it. So I was illustrating pornographic comics before I was of legal age to buy them, because I got into high school early because I was in middle school when they cut off a grade. They said, we're going to cut off a grade for this generation. So we're changing Remember, they used to have junior high schools. No, you're too young to remember that.
No, we have no middle school.
Yeah, they have middle schools now instead of junior high schools. So
I know, but I don't understand. It's just a different than name.
no, it's not. It is, but I mean, during my generation, in order to change the junior high school to the middle school system, we lost a grade. So that meant we graduated 1 year early. So we lost a grade. So I went to high school early, but instead of going to a regular high school, I went to the vocational.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You told me this before. Like, so to me, it was just always in my parents never explained it differently. I guess maybe there was 1 year but why did they have to lose a grade?
I don't know. I don't know. I could look it up. We could look it up, but it's not that pivotal.
Yeah, I believe you. I was just.
But what I mean to say is, I got into that vocational school when I was young. So I got into that vocational school when I was young. And so I was illustrating pornography before I was of legal age to buy it. I was in that school when I was age like fucking, 16 or if that, and probably more like 15. And then so I started illustrating pornography. Now, the reason that this could be done was because, and it goes back a little bit into the horror story. I'm not going to dwell on the horror story part, but Gary Willard Hambright, who was managing the daycare centers at Presidio, was one of my commercial illustration teachers. And he had all this art reference because you're drawing nude bodies. He had all this art reference in the massive storage room we had on site. And that's where he kept all this child porn that all the other teachers at the school were jacking off on. They'd go into there, lock the storage room door, and jack off over the kiddie porn and shit. So
wait
that's
a minute, and this you knew about at like 15?
Yes, and I got him busted. I got him busted for maintaining child porn on San Francisco Unified School District property.
How old were you when you got him busted?
By that time, I was about 17, 18.
Oh, so you didn't wait too long. I thought you were going to say like 30.
Give me some credit, honey. I mean, Jesus. I mean, like.
Well, no, I thought your big bust at the Presidio, like, of all the child stuff was when you were older.
Oh, God, no. No. It was much younger. But anyhow, the whole point was that this is.
I know so little. Why did I think that was when you were. I thought that was like after you had been like in the Middle East and all that.
Oh, no. Anyhow.
So how did you get busted when you were 17? I'm sorry, that'll be a different story. Go ahead with this art.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just to answer that briefly. When I was working at the Presidio military base, I started at the age of 16 as a librarian's aide. So
yeah, I do know that part.
Yeah. So then as I got a little older and got basically advanced to like military reference technician, then ultimately full-blown librarian, as I was advancing very quickly because I was so intelligent and basically catching on quickly. And besides, everybody else was lazy and didn't want to do any fucking work, so they assigned me to do everything. And so I got them busted basically by telling the San Francisco Police Department, that wonderful woman, Sandy Gallant, who was their occult crimes expert, I told her about him, and she and Inspector Pavlov of the San Francisco Police Department, they were the ones who ultimately teamed up and busted him in San Francisco because nobody could bust him on the Presidio itself because he had like almost governmental immunity. They weren't allowing any of the police to investigate what was going on government property in the Presidio military base.
So who did they bust first?
He was the first one to fall. He was one of the first to fall.
What was his name?
Gary Willard Hambright. Gary Hambright. Okay. Yeah. And you can look him up. I could always write his name out.
But now, but what's his name never got any trouble for it?
He got in trouble in the sense that Michael Aquino was forced to go to trial, but the government intimidated everyone, forced California to change its laws. And he paid for it in the sense that he could no longer stay in the U.S. Army. He had to ultimately laterally transfer to the NSA. Yeah.
I am sorry. It just blew my mind because, again, like, there's so much of your life. And for whatever reason, so many stories to like, so much of your life to go over in details. And so I just missed that detail. It probably just wasn't told. And I didn't ask, like, at what point when we were discussing you busting them. I just pictured you doing it more recently or like, as an adult, like after the military career. Okay. So yeah, I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries.
I was just, Then I have to repicture you because it's like you picture someone, you picture their age, you picture what they were doing, and now I'm like, oh God, you were like 17 when you went to the police. That's awesome. I mean, it's awesome either way, but that was very brave of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also makes me feel better that you didn't. That's always what I was like. Well, why did he take 20 years to put up with the child porn before he decided to bust it? Makes me feel much better about you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I could make a joke now in poor taste. Oh, we had to wait until Peter Moon got his books out. Yeah. Anyhow,
that sounds like a joke that I would make.
Yes,
Don't do that.
yes. Yeah, moving right along. But here's where it gets really sensitive for me and really hurtful and really just awful in so many ways. I mean, it's a bit more complicated than this. Basically, I just want people to understand that I learned these old ways of illustrating. And so just understand this, when you're illustrating for comic books, when you're illustrating for magazines, you're putting out illustrations at an industrial scale level. That's the whole point. This is what you're selling. And so say, for instance, you think about comic books. When you work with a comic book, you work with a template, you got what they call a storyboard, you draw the squares out, the panels, you then put the figures inside of them, and it's like you're plotting a cinematic film, and it's a cinematic film, but it's in illustration. So people look through that and they get into the drama of turning the pages of these stories. And the point is that there are illustrators who were worked to death by companies like Marvel. Marvel Comics had them illustrating like, here, do Spider-Man. Hey, don't forget your deadline on, the Incredible Hulk and all this crap. And then these guys would be like worked literally to death. It happened where a few of them would die on the job of exhaustion. I mean, drinking coffee, illustrating. I was at that mode of illustration production. So what people don't seem to understand is they have this ignorant idea that an illustrator, like Brooke left. Brooke left. She left. Well, I guess I should start in on monologue. God, I hope she's all right. So I will ask that. Leave her a little message there. So let me get that to her in Messenger. Okay. I pray. I pray. Thee be well. Hopefully that idiot didn't come back to Capper. All right. So it's just us now. Let me see if I can get my voice back. So let me tell you left. I got cut out. Jump back on. Or I can call her. Let's see now. Fuck, how do I do this again? Oh, participants. Okay. And, there she is. Add. And, God knows why I lost my voice as soon as she left. But, we'll see if we can bring her back. She joined. There we are. What happened? Is she on mute? What was that? You're muting? Why are you muting? That is so weird. Honey, hearing your response will be a bit helpful to me. Kind of motivates me to talk, to tell the story. Feel free to unmute. Let's see if we can hear you. No, we can't hear you. Everything is going so weird tonight. And so Honey is there. She left again. That's so weird. Okay. So, yes, thing. All right. So, so let me jump back on. I will. And maybe I'll try one more time, see if it works. We'll take it from there. If not, then I'll probably go into monologue because I'm not very inspired to conduct the story without participation. You know, some of these stories you just need somebody to be participating with you, or it just doesn't come out well as good. It doesn't come out with as much impact. Appreciate everyone's patience. These are the gremlins that we deal with. Says she's unavailable. Poor dear. Oh, there she is. Maybe we can hear you now.
Oh my God, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, thank God.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay, well, you're back now, so I feel motivated.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically what happened was that because I learned the old style of illustration where you're producing at an industrial scale at speed, you illustrate in a manner that most people don't think illustration is like. People have this fantasy image that somebody just sits down with a blank sheet of paper and then draws out shit like trees and landscape and people and faces. And the only people who can do that are basically idiot savants. You're talking about only someone with an eidetic memory and a talent in hand-eye coordination could ever do something like that. No professional illustrator illustrates like that. Now, there's a difference between professional illustration and, say, for instance, somebody at the beach who says, hey, I can do a sketch of you, or somebody on the street saying, I can do a sketch of you, for money, you know, give me some dollars and I'll do a sketch of you, a portrait, kind of quick portrait. Now, you know, that's possible, of course, and people can do that. There are natural talented artists who can do this, but a professional illustrator is not going to be working like that because he's trying to, say, for instance, for a comic book or illustrations on magazines or Field and Stream, you've got to add context. Context is a big word with me. Context means you've got to add scenery, you've got to add planes in the background, buildings. In other words, you're basically creating a world with every frame. And because it's a cinematic storyboard, you're basically telling a story through pictures. Now, granted, because of superhero comics, most everything's going to be centered on the human body, the human figure, some human figure in the middle of every picture. And I got very good at that because I was essentially a pornographic illustrator. But I learned how to illustrate in context, dungeon scenarios for bondage, etc. I mean, so people need to understand that you don't just draw this out of your head. You have to have size, and you have to have everything sized in comparison to the main subject of the picture. So all this requires reference. So the way that a professional illustrator illustrates in the old style, I don't know how they do it these days with the digital enhancement and all of the digital illustration that modern illustrators learn to illustrate with. But the one thing I can tell you is that those fuckers are operating with far more quote-unquote cheat than I ever operated with, because these guys get the references straight out of the computer, straight out of the internet. In other words, it's almost practically an AI illustration, the way that modern illustrators illustrate. It's been that way for a long time now, before they started bitching about the AI taking over and doing the illustration completely. So in my case, what I learned to do, and this is how professionals did it, was, say, for instance, you wanted to draw something like a chandelier or a balcony, and you're doing a historical period piece, like, say, for instance, one of my favorite artists, Mike Ploog, used to do with illustrating the monster Frankenstein. And he's drawing a period piece going back to the days of Renaissance Germany. And you're trying to illustrate a balcony. It's got to look like it's realistic. So it's going to have these carvings. It's going to have this kind of framework, the metalwork, all of these lattices and shit. So when you're doing stuff like that, you need photographic reference. So you have tons of photographs you begin to amass. An illustrator begins to hoard. He begins to amass references. And he begins to take pictures of things that people would never pay attention to, like telephone poles. You'll take pictures of telephone poles and then begin to use that as reference, because you can't just draw a telephone pole out of memory. It's not going to look like a telephone pole. You have to draw something recognizable. So basically you begin to do what people think of as copying, and you begin to do a lot of tracing and cannibalization of older illustrations. And you use other people's illustrations, and you use illustrations of historical figures to try and present a sense of mood for an individual that otherwise would be, say, for instance, not have the same ambience that you're trying to create. So a lot of times people would take, say, for instance, pictures of Hitler doing his various poses in speech, and then they would just put another character's face on it, and that way the character has the Hitler motions, and people will say, oh, this guy's Hitlerian. See, this is a way that professional illustration creates an ambience. And so all of this requires a lot of tracing, cutting, pasting, but in the physical sense, not in the computer sense. So this is the illustration that I learned. So tons of tracing paper is used, and then you use that and you impose the parts together, and you create basically an illustration using multiple traceries, and you create a whole illustration that is complete with that. Now, the insanity that I would run into, and this is the part that would be so hurtful, is that I'm creating illustrations of based on the composition of multiple elements, using these traceries, getting them all together on one board, putting them all out into an illustration, and then penciling it all in. Then you would ink over that. Then you'd use hairspray to spray over the ink so the ink doesn't run. And all of this work, which is part of making a professional piece.
Oh my God.
And, and everybody walks in the room and they see the tracing paper and they say, oh, you're a phony. You're just tracing everything. And that is, you have no idea how hurtful that is. And that's all I got all my life, because none of these people know anything about illustration. They're all just completely ignorant, and they think, oh, a true illustrator just produces it out of his head and just does all this shit as if he has all knowledge of composition and all this knowledge of angle and all this knowledge of light. Like, the term for lighting is chiaroscuro. So they have no idea how this is produced professionally, certainly in the old school that I learned how to do it with, and therefore they just automatically assume you're just some kind of copycat who's just pasting everything together and you're some kind of phony, and this gives them this sense of power that they've outed you. So this is long before I became a public figure. I've been dealing with bullshit where people just say, oh, you're a phony. Oh, you're it's just awful. It's just awful. So it's that, combined with the fact that when they did bust these assholes, a lot of the pornographic comics that these guys had in their possession, a lot of it was illustrated by myself, because this was what was in demand. This was what brought the money. When my mother found that out, of course, they couldn't do nothing to me, the police, because I'm just producing illustrations. I'm not producing child porn by victimizing children. So, but my mother made me promise never to sell illustration for profit again. So for me, illustration is therapeutic, and it's something that I don't even do in public, simply because of all the shit I get from people seeing the tracing paper and say, oh, look at that phony, and oh, he's tracing photographs and shit. And it's so offensive that I've just given up doing it publicly, and I certainly don't do it for profit. So maybe now you understand why I produce the illustrations. You know, I have several at a time, and I just take them on a professional scale where I have half-done illustrations, and I can finish them up in a few hours whenever I feel there's a need to illustrate something like I did for your birthday. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, it's like that's why I asked like the
That's
one
why
that
you had a
sent me
Jewish
even
nose.
the one you sent me tonight was I thought was really pretty, and that's when I
you.
asked you like, when you had done that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I had done that during the weekend. Yeah. And
Oh, you did do it this weekend? That's what I meant. Like, was it recent or was it old? I
yeah,
didn't
it's
know.
recent. No, it's recent. I did it recently because I wanted to make your hair more smooth because, like you said, you don't like to.
Well, that's what I was like, that really looks like me, but then I didn't know if you haven't been doing them for like years, and that was just something old you pull your hat, and I'm like, this kind of looks like Brooke. I'll just throw it in there.
Hey, it's no, that was purpose made. That was purpose made because of what you said.
Yeah, that was very beautiful. And that's what made me originally actually ask about it, because I was like, well, that definitely has more of my hair than that redheaded one.
Thank you.
My birthday.
Well, now you know why that illustration turned out the way it did. Does that make more sense?
Yes, it does.
There.
You know what's funny though, and it's not funny because you lived that with the tracing, but you know, it's kind of funny to me because I can't draw. Let's just put it this way: I can't draw a stick figure, and it actually look like a good stick figure. Like even the stick figure is going to be like you realize your stick isn't right. The arms are longer than the legs. That's not even a circular or an oval head.
Yes.
Like, I don't know. Like, what I'm just trying to say is I can never draw. And I didn't think that there was any way to learn that. I thought that's always a natural talent. And in some ways, I think in some ways it is.
Yes,
but I do think you can learn it more. Yes. But I will say the only time I ever felt good about drawing, and this, you'll at first think that I'm saying something that I'm actually not, would be I remember getting this book that was like a coloring book, and I wasn't even a colorer. Like my mom would take all my coloring books. Like I get too frustrated. It's just like painting. I would just get frustrated and not give a shit and not stay in the lines, you know. And but she bought me one of these tracing books, you know, that had the tracing paper, and so I would trace it. And even tracing and me taking all my time because I'm like, oh my God, I can draw Garfield because I love Garfield and I can put the tracing paper over it. But then when you would take it away and you would look at whatever I was supposed to trace, it would still look like a kindergartner had drawn that, and then like a professional person that was with the tracing. Like it was still a complete so like tracing something doesn't make it look like the other thing. You either can without people overrate tracing paper is what I guess I'm trying to say. But then the only time I've ever thought, man, maybe I can at least learn a little bit is I went to one of those, me and a good friend, she taught me to go into one of those, you know, those new things. They're called not new, but the like paint and sip, like sip and paint. So like it's usually like you take your drink. Usually most people take a bottle of wine or whatever, and then you paint whatever they have there, and you can pick online like what day you want to go, and they'll show maybe you're going to do a beach picture or you're going to do this or that. And I just laughed. I was like, there is no way in hell I'm going to be able to draw that. Like that's not going to happen. But again, they make it simple enough things, I guess. But even with simple, I just knew I can't do that. But they did it in order, like what you're saying, but they were teaching the class as they went. So they were like, paint a square, you know, and then it was like paint a circle. And then by the time with the end of it, I'm like, oh my God, that's a picture. And no idea I could do that.
Yes. That's so cute. No, that's wonderful.
Yeah, so definitely not the best picture in the world, but it actually looked like something I could have never done. If somebody had said, paint a sunshine with an ocean and a palm tree and a beach, well, my shit was not going to look anything like that. Like, just like a face. I can't draw a face. Like, people that draw, I still don't even understand how you draw a face, especially if you tell me to draw a face, it better be from the side. But even that's not going to be right. Like, no, it's weird. But like, how do people draw noses from the front? It's completely amazing to me. I mean, like,
there's certain illustrators that I knew of one that referred to, and this was for the professionals who like worked for Time magazine or like Newsweek, and sometimes you'd see these illustrations of people instead of photographs in which they're emphasizing every wrinkle so that they look like they're serious. You would see that with politicians in particular. So, politics is Hollywood for ugly people. So they would basically illustrate these guys as wrinkled as possible to make it look like, oh, this guy's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. And so the professionals who would do that would call their illustration style mapping. And they would consider the face to be a map. And they would just basically start they would do this in the way that old TVs worked. For those who don't remember, the old television sets would work with a series of lines, and the series of lines would form a picture to your naked eye because your mind is making sense of the dark and light that appeared on the black and white television screen in all of these lines. And the more lines that the television had, the higher definition the picture. So this is how old TVs used to work back in the vacuum tube days. And so they would work like that with their illustration. They would use all these lines, and then they would draw the face line by line. They would fill out the lines with the shadows and the wrinkles to create what was ultimately the map of the face. Does that make sense? That's how they used to work that.
No, you're saying they didn't draw on the TV screen didn't draw.
No. They're emulating the TV screen style. In other words.
Okay, I got you.
In the sense that the TV screen presents a picture through the darker lines, the lighter lines, and it's this gradation of light and dark that the mind's eye then interprets that as a picture. They emulated the way the TV screen worked by drawing all the lines just very faintly onto the paper, and then like the TV screen just shading in various parts, and then these would all composite what they called a map, which would be the face that they're creating, which would be, the thoughtful politician or maybe someone like Marilyn Monroe or something like that. So they would have different, but you get what I'm saying. They do it line by line in like a TV screen.
Yeah, I get as much as I can get with it, because I think you lost me at when you're not understanding the fact that let's just take my face or your face or anybody's face.
Right.
I'm going to draw the nose the same way, which is going to be a line down and then and then a line under, because I don't understand how people draw nostrils and make every time I try to do that, look, two black boogers. That's when I try to say I can't draw. I cannot. Like a heart. If you get a heart width from me and it looks similar to a heart, it's about as close as it's gonna get there. Yes. Like I can't. Like a circle. A heart's easier because you can try and do that way. I mean, but yeah, like people and eyes. I would try to focus. I wanted to be able to draw just one face. And I was like, well, eyes are cool because I can just focus on an eye. Like it's no eyelashes. Before I know it, it's just one weird looking eyelashed eye that I've overdone.
Well, don't ever let this stop you. I mean, honestly, people should draw just because it's therapeutic. You should just paint or draw because it's therapeutic. And
I think you're right. I don't think I should focus on it because I think there's more things like I want to learn to do. Like now, definitely learn to shoot to kill after tonight.
Yes.
But in horseback riding, I've decided I want to at least take that up as far as just something therapeutic to do. I'll probably, my ass will get sore. I'll get tired of it fast, but we'll try it. But drawing, I like to write. Like I still like to handwrite. People love to make notes on their computer and their phone, but I really like to get a notebook and write. Yes. My to-do list or whatever.
Write cursive? You write handwriting, right? Cursive?
Yes. Oh, well, I'll do both, obviously, but yes.
Do your children know how to do cursive?
They don't teach cursive anymore.
It's so sad.
I think my daughter does know cursive. I do not think that my son knows cursive, and I know that they quit it now. Yeah. Like pretty much. Like I know my friends' kids, because my daughter, she was in private and he was in private for a while, so I remember seeing both of their names come home when they were teaching their names, like they would write them in cursive and things. But pretty much now, no, like all Noah's work I know is
when he writes it all is printed. And I know Lola, you know, I mean, God, everything she normally does is now on a computer anyway, but yeah, I mean, they don't teach it and push it. I mean, that's all we did is have to write in cursive once we learned. Like, we weren't allowed to print. Plus, I wouldn't have wanted to print because sometimes I'll print now. I kind of go back and forth depending on what I'm writing. But if I'm writing a lot, I'll go cursive because it's so much faster.
Yes, we've got to go back to teaching cursive. This is so disgusting. It's I mean, we're losing everything. It's I
didn't even just learn cursive. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I did calligraphy.
Yes, wonderful.
My grandmother, my great aunt she was from here obviously, but had my grandmother was a school teacher. My great aunt, her sister, was actually a librarian. But she was very into calligraphy and, you know, the arts. And so she would come home from New Mexico at least once a year in the summer. And she would stay for 2 weeks to a month. And I would spend every day I could at my grandmother's pretty much. And she would, you know, they together would teach me like things for the bike, but we just had so much fun. But she would teach me calligraphy and work on that. She'd send me the calligraphy pens. You know, she was so proud I was liking it and learning it, and had the calligraphy pens and all that. So yeah, I actually enjoyed learning calligraphy.
Wonderful. Oh my God, I'd love to see.
I doubt even my kids know what calligraphy is.
You'd have to show them. Just show them. Oh my God. We can't let these things die out with us. Oh my God.
It's true.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I need to do. Start a calligraphy YouTube channel. I doubt there's one of those.
Yeah. That's wonderful. That would be wonderful.
It would also be very boring. But you know, what else is out there that's not been done already?
Yeah. I mean, people won't find it boring. I mean, people are there to learn, right? So, that's something you could teach. Yes. Oh my God. So honey, definitely our man Amor Fadi in the chat is mentioning the Pacific Alliance of Economic Union. They call themselves the Pacific Pumas, modeled after the Asian tigers. That's what they used to call the growing Asian economic nations. I'm sure you might have known that. And
no, I actually did not know that. I'm interested to hear more if you're talking about it.
Okay, and then
or if that's where you're going, or if you have something else you're going into, go ahead. I'm just wide awake because I haven't taken a sleeping pill yet because I didn't go upstairs while we were talking, and because I was just so wide. And this is the first time, like, I have not taken Adderall, like I said, 10 o'clock this morning. So it's not like where I took that Adderall late the other night or whatever and was up, but. Man, I just got wired from that. I mean, when you think you're really getting shot at 80 miles an hour, possibly, it does have a tendency to get your adrenaline going. I mean, I'm calmed down now, but
I'm certain that person was pointing like what was a laser-sighted pistol at you.
That's what I thought. You know, I saw the light and it made me a little nervous, but I felt very comfortable just going right past them. The way you would. You know, even I can speed past a truck on the interstate that's already doing 50, and this person's doing 2. I was not, or 5, whatever. I was not prepared for them, and to already have that little bit of nerve and see the little light, and then to know that they were speeding up and trying to ride beside me. You know, obviously I couldn't look over. I wasn't going to take the time to. My foot was just on the gas to get like, no, you're not getting near me. I don't know whether you're going to shoot or you're trying to wreck me. I mean, I look back now and I wonder especially when she went in that median, if she was trying to wreck me, which makes me again think, was that a rental car? The whole thing's bizarre, and I'm not trying to make it more something that it's not. It's just also bizarre.
It's definitely sinister, and even something like a laser pen or a laser pointer, if it were just that, that can do damage to the retinas when somebody's driving or especially flying a plane or something. I mean, that could really cause an accident. This is why they...
And now I'm thinking, because, she didn't shoot, it could very well have been because... So what happened was the woman, the officer that was giving me a hard time said, well, she said she has video of you following her. And I'm wondering now, when I saw that light come up, because I was way behind her on that, so when I turned on Pelham, And I had already gotten her tag and was way back on the phone with the police, just trying to, wait for her to go on. And that's when she started going 2 miles an hour. So I'm one, now that I think of it too, I bet you that's when she cut her camera. Maybe that's the light, because I knew it was not an interior light. It's all I knew. But then you're going 2 miles an hour, you won't go on. I've already done my diligence. It's called your death threat in, and I want the hell away from you. So just go on. And that may just have been it. But then why speed up? So now if she was just trying to record me, which is fine. If she was like, okay, she thinks I'm like, so she's recording me thinking I'm following her, and she's doing it at 2 miles an hour. Why would she then speed up and chase me and then jump over to the middle lane? And then you can't be recording somebody doing that. And you definitely can't be recording them going 80 to 90 miles an hour down the interstate, jumping lanes.
And the mystery of this is that it wasn't, it's there's just so many things wrong with the entire affair. But one of the things is that the good news is that you did the right thing, because it's very difficult to hit anybody from a moving platform. She's on a moving platform, so even if she had a firearm and you're going faster on your moving platform, it becomes extraordinarily difficult to score a hit. So you did the right thing by just going as fast as you could and flooring it, because it increases your chances for survival. When it comes to what she was doing, though, she was definitely determined to try and wreck you. I mean, because she was jumping up and then heading towards you, jumping the median and
jumping lanes where she went. The median was so weird, and then really scared. And then that was freaking me, because I didn't know at that point why I was still thinking gun at this point for sure. By the time we're on the highway, I'm like, I don't even know if you obviously if you have assault rifle, you might be trying to shoot me. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna, like you said, my only thought was stay in front, and if I knew the car had called, if it was beside me, I would have hit the brakes, pending I didn't have a truck behind me or something to hit me. Because that's the only two things you can try to do, is either stay in front or stay behind, is my thought. But yeah, like at that point, I was like, are you trying to wreck? Because what are we doing here, doing 90 miles an hour on the freeway? What is the point of this?
Yeah, it's definitely madness. And you had a real experience with evasive driving tonight. So that's incredible. And you came out of it alive. So congratulations on that. There's many people that would not have. They would have panicked. Their car would have wrecked for different reasons. It's I think all of it is, like you said, just pursue getting a copy of the record, and certainly be on the alert and be watchful. And this is something that I'm glad that we shared it with the public. The public needs to know that anyone affiliated with Douglas Dietrich does suffer this sort of thing. It's not casual, and I think it's a mistake to take it as casual. But again, the strange thing is that the police, in the way it seems to me, is that it's interesting to me that the police really didn't pursue it. It's kind of like, he said, she said, you both said, and you can both go on your merry way. It's just kind of like that.
Right.
Maybe there's nothing to pursue as far as they're concerned, but still the oddness, the sheer, it's, you wonder if she got questioned in any way. Like you said, certainly you were interrogated in such a way that they were hoping you would implicate yourself. The big fat angry Chinese bull dyke.
Well, that one, and so then a man pulled up at the end who was more middle-aged, and he seemed more like a sergeant type guy, because these two were together, and the one was younger. The one guy was younger, but they are, I guess, maybe going off my background, like I said, haven't been called here in 2020. But so I took it as that. But what I thought of later, and as you're saying that, she's the one that, like, regardless, I've just given you the story. You've interrogated me. I've given you the same story. You don't even really seem to want it. But the bigger point is, I've told you she made 2 death threats, and you're just telling me, like,
finally, when you're like, well, it just sounds like, yeah, y'all had a misunderstanding. And then when I'm like, well, yes, but I don't.
There's no need for it to threaten to.
And she's and I've had rage. She said, well, people sometimes say things when they get mad, and I said, no, I understand that, and that's the thing. I've dealt with road rage before. Like, I've been young and been the road rager when I was like a teenager. I remember doing something really stupid and getting really mad at somebody who pulled out in front of me. But I've had, in recent years, like, I have a tendency, it's so weird now, I have a tendency, the car I have now is the first car that I've ever been accused of driving too slow. And that's why I love it. I keep it because I do have a lead foot, and I always have. And for whatever reason, ever since I got this car, I just drive it slower. And I don't really realize that I am, which is great. God, another little God gift, I guess, right? Because last thing I needed was this, I got offered a job right 2019, when I was wanting to leave the job that I left because I finally was like, the pharmaceutical, because I finally was like, well, it doesn't matter. I still could get any outside sales job at the time. So I knew I could just snap right back in it. I just didn't know I was going to quit, the first week of February. And that by the first week of March, shit was shutting down. COVID was here. There was not going to be any outside sales jobs to be had. And then 2 weeks later, I was going to end up, having had to let my ex, who was already about to be an ex, because we were already going downhill. And then I was going to end up with what I just described, hitting this Suburban across the street, and then threatening to kill myself in the front yard fighting with the bitch a week later. So those things, all three combined, to make life a living hell as far as being able you couldn't snap back into outside sales. But my point to that is the godsend of driving those cars slow is prior to that. In 2019, when I was wanting to go ahead and leave pharmaceuticals, I got offered a dream job with this company. It was very hard to get in. It was outside sales, but it was a base that was, let's put it this way. I was going to be making well over $100,000 my first year.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And I did not think I had a chance for this job. I went in and there was 22 people I was up against. I got taken to the second round of it when they called me, and I was up against 7 or 8 people is what they had told me. And I interviewed with these 2 men, and I didn't even have experience in this particular field, but obviously in sales. And I'll never forget. Now stop me if I told you this, because I know we all, I can repeat too, but basically, when I made it to that third interview, what they did is they said, okay, we've narrowed it down to like 4 of you, and what we're giving you is basically homework for your next interview. And what it was is they wanted you to sell something, and you had a few things, but you had to come up with a proposal on how you were going to sell. And they weren't going to be the interviewers anymore. They were going to be who I was coming to sell to. So when I walked in, I needed to have a presentation. I could have a computer presentation. I could do it however I wanted it, but I need to have a great pitch. I had, and what they sold, it doesn't sound like that great, but it was killer money, because there were only 1 or 2 companies that does it. They sell to all restaurants. So any restaurant you go into, whether it's the paper towel holders, the floor mats in the kitchen or the bathroom, anything that a restaurant needs outside of the food itself, right? They sell. And there's one other company that does that. So at least here in most of America. So they, were huge, and a lot of commission there, and an unbelievable base, just for selling nothing, even starting out, and then the car and everything. So, I was talking to a few women that had been there a few years, girls younger than me, and they were making over 6 figures, first year. And I had a great territory, so it was just going to be great, but I knew I could not get this fucking job. There's just no fucking way. I didn't think, but when I made it to that third round, I was so excited. I was like, okay, I can do this. But then guess what? This was 2019, and I was still in that fucking relationship, and it was
great, but it wasn't as bad as obviously by the end of 2020. But I had just wasn't real focused, was also still trying to get the house for sale, and I had a huge fight that week, and maybe something happened with the dog. I don't know. And next thing I knew, it was tomorrow. And I'm also a procrastinator, okay? So I was like, shit, I have not done anything. I have not done a thing for this sales presentation. And I start looking at the paperwork, and I'm like, oh my God, I have no idea what the fuck I'm going to do. So I tried to stay up that night trying to put a few pieces together, like basically like, well, this would be how, like, some positives on it. But I knew I'd fucked it. I knew I was fucked because this looked like shit, man. This was a very fast put together computer presentation I was going to try and put together. I was trying to come up with some things on their company that because there was a fake company that they were giving me. And I walk out the door. I had to be there at like 10 for the presentation. And like I said, I was getting ready to sell my house or trying to. And I walk by, my car is pulled in the garage. And I walk by and I look down. And that was one of those God things, I guess. God was teaching me in two different ways. I looked down and I saw this toilet seat. It was brand new and plastic. I was going to put it on one of the toilets, the plastic seat and the cover. I just grabbed that damn thing and picked it up. And I was like, I think I can do something with this.
Right.
So Go on. I walk in this boardroom with these two men waiting for this presentation, and instead of carrying like my normal, like I usually carry this little leather briefcase, looking thing, I walk in with a toilet seat. And I have my computer, but I decided not to even pull it up. I opened it and I said, basically just said, I can sit here, guys, dance, and I'm sure you've never seen anybody come in here, prepared to sell you something. They're probably going to show you a bunch of graphs and numbers on why we're the best and this is what we can do, but then I don't know. I gave some spiel on this toilet seat, and, I just said, I'm here to make a memory. I said, what do you see when you see this toilet seat? I said, you see something new, you see something clean. I said, at the end of the day, I said, that's what your customers remember. They either remember coming in somewhere. I don't know. I was just making up top of my head. They're either going to remember coming in somewhere, like you go in a toilet bathroom, for instance, which is one of the main things we sell for bathrooms. I said, you either remember that. You're going to remember certain things. You're going to remember, like, you're never going to forget that I walked in here with this toilet seat. Now, if I walked in here with a nasty, dirty one, you're never going to forget that either, right? I was like, so at the end of the day, it's about impressions. And one impression I made. You only get one chance to make an impression. You're going to make one either way. Or you make none. And to me, if you don't make any, then you're just in line with everyone else. If you make a bad one, then they're not probably going to come back, or they're going to remember you that way. But if you can make an impressionable good one, where what you have there is always the best or always as good as it can be, then you've won the game. And the numbers I have really don't matter, because that, at the end of the day, we can discuss numbers all day, but this is what you're looking for, and I was worded or something like that. They're fucking blown away. I got the fucking job offer before I fucking walked out the fucking door.
Yes, that's wonderful. That's a beautiful story.
And then they said the only thing we'll send your stuff over for your background check and everything. You have to do your drug test, and they said they had never offered me on the spot. And they said, and of course, your driving record.
Yeah. Did that kill it?
Well, I hadn't had the DUI yet. It's 2019. Okay. But they said, yeah. And I was like, I've had a few speeding tickets. And recently, and they were like, well, I think it's 8 points is the max you can have. And I was like, well, it might be good then. I said, I'm pretty sure 8 points is exactly how many points I've lost in the last year. And sure enough, because I had gotten a 6, I gotten 2. I gotten 2 2-point tickets, and all within a 6-month period. One and then a 4-point ticket driving to Virginia doing like 100, and so almost 100, and so they knocked it to 4. But it was 8 points, so none of them had been removed, and they wouldn't, because they had to insure me to drive, and so he had to call. He was that guy. You could tell that hired me. He were upset because they had I'm sure they had something else to replace me with, no problem, but they wanted to hire me, and I driving record. So my point back to the matter was the fact that God has now given me a car that I go too slow in, apparently for whatever reason, is great. Yes. Even though I ended up with that, but I didn't even get that car until after 2020 anyway. But I've been the one passed in road rage is all I wanted to say. The whole purpose of that story, I had this lady that was fucking like 55, but one of those bitches that's like redneck as hell, bleached hair, like smoked and tanned her whole life, and she's in a Camaro, and I'm just growing on a Saturday, and I'm doing the speed limit on this 2-lane road, bitch. It's only 40 miles an hour. She must have been in a bad fucking mood. All I can tell you, like almost crazier than this girl as far as what she did. It wasn't like I was doing 20 or 25. Like I'm doing literally the speed limit, but it was, lots of people are in a hurry. They don't want somebody doing the speed limit. So I'm doing 40. Maybe I'm even doing 38 and it's 40. Who the fuck knows? It was a Saturday afternoon. I'm going to fucking Publix. It wasn't like a rush hour 8 o'clock. Like you need to get to work. Yeah. The bitch pulls the fuck around me on this 2-lane road in her Camaro. Bitch, she slams on brakes and stops. And I was like, what the fuck, bitch? So I was like, fuck. And then she like stuck her head out and she was running. She was like, fuck you. Because I was like blowing the horn. I was like, go, bitch. Because she stopped and she's like, fuck you. And I was like, fuck you, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. So I had the camera out because she literally started walking to my fucking car. And I was like, you got road rage. This sounds like how this happens all the time, but I don't. Like, she was just mad. She was so mad. Because I remember going telling the girl at Publix what happened. They were like, something had happened to her that day. And she was just, you could tell she was just mad. She was just like in a hurry and wanting to go. And she thought I was going too slow. But instead of just passing me on illegally, which she did, and just going the fuck on. Yeah. Like, it wasn't like I was trying to follow her, speed up, and like, oh, you passed me, fuck you. No, I didn't give a shit. Like, I'm not in here, you going to Publix, you're gonna pass me, go the fuck on, man. But she fucking literally, like, go past me, and then, like, stops her car, and then gets the fuck out to walk toward me. And I'm like, what are you doing? So then I held my camera up like I'm recording her. And I could see she didn't have a gun, although she could have underneath. Who knows? She's badass. But I was like, I'm just recording her, which apparently really pissed her off that she saw me hold my phone up.
Even more, yes.
Yeah. So then she was like, oh, you want to fucking record me? Fuck you. I'll give you something to record. And then I'm just laughing. I'm like, it's a great comedy show. I showed the girl at Publix. I was like, look at this bitch. She had her pink Southern camo shirt on. That's so she was. She was like hunting or nothing, like, honey or die. It was like pink with camo. She was just a fucking redneck, but
oh my God.
Yeah, she was in her little black Camaro. I guess wanted to speak. I don't know her. She must have found out. That's what the Publix girl, when I was just in there checking out, and I told her she's the first person I'd seen, because I said, no rush to get to Publix, and she was like, maybe she just found out her husband was cheating or something, because like, that whole video, like, who does that? I don't know.
Well, that's incredible.
So I guess there's like, at least if this person's out for me, they have a reason. That woman was, I don't know. I had to think about it, and I was like, I feel sorry for her. She gets that mad at everybody. I'm hoping she was having just a bad day. Yes. But this girl was literally either out to get me, or she's just literally, because if she wasn't drunk, that's some kind of psycho, like, because this girl, the woman wasn't risking her car. She just stopped and was angry. This person, I mean, she was doing 90 to chase me. Like, what did I do to you other than get your tag number because you threatened to kill me after you were stalking my neighborhood at minimum, if not me?
Yes.
Anyway, I don't know why I went back into all that. It's just like,
well, I think it's important. I mean, these things really can't be overemphasized. I want people to understand what we deal with. Anyone affiliated with myself is faced with this, and
Well, and I just wanted to go into the difference too in what road rage is, like that lady.
Yes.
And I get that people can chase her, but that lady got mad just because she's mad and she's always going too slow. Yeah. But this was something different. Like this was, it was just a different experience.
Yeah.
Yes. There was thought behind this in one way or another. Even if she was maybe stalking maybe she's seeing one of my, neighbor's husband, and who the fuck knows? But there's enough calculation there that she was manipulative and then at least at that point ready to stalk me. Yes. Even if I wasn't the original target, there was something there that wasn't about road rage. It was more from the very beginning. And I will find out.
The fact that she's sober and not on drugs and is doing that is, I think that really sinks it as someone who's hell bent on something negative. That's there's nothing positive there. There's nothing to rationalize.
Oh, and I'm pretty sure that Camaro bitch, like with her gunslinging shirt on at 2:30 in the afternoon on Saturday, she probably already had some Bloody Marys or gin or whatever in her. Most likely,
Yes.
Something.
So,
anyway, if you want to talk, I'll shut up or just hang up, but you go ahead and talk about whatever you were going to.
Well, the good news is that if you decide to do that, apparently our man Ian West has crashed, so the call is maintained, which maintains a higher quality of sound. The sound is always higher when the call is maintained. So the quality. Yeah. I'm sorry, honey.
Well, yeah. Tell me what you're going to talk about, so I'll be keyed in.
Probably just about Ukraine. Start off with that because it's a good general start because it was the 1-year anniversary on Friday of the Ukrainian war. So I might as well start with that.
What do you think about, I'll just ask this since I'm not going to interrupt you, any, so I'm sure you're going to go into this. Like, what do you think about the whole, I guess it's bullshit threats of him not renewing the nuclear deal and arms deal?
Oh, well, he's basically just trying to divide American opinion through that. He's going to get some people that are very thrown off by that, just upset.
Just the norm. But he's not going to do anything. And then Xi, did you hear that Xi, that China, he's trying to supposedly wants them to, come to an agreement and do a no. What is it? A no. The stop shooting, whatever. Right now.
A ceasefire.
There you go. See, I'm not military.
No worries, honey. I think it's all bullshit, and I think that the Ukrainians, hopefully they shut it down and don't consider it at all. I think it's offensive. It's just such bullshit. All of these people, the way that they try and just come along like they're actually trying to earnestly seek peace. It's so insincere. It's so transparent. Their phoniness. You just have to laugh and turn them away.
Don't forget what I sent you, so we can see if it comes about with the Chinese-Russian astrology. As far as those dates and what she was saying and things like that.
Why don't you tell people a little bit about that? Tell people a little bit about that. It's better you than I, because you're very good at this.
Well, I don't want to take up from
no, you're not taking it up. No, you're fine.
I feel like I've taken up the entire.
Oh, don't be like that. Don't be like that. That's fine. Don't.
Well, let's see. It was basically just going into the fact, looking at, if anybody's familiar with astrology, we're looking at every country, just like a person has their own birth chart. And so this is actually not something that I did because I wouldn't. I can do astrology, but not in the depth that this Jessica does, and she's a woman over. I believe she lives in Australia now, or New Zealand, I believe. She lived in England. She was from England, but she's predicted so many things, both worldwide and even with COVID years before. Although she didn't call it COVID, she basically like a lot of things. But anyway, going into what her astrology was, is she went back and looked at both of those birth charts of them, and there's certain dates on there that just kind of coincide in looking at everything that's going on. I'm trying to actually find it because I sent it to you. Did I not?
Yeah. It's in the old account, honey. Look in the old account.
Oh, I would have to log into that account.
Okay.
You talking about my old account?
Yes, your old account. That's what you said it in. Yes.
No, well then would it not still show under you?
It would show under me, yeah, but it's in your old account that you sent it. It's sent to me, but
yeah. Well, so what I'm saying is, why I set up a new account, baby boy?
Yes.
Because my old account, when I just deleted it, it wouldn't allow me to set it back up. I don't know why.
Oh, geez. So what I need to do is send it back to you. So let me go in there and send it back to you. So here we are. I'll go into the old account and do that. See if I can do this. Now I should have downloaded this a long time ago and then re-upload it back to you. In the meantime, what Our Lady is talking about. What Our Lady is talking about is well, here's what we can do most immediately is share screen. So by sharing screen, let's see now. Share screen. Here we are. Start sharing, and then basically I go back to your old account here. And then scroll up a little bit, and here we are. And so what I can do is that. Okay, and then you can.
I can see it. Yeah, let me see if I can see that.
Yeah.
Actually, it's so funny as you pull that. I was trying to pull the website. My internet is like. I think I'm using. That's why my phone kept going out. I think something's going on with my internet, so because everything I'm using is off my phone. But anyway, basically, so basically the way she predicted it is that we are back in a war cycle in 2023, and it's basically because again, Jupiter is in Aries, and like I always talk about, I'm ruled by Aries, so that's why when I get emotional, that was the other thing the guys kept saying. The guy was like, "Are you sure you're not in anything?" And my daughter had to say, "You don't understand." That's why I said my emotions are in Aries, and I know that doesn't mean anything to y'all. And my daughter goes, "You don't understand. She's like this when anything gets. I'm like, I'm A to Z. Like I'm through the roof right now. Okay, like there's not." But
your kids being there did a lot to help your case. The cops were, that really had to mollify them to see both your kids there.
Oh, well, that was the thing. Lola said that, and she said, no, she's like this is how she is. And then I think when Lola actually said that, that's when I said, look, I am an Aries moon, and I know that means nothing to either of you. I'm 99% sure. I was like, but what it does mean is that I emotionally, like you're hearing me, this is where I am at when. Yes, I've been threatened and thought I was getting killed. Like there's not a Libra in me. Taking it back to what we're discussing.
Well, there's no middle ground there. If somebody's threatening to kill you, there shouldn't be a Libra aspect to that.
Right? I think I deserve that one tonight. But so the way but I thought this was funny because the way she words this is she said it's pretty basic astrology. Jupiter is in Aries. Okay, Jupiter is ruled by Mars. Mars is the god of war. That is, Aries rules the armed forces. Okay. The lunar nodes are back in Aries versus its opposite Libra, which specifically rules war and peace. So you've got war, Aries, and peace. So it commonly appears when two nations decide to form an alliance shoulder to shoulder. Now that's the broad picture of 2023. She said it will be Russia and China who both have aggressive Aries factors in their birth charts. and will not be able to resist getting into bed together.
I like that term. Yes. Politics makes for strange bedfellows. Yes. Go on, honey.
Right. Exactly. So she said, it won't work. And this isn't World War III. Astrology is grounded in sociology. We don't have a war generation, not the way they had it in the Second World War. I'm just reading this. It makes more sense to do it that way.
Okay.
Nothing. Now, she does say on dates.
By the way, are you doing this through my screen share, or did you find it yourself on your?
No, I found it myself. I just went back to where I had it.
Oh, then I can stop sharing screen. Then I can stop.
Oh yeah, baby. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So nothing significant happens until the lunar nodes go backwards, which would be Tuesday, the 18th of July. The fuse for war will have been lit some months before. So, fuse could mean, anything from basically the Jupiter and Aries cycle, which started on December 21st of this past year, 2022, up until May 16th, actually, of 2023. Just basically saying that combination of Jupiter, which makes everything bigger, in the sign of the soldiers, the sailors, the pirates, that male bravado cockiness. It's a war drum beating. I mean, I think even us seeing the balloons come over America, like I think we've got a lot of little war drum beatings going on, him doing that. She said, but what you really need is the old karma of the Second World War, though, because as there are debts that were never settled, which I think you would agree, spiritually, there was never closure, talking about the Second World War, she said. And so that comes in when the lunar nodes go into Aries, Libra, and she's just talking about just as they did in the 40s, from Tuesday the 18th. And I think she means basically Chiron remains there with Aries. So during that time from April of this year, with that China's 1 degree away from its north node at Aries at 28 means war, and south node a day on either side. But the world will be what she says is the world will be hoodwinked then. China herself may be hoodwinked. So whether it is China doing it to someone else or someone doing it to China, but when you're having your north node that close and a south node, there's something that's going to happen right around that date of the with China, right around that new moon eclipse on the 28th, 29th. But she basically says, and I'm probably going into too much, so I'm tired. This is saber. It's saber rattling, right, by China. She said it's basically like watching the god of war himself, Mars. When he goes in on the 28th or 29th, whatever China does, which is going to be some saber rattling up through May, she says on those days she will have to answer for, and so does Russia. And Russia's got, its own critical birth chart with all that goes into it. But she predicted all of this. Like, you can look at it when she predicted, she's got it all there, and I'm not going to read it for everybody, but she predicted all of this, and then it came out, a few months later for last year on China, and then China and there's Rousey. But so basically she said by 2024, whatever China and Russia are doing by January of 2024, that they will have failed. And that, I think, you've read some of that, I'm sure, you see what you feel about it scientifically, but.
Oh, Doug, who's the new guest? Who's the new guest?
You don't recognize her?
No. I didn't know you had any girls on here that could read ever. I mean, it's amazing.
I was shot in the head tonight, so apparently.
Hey, Brooke. All right. I'm sorry. Last I cut off, you were lying and saying somebody was stalking your house or something. What happened?
I thought it was you. Apparently, I shot and killed 2 innocent men, and I had 3 cops in my house.
So the cops really did show up?
Yeah,
are you okay?
Yes, you kill people. You fucking.
Are you okay, or what happened?
Yeah, I'm okay. I don't know. I really don't know who it was. Like, I'm gonna try and get a name, but I'm not gonna go for. I'm not gonna make any listener or poor Douglas listen to that story again. But
That's all good. It's all good. No big deal. No big deal. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. I fell
It was
asleep.
just,
I
it
just
was
woke
a little
up.
scary. I mean, obviously thinking somebody's gonna shoot you and going down the highway at 90, and them still chasing you feels a little like gets your heart going.
Was it a guy or a girl?
I was a girl. Turned out
That had been one of your exes. Then. Had it been one of your exes.
What did you say?
He said it had to be one of your exes.
No, it actually was not one of my exes. I had when she rolled down her window. It might have been one of fucking what's his name? The closest picture I've seen so far has been one that Douglas sent me. But I mean, I haven't. It's not like I just know. I know any pictures of my exes. It wasn't any of them.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are you really then?
Yeah. I mean, I fell asleep when you were telling the story, but I just woke up now.
Well, at least you admit the truth. I figured you were going to lie and be like, I was getting laid, which we all
No, I'm flying solo tonight. Oh, I'm flying solo tonight. Swear to God.
Like the other 367 days of the year.
Only when you're not here. Oh.
368.
Anyway. So whose article were you plagiarizing just now?
I wasn't plagiarizing. I plainly said her name is Jessica Adams.
I'm just joking with you. I'm just joking.
At least I didn't plagiarize everything on your 1985 map. And you did say, do not lie. Come on, give me this. I will say you may have said it because you were tired or something. But when we were doing the Japanese island thing, and I was like 7,000, and you were like, no, it's 700,000.
No, 7,000
or 70,000. It was 70,000.
Or 70,000. Yeah, I'm sorry, you said 70,000. I'm sorry. Yeah, you said 70,000.
Well, there's a 7 in it. There's a 7 in there. Numbers are just numbers.
Okay. Well, I was just wanted because I was like, he's probably just tired. Because I said, to be honest, he sent me the article because I was more focused on, he said 7 new continents. I said, show me this article. So when he did, let's be honest, he had said 7,000. And I mean, 70,000. And I
Yeah. No. My point about the 7,000 thing is if they're saying
70,000. No, but you said 70.
Okay, cool. Look, what I'm saying is if there were 7,000 islands that were all discovered, and they had a minimum measurement of 300 feet before they would count them, that would make all 7,000 of those islands half the size of the United States. And we would have seen that by now on maps. They wouldn't have hidden that from us. That's the point.
Yeah, but what I need you to look at is that map of 1985, and then we go back there. Because I do find it interesting. But you do realize that then what you're going back to a flat earth theory or something, because
I wouldn't say it's a flat earth. I would just say it just hasn't all been discovered and mapped yet.
So, but you realize that there's a white ice world, right? Outside.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The white ice ring number 1, where we can't see all these other continents. And then there's another white ice ring. And then there's tons more continents.
Did you see that? Did you get the map that I bought, the $17 map?
Everything's 7. Are you sure it wasn't $17,000 map?
No. Amazon got me for $17 on this map.
I don't know. Is it the one you sent me last night?
No. Here, let me get up. Let me go to the computer and I'll send it to you. It's huge. I mean, it's fucking.
Is it going to show more than are there 5 ice circles that hide? Because we've already got the Great Island of Nemo. This is the Great Island of Thor.
I mean, it's huge, Brooke. I mean, it is huge.
Okay, we're not talking about. Listen, I don't know why you want to keep talking about.
I know we were letting you plagiarize that article you didn't write. I know. Hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry. Go on, dear Brooke. What was it you're trying to say? Drink some water.
You kept saying it's huge. I was like, I don't know why he's not talking about Douglas's dick.
There we go.
You got more.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
How many more crushes you got?
Crushes?
Because I'm all out. I'm all out of crushes. I only got two. I only got 2 crushes left.
Oh, what is
Oh,
that?
camel crushes? Are you talking about the cigarette?
Yeah, the cigarettes. Yeah.
I got a whole pack now because I stopped and bought them.
Yes, that's right. Yes, she was stressed. She was stressed.
Well, I'm glad you're okay. I mean, seriously.
Yes.
All joking aside. Who's this little blonde up here in the boots?
Blonded boots?
In the chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's the stalker. That's the chick who might have been trying to kill her.
Yeah.
She got some titty on her too.
That's all he sees. He's like a deer blinded by the headlights. Those are the headlights that he sees. She could bump him off in a second. Yes.
She could have uncrossed those legs too, but
yes.
I know that's all he sees. Look, he's the only person I can come on camera. I can come on camera with him, like, have not showered, have my hair fucking up and fucking all day, like, fucking no makeup, like, face fucking swollen, like, fucking zit in the middle of my face. I can be not worry about it with Ian. Number one, because Ian does not give a shit about how he looks like his hair. I mean, like, it doesn't matter. And number two, I just know if I feel like, I feel kind of shitty, or is any cleavage showing, he's not going to look at my face.
Yeah.
So like,
I don't look at anybody's face. I don't look at anybody's face, really. You know?
I know, especially after that one girl you showed me that you said that one you refuses in the picture of.
Yeah, I don't want to hurt her feelings. I'm joking. Let me find this map though, and I'll send it to you. And
delightful.
I mean, I pray to God this map is real. I mean, like, seriously. Or at least some sort of a reality to this map. But here we go. Maps. Got it. Here it is. And one more time. Hey, my shit is taking forever. You know, I was glad that that little girl that, what's her name? Carmina, or whatever her name was earlier.
Michelle Carmela Saldana. Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad she said that shit about the railroad tracks.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, what did she say? I didn't catch all of it because, you know, I was like doing things like I can't remember what I was doing.
Well, before I fell asleep, I was going through the maps of the other explosions or the other plastic whatever explosions that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, every single fucking one of them are by railroad tracks.
Okay, wow. Yeah, so what's going on? You missed this, Brooke, was the fact that I was pointing out that the Environmental Protection Agency has calculated that there's a chemical spill or explosion similar to what happened with those trains in Ohio in the United States every 48 hours. Just basically every 2 days.
Yeah, well, I did not realize actually, Ian did tell me this last night. One thing that I did, because I haven't been keeping up with it other than the big one that I'd heard about. He was saying the one in Florida. And so I then went to look that up to see, like, would I miss something there? And then I sent it to you, didn't I, Ian? And because it was showing, like, all of them, like, so many.
Yeah. You sent me it's starting to make a circle. Like all these explosions are starting to encircle the United States.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, so this is sinister. So it's like a conspiracy, which our man Ian said he was going to maybe speak to on Wednesday, along with Michelle, right? Something like that.
I mean, I'm gonna have to do some more digging. But another thing is that part of Kissimmee and that part, or the like, honestly, Kissimmee and Poinciana and that whole area, it's all fucking like rednecks and shit. You know, like just
you don't
you
say.
know, people with missing teeth and shit. And it's like, I could see them doing some cannibal shit down there. Like, I totally could.
It sounds like West. Are you sure you're talking about West Virginia?
I mean, I'm not gonna rip on West Virginia because I've never been there. I've never been, so I can't really.
Have you ever met anybody from there? I'm sorry if anybody from West Virginia.
I was gonna make a joke about Florida in that regard myself, but
see, I've never.
Well,
you know
I'm
what
sure
I'm
I've met some people from that.
But I just think it. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think they're doing that cannibalism shit down here. It's got to be what it is.
because there's too many of these.
This is why you take it too far.
No. This chick I've been studying fucking admits it all. She's like, yeah, they fucking, after they get rid of the kids, their whatever ashes can't get turned into diamonds. Then they sell it to these food packing places.
Well, if one of them's called Taco Casa, y'all just keep that shit secret.
I should pay you for sponsorship or something. I swear to God.
Yes.
But it's just fucking crazy, man. It really is. Did y'all get the map?
I don't know. Did we?
I sent it in the chat.
Okay.
Let me see.
I didn't get a bong signal. There was no bong signal that something had entered chat. No.
Beeps, but let me look.
Yeah.
It's too big. It's too big for
too big to load.
Skype.
Yeah, it's too big for Skype.
It's too big. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
No worries.
That's the first time you've ever heard that.
Where's my rim shot joke sound effect? Where is it? God. Anyway.
I love you.
Yeah, no, I crashed out, dude. I guess I needed it, but
yes, well, that's what happens. Go on, honey.
I said, I'm sure I knew the story was long. I apologize for it, but Douglas was nice enough. When something happens like that, I guess you do need to vent it, man.
You do. Honey, what happened is something that the public needs to know about. What you did is the right thing, which is like, you can't suffer silently. You don't want to suffer silently. When something like this happens, it's an assault. This is an assault. There's no other word for it. So you were essentially assaulted tonight. And there was no need.
And the other thing, it's almost a double assault. I want to say this too, because, we've heard about, like I mentioned that most recent black man, I'm sure most of you saw, that was beat to death by the police officers, and those were 6 other black police officers. But the point of it is, not just the assault by them, by her, but then your police come in and because what they look at, last 2 times we were called to this address, or if I've ever been called, other than 2015 when I had to call my ex-husband, he was drunk and had to get him out. But other than that, we came to this house twice for Brooke Gibson, who's calling. Once we took her to jail because she hit her neighbor's car, so we took her for a DUI in 2020 March, and a week later, disorderly conduct, and she said she's going to kill herself if we took her to jail, so we took her to the mental ward. So, they pulled up assuming, this is probably some drunk bitch calling us with road rage, right? And she's thinking somebody's tried to kill her. And so it was that level of and then I'm upset, obviously, because I really, am through the roof because of what just I experienced. And so I can't just come out and be like, yes, let me explain calmly that this is how this started. And, I'm like, yeah, they're like, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. There's this person, and I go to take the trash out, and then this, and then I try to get her tag number, and then she's fucking chasing me, and then there's a gun, and then she says she's going to put a cap in me, and then she won't leave, and then I call 911, and then y'all transfer me, and then, and I'm just doing the story is a little better than that, but faster. My heart's racing. I'm like, and then she won't, she's chasing me up a up Pelham Road, and then onto 85, and and they're just like, well, wait, we have her own thing. Did you ever follow her? And then they're just they're not believing me. From the minute I pulled up, the guy was like, cut your car off. And I'm like, well, hold on, let me straighten it up like a normal person. Look, bitch, I'm living in a fucking $400 and something thousand house. And I pulled up my fucking car. I called you, and you're like, no, you cannot straighten your car. That's my point. You're treating me like I'm the person. And I already said on the phone, you're treating me like I am the criminal here.
Yeah. And
so imagine then. Now, I'm a white woman in a nice side of town, and I called you, but because I have 2 things that you don't like on this record of mine, now you are treating me like, imagine if I was the black guy in the bad neighborhood, right? And then you're and they're saying, well, you're acting weird. You're acting like you're on something. And I literally, and y'all know me, y'all know when I'm on shit, man. I've been on enough, so I have no problem admitting it. like I told Doug, hey, the great thing about me getting sober is I was able to call the cops and I didn't have to worry because I wouldn't have called 911 from my car. And then been like, yeah, I'm driving up Pelham Road if I was drinking, because I even thought the whole way here, half the time I was like, now that I've given my name, I know I'm gonna have a cop pull up behind me. That's what I thought the whole way back. And because not because I was speeding, because I was like, they're going to see prior DUI and they're going to be like, she says she's going up Pelham. Let's pull her before she gets there, see if she's drinking. You know, like I went through my mind, but I knew great thing about, being sober is you don't have to worry about that. Right. But I was still treated that way when I got here. And and that's my point with the power police. Like, it's like you're treated guilty until proven innocent. And so imagine being someone that is like maybe a race that is treated unequally. Definitely the Black race has been that way. Someone within a bad area, someone maybe who's had more charges than me, but has just had a bad experience or bad night. And then they, like treat you like they're crap. Like my daughter comes out, it's like, no, she is that upset. Like, they wouldn't even give him the opportunity. They'd have been like, no, we think you're on something. Like he shined his light in I forgot to say that. He shined his light in my car. That was what the other thing he did. I had gotten out and
he was looking for beer bottles and shit.
Yeah, oh, I knew what he was. And what was hilarious about it is I had walked to the back. I was talking to her, she went back, and then I see him. I'd already been out of the car for like 5 or 10 minutes. So I had told him, I said, I'm going to need a cigarette. And I said, and he said, that's fine. You can smoke when you're out here. Smoke. You can go ahead and smoke. And I said, well, I'm going to need to go in my house and get a lighter. And that's when my daughter had come out. And I was like, honey, can you go in and get a lighter? I said, and so I'm smoking a cigarette, standing kind of behind my car, talking to her. And I see him just he had been there, but he moseys his way like hops to back up my car. And my window was completely down because I had rolled it down when I pulled in. And I see him shining in the front, and my purse is laying there. And then I see him shining in the back. And I said, excuse me, why are you shining your light in my car? And he goes, well, I mean, I was just looking around. He had no fucking good answer. And I saw him, right as he's doing it, he had shined to the fucking back of it. Well, what was hilarious about that was I saw him looking in the back. And there is, in the back of my car, in the back passenger's floorboard, there were grocery bags. And they all had bottles in them. And I looked at him and I said, and you're welcome to open that door and look in those bags. I said, those are all milk bottles that I returned to Lowe's because we buy the A2 milk and you get money back, which is all true. I buy the expensive fucking milk in the glass bottles, and I, usually wait till I have like 6 of them just because I'm lazy and I forget. And so there was like 5 or 6 bottles like of milk, and they're not even shaped like anything, but I'm sure he was wondering what was in those bags. I was like, you're welcome to take the A2, if you know what that is, the glass milk bottles out, and you can look in those if you would like.
I would never give him an invite. Never give him an invite. Never ever do that.
Yeah, only because I never said in that car, but I just was smart assing him because he had no reason.
Well, you should. You should smart ass him.
Yeah, and I may not have, because I know not to actually invite him, but my luck is I would have had like one top of a beer lid from a month ago or something.
Yeah.
But I knew there was nothing on my car. But I think what I said was, if you're wondering what's in those bags, it's bottles that need to be returned to Lowe's for glass jars of milk for the because you get like $3 back on them. But
I would have said you can borrow my camera if it'd help you, really get a good look back there. That's why.
I mean, he knew he had no fucking reason. He's in my driveway. Like, yeah, he was hoping if there was a laid out container of fucking beer open, 6-pack open, or maybe he thought he was gonna see a couple of lines of Coke and a crack pipe and some pie. Oh, I just had them all laid out in the front seat on my way here while I'm, knowing
that's when you can tell they've had a slow night. That's a slow night. They go looking for innocent people for drugs and shit to rip off of. Yeah, all the time.
Exactly. That's what I was doing. I was trying to rip off this girl and also call the cops. But anyway, I guess just back to that was just saying that if they treat me like that, and I don't have that bad a record, I did jump. Like, I am nervous. Imagine how other people, like younger people or people that have these bad records, or maybe don't, but just are in the wrong area, and their skin's black, or they're Mexican, and they're just assumed to be, gang or druggies, like they said.
They die. They die within the first 5 minutes of the police interaction. They have
right. That's
protocol.
Saying. Yes. It's just
it's being
so
black
far.
on Friday night.
Yes.
That's an executable offense.
Yes.
I mean, it's not far off from the truth the way it's been. It's like, I know if I had been a black male with my record on a bad side of town, and I had
you would be on the show right now. You would not have been on the show right now.
No, I would not. I would definitely be in jail, probably have been tasered, and then they would have shot me because my adrenaline was too strong and I didn't go down with the taser. Did you hear them? They fucking killed shot to death a black man the other week in a wheelchair with no legs.
That sounds like an Orlando or Chicago thing.
They said he had been threatening with a knife. He had no legs and was in a wheelchair. He had a knife. Okay. Now, maybe obviously some mental health issues, I'm going to assume, play a part in this. But he has no legs and he has a knife. And there were 6 or 8 cops there. Okay.
Ma'am, that's procedure. That's procedure. That they have to. Yes. He could have had one arm in a wheelchair, and then they would have still shot him.
That's my point. That's a bad procedure. You can't have to. I'm pretty sure just me, you, and Douglas are cops, and I'd be like, okay, me and Ian come from the front. Douglas, you just come from the back and grab the back of the wheelchair, tip him the fuck out.
And then make snide comments about how bitter he is that he's wheelchair bound. Damn, you're a bitter old black man. And,
they're like, we're going to kill you. We'll get another 2 weeks paid vacation. Here we go.
Exactly.
Guess what, kids? We're going to Disney World.
By the way, Amor Fadi says, I love to listen to you, Brooke. Why don't you take a look at what this guy's saying in chat, honey? You've got a real admirer here.
You keep having me go everywhere. Ian said he was sending something and it wasn't there.
Anyhow, Ian sent these very detailed maps. You have to download them.
When somebody says something nice about me, I'll take it over Ian's mouth any day.
Yes, there. It's in the chat.
Yeah, it's very few and far between that'll do that.
He says, the more the merrier. Then he says, Douglas, is Justin White still part of Team Dietrich? So far as I know, yes. And, by the way, he asks about Otranation. So Otranation is a concept that instead of a wall, that we not only get rid of the walls at the border, but essentially create a zone where the people who live in this zone between the United States and Mexico are citizens of neither nation. That's this concept of outra nation. It's outer nation, like external. So they would be like people without a country, like landless. They'd be disenfranchised, and it would be.
Well, they can just go to that Syria Strait or whatever over in Japan, and that's all without a nation. They could do that.
Yeah. So our man Ian is referring to the Suguru Strait, which the Sino-Slavic Synaxis fleets just basically plowed through in their attempt to intimidate Japan. So that's that's going through Japanese territorial waters, and so I could show a map of that to Brooke, but there's no real point. I think that she understands the concept.
I'll show it to her later.
Yeah. You can't trust his maps, honey. He's gonna show you maps with all these strange continents and shit.
I know. I can't even get them to open. So.
So was
Are you
there
talking about
another
the ones he just sent? Did it open? Oh,
you have to download.
Fucking shit!
What, you can actually see something?
The second one just clicked. It's like
they're
all the same map.
Nibiru is at the very bottom.
Yeah, Nibiru's in there.
The planet?
I'm assuming these all look like planets. So you
downloaded this. You downloaded this.
The land of Vega is in the middle. Land of Venus, land of Mars. Are you saying that these are planets, or that you believe these are things on Earth, honey?
That's our world. According to stories and people that were born outside of the ice wall, that map is a collection of like 3 different books in Spanish, and this guy turned them all into a map. And his name's Nos Confundum. Like I said, I don't know how to read Spanish, but
it probably means something like anus or something like that. Nos Confundum. They used to the term.
I mean, you realize that half of these, okay, like if you would just go down to Nibiru, which he's got. Nibiru is a circle, right? I'm sure it's outside one of these billion of ice walls, although this looks like a turd wall because it's all brown. And in the middle of, okay, so then the half of the islands around it, I want you to realize they're all shaped like fishes and horses. So like look at the island. One's like a crocodile. Then you got some dolphin islands. There's some fish island. There's a seahorse island. Those don't have names. But in the middle of this, he's got a huge landmass. Now it looks like it's a little broken up, and if you actually look, like they're like tombstones with little white lines. I'm assuming those are rivers. And this entire land, if you actually look at the way it's really shaped, I'm going to assume it's something different, but be kind of like maybe the rising phoenix. I'm going to assume more symbology in there because it's called Marduk. Is that land is Marduk, and you'll notice these names, how he was very creative with them, because above that is the lands of Jupiter, and in the lands of Jupiter lies the lands of Zeus and a billion other little things that all look like more like turds. And then
did you see the second Earth, land of clothes?
Where are we at from Nibiru with that?
That's if you're looking at the map, it's to the right of Nibiru. It said the second Earth, land of clones. And there's America 2.
I know, I see land of the custodians. Now, are those just the people that take care of the Earth?
One would hope, or they're just cleaning the toilets.
I mean, that would explain why Saint Germain Island is there, right?
Yeah, Saint Germain Island is there. I can't read a lot of them. Does it say fraternity? What is that?
Oh, you got to zoom in on it. You got to zoom in on it.
No, but I can only zoom in so far. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. It says fraternity, and then Hesperus lands of Encinados, land of Nascimento, Machiavelli Islands, Pan land.
And in between, then if you go to the right of that, after Saint Germain, right after whatever the black stuff again is, we're still not clear on what that is.
I think that's a mountain.
So those are mountains in between the oceans that aren't named. Okay. So then in between, there's some mountains outside, and then you go into, well, there's a little tiny place you can maybe, if you're very lucky, sneak over called Civilgia, which looks like a couple little islands in between the mountains. And there's a little land strait of mountains. And then it will take you to, is that, say, Tidana? Edana. Okay, but what I'm trying to tell y'all is if y'all don't get in those worlds, which have their own oceans within mountains, within oceans, the whole thing, but you're in the ocean of death. That's a huge ocean. It's called the Ocean of Death.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm. And I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, yeah. And you keep going. You go to another one called the Unknown Ocean. And once you get through the Unknown Ocean and the lands of Not, I guess, you do enter another world, and it's called the Second Earth, Lands of Clones.
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to go.
And then right there in the middle, it says Ian West. I'm West Ian and South Ian. Is that your clone, West and South Ian? Right.
Yeah, this Lands of Eris has like 4 ice walls around it, so their security's got to be tough.
I mean, honestly, so the name of the map for people who are want to know is
who have nothing better to do with their life. You'd be better off to go get on the interstate and drive 90 and see if somebody might chase you. It'd be more interesting. But go ahead.
Terra infinita nos confunden. Terra infinita nos confunden.
Yeah, he's like Spanish or something.
I mean, we have a land named Pegasus, and around it's the abysmal sea. That's to the right, left of Jupiter, if you want to know. And then below, that's the land of Hercules. And like, I want everyone to understand these are all circles when I say land of Hercules or Pegasus, because then inside those is another ocean with like a bunch of land masses, and then outside of them is another huge oceans. Like this ocean is called. Did you have the Mercury Ocean? I'm sorry, and then the Abysmal Ocean. He came out with names that were totally like, like nobody ever heard of them. Like, did that like? Is the land of Aquila?
Yeah, Aquila.
Is that little island down there that he named that looks like a? Well, he also came. He couldn't even come up. He could not even come up with new names. But he also, if you notice, like the island shapes, most of them, like look at that little land down below Aquila that has a mini world with an island, I'm assuming.
I see it, yeah. Scutum?
Yeah, it's called Scrotum. Yeah, Scrotum.
I forget what that means. That's an actual astronomical term. It's a star named Scutum. Yeah. And
well, that's what I was saying, but he shaped it as a fucking
shield.
Crescent moon.
Yes.
Yeah, I see it.
Yes, so scutum, it means shield. It's so go on. Yes.
Well, what does Corpus mean? Because he shaped that in the shape of Neptune's little thing Neptune carries around.
It looks like a trident. Yeah, like a trident.
Yeah, it looks like a trident. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, I mean, like that was the shape of his. Like, I'm just saying, he didn't seem to have a lot of
creativity.
Like, to me, this would be more like a symbolic, because all he used was terms that we already know. Like, I mean, he's got like a land of the Arcturians, or the land of Draco. Okay, we've got the land of Saturn, which has got Dion, again, one of the ancient fucking priests or whatever during that time. Titan, Geppetto. I thought Geppetto was the guy that created Pinocchio, though. He just kind of threw random shit in there. It does, says Geppetto.
Well, apparently that land of Draco's thing, that's where the world is getting this reptile story from, because they're claiming that these reptiles are us, but they have like reptile DNA in it. And apparently this is the land where they came from and infiltrated our Middle Earth right here.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, it's
ironic that there's a walkway straight to the world that we live in.
Yes, a freak of nature. I mean, imagine that. Other people get a direct highway to our world. By the way, Amor Fadi says, "Hey Douglas, do you think Mexico could claim the unclaimed part of Antarctica that's directly below it?" Well, Mexico's pretty far up, like around the equator. I don't think there's any part of Antarctica that's directly below it.
Well, maybe he's looking at his own map the way, he should just draw one.
Yes.
It's probably better than this one.
Ask Amor Fadi for his map and see what,
I'd like to see the map he's looking at. Yes.
It would have to be closer than the island of Shader, one of them just says CIH. What is that? Is that like the CIH land?
Oh my god. Should say SHIT. Yes, anyhow. Danette Blair says good morning.
Oh
my
god. Castor and Pollux. He named one Castor and one Pollux.
Where do you see that?
The very fucking top, man.
Let me go up to it. Hold on. I see Rastabon.
And here's the worst thing. I'm so stupid. I know Castor and Pollux are famous for something. The only thing I really know them for is the dog food that they create now. But I know originally, like, wasn't it a writer or something? I don't know what the fuck. What was
they were like some Roman heroes or something. I mean,
now they're just a pet food at Target. But they also, I didn't know they have two worlds created. Pollux apparently was much bigger than Castor.
When I got this map, I was waiting to see like the lands of Walmart, the lands of Target. I was looking for those
that's
things.
Over. You go to so if you're looking at Pollux, you go to the left and it says toxic lands.
There we are.
I'm pretty sure that's Walmart in the green, and then Florida's all that shit holding it around there.
The broom.
Yes, delightful. So that
I mean, how could you like how? I'm just like you.
I didn't draw
Every
the
time I
map.
think you can't go down a bigger rabbit hole, you find a bigger rabbit hole.
Oh, did Doug tell you about the court papers I sent him?
Oh my God.
Like, are they mental institution papers for you? 'Cause don't worry, I told tonight, I've been to a mental institution, so it's okay. You'll survive it.
Well, you one-upped me on that. That's good.
I don't mind. I mean, it's fine. I'm honest. I'm open.
But Doug, tell her about the court papers.
Oh, okay, if you insist. And so so what I'll do is I'll try and let me see. I sent them to Peter Moon, who was impressed, and they are impressive. They are.
I
impressive.
really would love to hear what he had to say about those.
Basically, what he said was that. Well, I can show you.
I was down there too. Or not.
oh man. So here we are. So here's what I wrote him. But let me screen share. I'll show you this.
Yeah.
So I'm screen sharing right now, so everybody knows. And so can you see this, both of you? The cursor moving. So okay. So we'll go over here and basically. Okay, this is something that I'm sorry. There's petty annoyances in life. Thank you, my dear Peter. Have you Oh yeah. Basically, this is what he said. I'll be doing a Skype interview at 7 p.m. in case you come home at around that time. Thank you, my dear Peter. Have you published a link on your timeline? Okay, that makes sense to you, right? Both of you?
Right, so you would know where to fucking go. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not sure what you are referring to.
Oh, he's quick.
And it's like, oh my God. Okay, then I said, this is more important.
This is wait a minute. Let's just not forget. This is the same man that bitched at you for not having a link. One week, remember?
I think
because people couldn't figure out how to go to your channel from every week, and I remember him saying, like, I had said that one night. He was like, "No, I need the link because my people to send it to them."
Yes, okay, that's right. Then I said, this is more important, Peter. Albeit sourcing via the Ian West, he trawls so compulsively that he be bound to recover some things of relevance. Scroll down for the names Aquino, Stone, et alie. And that means in Latin and others, the affiliates. So this is it that we're speaking of. And this is what he had to say about it. So after reviewing it, he said, I'll be recording with Milko the next 2 hours. He paid me last week. Yeah, delay in the recording. Jesse's stuff. Now, this is where he comes to talk about Jesse's stuff. Jesse, regarding Cathedral of St. Peter in Rockford, Illinois. Jesse's stuff is very grisly, and we have to be very measured in how we deal with this. This is why I could not do the Presidio book, but this stuff is even worse. We cannot flood people's minds, as they will alienate and even flip. Now, so basically what he's talking about is that this is testimony of Jesse Mauri Zebotar. And basically she goes on to describe in this DUM is deep underground missile base? Deep underground military base. Deep underground military base. There we are. And various places, adults involved in the memories. So
is that say DARPA?
DARPA is Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Yeah, and then CERN, and then HARP. Now, I'm not sure that CERN and HARP are connected. Well, HARP may be connected to DARPA, yes, but CERN is like its own. That's different. So then Department of Defense. So this ISSTD, International Society for Study of Trauma and Dissociation, she's I think claiming to be a villain, that they're responsible for studying this, so they're actually causing it. So then she names...
They're actually an idiot just to name that. That's the worst acronym I've ever heard.
Oh, no, they're covering up. They're covering up. The dude that started it was fucking his daughter, and she went, she tried to tell on him, and he's like, all right, well, let me start this
by the way,
new place up.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
What happened was what Ian West is describing is that these are psychiatrists who are debunking satanic ritual abuse. They're deconstructing it, and they character assassinate victims. And so what happened was the daughter tried to report her father for raping her repeatedly while she was growing up, and he started this so he could discredit his daughter. So Ian West is quite right. So that being said,
but did he realize that the acronym is STD?
It's almost like a mockery. It's almost like a mockery. Yeah,
like a throw it in your face type thing, I guess.
Yeah. It's I'm up there with, I don't know why, I'm up there with Brooke. I lost my voice. It's like we're all sucking Ian's cock or something. Which is what I feel like I'm doing when I'm going through this. The President Ronald and Nancy Reagan, President George and Barbara Bush, and these people are commonly named by victims, by the way. They're commonly identified. So, but then here's the only thing that, she names all the people that you'd expect that give it credence, like the Michael Aquino, Paul Vallely, his co-author for the book Mind War, Colonel John B. Alexander, who's again identified with the whole religious affiliation. Isaac Asimov is definitely a pedophile. For those of you who don't know, his son was arrested with a library full of pedophilia, and his wife was a psychiatrist, so it's almost like par for the course. So Oliver Stone, of course, all of this is credence to me. The only thing that throws it off is this: Nazi and Ukrainian Legion of Defense leader Michael Kerkoch. Now, the only reason that throws me off is because those guys weren't even on the radar until the Russians invaded Ukraine. So that makes this almost like a political hit because, nobody even knew about these guys.
But look at the date of this document.
What is the date of this document?
Here, let me pull it up. Hold on.
Yeah.
I got them on my desktop. And I've got the expanded version of this where it's a lot more of the gory details, but
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I mean, this is pretty gory. She talks about rubbing blood and shit and, fecal matter, on her face, then they, here, these people were all teachers in this ancient procurement method, probably talking about adrenochrome. Vodka-based vials were the ones the elites used daily to function at a higher spiritual acuity. Formaldehyde vials were used during ritual times on special occasions. They wanted to experience the adrenochrome psychoses. During this incident, my proctor had gotten angry that I would not take the long metal tap they used to procure hormones out of the pineal gland of children. In her anger, Clara took 2 of the long tap skewers and struck me and Douglas John Kilrush Myseko. Fuck, he ought to be punished just for that name. In our right abdominal sides, inserting the skewers deeply. After the incident, Nazi Michael Karkoch subdued Clara Church. This is like, there you go. Now with, say for instance, and she seems to be bringing him up a lot. Like, so this.
Well, he was their teacher. He taught Elon Musk and her.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, well, I mean, is Elon Musk on the list here?
Yeah, Elon's on there.
Oh, Elon. Newt Gingrich, of course. Yeah, let's see, Elon. Where's he? Oprah Winfrey. Yeah, there you go. That makes it believable.
Well, she's the queen witch. She's the queen witch.
Kidding.
Yeah. God, you don't like Oprah Winfrey, do you?
No, but I do not. I think that she's a fucking pedophile Satanist.
She is.
It's hard to imagine because that seems like it would take a lot more energy than I imagine her expending.
Right?
But Muammar Gaddafi, that's like, that guy's already, he's already crazy. I mean, then you throw this on him too. It's like, anyhow, he's dead. So there you go. Just but where's Elon on this list? Mitt Romney. Let's see who Mitt Romney. What do I remember about him? Mitt.
His daddy was like the governor of Detroit or somewhere like that, and he was mixed up with he was banging the Kathy O'Brien chick, and Kathy O'Brien ratted him out.
But what this chick is claiming is that Elon Musk was a victim.
Yeah, she grew up with him.
Okay, so she's claiming Elon Musk is one of the good guys who is trying to struggle against this evil because he was victimized by these people.
Yes. Yeah. All
Where
his
do you
life.
see that? Are you seeing that on this page?
No, I heard this before from Ian, or somebody else was telling me this. Yeah, Elon's one of the good
It
guys.
was me.
It
Yeah.
was you.
He's working with her.
Yes.
He's going to
Oh, of
testify
course.
against
I
all
just
these
love it.
people.
Of course, Barack Obama is on there.
Oh,
That's-
Well, he grew up in the program too.
Yeah, but apparently he grew up to be an abuser. That is, yeah. There you go. But to just kind of give you a little something about Elon Musk here, honey. Elon Musk. Let me see. Musk.
Elon Musk is on that list. He's the last name mentioned.
Okay, so let's.
But you're saying he was abused.
Yeah. But there's credence to this. There's credence to this. So let me show you. Here we are.
I can't believe you're going to take up for Elon Musk being abused. I thought you hated him.
I do.
Well, I mean, you can
do,
still hate him, but it doesn't
you can still hate
change
him.
the fact.
But let's give it some context. So here's Elon Musk's father. Elon Musk had 2 children with the daughter that he raised. He was fucking this chick's mother.
You mean Errol Musk?
Yeah, Errol Musk.
Yeah, his dad.
Errol Musk, Elon Musk's dad, had basically has had 2 children with this young lady, who is the daughter of his wife.
Oh my God.
And he's proud of it. He's proud of it. So if we go into, let me.
Were they divorced?
No. And so, like, if you go into the images of this, like, here we are. Elon Musk's dad confirms secret second child. Here we are. Secret second child with his stepdaughter. We are on Earth to reproduce. Elon Musk's 76-year-old father, Errol, welcomed a baby girl, someone else he's going to fuck, with stepdaughter, Jana Bezwedenhout, back in 2019, South African. Confirming the news, the 76-year-old South African engineer said, "The only thing we are on Earth for is to reproduce, especially with our incestuous relations." And, so basically, there you go with that. I mean, so this is what Elon Musk was raised in. So there is validity to the claim that he grew up. Now, here she is holding up the child. Look at that. He already looks morbidly inbred. He's got one eye closed, mongoloid idiot,
That poor kid.
Well, technically, that's not inbred as far as that goes, because that's not, they're not related.
Secrets with his stepdaughter? Yeah, it's like...
his stepdaughter would not be blood relation, so that would be, you said it was his wife's
his wife's daughter. Yeah, it's his wife's daughter.
From a previous marriage, because it's a stepdaughter.
Yeah, still.
So
yeah.
All I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's right. What I am saying is that's not blood.
There we are.
But you said it was like, that's not blood relation. That's not technically inbred.
Yeah, understood. But it looks pretty inbred to me. Elon Musk's lusty dad, Errol, finally revealed he sired a secret second love child with his glamorous stepdaughter, Jana Bezwedenhout.
Well, let me just, I want to stop you right here for a second. I don't know if you've seen my daughter. There's reasons I don't even put pictures up, because I had some I was going to put up. And then I was like, no, because like I know how you have been with that fucking one bitch. And I would be like, I just have a feeling if you were fucking here at my house, and let's just have to say we fucking were married, I can see like if you even had my daughter gave you the time of fucking day, you'd be on there. You had your fucking relations with your stepdaughter too, bitch.
Okay.
23-year-old hot ass walking around. Wish she got her little panties on.
Anyhow, what we need are more pictures of her mother, because her mother's pretty hot too. Her mother's in some ways hotter than her. So
I have no doubt that this man has sired more children than for either one of those, because you know what he did for like most of Elon's life, at least what I read. Like he was a pilot. He flew off. He's a pilot,
Yeah.
Like he flies his own little plane or whatever. He flies it like he would fly like every weekend to like other countries. Like he was always flying and gone all the time. You know how many kids he's got in other countries? I'm sure.
I'm sure he has plenty. Too many to count, probably. That's disgusting. Yeah. So there you go.
I mean, yeah, if he's doing that at home, you got to imagine what he's doing when he's out of the country by himself every other weekend.
But here's the mother. This is the mother, and this is the mother back when they had her. This was the age at which he was raising her, and he was fucking her all the while she was growing up. They have confirmed that. He's boasted about that. So in other words, she was tolerating it that he was fucking her basically at this age. And then she produced 2 kids over the years. And okay, so it's not incest, but it's pedophilia.
Well, yeah, if he was fucking her before, it's pedophilia definitely if he was fucking her when she was underage, for sure. Yes. Yeah. And even if he wasn't, if he raised her from that age and he even waited till she was like 22 and she did it even consensually, there's still something really wrong with that.
I don't think he's the kind of guy to wait.
I'm just making a point.
Understood. I mean, look at that fucking face. I mean, just that smug look on his face. He's disgusting. And beyond that, the kid does look retarded.
That one in the brown sweater looks pretty I think that's kind of mean. I think it's just a baby face. I really don't think the kid looks retarded, and that's not taking it for him. I'm taking it for the kid.
The kid does kind of favor him. That's where the retardation
That's not
comes.
fair. That's a baby fat cheek face, and he's a smiling, gross-looking piece of shit. Like, you could even tell me that man was like giving all his money to charity and then never fucked his stepdaughter. That picture, he still looks like a murky piece of shit.
But worse yet is the fact that this young girl is completely brainwashed. She's indoctrinated into loving this man. That's the part that is sinister. That's the part that's criminal. That's criminal. So I mean,
I saw this picture one time of somebody. It was like a father and daughter, I think it was, and they were like, it was like on one of I don't know.
Oh, you mean the one of Peter Moon?
Rim shot.
Just kidding. Yes, it's just a joke. Irresistible joke.
How do you read my fucking mind, man?
Yeah, go on.
But hey, guys, seriously, on a serious note, the last person that got these court transcripts was executed here in Ocala, Florida.
How so?
What now?
Oh, there's the mother. Here we are. There's the mother. There's the mother. Right there. That's the mother of the daughter.
She looks high as shit.
Yeah, she does look high. Maybe
that's why she was letting him fuck him. She had no idea what the fuck was going on. Look at that. One eye is completely drooped down compared to the other. I was like,
I could make that larger. Holy shit. Yes.
Download it.
How come they don't have the mother on the stupid article? When it links to the article, then you don't see her anymore. I guess she complained. I don't want people to see me high. She had them withdraw the pic. There she is.
There it is. Oh my god, look at that.
In close up, yes. And you know what? This fuck. Okay, I gotta click I'm in. What the fuck? Why doesn't this go away? Why doesn't this go away? This stupid shit.
They want your money. That's why.
No thanks.
I'm saying that. It's not working. It doesn't work. Oh, God. Okay. Always block. Okay, that'll help. Okay. No, it doesn't help. What the fuck? Anyhow, my joke I was going to make was none of these snowflakes around her is photoshopped into the photo. They're literally hovering around her.
Yes. That's what she's seeing on whatever she's on.
Yes. Yes. That poor dear. I mean, so he got her on drugs. He got the mother all drugged up. He didn't even fix her teeth. He probably knocked him out, and they just look at
what an injustice.
Wait, they look white in the front. What are you talking about?
Over here, honey. They look like she's got fillings.
Oh, like there's one missing or something.
Yeah. Look at that.
Or it's black.
Yeah. He knocked her teeth out.
She doesn't know. Maybe that's why her whole left side's droopy. Maybe she
Maybe he hit her so hard she's mentally damaged on the left side, like a stroke.
Yes.
Or right
yes,
side.
That's right. And she is in bed. After all, she is in bed here. Yeah, look at
But
that.
that whole right side of her face is completely meh.
Oh my God, the poor dear. Yes, it's so. And then he said, "No, I'm taking your daughter." Oh my God, this is so awful. This is so disgusting.
Oh, Brooke, did you tell Doug about the Tory Smith testimonies that I sent you?
If you're talking about anything,
And by the way, look at this. Look at this. Jeff Brazier's advice on how to look after your mental health. Like, this guy's gonna know. This guy.
yeah. Don't read Star. There you go.
You know, I can't see that guy close up, but do you know who I thought that was? Because it's small. It's small. I thought it was that guy from Atlanta that was on like. He was like the housewife of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Like he's married, but he talks like he's gay.
Then
You
he's
know what
gay.
I'm talking about?
He's got to be.
I'll make his face larger for you if I can.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I have no idea. There
Yeah.
he is. There, can you see him now, honey? Look at this.
Oh yeah, he looks younger, but that's
He
not
says,
what I'm talking
"How
about.
do you look after your mental health?" It's like I don't know, but I don't need to hear about it from you. Jesus.
You
Exactly.
and your fucking red, and that's a true redneck tan right there, man. Look how white he is.
Yeah. That's Trump orange. That's Trump hair too. He's got a
I
dead
know, and he's
squirrel on
got
his
like white right in the middle of his face, and then all the way around his shirt line.
orange.
Look at that.
Yes.
You can't even get a color. You need a color correction. Don't tell me how to live my life.
Oh shit.
Um.
Oh, the school's opened up. I can go get my drone. Fuck yeah.
Okay. What were you gonna say? Did I tell Douglas something?
Oh, the Tory Smith interview.
Okay. Was that just anything that you sent me last
That
night?
was the gay guy who got butt fucked by Mike Pence while he was still governor.
That's so
Was it
elegant.
what
He has such an
anything-
elegant. It's sodomized. We use the term
Oh, sorry.
sodomized.
Excuse me. Sodomized.
It's because Ian's used to every time he calls me, he's like, "Are you sure you want to at least come down here and butt fuck me? Because I really want to be pegged."
No, I
so
never said that once. Hey, y'all, stand by. I gotta go grab my drone.
Oh my God.
Anyway, anything he sent me last night, I did not watch because he didn't like that music video.
Yes.
Or I'm assuming he thinks I watched something. He sends me stuff all the time. I don't watch it, didn't even open it.
Oh
I
my
don't
God,
know.
this is really disturbing. This is really disturbing. Here in the chat room, Amor Fadi says, "Yeah, referring to Antarctica, it's pretty far away, but there's nothing but ocean between Antarctica and Mexico." Okay, he is looking at one of Ian's maps. He's got to be looking at one of Ian's maps.
Between Antarctica and
Mexico.
And Mexico?
He says there's nothing but ocean. The entire continent of South America is missing to him.
That's what I was just thinking. Like, isn't there an entire billion countries? I'm not billion, obviously, but
a
Chile,
billion people almost. You got all those countries put together. A lot of people.
Argentina.
Yeah.
I'm back. They got my goddamn drone. I can't believe that shit.
What do you mean
What
they
are
got
you
your
talking about?
honey? Tell
I
them
got
about the
this-
joke you saw. Tell them about the joke you saw about the bicycles in the front.
Oh, you know what? You go ahead and talk for 1 second, and I will find that joke and let him actually fucking hear it.
I figured it was something she didn't come up with on her own. Take your time. Take your time.
Because if I come on, it wouldn't be half as funny because you just get whatever she's making fucking fun.
So
Cool,
what's this
like it.
about your drone? Who took your drone?
Oh, I got one of these new I got one of these new hover lights, so you can go walking out in the dark, and it just jumps up and down beside you to provide light.
Okay.
And I wasn't paying attention, and it made it over the school fence, and it was locked up over the weekend, and I couldn't get it, and I'm very upset about it. But it's a fun little toy. It's a fun little toy.
Yes. So how much did it cost? How much?
$4.
$4. Get another one, you idiot.
That's what I'm gonna do. I know.
You were actually gonna walk even somewhere to ask for your $4 thing back.
Yeah. I waited 4 months for it to get shipped here. I mean, Jesus.
Oh my God. You kill me with your Chinese stuff that probably doesn't.
I know, it was great. I could go walk around the whole entire block, and it would last before but
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, my son had one of those. I gave him for Christmas, like when he was 10.
No, these just came out last year.
Drones with cameras on them.
No. It's not like that. It's not even like that. No.
That would have cost more than $4, honey. They haven't gotten it mass produced to that level yet.
Let me find an example.
Yeah, it's a bouncing, glowing ball. It's a
disco ball that bounces up and down as you walk.
Yes, it walks with you, so you look like a complete idiot. And but
like
it keeps
the future.
Keeps the cars from hitting you. It keeps cars from hitting you while you walk around in the dark looking like an idiot. And but honey,
I saw this woman with her shit fucking like literally like a complete glowing blow up thing. She's running up the road in the night. On a sidewalk too. One like she was somewhere where she like it was like a complete setup she puts over her clothes. And you could tell that it's like blown up, like little blown up orange. I don't even know. Just tag some orange balloons to you.
So it looks like an alien face hugger that's on her back.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it fucking looked like. It was craziest fucking thing I've ever seen. Like, what the fuck did she get that shit and why?
Oh, so there you go, honey. He's put it in our text box. The Whirly Ball review. It's you have your own glowing pair of balls that.
They're so much fun. It's so cool.
I think it's more fun to play with the balls I was born with. That's the.
Because you freak out all the neighbors' dogs and shit. The dogs don't know what to fucking make of it. It's funny as hell. They just see this disco ball floating up and down as you walk. It's crazy as hell. But yeah, I'm gonna have to order a new one. God damn it.
Oh, yes, you poor kid. And, so
I was going to run up to Circle K with it. I was going to walk just, but not anymore.
No, you need to ride on your tricycle with that bouncing.
It's not that fast. It's not that fast. Unfortunately, it's not that fast. But that would have been cool. That would be cool.
We'll have it someday. Someday we'll have it up to that speed. And so darling, you understand what I'm saying about Elon Musk. I think if he's a product of that environment, he can't be any good.
Yeah, but like I said, that Jesse is saying that her and him are like, fuck this. This doesn't need to go on. We got to stop this. And more and more kids till this day are still in this program and they're still getting hurt and shit. So that's
so it's believable that Elon Musk would know if that's his dad, and we know what his dad is doing. So you do agree, Brooke, we're on the same. I said Brooke. You do agree, Brooke.
I heard that.
Yeah, so we're on the same side with this, right? You do agree with me that Elon Musk. It makes sense that knowing what his father is, that he grew up abused like that, and that that means he's probably so damaged. There's not much good he can do.
And Brooke, honestly, in your neighborhood,
I don't have to agree with you because you've never agreed about one little thing I've said about Dave Chappelle.
Well, you're more. No, look, Brooke, in your neighborhood, look for all the Catholic churches.
I have to stand for something, okay?
That's fine.
Publicly, I'm standing for something, and you're just going to have to deal with it.
I backed you up on the Dave Chappelle thing. Don't worry about it. Look, in your neighborhood.
That was directed toward that list.
Okay,
I know.
Look, in your neighborhood, look at where all the Catholic churches are in your neighborhood, and if you see any of them that form a triangle, then you know that they're satanic. Then they're like.
I don't think you understand. I'm in South Carolina.
Well,
they don't have Catholic churches.
We have like 2 Catholic churches.
And they're considered Satanist anyway by all of the...
they're across town from each other, and they're still, I think, in Greenville now. And I mean, this is, Greenville's the second largest city in South Carolina. We have Charleston and Greenville. And in Greenville itself, and the whole county, not the city, there are 3 Catholic churches. There are, I'm going to go with your island theory. There's 30,000 churches.
Are they Baptist or?
Well, we have Baptist and we have Methodist. We have Church of God. Baptist be the most. But yeah, Methodist. We got some Presbyterians. We have a lot of Presbyterians because we are Presbyterians. If you're not a Southern Baptist, You know, you got some Church of Gods that want to speak in tongues, right? There's a
Yeah.
couple of Jehovah's Witness, but really it's mostly Baptist and then Presbyterian. Because if you are not Baptist and that you believe all your works are good and you're going to heaven because you're good, even though you can't see your own hellishness, then Presbyterians see that's Southern Baptist, and then and Independent Baptist. But Presbyterians, they see their hellishness. See, those are where all the doctors and the lawyers go. They know they're really bad, but they believe in Calvinism and predestination. So they are chosen. So they just go and they're like, yeah, we are robbing people every day, but we're chosen. We're here, Presbyterian, remember? So it's okay.
Oh
my buddy wrote a song called Fat Baptist once. And it still gets played till this day here and there. It's pretty good.
You wrote the song? You wrote the song?
No. When I was a kid, when I was a kid, my best friend started this band called Supreme Dispassion, and he wrote the song called Fat Baptist. And like out of all the songs, that's the one song that stood the test of time till this day, and it's funny as hell.
Okay, wow.
Well,
cool.
I think, I'll be honest with you, I don't see how all Baptists aren't fat, including my own Baptist, because we are the kings of casserole. Let me just tell you, like, casseroles, and like everybody dies, like fried chicken, you know, meatloaf and all that, but like, and everything's a casserole. And all a casserole means is we added things that tasted like good, like the broccoli and cheese, but then was like, and some mayonnaise and eggs and extra cheese and butter, maybe some cream of chicken and cream of mushroom, like any extra fat, basically, to make it all into one big thing that'll taste good and you can eat it all in one. I'll just be honest with you, I still haven't lost that Baptist side of me. Today, I did not feel good. I was sick. I paid too much money to have food delivered, which it wasn't one of those things where I wasn't real hungry because my stomach's been, but I wanted to eat something, and mashed potatoes sounded good. That's what I thought. So I ordered a veggie plate and I ordered mashed potatoes, but then I was like, oh, I should get something healthy like green beans and collard greens. So I did, because I love collard greens, and I got green beans, but then it was a 4-vegetable plate. And they had fried green tomatoes and fried okra, and I had to get something fried, right? So I got those, but then I was like, fuck, man, but they've got fucking broccoli casserole. Oh shit, I've got to have broccoli casserole. And then I was like, fuck, they've got squash casserole. So I ended up ordering 2 vegetable plates.
Were you at Morrison's, or where'd you go?
Huh?
Did you go to Morrison's?
We don't have a Morrison's. Morrison's is not like Southern. This is called Southern, but I did used to eat Morrison's. S&S Cafeteria is the only one that's a chain that I know that tastes actually like Southern cooking. But Morrison's, I know what you're talking about. But we don't have them anymore. But no, this was actually a local place. It's called Southern Fried Green Tomatoes, which is why they have that, because that's not typically a Southern.
So how did 2 things to bring to your attention? 3 actually. One is that Ian was kind enough to share his Supreme Dispassion, his friend's song. So just so you know that's there. Has the nice toilet on it with the Bible on for toilet.
The album's called "Pray That You Do Not Shit Blood." It's so good. It's a chart topper.
Oh my god!
But I don't understand why you would shit blood eating our food, because it's really good.
That's not what he was talking about. It was just his friend wrote this song that. But what I did want to say was, I want to remind you, Brooke, you were going to ask Ian about the parasites, because he's the parasite man. So you were going to bring up some things with him about the meds and the parasites, right?
Oh yes, yeah. Oh well, we were talking about. Okay, so I started the ivermectin. I did the 4 of them yesterday, and then 4 today, and then the doxycycline with it. And I actually had looked up the fact that, first of all, my doctor had already told me that even on NIH, on the National Health Care, even that they've got it hidden in there. Like, there are places where it talks about ivermectin being used as a treatment, like even for COVID, right? But I'm saying, as he was pointing out, other things about ivermectin that they've always used and then had the problem. But I was able to get it for the parasite treatment. They did fill it. And there were so many other places that I found, like other countries, like and these were scientific, like on the scientific websites. These were not just like Facebook articles. These were the yeah. I mean, what I'm just saying is like these were, you know, the ones where you go and the research papers. And so there were tons done in other countries, and they were talking about the treatment, you know, with ivermectin, both
for malaria.
No, these were for COVID, and a lot of them, some of them were using them for COVID. Like some of the countries were doing it like before people got COVID, and showing that like how much lower the people like didn't get it. They did all these studies, but I was looking at really at the long-term COVID, especially since that's what I feel like I'm dealing with. And they were showing that the people that were treated with ivermectin and like ivermectin and doxycycline, for instance, which is what I'm on. And there were so many studies just on that and showing how it had helped people and just the percentages. But it's nothing you hear about. It's like you have to go really research that and look at it. And what I found interesting was that all these countries that we're talking about, you know, their success rates with their studies, and obviously the studies are small with, you know, several hundred to several thousand people, and that's comparatively small when we're talking about saying something, you know, that's what I would say across the board. But when you've got multiple countries saying this, again, because COVID, you also have to remember these studies have only been able to done in the last few years, and for long-term COVID, well, there's no fucking real study. There's no cure for it. Even like the U.S. has nothing. There's not a fucking answer, right? So here they are. Number one, you have to go look for these things. And then number two, because they didn't even believe in long-term COVID for a while, they were unsure. And I didn't either. I mean, when I first heard it, I'm like, oh, people are just complaining. They're still sick. They don't want to go back to work or whatever.
Jesus,
but,
that's harsh.
You know, now, obviously knowing what I know it's real. But number two, what I was going to say to you and ask you is, you and I discussed something on, you know, the fact that COVID is called a virus, but then I know for a fact that ivermectin was used to treat parasites. And I know, like, I always looked at ivermectin before this, because I used it for my dogs for treating heartworms in them if they had heartworms. And the treatment, and that's why I asked my doctor for this particular treatment once I decided to go with ivermectin. This was before I even knew any of these studies that I just really found today because I felt like shit and just started Googling my ass off. Like you, and it was, but the dog, when we couldn't do a fast kill on the parasite, meaning put like almost arsenic in their bodies, and if that meant if the heartworms, you know, the little heartworms had invaded their heart already.
Yeah, those are parasites too.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that's parasite, and so I knew that's a fast kill with the arsenic type. But it also risks the dog's life a lot more because it kills them so fast it can cause them to clot, right? Through a clot. The worm is like a little clot, you know, it can clot up. It's not like a clot you shit in, like it's not like a tapeworm, but it's you know, a little clot in the artery. So yeah, so with some of the dogs and those were expensive, we would do ivermectin that was called slow kill, and you would put them on the ivermectin and the doxycycline. And over a few months, the dogs would usually all test. Every one of mine that I didn't do fast kill would test negative for heartworms. So my point to that is that is a parasite. So then they were saying ivermectin, you know, in the beginning, well, it's not going to work. That's a virus. And I was saying how you had said, taking a long way to get there, but you had said that really that there's not a whole lot of difference. I mean, it depends on the way you look at it on a parasite and a virus. I mean, when you look at it and the fact that they're both living things that are small enough, you know, not naked.
Yeah, like
to
parasite's
an
adjective more. It's more of an adjective.
Right. That they still are, they're multiplying, self-replicating, invading the body.
Oh, that's the Hydra. That's the Hydra parasites that clones itself.
Well, self-replicating, well, depending on the actual, I just happened to out randomly learn this today. No, by self-replicating, you mean, yes, that they don't need a male or female. But what I mean is, like, there's some that like only the female hosts live like in the actual intestine, or vice versa, or the body. The males are just there to like reproduce and then they die.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I mean, when you look at a virus, which is, I guess, self-replicating without or male or female, I mean, what's the real difference in the killing mechanism of ivermectin for a virus? Like, why couldn't ivermectin kill a virus or a parasite? And why are we saying that? And why are they saying that if corona and COVID is a virus, that then you mentioned parasites? Like, why would it kill a parasite? And why would parasites have anything to do with COVID?
Because
Or
COVID is a
it that
parasite.
they really don't, and then it's all a virus.
You know, COVID is a parasite. It is. It's the Hydra parasite, just rebranded with the term spike protein. You know how like you're a kid and you go to your school dance and somebody would spike the punch with alcohol. That kind of spike. That's what they mean. Yeah, that's what they. Well, you know what I mean.
Are you asking her if she's been date raped?
No. I'm talking like terms, like technically.
No, I mean,
like,
I was the one that was spiking the punch.
I got you. But that's how they came up with the term spike protein, because your body is being spiked with it, and protein is code for parasite, because it's a living organism. So therefore, you get spike protein.
I don't think that's like. I mean,
have you heard of that before COVID happened or after COVID happened?
I mean, I haven't heard
exactly.
of that story.
Exactly. That's my point. It's a rebranded
you're
term.
You're talking about that story, or you're talking about spike proteins in general?
Spike proteins. The word spike protein hasn't been published, came out until this COVID shit happened.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I've never heard of it.
Exactly.
But I'm not
Nobody
saying it didn't
has.
exist.
Nobody has. Not even doctors have heard of
Of course,
it.
I'll be honest, I had never heard of Douglas Dietrich until after COVID existed. So,
well, the government's not mandatorily making everybody get Douglas Dietrich show listenings, so that's all good. You listen to season 1 now. Come back in 6 months and we'll go for season 2. Anyway.
Well, proteins are, from what I understand it, I've gone into prions, proteinaceous infectious ions. So proteins are not they're not alive, not dead in a certain sense. They're in a special kingdom all their own. But when it comes to okay, go
then again, proteins is an adjective, right? Like your food, like you get, like when you get your food, you get like a choice of a protein, like a chicken or a beef or whatever. They call that a protein also.
It's protein, yeah. It's definitely. I don't know if that's adjectival, but it's something. Yeah, and.
But wait a minute, if you're saying that protein, whether it's proteins tofu or proteins a dead cat, doesn't matter. You're saying that that's a lie?
Me?
No, I'm saying that for COVID.
Douglas said that.
No. I'll have to go into that later, honey. Continue, Ian. Yeah. So go on.
No, what I'm saying is that the protein issue is just a code word that they came up with for this COVID crisis to masquerade the fact that it was really a parasite. Because nobody would have taken the shot if they knew that there were parasites in these Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and the what's it called?
So what you're
Pfizer
saying is
shots.
You're saying they're injecting you with parasites to counter your catching the parasites, because that would be the only logic, right?
Yeah, that's how they spread this COVID virus, was from those shots, because the people that got the shots would excrete the parasites, aka the spike proteins, like Brooke got here, because she said her daughter got the shot, and her being around her daughter, she would have came into contact with it.
But what would be the motivation to do this? What would be the
It's a bioweapon. It's to kill the people on the earth. It's a bioweapon. That's why. I mean, they've already admitted it, Doug. This all came out. Like it's all been planned, admitted, the whole 9 yards.
Oh yes, Brooke, do confront Ian about his bringing up. Hey, did you hear about what was it? The Verizon? Was it Veritas? The Veritas footage.
Veritas.
Yeah, Veritas.
Oh yeah, that too. That's even another thing.
I'm the one that said about about Veritas.
Okay, look. Okay, yeah. You got on the show before I did. Good for you. Let's give
Well, I know, but why is Douglas saying I think Douglas talking about something else.
No, I was talking about you were going to talk to Ian, who basically was saying, Veritas, you heard about Veritas, and this was after you had brought it up. So you were saying Ian was kind of like, piggybacking you.
Stealing her thunder, stealing her thunder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess that. I thought you were talking about when he was making that stupid, trying to make fun of me for saying the wrong name about the.
That stupid prism or something.
About Promise or Pegasus?
Yes, it's Pegasus.
Okay, Pegasus is after Israel got their hands on it. That's what they hustled it off as.
I'm just used to Brooke can't remember a show, and I'm just telling you, I don't know what you're talking about. I watched a documentary, and the documentary is on Pegasus. That's all. I didn't say I knew a documentary.
Okay, I'd have to see the documentary. I'd have to see the documentary to level up with you on that. But do you remember?
My internet is fucking down, and that's what's been going on all fucking night. And who took my fucking internet down? Because I just fucking said it, and it's never gone down unless the fucking plug is out, and the plug is not out.
Yeah,
well, just FaceTime me, and I'll after the show, I'll FaceTime me, and I'll walk you through it and see what's up.
Yeah, because this is definitely the cults. They're deep state. This is deep state at work, honey. You're being terrorized. Welcome to my world. And
this is so fucked up.
But we stand strong together. Yes. Yes.
I've literally never had it do that. Like, the only time it's ever done that is when the power, sometimes the power in the garage will go out because, if it rains heavy, it reshorts that one circuit. But it's all powered up. Everything's working. 2 power lights on. And I guess maybe just the internet service.
No. I mean, in conjunction with what you experienced earlier, this is actually par for the course. This is standard operational procedure. They're basically terrorizing you. You just got to ride it out. But Ian will help walk you through it when, the show will be over soon. He'll help walk you through it and see what he can do to help. And at that point,
I do have one thing I want you to watch, and I did watch most of everything on the last one that you sent me, because I even talked to Ian about it, because I told you also, don't send me shit that starts out with the first 5 minutes of just Ian randomly talking about whatever the fuck he was talking about. Oh yeah, what was it? What was the very first thing you said on that one thing? And then Ian and I
starts off with cuss words like "fuck, shit."
He did. He was doing that because he couldn't find the thing he was trying to tell you. I don't think it was about the islands. I don't know what else it was. Maybe something. I don't know. Maybe it was the islands, but it wasn't that. I don't know. I'm sure it was all Russia was taking over the islands to save the kids.
The Japanese thing. Yeah. About how Russia and China were working together to get through this Suez Strait or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, all that. Yeah.
Sugaru Strait.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have the paperwork.
Oh, and they were encircling everything. Yeah.
Encircle the U.S. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, dogs barking.
Oh, no worries, honey. That's what dogs do. So that at this point, I will here we are. Basically, bust out the map. So here we are, honey. Let me do a screen share, and we're going to do this screen share. So can you see this, honey? Cursor moving around? Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the map here. This is one of the best maps that I found on this. And the first thing you want to notice, honey, is that as I'm
starting to think my dog sees invisible things outside my house. It's
that's them, Brooke. That's them. They've got these suits that are invisible now, and they break in your house while you're sleeping. That's them.
Whatever. Shut up. He's just old, but he does it all the fucking time lately. It's been the last 3 nights. He just
part of the occult siege. It's part of the occult siege, honey.
No, he stares at the front door, or he'll even come and stare out the window. And it's like, here's the thing. This is why I'm not lying. I was scared the other night. He's old. I was like, because he's asleep up. He just kept getting up, and then it was like he wouldn't rest. But he wanted to stare outside. Yeah. It's dark, and he just kept looking. And there was even the window in the backyard. Now nothing's moving there, and he just was staring. Even when I would smell, he was freaked the fuck out. He's staring. And
I'm telling you.
You know what I'm thinking though? Yeah. I was like, oh shit. I told him, I was like, the fucking, you know how you hear like the death thing, you know, like the god of death or whatever's coming. I was thinking like, you're not getting near my dog. I thought maybe he was seeing his own like death thing coming for him because he's so old. And I was like, I put little crosses on his back, like, no, in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. We'll go back to him doing my Christianity stuff, right? Like, no, he's blessed. You're not getting him tonight. Like, but seriously, like last 3 nights, he's been like looking out the door, just getting up and like staring, like he's just seeing something. And I'm like, and I'll let him out sometimes to pee right at night, and he'll just like just be staring out in the yard, and I'm like. I mean, and I've done this like lately. I've been like, even especially when it started when I would let him out and he would be seeing stuff, then I'm like, there's nothing there. And then I remember coming in the house like this past week before he started just looking out the door, and I would be like, I don't know if anything's out here, but I was like, only love and light and peace are allowed to enter my house. You go on. You are not coming in.
You got to say that, Brooke. You got to. That's what they say when you go in the tunnels to fight off these demons. You got to like invoke Jesus and shit to scare them away, and then they can't fuck with you.
Well, I mean, you can be. I don't know if you're making fun of me, but that's what I said.
No, I'm dead serious.
Yeah, he's serious. He is serious.
I'm dead serious. That's what they tell us to do when we go underground.
I was chuckling. But honey, what I'm serious about is this is all part of that occult siege. This is part and parcel to it. So yeah, and but ride it out, and because they can only keep up this effort for so long. And so, darling, do you see the screen?
I mean, if they're willing to try effort on me, they're just making me feel important. Attention is attention. I'll take it. Good or bad. Like Ian says, Blue likes attention. Bring it on.
There, yes. So here we are, honey. So this, so you see the map?
Yes.
Okay. You might notice that the Japanese islands, as I pointed out to Ian and George Knight, are shaped like a dragon. You can see the dragon type shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, there was this one comic series.
Well, a dragon or a sea serpent. I would go with either one, but yes.
Yes. There was this one comic series that was projecting that there was a Japan in the future that was so interconnected with bridges and cables and cybernetic circuits that when aliens came to invade, that the entire island chain arose like a dragon and flew out into space to confront them and stave them off. So I always thought that was a beautiful vision. But at any rate, this is the Subaru.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah. What's that, honey?
I said, I put my hand under the speaker. I apologize. I said, that is kind of a cool vision.
Yes, thank you. And so this is the Subaru Strait, and what happened was the Russian and communist...
I didn't know that Subarus were driven by street people. I thought those were lesbian vehicles.
No,
they're Australian. They're Australian.
No, Subaru. See down here? I
thought you meant Subaru.
Yeah. Subaru is the Japanese name for the Pleiades. The Pleiades. That's the car is named after the Pleiades constellation. In Japanese, it's called Subaru.
Oh, well, I can make fun of that being gay. I was just saying it because I thought it was funny that like they tried to make the whole thing like a whole lesbian car when it first came out. Like, do you not remember that?
No, I totally got by me.
Yeah.
Neither one of y'all remember that?
No, we totally missed it. We totally missed the boat on that, honey.
Oh my God!
I didn't know they were diking up Subarus. I had no idea.
Y'all are lying to me now.
No, it's true. We didn't.
I'm dead serious.
They even put that on like the lesbian. What was that lesbian show that came out on HBO? That like
what's her name? Ellen DeGeneres.
No, Ellen DeGeneres. This is before this
came out on HBO.
The L Word.
Oh yeah.
This was before, like, you could be out. Like, the only people that were out were, like, in California. And that's where the show was filmed. Like, still here in the South, it was, like, very much. Like, I wasn't out. And, like...
They probably were investors in the show or something.
Oh, Subaru? Subaru probably
they
did,
probably
but that's
were.
what I was going to look up. Subaru... lesbian. I'm not trying to interrupt your thing, but this will be very short because, like, I swear if you fucking Google, well, it won't be short because I don't have internet. I only have to do it through my phone. So go ahead and talk. In 20 minutes, it'll pull up on my phone. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Doug.
So
we got 20 minutes.
This is Sugaru Strait, Tsugaru. And basically the Russian and Chinese navies had a number of their ships form a flotilla, and they dashed through this channel, which is, by the way, this northern island, honey, You can hear and see me, right? You can hear what I'm doing. Yeah. So this northern island, just so you know, all four of these lower islands, three of these lower islands, the major islands of Japan, are where the majority of Japanese live. What happened was they drove all of the white people who used to live on the Japanese islands up north. They're known as the hairy Ainu tribes. These are Caucasoids. So they are to the Japanese like Native American Indians are to the Americans. They were exterminated until they were stuck on this giant reservation where they were separated from the rest of the islands. And they, this is where bears are. So Japanese bears are here and the white natives. So this is considered frontier territory to the Japanese. So what happened was that the Russians and the Chinese were just showing they could go through the strait as fast as possible in this kind of challenge and dare to the Japanese in violating their home island space. And when they did that, I was explaining to both our man Ian and George Knight that this is something that was provocative, and it's like one of these things that will, other than kind of showing you where this was and what that general context was all about and all that, I'm not quite sure there's any other point to be made, but now you know what was going on with that. So there you go.
Yeah.
So you can go through the Sugaroo Strait to kill the white people on the mountain fast.
Oh yeah, but this is thank you, Ian. Now I remember, honey. This is where it gets ridiculous. So Ian was saying that by doing this, the Russians will grab these continents and somehow encircle America. Get that, honey?
Yeah, that's what they mentioned in the article. They said that China and Russia. Let me just pull up the article because I still got it on my desktop. But
oh God,
they were saying
you read something a day ago and you still can't remember it.
Well, I'm trying to buy a boat to go out there, baby. All right. Here it is. It's in my folder called 7,000 Islands. All right, here's the article. It says, oh, shit. I clicked the wrong picture. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Duh.
Okay, here it is. All right. Now I got to zoom on it because it's so big and I had to translate it from
It says they're going to conquer all
English.
those 7 continents by going through that strait. They're going to conquer all those 7 continents, encircle us all, and conquer the world, honey.
Give me a John Bolton machete and I'll do it. Anyway. Okay, right after China and Russia wrapped up a joint naval exercise in the Sea of Japan on Sunday, 10 powerful warships from the two countries switched to the next mission and sailed through the Tsugaru Strait into the Pacific Ocean on Monday in their first joint maritime patrol, which experts said on Tuesday could see the joint task force encircle Japan or approach the U.S. The joint patrol displays a high level of political and military mutual trust that exists between China and Russia. In terms of safeguarding regional peace and stability at a time when the U.S. is ganging up with its allies like Japan and Australia and destabilizing Asia Pacific.
Do you like, honey, you like the pro-Sino-Slavic synaxial tilt of this article? That's you notice who they point the villains out to be. Us, yes.
Apparently we are.
Pro-Russian and pro-China.
No, they're saying that the U.S. is hanging out with these people, but I mean, I'm not, but they are.
That we're hanging out with Russia and China?
Yeah, that's what these people are saying.
No, Ian. What those people are saying is that the
not
villains.
what it's saying at all.
Yeah, what they're saying is that the villains are America and Japan, and that China and Russia are the good guys. But go on reading it because this is
Okay, I'm good. I'm glad I understood that way too because I took it as okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it says the U.S. is ganging up with its allies like Japan and Australia.
Right.
Yeah, like we're ganging up on poor little China and Russia.
I'm not a part of this. I'm still trying to get to the Sugaroo Strait or whatever.
Yes, let them get to the part where they're going to conquer these 7 new continents. Yes.
Okay. All right, hold on.
Now he's got to find his place.
My bad. I hit the wrong button. Okay. God damn it, where is it? Okay. The Geospatial Information Authority of Japan recently revealed an updated map of the nation, which showed 7,000 new islands added to the region.
Is this the same article?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Okay. Okay. That increases the number of islands Japan has from 6,852 to 14,125. And then it's yada, 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 yada. I read all that last week. I'm trying to find the 7 part. I'm trying to find the 7 islands.
Yeah, you never found that for me either. And this is the same article you sent me because I read those numbers to
God
Douglas.
damn it. Hold on. Let me look for that 7 again. Okay, yeah. Okay. According to the Geospatial Information Authority of Japan, conducted a new geographical survey. Then it is known that 7 new islands are under the jurisdiction of Japan. It should be noted that Japan's land area will not increase due to the addition of the 7 new islands. However, it is possible to get accurate information about what is in the overall land area. With the help of computer-based electronic land map, the Japanese government will soon release accurate figures of its land area. Compared to other countries in the world, Japan's 14,000 islands are not very much. India also, okay, so I guess this article is published out of India. Okay. India also has 1,200 islands. There are more than 2 loch islands in Norway and Sweden. Our Andaman and Nicobar region consists of hundreds of islands.
So it's in India. What did they say about Norway and Sweden? They said what? 2
Loch Islands?
Yeah, it's LAKH islands. I don't know what that means. I mean, it could be a mistranslate. It could be a mistranslation.
Right. But just so all of you know the context of this, the Asian Indians are slave circuited to the Sino-Slavic synaxis. All of their weapon systems are Russian weapon systems. Only recently they've started trying to replace them with Israeli weapon systems, but everything they got is Russian from the top down. So they are on the side of Russia and China by default. So they're basically propagandizing constantly for the Russians in Ukraine. The Asian Indians, you can't trust them as far as you can kick a turd. I mean, they're just.
But those are just the Asian Indians, not all of India.
Well, Asian India is by that I'm referring to their national politic system.
Okay.
Yeah, not the people. It's though I'll tell you the truth. I mean, it's Asian Indian people. There's 1 billion of them. You can't stereotype 1 billion people. So it's
that is racist. That is.
Yeah. It's hard not to.
You don't see the Asian Indians often offering vacation packages to us Americans. So that says it all right
this
there.
way. This is so. Allow me to contextualize that, especially to Brooke. And if her daughter was here, she'd already be exploding. And let's put it this way: when they shut out China from our technology system and basically stopped hiring basically Chinese programmers and the like, and they began to really bring in, over the past few decades, a lot of Asian Indians. And the problem is that the Asian Indian people themselves, many of them from the lower class caste system that is known as the untouchables in the old days.
Yeah, I know what the caste system is.
Yeah, so those untouchables come to America to escape that caste system. And they've been pointing out that they are excelling at work in Silicon Valley. They're doing the majority of the programming and everything, and yet the upper level Brahmin castes prevent them from ever getting any promotions or pay raises, and that they've completely transported the caste system to the United States, and worse yet, they're programming it into all the computers they're programming. So the real enemy we have is Asian India, because they're going to introduce the caste system to the United States. This is what they want to do, is turn us into another fucking India where we're all stuck in this fossilized caste system. And
hey, wake up, dude. I'm sorry. You might not call it a caste system. We're in an invisible matrix caste system right now in the U.S. If you think we may not call it religiously the way they do the untouchables and that, but I mean, we're stuck in a invisible matrix of it. I mean, you got your top 1 and 3 percenters. That's who's running fucking America.
Understood. Look, but do you want it codified in computer programming so that
I
that way we
don't.
can
I
never
just
break
think
out of
whether
it?
it's an Elon Musk or an Indian running it, like I think until you have like a takeover of actual humans that are against these things and have the power to stay, and the only way they're gonna have the power to do it is to stand together. Whether you're talking about, we talked about, you've had people, and Kanye West again has crazy thoughts. Not taking up for him and being anti-Jewish in any way, but what I will say is that we do have to acknowledge that there is a huge power system in Hollywood. A lot of them are Jewish, but it's because that's what came in that took over with financially so much of these systems, because these different areas that in the mafia to stick together and have created these systems, whether it be in entertainment, and then the structures that we've created through, what England originally created, that came over here, that is our whole economic fiscal system, which is, completely based on a faulty principle that doesn't work for the average American. So it's still a person. It's a caste system in general. The richest man in the world, it was a black man. And I don't have the
You mean in
internet.
history? The richest man in history.
In
was a
history,
black man.
yes, in history.
That's correct. That's correct.
And that man would go around, and he would go, and everywhere he would go, and he would travel, throughout Africa and different lands. And, I don't remember his exact everywhere, but what I do know is he would go and he would give gold bricks to like everyone. I mean, just to he would just overwhelm the cities to the point that he basically bankrupted Egypt. Because, are you familiar with that story on how he did that to Egypt?
Yeah, Musa the First, and so he was the 9th Mansa of the Mali Empire. So he thought he was being generous, or maybe now you're describing him as probably far more accurate. He was predatory.
Well, no, he wasn't. He wasn't. I don't think he was head of Egypt. He was doing. No, he was doing it to give to the people. So because it wasn't looked at as like let me have mine. Let me get more, like we are in America. Like it's we look at it as competition. Like let me build my house. The harder I work, I get more. Like you have less. You don't work this hard, or you weren't born into this family. Like he looked at it as, no, like let everyone, we together, we all have. It's us. It's our community.
So what Mansa Musa was doing was he was kind of leveling the playing field. You feel
right, but by doing that, when he did that in Egypt, what he did was because he then made everyone equal. So then, therefore, they weren't dependent on like the fiscal system of having to work, because it was either it's like a bar, like you have to, it's either the rich giving to the poor, right? Because they work for this, and if they do this for you, then you give them this money, right? Or if you want something from them, you have to earn so much, and you have to give them this to get what you want from them, right? Like our system. And what he was saying was that it bankrupted them, because then there was no system as far as for the elite to sell or to get their labor. And what he was saying was that's how Africa itself, before the colonies, the British takeover of Africa came in and said, no, that's not how we're doing it. These are our guys. This is how you're going to do it. They worked as systems, even though we look at Africa and we're like, oh, that was just such a poor country, because we look at the way it is now and the way we saw it from, the starving kids and, since we've grown in the 60s and 50s and 40s. But before they came in, before slavery, they worked as a community. There was no, we can't imagine it, but it wasn't a fiscal system like, if you get this, we'll give you this, like rich and poor. It was just everybody in the village, in the town, was equal, and they all worked to have
all the same, and the better they all did, the better they all did, right? It wasn't like, well, we own this much land and our land's better, so you're going to suffer more. Like, their system was completely different. Their mentality was never an me versus Ian versus Doug versus the rich person down the road or the poor person. It was,
they were like a
everybody
tribe.
worked. Yes, it's tribal, it's community, and it's, we're all going to succeed together. You know, it's, you know, and the best way I can describe it, the way an American should look at it is this way. I heard someone say it.
America will never look at it like that, though.
No, but it is a way you can think about it to put it in your perspective in which way you would want to be. And it's this. We talk about the end of the world, like, let's say, you know, we're getting nuked. People build these bomb shelters, and like in case the aliens come, they all these underground shit, right? Like, people are building these bunkers, right? The rich people are building these huge bunkers and storing their food for, you know,
hundreds of years,
50 years, and they got cameras, and then they got cameras surrounding shell and the rich, you know, and their guns and all that loaded in case for the people, because they're planning on
Go on. Hoarders and
they're planning on people like me and you that are coming with our kids starving to death, wanting to try to break in to get food because our kids are starving, or
they don't want you in there.
Yeah, and so they got. So I heard somebody say it, like, I don't want to be that. Like, I got to think, I was like, because at first you start getting this fear monger, like, oh, do I need a friend? And then I'm like, wait a minute. If everybody else out there, like, is starving, like, do I want the cameras? Do I want to be sitting in there knowing, well, I've got enough food for my kids, and be able to look out on the camera out up on the little thing and be like, look at all these thousands of people, like, they're little kids. Like, all these children just dying, starving because I had the money to build this bunker. I mean, I'd rather be up there like, hey, here's the last fucking 5 pounds of food we got. Like, we'll go together, man. Like, there has to be a point where you can't. And what I'm saying is just in general, like, yeah, there's a price to be said. Let's save some of humanity. But what I'm saying is what we've developed is a mentality of, it doesn't matter who else dies as long as we live. So therefore, it doesn't also matter who. And I'm a mother, so I would defend my children to the end. But once it becomes a point of your whole community's dying, like, it's the same principle is what I'm trying to get back to. That's an extreme example, but we have a mentality of, it's us versus them. It's us versus our own community. It's us versus our own country. And that was brought in by the British Empire, and we never escaped that. That whole fiscal system, wherever it started, is what really tears us apart, I believe. And I believe that if you look at actually that, it's where the wars are created. It's where our separation is created. It's all, you know, if you want to go back to the Bible, which I'm very hesitant to do, but it also has great, you know, just like so many good well-written books by.
Well, they didn't pervert all of the Bible. They didn't pervert all of it.
Exactly.
They just perverted certain sections of it.
Yeah, exactly. And so I would say that, you know, people said, there was a misquote people used to say, obviously, I'm sure you know this, where they would say money is the root of all evil, but it wasn't money is the root of all evil. It's the love of money is the root of all evil. And so to love something is to put it above what? Other things, and to love money more than people. And that's what we've done. We've put money above the sake of other people. We've put a fiscal financial system above the welfare of each other.
Brooke, that's so funny